KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Ground ball, backhanded. Guillerme with a strong throw. Game over. Astros win it 11-4. They have now improved their record in the month of June to a Major League best record of 12-5 in this month. And that's a 5.5 game lead, their largest of the season. Blummer back-to-back huge offensive games.
I like the fact that the Astros are racking up hits, and they're doing it as a team. They were relentless on the base pass today. They actually probably could have had some more runs considering they had 20 hits, but 6 for 12 with runners in scoring position. I'll take that.
Hell yeah, I'll take it. 6 for 12 with runners in scoring position. We're going to do this every time the Astros continue to build up, hit a new ceiling of games over 500, 12 games over 500, new ceiling, 5.5 game lead in the AL West. Suck it, AL West. And I'm not going to lie, Seth. All of my opinions on this Astros game from last night will be based on box score forensics because I saw half an inning of it before I fell asleep in my chair. I woke up, it was 9-2 Astros in the eighth inning.
I honestly, even if you had watched the whole thing through, and I tried to, and just I don't know how much of the game I watched. It was hardly any. I kept waking up and falling asleep. It's hard to keep track. It's just when you end up into the extreme double digits by base, and you lose track.
Yeah,
you lose track.
It's just a sea of goodness. Yeah.
Matt Kawahara, who writes for the Chronicle,
yeah,
he did that annoying thing where he points out the facts of the matter, which we've never been held down by facts. Sean.
Not on this show.
He says 2 games against a team with one of baseball's worst pitching staffs does not itself signal a turnaround.
Shut your face, Kawahara.
Only the Rockies carried a higher ERA into this series than the A's. Hey, you just shut your mouth. But quit clacking on your typewriter there.
Well, this is what I'll say. I mean, look, the Astros, like the Astros, have undeniably been an amazing baseball team over the last decade. Prefacing everything with that, but there have been times over the last couple years where they've played down to the level of competition that they're playing. Yeah. That they are just absolutely mollywhopping a horrible baseball pitching staff over the last 2 nights. Is what good teams are supposed to do.
They're supposed to do. This is what they're supposed to do. What am I going to knock them for not scoring 27 runs?
Right, he got 20 hits last night.
Right. Well, should they have all been home runs? And Kawahara wasn't being a jerk.
No.
Obviously joking. He's one of my favorite writers.
He's good.
And this comes as we get news that Christian Javier is going to face live batters today. Luis Garcia has not advanced past throwing bullpen sessions, but is very close to facing hitters.
Okay.
And the one that everybody is concerned about and excited about, J.P. France, has also progressed to facing hitters. So, look, J.P. France, I know is that I'm joking again, but it's almost fingers crossed on point all of a sudden where, hey, wait a minute, we've got too many pitchers. What do we do with all these guys?
We said that last year. Don't say that again. We said that last year. Boy,
I never said it. Ben, dump all of that.
When all these guys come back, we're going to have like 9 starting pitchers. Yada, yada, yada. They're having to trade for Yusei Kikuchi at the trade deadline just to put a staff out there.
I am aware of our recent history, Sean.
No, but you asked me yesterday, you laying it out like that just now kind of hits home. You asked me yesterday, you had the press release in front of you that listed what all the guys were going to be doing, and you were asking me my enthusiasm or optimism on a scale of 1 to 10 for each of those guys. Garcia and Javier are the 2 I want to focus in on because they've been part of a championship team before. They pitched in big games. And Garcia, because he's already had a setback, he's on a back burner for me. You know what I mean? Like it's been over 2 years since his surgery now. He's had setbacks. I feel about him the way a lot of people felt like Lance anytime I bring up Lance's name earlier this season. Javier is an interesting one to me because this is Javier's first go-round with the Tommy John, and we've not, knock on all the wood, like it's been a fairly normal rehab for Javier. That's the one that excited me yesterday, and as you lay it out this morning, that's the one that excites me. If they get Christian Javier back in the form that he was in before the injury. If they get peak Javier back on this staff, man, now you're cooking. I mean, Javier pitched well in a lot of big games in 2022, both in the postseason and leading up to the postseason.
And if you want to do that thing I love to do where we've seen Javier at his best, it's when he's in limited usage, including that the first year in 2022 when he was so good, they slowly ramped him into being a starting pitcher.
Yep.
He didn't qualify for any of the leader categories or anything, but he was astoundingly good. He would have been near the top of the leaderboard in a lot of categories if he had just qualified or pitched enough innings. So, I mean, it's not for under ideal circumstances, but in coming back from injury, he's only going to be able to pitch a half season. It's going to be limited innings at the beginning. And for his inability to really establish himself as an everyday full season starter, that's not a concern this year.
No.
And, if you can get the best version of Javier that we've seen, and just you don't need to get 7 innings out of him by any stretch of the imagination.
Yep.
That makes a big, big difference. It almost, you know what, the Astros right now are at a point where with Javier, if you call him a reliever when he comes back or an opener when he comes back, the committee start is long. If Framber and Hunter both go 7 innings deep in a game, and then you've got an off day after the third game, as close to a committee start as you can get, the Astros can look at it as an exciting thing rather than something to be dreaded. And then when you get into the playoffs, when you get creative with the pitching rotation, that's where it gets really real. The Astros in the playoffs have the chance to be a 100% different team than they were in the first half of the season.
Yeah, agreed. Look at the box score
that's it. They're winning the World Series, basically. On the heels of these couple impressive performances versus
That's right.
I am drinking the Kool-Aid.
I am too. Well, a texter points out early here. Appreciate you, texter, getting up with us. 5 guys with 3 hits last night and still no Yordan. I'm loving this motley crew. That's Irwin texting in early here. We actually talked about the bottom part of the order on the show yesterday. I think the station put up a video of us talking about that specifically with the Astros. And right on cue, Seth, 6 through 9 in the order last night. Cam Smith, 3 for 4. So Cam Smith now has a 4-hit game and a 3-hit game in the last 2 nights. Cam Smith, 3 for 4. Victor Caratini, 3 for 4, including a home run, which we'll hear in a second here. Jake Myers, big day for Jake today. We're doing the Circle of Trust at 7:20.
Yes. Today is Juneteenth, and happy Juneteenth, by the way. We should have led with that. Yes.
Indeed. And he was 3 for 5 last night. Mauricio Dubon with a home run, 2 for 5, was the scrub out of the crew. He only had 2 hits last night. But that's, if I'm doing my math right, that's 18 at-bats. The bottom third plus 1, 6 through 9 of the order, were 11 for 18 with 2 bombs last night. They drove in 6 runs. Again, I know it's the A's, but, man, that is great to see. So we didn't get to see any of it, so let's relive some of it last night. Some of you probably didn't get to see it either if you're up early this morning. Here was Mauricio Dubon, 2 home runs in 2 nights.
They are still missing Yordan Alvarez.
Dubon hits it high in the air, deep to left field. Schumann all the way back. He's done it again. Mauricio Dubon has been on base 6 times in a row and has a home run in back-to-back games in his hometown.
This is the Bill.
You know what's fun? I haven't listened to any of these. You know what's funny about that clip is you could hear Julia's voice at the beginning saying they still miss Yordan. And then Mauricio Dubon immediately swings, hits a home run. That's funny because Yordan and Dubon kind of have like one of those comical like love-hate relationships on camera. So it's almost like Julia's sitting there touting the virtues of a Yordan Alvarez, and Dubon, it's almost like Dubon heard her and was like, yeah, screw that. Here's 2 home runs in 2 nights, Julia.
He's just the lefty version of me is all he is.
That's right.
Is what Dubon says.
I love that, yes.
Yeah. I can't wait until Dubon starts getting his kid in on the action, having his kid play practical jokes on Yordan.
Dubon has hit a home run in that park in high school, minor leagues, and major leagues. How about that?
That's pretty cool.
That is pretty cool.
Yeah, that was, you know what? It's kind of a cool little dynamic of the A's playing in that ballpark for 1 year where some guys that'll never get to play in the vast majority of guys don't get to play in their hometown in MLB, or at least very often.
A lot of them, their hometown's not even in the United States.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, there are very few major league games played in Venezuela.
That's right. That's exactly right.
For now.
If
I've got anything to say about it.
For now, yeah. No, good. If the commissioner were Goodell, he'd be like, oh, we're going there for 100 games next year, Venezuela.
Yeah, but and then the other part, I was watching the YouTube highlights of the game.
Yeah.
And so they show the poor A's, man. Dallas Braden's their color commentator.
Oh, yeah.
And he's out there. They were broadcasting from out in right field, I think, from a tent. And Dallas Braden at one point is into the crowd in the outfield, but he has to shoot him straight up in the air, so the t-shirts don't go down onto the field.
Yeah.
And God bless them. It's like the old days when they first became a team. They did a lot of minor league hijinks.
They did.
Just to make it fun.
Charlie O'Finley, man. Yeah.
It's kind of everything old is new again with the A's. Like, hey, let's embrace this. We're just going to be goofy.
That's funny. Do you want to hear a Tuve bomb? I want to hear a Tuve bomb. Yeah, let's go.
It was as big as a 434-footer. Let's see if I remember.
Yeah,
correctly.
okay, let's see.
Jose hits one high, hits one deep, hits one out of Sacramento Stadium as the Astros take a 5-1 lead, a 3-run jack for Jose Altuve, hitting his second here at Sutter Health Park.
They keep going. He keeps hitting. Got the fastball. Smoked it.
There you go.
Big swing in this game.
We got it. That was good. He likes hitting in that park. That's 2 home runs in 3 nights. 2 bombs.
Yeah.
In 3 nights for Jose Altuve. Yeah.
With Altuve, I feel like the boos, at least in some of the ballparks, like the A's, I think they've transitioned more into just, this is a guy that's really screwed us a lot of times previously. It's just it's the classic, we're going to boo one of their best players.
As opposed to cheater, pumpkin eater, right?
It doesn't feel as vitriolic.
Yeah.
Perhaps. I'm going to give myself a ding for using that word.
Vitriolic?
I told you, I got about 3 hours of sleep last night. I sent Ben some audio this morning of Jalen Knoll.
Yeah.
All of them were labeled Jalen Green, which must have been very confusing to Ben. Very confusing to Ben.
It was just one, actually. It was even more.
Oh, just for that. Even dumber, though, that I managed to label one of them. I sent 2 clips. One was labeled apparently Jalen Knoll.
Yeah.
And immediately afterwards, I labeled the second one Jalen Green.
My first reaction, if I were to ever see that, would be like, who the hell is pulling a clip of anything Jalen Green is saying?
You got to hear this Jalen Green audio.
Yeah, but you can't because he speaks at volume 1.5.
You got to hear this clip from Peanuts.
Yeah. All right, we're off and running on a Thursday. Circle of Trust today at 7:20. We're going to do that. It's a big day, and you could tell the guys were motivated last night to get into the Circle of Trust. That's what I give credit to the 20 hits for. They know the recency bias of Payne and Pendergast.
It was a 432-foot home run. I'm
Give
going to give
it to yourself.
I was within 2.
Give it to yourself.
I was in less than a yard.
Yeah, give it to yourself. That's good. All right, off and running here on a Thursday. Glad to have you with us up early. 713-572-4610 if you want to get in on the text page. All right, the Texans made a signing yesterday. If all you did was read the Wikipedia page, this would be one of the most interesting signings in the history of the team. We will get to it, and we'll tell you why. And we'll hear from the person they signed coming up next.
Yeah, the times they are a-changing. I'll tell you.
Flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. So this was interesting. I thought, when the Texans were even kicking tires on Damon Arnett last week. They gave him a workout, a tryout. They worked out a handful of cornerbacks last week, including Damon Arnett, former first-round pick of the Oakland Raiders, I think they were probably the Vegas Raiders at that point. Probably best known, Seth, not for anything he did in the NFL, because he's only played 13 NFL games to this point in his career. He was cut by the Raiders in 20 UI accident. They were picked 7 picks apart in the first round of the draft back in 2020 by John Gruden and Mike Mayock in Las Vegas. And we all know Henry Ruggs goes to jail for killing a woman in a DWI accident that took place in early November of 2021. And then a week later, their other first-round pick, Damon Arnett, shows up on the internet. A video gets posted with him flashing guns and making death threats to people.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Remember that? Yeah. So they both got let go in November of 2020. It's a hell of a week for John Gruden that week.
It's like a whiz-bang character assessment.
You talk about, like, it's one thing to, like, Cleveland. It's one thing to draft, like, Justin Gilbert and Johnny Manziel in the first round with 2 picks. It's another thing to draft 2 guys that a week apart have that happen. So Damon Arnett, who went on to have a very long rap sheet, if you go to his Wikipedia page, several different arrests, many of them for moving violations. Guns are involved in a lot of them. Nothing that I can tell that involves any sort of violence or assault on anybody else. It's a lot of it's possession of weapons, driving with a suspended license, getting pulled over later on that same night, driving on the same suspended license. And then most recently in early 2024, in January 2024, pulled over in Richardson, Texas for possession of meth and unlawful carry of a firearm. He played in the UFL last year for the Houston Roughnecks, Damon Arnett did, in the 2025 season. Season, and they wouldn't allow him. Daryl Johnston, who we interviewed on Radio Row at the Super Bowl, wouldn't allow him in the league. They allowed him back in the league this year because he has reportedly, according to him in interviews that he's done, turned his life around. Mm-hmm. And here is Damon Arnett, and I'll get the name of the person he did this interview with. It was actually up in Dallas, talking about the changes that he's made in his life.
In jail, making wrong decisions, 3 kids, 3 different moms, millions of dollars, no dollars. And where I'm at today is the best version of myself after going through all of that, and still motivated to keep going. The only answer to that is God. There's no way I shouldn't be dead in jail in a way worse situation than I'm in right now. Whatever it is I went through, I feel like it's to prepare me what I've asked for from the very beginning, to be a great son, a great father, a great nephew, just somebody with a good heart can look at me and feel proud and inspired to never quit, to never give up.
Okay, so he turned his life around, played well in the UFL last year. Now the Texans are giving him a shot here.
Well, no, 100%. I mean, it's much better to get a guy after the intervention and after he's realized the mistakes of his youth, all of that, and you take a swing at it and see what happens. Yep. And the Texans have a long history of this, and I approve of it almost every single time. When you can get a defensive back who's extremely physically talented, but for whatever reason it didn't work out, give him another shot, because those guys are really, really hard to find. And especially if it was on the character side of things or maturity side of things, lots of kids, for whatever reason, or young men, obviously make a lot of mistakes, and then sometimes you hear the redemption story and it turns out really well. So I think this is the perfect type of thing to do as you head into training camp and give a guy an honest shot to see how much different he is.
Yeah.
I mean, as opposed to, I mean, the classic example of the opposite was when the Kansas City Three were let go after they were caught smoking a cigar-type substance in the team hotel.
Yeah.
And that wasn't like the only incident that ended. But Sam Montgomery, Willie Jefferson, and Sierra Wood, all three of those guys had issues. Yeah. And I mean, Willie Jefferson was part of the Josh Gordon Taco Bell incident in college. He was Baylor got rid of Willie Jefferson.
Sierra
if you can
Wood,
imagine that.
Sierra Wood, I think, might be in prison right now.
I think in prison for murder, and like not just your normal run-of-the-mill murder.
No,
it was a really bad situation.
Yes.
Sam Montgomery, there are all kinds of questions about his work ethic and whether he had his head right coming into it. So it was like that's when you're spending draft capital on guys that are really, really big question marks. Yeah. This is the opposite. This is spending very little to see if a guy who's a first-round physical talent has the ability to just actually through with that potential.
It'll be interesting. He's 28 years old, so he's a little older than you might think. He's the rare first-round pick that was actually in college for 5 years. You know, he redshirted at Ohio State and then played all 4 years at Ohio State before knocking it out of the park in all the pre-draft stuff, the workouts in the combine and things like that. He was very much kind of a workout warrior sort of pick, and I never had any real accolades in college at Ohio State, but obviously very supremely physically talented. And he was drafted in 2020 and hasn't even played a full season's worth of games in the NFL his entire life yet. No interceptions yet in the NFL either. He's still looking for his first career pick once he gets on the Houston Texans.
You know, I mean, this is obviously just not a direct comparison, but similar in some respects. I remember Jamie Sharper, because Jamie Sharper came to the Texans in the first year from the Ravens after they'd won a Super Bowl. Yeah. And he played with Ray Lewis. And Jamie would say that Ray Lewis, he was already a great player, but when he came back from prison, he was changed for the better in a lot of ways. Mm-hmm. He became a better leader. He was just a different guy. Yeah. And you know, that's an extreme example of it, obviously. But yeah, it's and this is relatively zero risk by NFL standards.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I don't get excited about it, but I'm intrigued by it.
Right,
I'm very intrigued in watching him in training camp the first day.
I am too. They need corners. There's a big drop-off after Kamari Lassiter and Derek Stingley Jr., and they had signed Ronald Darby. I think, you know, if Ronald Darby were still on the team, would they be kicking tires on Damon Arnett? I don't know. We don't know. I mean, he's cornerbacks, and he seems like he's worth bringing into camp. Yeah, like these are the moves you need to make on the margin, especially Seth. I'm guessing he's getting fairly close to a minimum contract out of this. Yeah, I mean, this is Damon Arnett has way more to gain from this than the Texans do right now. I'm guessing he's coming in on a fairly insignificant level deal dollar-wise. These are also the moves you need to make when you start paying guys, like the Texans have started paying guys.
Right, and this is in terms of what kind of football player you're getting. Last year the experiment was Jeff Okudah and C.J. Henderson. Let's see former high first-round picks that just hadn't really delivered on their talent. But you figure, okay, we'll get them in and we'll see. Those two, I felt like Grinch with those two guys because they hear those names and they get excited, and they've got they've got a highlight reel from the good things they've done in the NFL. But it's a cautionary tale of, man, you just can't get overly excited or expect that, oh yeah, this is the thing that is going to put them over the top. It's the exact opposite of Ronald Darby. Ronald Darby's a veteran player who's past his prime, but you just want a guy back there that you can at least know you can depend on. Yeah. This is not that.
No, I did. And maybe it's because they both went to Ohio State. I did have some Jeff Okudah PTSD yesterday with this signing. Like, okay, I don't want to get too hepped up. Former first-round pick. I don't want to get too.
We all turn into NBA fans.
Yeah.
Carmelo Anthony.
Right.
Woo!
Right. Exactly.
You know how many Olympic championships he's won?
Boogie Cousins is on the Rockets? Yeah, an Achilles tear ago, yes. St. Brown pod, this looks like it was recorded not yesterday or
it was
anything
sometime
like
during rookie minicamp because at this point he hadn't even worked out with he had been to Houston but he hadn't caught any passes.
I bet it was at that rookie premiere thing that they do because Jalen Noel was representing the Texans at that.
Yeah, and they were doing it at they were doing the interview in a hotel of some sort.
Yeah, I'm guessing that was out in L.A. I think it was at the NFL, like the NFL that campus they have out in L.A. I bet that's where it was. Here was Jalen Noel. Kind of flexing a little bit.
He's kind of the opposite of all the guys we were just talking about, though, too. This is a guy who you do not have to worry about, I think, getting into any kind of trouble whatsoever.
No.
This is a likable kid, man.
Very much. Take a listen to this. This is Jalen. How many times did he bench 225 at the Combine?
23 reps on bench?
Yeah.
Now you got to run me through, Like,
I mean,
are you a big bench guy? Because I like bench too.
Yeah, no, I seen.
I hit 20.
Yeah,
at the combine. That was hard to do.
Me too.
Like for me, 20 was like damn. But 23, how much do you weigh?
I weigh 195. Right?
That's nuts.
Jeez.
Like,
yeah.
Were you practicing? Were you like repping it out a lot before?
I mean, I'm always been like a big like weight room guy.
Right.
Like, actually, you was talking about earlier how your background with the weight room and stuff. But it's just always something that I get. It's like joyful for me. Like I'm in the weight room. I'm trying to be competitive with other guys, pushing other guys. But it's something that I always like. I knew I'd get a lot of reps. But I didn't know like 23. My goal was like 25. Receiver record was like 27.
Really?
But didn't get too much sleep the night. I'm sure you knew exactly how that felt.
Okay, so 23 reps. Okay, I don't worry about him as much going over the middle at that size.
Well, we talked about this before. It's he is a stout and strong. And the 20 people have talked about like they've taken notice of the 23 reps for a smaller guy.
I didn't know that he had put it up 23 times.
Yeah. So it's like, and it's not just by freak of he's not a freak of nature, and he just naturally can get under there. The part he talked about also just getting under the bench at the combine. It feels heavier than your normal 225 because it's a brand new bar. It's brand new weights. A lot of times weights lose a little bit of weight over time with wear and tear. And there's just everything.
Kind of stressful too, I would imagine.
It's all sometimes the stress gets you. You'd expect that you'd get more reps than you do in training because of the adrenaline and everything.
Rush,
But he mentioned that lack of sleep. It's not because he was out partying the night before.
No.
It's because the combine is so stupid.
Yeah.
It's because they put you in the absolute best position to have your worst workout by keeping you sleep deprived and having you do meetings, wake up at 4 a.m. for a drug test, all that stuff. And he still got 23. He was hoping to get 25.
Yeah.
He's stout. If you look at him, it reminds me a little bit of when you see Stephon Diggs in person for the first time.
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay. For a guy that's going to take a lot of hits over the middle in his career, it's good to be stout.
Yeah.
It's good to be a tough little dude.
And the voice you heard there that's saying, "Oh, I did 20," was Amon-Ra St. Brown, who's one of the best wide receivers in all of football. The St. Brown brothers are the hosts of this podcast. Dude, they play a game with these guys, right? Seth, for the NFL players.
It's called You Don't Know Ball, and it's pretty good. And Jalen Noel was doing a really good job at this. Yeah, I think he had gotten 5 of 6. They just show the face shot. They don't show the number or anything like that.
You just have to say who they are, right?
So he's 5 of 6 when he gets to this next one, and they show a picture of it's Vince Young. But it's Vince Young in an Eagles uniform. You can see that it's green at least. You can see that it's green. You can't see that it's the Eagles.
Yeah.
This is Jalen Noel trying to name the player here.
This is
hints. So I'll give him 4.
This is a quarterback?
Can I see? Yeah,
that's a quarterback. No, I'm not gonna get his name.
Heisman winner.
Heisman. He played for Texas.
Yeah. You got to get this one.
I do got to get this one.
Beat USC national championship.
Yeah, I know who he is at this point. I knew he played for Texas. Where you were, number 10?
Yep. Vince Young.
Yeah, Vince Young. That's on me.
4 for 7. He's good.
Okay. That's on me.
He started off high. He's cooling down.
Let's be clear. That was not his voice giving the first Vince Young on that. That was one of the St. Browns, right?
Yeah. So he and he I'm sure he has zero clue that Vince Young is a Houston institution.
Yeah.
He
just gave back some equity right there.
That was floating around.
He better be a great kid.
Like Vince Young, somebody's going to send that clip to Vince Young. It's going to be funny the first time they meet. I do give him credit. Because remember, 20 years ago, now that's 19 years ago, the national championship. So Jalen Noel was only 2 or 3 years old, and Vince Young was much more famous as a college player than he was at any time in Jalen Noel's football watching life. So I give him a pass on that. There are a couple things. This is how likable this kid is. There were a couple times in that interview, they asked him if he is going to settle down eventually. Where's it going to be? He says Dallas. But it's because his fiance is from Dallas.
Okay.
It's where you're like, man, if this guy wasn't so likable, I might kind of be like, all right, man, I don't know. You better prove yourself. But we'll play the clip later of what car, what his whip is, what car he's currently driving. Yeah. Don't say what it is.
I won't.
I was so impressed with his answer. I was so impressed.
We'll play it in the 7 o'clock hour. We'll do more Jalen Noel. He's super likable.
I have zero worries about this kid, man.
Yeah.
He likes to fish and cook at home with his wife.
That's it. And
he sounds like he's pretty much like he sounds like a 45-year-old man.
Fish, cook, hang out with his wife, and put up 225 23 times. Those are his hobbies.
Yeah,
that's what he likes to do.
Yeah.
and collecting very ordinary cars. That's his other hobby. Yeah. All right, we'll get to more Jalen Noel in the 7 o'clock hour. Let's get to some headlines. We'll circle back to the Astros. Man, big transaction in the NBA yesterday. What does this mean for other sports out there? We'll get to all of that coming up in headlines next.
Oh, you know what else is super important?
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
Jose hits one high, hits one deep, hits one out of Sacramento Stadium as the Astros take a 5-1 lead, a 3-run jack for Jose Altuve, hitting his second here at Sutter Health Park.
They keep going. He keeps hitting.
Contribution from everyone. It was like 5 guys with 3 hits. Drove the ball, good at bats, walks, big hits with 2 outs. It took us a while to get going, but then once we got going, it's fun to watch this guy swing the bats and run the bases aggressively too.
That was Joe Espada. It was an offensive outburst last night. Second night in a row. 13 runs 2 nights ago. Last night, 11 runs on 20 hits. 3 bombs in there. Victor Caratini, Mauricio Dubon also with home runs. In addition to that one you heard from Jose Altuve, and the Astros win 11-4. Valdez as well. Gave up a couple of runs. So that was good to see. Everything clicking right now against a bad team, and that's what good teams are supposed to do. They're supposed to take bad teams to the woodshed, especially after losing in disappointing fashion on a walk-off on Monday night. The Astros are punishing the A's, and they'll play tonight. They'll try to close it out and win the series tonight in Sacramento. But that was a good night last night for the boys, Seth.
It was exactly what you hope to see a good team do versus a really bad team. Second worst pitching staff in all of Major League Baseball. But they like we saw in that series, that didn't always pay off in a whole lot of runs. The biggest thing and most encouraging thing from yesterday, aside from the actual performance, was that all of at least 2 of the pitchers that you're really monitoring are making progress. Javier is going to face live batters. Luis Garcia has not advanced past bullpen sessions, but is very close to facing hitters, according to Espada. And then J.P. France, don't forget J.P. France, has also progressed to facing hitters. So between the return of Jordan and potentially at least 1 or 2 of those 3 guys is going to be back on the Major League roster at some
fingers
point.
Crossed,
yeah. That's as you said yesterday, that is our trade deadline.
Yeah.
I'm not even I haven't even thought about who are they going to trade for. I just want to get back for what is in effect trading for Yordan Alvarez. For what? I don't know, demoting Shea Whitcomb or something.
Yeah, of course.
Because he's back up, by the way, as Brandon Rogers goes to the 10-day IL.
Okay, so that's who went to the IL. That was the big mystery, because they called Shea Whitcomb up just like 3 days of that, and it's for an injury. Okay, so Brendan Rodgers is hitting the IL.
Brendan Rodgers with the oblique strain.
Ooh, those are tricky.
That's what Espada said.
That exact word.
You want to use the utmost caution.
Yeah, the oblique.
Well, he didn't say tricky, but he said.
Well, but I think Jordan has dealt with an oblique before, and everything's tricky with Jordan. Here's Joe Espada talking about the production from the bottom part of the order. Spots 6 through 9 last night went 11 for 18 with a couple of bombs.
Absolutely, we need more of that. And once those guys get going, the top of the order come up with people in scoring position, and we're able to open games up like that when we get everyone contributing and putting good at-bats together.
Yeah, they all had, other than Dubon, who only had 2 hits, they all had 3 hits last night, spots 6 through 9 in the order. So that was great to see, and I think that's been a theme of this run that they've been on here, Seth. The success they've had in the month of June so far. They've been getting contributions from everybody, top to bottom, at various times. So that's been nice.
Yeah, this is and the bottom of the lineup, and Cam Smith, obviously and specifically,
it's huge.
It's so encouraging. Jake Myers, as we do a circle of trust later, is doing everything he can to prove to Payne and Pendergast that hey, this year. June, I am the real deal in the month of June.
Yep.
It was his birthday yesterday.
Happy birthday, Jake.
Yeah, 29 years old.
And maybe we reward him by putting him in the circle of trust in about a half hour. We'll see. Mm-hmm. We'll see. We'll hash it out. This maybe it does. On to the Texans. They are signing cornerback Damon Arnett. If you're not familiar with Damon Arnett, he's a former first-round pick of the Raiders. Back in 2020. He only played 13 games over 2 seasons for the Raiders because they released him in November of 2021 after video popped up on social media of him flashing guns and making death threats. He went on to get a practice squad stint with the Dolphins later that season, actually, and then the Chiefs signed him and cut him a week later. Why? because he's got a long rap sheet of things off the field. A lot of he's been arrested a few times. Typically, it involves some possession of weapons, never really engaging with the weapons, just having the weapons at the time, and a few other things along the way. He's turned his life around. He played in the UFL last year here in Houston for the Roughnecks. If you're a Roughnecks fan, you've watched him play already. This was John McClain last night on Area 45. He was on with Sean and Patrick last night, and they had him on to talk about the signing of Damon Arnett. John McClain, not a fan of this signing.
I think Damon Arnett's the worst signing in this franchise's history. How they have lowered themselves to sign a guy like this, and they said, well, he deserves a second chance. No, he's had a second chance with the Chiefs, with the Dolphins. The Raiders cut him. You know, when the Raiders cut players, you got to be bad.
Okay.
I mean, the way worst signing in the league it would have been if they had given him a respectable contract. Yeah. It's going to be something. Okay, John, I applaud you. You know what, John's.
He cut through, Seth. He cut through.
It cut through. He doesn't qualify for being in the pool of eligible contestants for worst signing of the.
Right.
I get it. I understand the concerns, which is why he's going to get a minimum deal. But I always 100% approve of bringing in a former first-round pick, and the Texans have done a bunch of it. I mean, they had Okudah and Henderson last year. Those were high for
They've done a bunch of it at this position. Vernon Hargraves, Gary Conley, you know.
Right. And I'm cool with it because, okay, sometimes it doesn't work out for guys. It is so hard to find guys with those physical traits.
Yeah.
And if a guy has made a genuine turnaround in his life and you can capitalize on a more mature, a guy that's reformed himself and has those physical traits, who knows what you're going to get? And it's minimal investment.
Yeah.
It's on the injury side of thing, it was Cam Akers last year. 2 Achilles tendons. What the hell? What do you?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you're not paying him anything. Bring him on in. Arnett, the thing, I'll just read some of the pre-draft scouting reports. Tell me if he sounds swarmy to you.
Okay.
These are the anonymous quotes from Bob McGinn. Which, by the way, I'm really like don't none of these anonymous scouts usually have all of the worst character traits.
Yeah.
Nothing about his character. His program character is outstanding. Is the only one I see there. Can play on the perimeter in the slot. He's very physical. Maybe not as fast and athletically gifted as some other guys. Instinctive and tough. Lot of quotes about just how tough he is, how rough he is with the receiver, where he did fit in. But this is just a complete lottery ticket that you bought for $1, and you're just waiting to see what happens.
To me, the only thing that puts this signing in the conversation of worst signing in the history of the team is if Damon Arnett gets arrested again for similar stuff that he's done before or worse. Then the optics of the signing are bad. But this is not. There's no way this is to me, worst signing ever are things like that you've got to work around for multiple years with the cap and stuff like that. You know,
I'm guessing one charity that you're never going to catch McClain attached to apparently is those awesome programs where they help convicts get back on the right path and get jobs and everything.
Maybe I don't know.
Yeah, because apparently everything you do at 22 tells you who you are for the rest of your
28, life. Yeah, I like the signing.
No, he's 28 now. I'm talking about the things he did when he was 22.
And I was completing your sentence. Yeah, that's all I was doing. Yeah. So that's the Damon Arnett signing by the Texans. We'll talk more about that in the 7 o'clock hour. The Lakers got sold yesterday. Not all of it, most of it. The Lakers, 85% of the team. The Buss family is retaining 15% of the team. The valuation on the Lakers, Seth, through this sale is $10 million or $10 billion. I wrote 10 million. $10 billion is the valuation for the Los Angeles Lakers. That's astronomical. That is a massive jump in North America, or in I should say American sports teams. I think the biggest one before this was probably the Commanders, valued at $6 billion, if I'm not mistaken.
Someday. 10,000 years from now, we're going to have a really hard time when they're like, well, what did this society value most? And they're like, it looks like sports teams and bandwidth. Yeah. I guess that's the $10 billion.
$10 billion.
My God.
We got to talk about that later. I think there's got to be a lot of these owners finally going, this might be the time. This
might be the time to sell.
This might be the time to sell.
Oh, Jeannie Buss's kids, I'm sure, 10, 20 years from now. I don't know if she has kids or not. I don't know how fertile Phil Jackson was at that advanced stage of his life.
I don't think Phil's got any kids with her. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. So, at some point they're going to all right, I'm going to cash out. Or, I mean, when you give up partial ownership, it's just if you just become an absentee owner, like the Hunts were with the Chiefs.
Yeah,
it's a nice revenue stream.
Jeannie,
but, the original Hunts, not as much anymore.
Yeah, Jeannie Buss is apparently staying on to run the team, at least for a couple of years. But, yeah, it's Mark Walter, the same guy who owns the Dodgers. So, an L.A. sports empire being built out on the West Coast. All right, those are your headlines for today. 7 o'clock hour. Let's head into the 7 o'clock hour. A little tribute to Will Anderson Jr., a rehashing of the Will Anderson Jr. draft night trade by somebody who hated the trade at the time. Does he like it now? And what's our acceptance level of playing solitaire for if you're a broadcaster or a reporter playing solitaire while watching the NBA Finals? This was funny audio. We'll get to that. Circle of Trust at 7:20 for the Astros. Stay there.
Hey, it is storm season.
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Pendergast with you into the 7 o'clock hour. We go. We'll clean up a few things here on the text page, and then we'll get to Will Anderson Jr. We played a clip earlier of Jalen Knoll trying to guess Vince Young, looking at Vince Young's face and trying to guess who he was on the St. Brown podcast. And one of the hints that the St. Browns gave to Jalen Knoll was won the Heisman at Texas.
Yeah.
Didn't win the Heisman at Texas.
No. Yeah. I was gonna say something, but given my lack of sleep, I was like, I'm definitely probably wrong on this.
I'll credit Greg for reminding us, because that just kind of sailed over my head. It is. He won it the year that Reggie Bush won it, and then Reggie Bush had to vacate it for several years. He just got it back recently, so maybe that's kind of the confusion.
The other thing, the big thing was that Matt Leinart won it the year that Vince Young won the national championship, correct?
No. Reggie Bush won it in 2005. Leinart,
I'm sorry. Well, the year that Vince Young won it. Okay, I got it. I got it.
Yeah, Leinart won
I understand.
Leinart won it the year before. All right. So that's one. Has John McClain ever heard of Ed Reed? We played audio of John McClain saying that the Damon Arnett signing is the worst signing in the history of the Texans.
Which is weird for what is almost definitely going to be a minimum salary type of deal. I don't get that at all. And honestly, Sean, you had said, well, if he gets arrested again, it's the worst signing. No, I would say if he doesn't, you're taking a flyer on a guy who's got extreme physical talent, and things didn't work out because he was immature for himself. There's upside there, and you're just giving him a minimal contract out. There's nothing. If he gets arrested again, you know what you do? You cut him. It's not a big deal.
No, I said the only thing that would put it in that type of conversation would be
even in the conversation.
I trust me. There's way worse signings than this, independent of anything that happens with Damon Arnett.
I think it's a really smart signing, in line with the Cam Akers signing, in line with the Nick Chubb signing.
It's all stuff on the margins. Yeah,
you got guys that have huge upside, but either injury or Damon Arnett type concerns, and it's the Chubb signing is so low risk. It's so low risk. Yeah. It's incredible what a great lottery ticket that is. Yeah. Because the upside is immense.
Yeah. He's making barely more than Daria Gumbawale. I mean, he's
making less than EJ Speed.
Yeah. It's a good way to look at it. All right. If you want to text in 713-572-4610, we'll circle back to Damon Arnett. We do the Circle of Trust here for the Astros in about 15 or 20 minutes. So stay tuned for that. This is a big one because there are only 5 in the last one. This thing might be bursting at the seams based on what they've done in the last 2 days and my personal recency bias on things. So we'll see what happens. Steve Palazzolo used to work for Pro Football Focus. He does a podcast now with Sam Monson, who also used to work for Pro Football Focus, where they kind of break things down on the league. Steve Palazzolo was not a big fan of the Will Anderson Jr. trade on draft night. And he was not alone. There were a lot of people who thought the Texans gave up way too much for Will Anderson Jr. Does Will Anderson Jr. have converts now on draft night? And then we'll get to what his take is on the trade now. But here's him laying out. If you don't recall the actual details, here are the details.
The problem is 3 for the price of 1, essentially. What would you have gotten at 12, at 34, and then next year's first rounder? And at the time, next year's first rounder, we're like, man, the Texans aren't even that good.
Yeah.
That might be a top 10. That's Marvin Harrison Jr. So we're trying to concoct these scenarios. We knew Marvin Harrison Jr. was coming out a year from now. And we said, wait, you might give up 12 and 34 and Marvin Harrison next year, or whoever else you get in the top 5. So the Texans kind of bet on themselves. And, that pick became like 26 or 27 the next year. Good job there.
Yeah, 27 it became. And that was the big thing. Like if the Texans had been bad again in 2023, the optics of that trade, the actuality of the trade, not even the optics, would have looked bad.
People were stating it like it was a mathematical fact that the Texans were going to have the top pick in the draft next year.
Yeah.
How could you give away that such a lucrative pick? They weren't even saying could. Yeah. They were saying, oh, they will. It's they're just so bad.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, and it didn't turn out that way. Obviously, the Texans turned things around in 2023. So Palazzolo hated the deal on draft night. What does he think of the deal? Did the Texans win the Will Anderson deal now?
Here's the way I would look at it. I always say 3 players is better than 1. I think it would actually be tough. Now, if you went with the actual players that were picked at 12 and 34, it's 2 Lions, Jahmyr Gibbs, Sam Laporta with the Cardinals. You can make an argument that Jahmyr Gibbs and Sam Laporta added up are more valuable, better than Will Anderson. You can make that argument. And that's my argument normally with the unknowns. With the unknowns, it's normally give me the 3 mystery boxes over the one certain thing, which is Will Anderson. However, you would be hard-pressed to find 3 combinations of players, 3 players that would actually equal the value of Will Anderson using my own homespun value metrics. It would be very difficult to find the exact right players that the Texans would have taken at 12, at 34, and then the next first rounder next year that would add up to be as good as Will Anderson, at least in the ballpark. So right now, as critical as I was at the time, I'm saying this looks like a win for the Texans.
Yeah, and the Texans probably wouldn't have taken Jahmyr Gibbs and Sam Laporta if they'd kept those picks.
No, there's and Palazzolo. I'm not criticizing him for not hitting on this part of it. Although I didn't watch the whole interview, or the whole podcast. The reason for the trade up, and the reason that Nick would be the first one to tell you that, in general, quantity, and you don't fall in love with individual players too much. That yes, you're treating this like a batting average, and you're going to hit on some, you're going to miss on others. The reason that they were willing to aggressively trade for a non-quarterback like that was because of all the character stuff. Yeah. Because of his personality, his leadership, everything else like that. And to be skeptical of that, because their teams are really, really bad at actually assessing football character. You hear about it so much. We heard about it from Bill O'Brien all the time, and I think he was horrible at assessing football character. I think he thought if you had nice parents and a good GPA, that meant you had good football character, when in fact it's something a little bit different than that.
Yeah.
And with D'Amico, I think D'Amico, as a guy who is able to actually kind of watch a guy on film, talk to coaches at their school, sit down with them and have a conversation at the combine. I think D'Amico is one of the rare people that is actually really, really good at it.
I agree.
And I think between Caserio, who's not as much on the personal side of things, and D'Amico, I think they form a really good team in identifying that type of football character.
Yeah.
So it was the football character and nothing else that made it worth trading that aggressively for a defensive end.
And it's funny.
And I'll say that about other guys who would end up becoming multiple Pro Bowl type caliber pass rushers. You still don't trade that aggressively for a non-quarterback. Yeah. Him and Will and Julio Jones are basically the only guys that teams have ever done that for.
Travis Hunter now too.
And Travis Hunter now, yeah. Which again, you're paying for something above and beyond just his physical evaluation. There's that lanyap to Travis Hunter,
no doubt,
and just him being a unicorn of a sort.
Yeah, for sure. And it's funny too, because we talk all the time when Nick is trading up in the draft, he's trading into a spot where there's bands of players. You're trading up just at 3. You're trading up for that guy. They were going for Will Anderson. There's nobody else they could have been taking because they just picked the pick before. There's no bands of players at 3. You had your pick of the litter at that point. So
if it was the Browns, they would have drafted immediately after C.J. Stroud, Anthony Richardson.
Yeah, 100%. Got a lot of text on this that we'll get to with Will Anderson Jr. So Palazzolo is a convert. He thinks the deal was a good trade. I love this cut. This is J.C. Latham, former teammate of Will Anderson's at Alabama, and now an offensive lineman for the Tennessee Titans. So he's going to see Will twice every year as long as those two are on the same team. They faced off against each other last year in Will's second year and Latham's rookie year in the NFL for the Titans. And we hear from Will Anderson all the time, Seth, last offseason, this offseason, about the things that he's been working on to try to transform himself as a player. If you want proof that stuff is working, other than just the sheer stats and the eye test, listen to J.C. Latham talk about the Will Anderson Jr. that he was expecting to see when he went against him last year and the Will Anderson Jr. that he actually got.
I'm the only guy who can practice just like the game, like unconsciously. So like going against him, I was like, okay, I know I can block this guy in the game. Like, I've blocked him well enough in practice. And I get to the NFL, and everybody's making it like a really big deal. Like, hey, you're going against Will. Do you think you can block? And I'm like, absolutely. Like, he can show you the tape. I have the tape. I have the money from it. You know what I mean? And we get to the game, and that's when I was like, yeah, this motherfucker's gotten so much better. Like, he all won with the ball, like coming off with the ball, and he wasn't as good as he is now compared to college, because like he would get flat for it, you know. But in the league, like, he's mastered that so much. He uses his hand at the top of the rush so much better. He has a lot more counters that he does now than he did in college. He's not just trying to bully the lineman. Like, he's learning how to get around them. He's learning how to pursue, use the right angles, the five line and all that. So yeah, that's when I was like, yeah, this motherfucker. It's like,
yeah, it's different.
Yeah.
Who got the better of who last year?
Oh, he definitely got the better of me, for sure. I'm not going to sugarcoat it or whatever.
My favorite part of that clip, and by the way, if you're that's a guy who practiced against Will Anderson at Alabama and is now saying this guy is a completely different animal than what we had there. My favorite part was when Latham was kind of laying out like how he thought he could block him. He's like, yeah, man, I got the film to prove it. I got the money to prove it. So obviously they had bets going on at practice, you know, about beating each other and whatnot.
Well, and this is the thing. J.C. Latham is 6'6", 340 pounds or so, probably more than that. And in college, Will was very, very raw. He hadn't been raised up as a pure rush end, a 4-3 defensive end that just lines up in a three-point stance way outside and gets after it. He was raw. And some of the skepticism about him was, all right, he's going to have to develop as a pass rusher, because versus huge guys like J.C. Latham, he would get swallowed up sometimes. You'd see Will, like he was his rookie year, the first half of his rookie year, he'd kind of come into it thinking he was going to be able to power rush or bull rush these 345-pound guys, and it's like running into a brick wall. So can he develop above and beyond just his physical traits and his motor and all of those other things? Yeah. And it's a huge question. A lot of people are fond of saying, well, he just has to learn how to use his hands. Lots of guys never learn how to use their hands.
Yeah, it's easier said than done, yeah.
The cool thing there, too, is that in the offseason headed into 2024, Will had talked specifically about getting separation at the top of his rush. And then you hear J.C. Latham talk about how, yeah, he does really well using his hands at the top of the rush. And all of the pro-grow tapes that they talk about, yeah. Will he drills it, he gets better at it, and there's still room for him to improve. That's the really exciting part of it. And I think that right there, like, there's so many other guys, like maybe Trayvon Walker kind of had some similar rawness to him. I think and similarly very impressive physically, but made a lot of plays running around, etc. Mm-hmm. There's no way in hell Caserio would have traded up for Trayvon Walker, not because he's a bad dude or anything, but people didn't gush about him in his football character and his leadership the way they did Will Anderson.
Yeah, that's the differentiator for sure right there. I love that Latham audio, man. Like, if you're a Texan fan, that's got to fire you up. The Titans tackle, who was a teammate of Will Anderson's, telling you, yeah, that guy got the best. I used to be able to block him. Now he's dominating. You know, he's basically saying he's getting the best of me last year, and that he's a different guy. That's really, really cool to hear. Stephen A. Smith, we'll get to the Astros Circle of Trust here in just a few minutes. This is just funny audio. If you're in your car, it's 7:15. Stephen A. Smith, former Rocket Eddie Johnson on Sirius XM. He was, I didn't see this, but I heard about it. I guess he was caught. Somebody sitting in the arena the other night kind of zoomed in on Stephen A. Smith watching the finals, NBA Finals Game 5. And during the game, he was playing solitaire on his phone. Yeah. And getting all kinds of heat on social media about it. They asked him, Justin Termine and Eddie Johnson asked Stephen A. Smith about that. Stephen A. Smith is not happy with you people that are criticizing him for playing solitaire.
I was doing what the hell I always do. And for those out there who don't like it, kiss my ass. When I'm watching the game, I'm watching the game. If there's a break in the action, it could be a dead ball, it could be a timeout or something like that. I can play the damn thing for 2 seconds. Somebody is standing over me, upper deck, zooming in on my phone, watching me and saying, "Oh, he's playing solitaire. He's not focusing on the game." I watch over 100 games a year. I'm on TV every morning for 2 hours, 10 hours live every day. And that's just one job. That don't count Countdown. That don't count Sports Center. That don't count all the obligations that I have. And I'm sitting there and getting a little break, and I decide to play a little solitaire, which, by the way, I always do. And I mean always. If I sit up there, if there's halftime, I might go on my phone for 2 minutes and play solitaire. At the end of the game, before a game, I do the same thing. Damn it, if you had a little break in between, I might have been praying it again because I like the game.
Here's the problem with that.
Okay.
The video shows him playing solitaire while the game was going on.
While the game's going on.
He pulled a little bit of a Mad Dog where he was immediately shut down. I can't remember if it was the same as the initial video or another video emerged of him playing solitaire during the game. There was a he should have just left it at, I play solitaire sometimes. If he had said everything except that I do it during breaks, it would have been fine. But no, he did it while there was action going on. Nope, I'm not buying your alibi, Stephen A. Smith. Not that I even really care that much about it.
No.
I don't need Stephen A. Smith to be he shouldn't be embarrassed in this day and age. He shouldn't be embarrassed or feel like he has to offer up such a huge and inaccurate defense of doing something that, he's going to do it. He watches a lot of basketball.
Yeah, I feel he makes $20 million a year at ESPN. Like, he's got the scoreboard on everybody right now. I don't
expect him to be dialed in, taking notes during every single game.
No.
I give him a pass
now,
on that. But I give him an F on his self-defense because he didn't. It's just like a courtroom case.
Yep.
Where we actually have footage of you entering the facility when you claimed
perjury.
You claimed your niece's birthday party. Yeah.
Now, if he's that upset about it, what he can do is take notes during the game and then tweet a picture of your notes, like I do.
Oh, like you do.
The Pender notes, man.
You definitely don't play solitaire versus.
I do not, and I have.
But you also only have to attend 8 to 9 games plus playoffs during the year in person.
In person, yeah. No, I do notes for all the games, though. I do notes for the road games too. So that was Stephen A. Smith. That was just entered to the Astros Circle of Trust. All right, so John McClain said earlier. Ben, do we still have McClain pulled up? Let's play it here real quick. It's a quick clip. This was John McClain on Area 45 last night saying that the Damon Arnett signing by the Texans. Texans are signing Damon Arnett, cornerback. He's got a fairly lengthy rap sheet, but has turned his life around. John said this was the worst signing in the history of the team.
I think Damon Arnett's the worst signing in this franchise's history. How they have lowered themselves to sign a guy like this, and they said, well, he deserves a second chance. No, he's had a second chance with the Chiefs, with the Dolphins. The Raiders cut him. When the Raiders cut players, you got to be bad.
All right, so that was John last night. Text message. I agree with John. We could have signed an established corner in Jair Alexander. Probably not for league minimum, but don't you think the extra money would have been worth it? Yeah, maybe. I mean, Jair Alexander hasn't been on the field much the last 2 years either. He's played 7 games in each of the last 2 years. But here's what sometimes people don't understand. And Texter, I don't mean to take you to task here, but we need to make an example out of you. When you say they could have had so-and-so, this isn't the draft. This isn't you're not selecting guys. It's free agency. Guys go to teams for different reasons. Jair Alexander was a college teammate of Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson is the quarterback with the Baltimore Ravens. That could be a huge tipping point for Jair Alexander in making his decision as to which team he was going to go to. So I think you need to understand, that's how free agency works. It's not you're just handpicking a guy.
Well, and there's also this going to be the starting cornerback with the Ravens, and Marlon Humphrey at the nickel, and Nate Wiggins out there, their first rounder on the other side. Yeah. So that wouldn't be the case here. And I know people have said, well, hey, you can move Kamari Lassiter down to nickel. It probably wasn't as clear cut as that. And I think the upside of Kamari Lassiter is that they're not going to shuffle everything around from whatever their plans are for Jair Alexander. His contract, I don't believe, ended up being anything all that lucrative, and they may have actually had discussions about Jair Alexander. But even if it was 1 year, $4 million plus incentives, if that ends up being what it was, I think that sounds very, very reasonable. But it also means that yes, it could be that the Texans offered him something similar, but he just preferred to go to the Ravens. Where the situation was a little bit more clear.
And we're there. Let's be honest, right now, they're a better football team than the Texans.
The other part about Jair,
he might want to win a Super Bowl, and there's a better chance he does that right now with the Ravens and the Texans.
The other part about Jair Alexander, and their pass defense last year, it got a lot better in the second half of the season, but it needed improvement.
Yeah.
But the other part about Jair Alexander that made me really uncomfortable was that there were all these reports that the team was frustrated with him because he wasn't willing to play through some of the injuries that perhaps they felt like he should have played through. That's a big red flag for me, and that was what I was kind of leaning into. When yesterday I was saying just that same thing, and somebody on my live stream said, "Hey Seth, the Ravens just signed Jair Alexander." I thought, crap!
Of all the teams,
of all the teams, it does a pretty guys are the right kind of guys.
Yeah,
the Ravens do a pretty damn good job of that.
That's secondary, man. Like if they get the version of Jair Alexander that was a Pro Bowler in Green Bay, and they drafted Malachi Starks from Georgia to go with Kyle Hamilton in the corners that you just named, holy smokes, that's a good secondary right there. Texans have a good secondary too, though. All right, let's get to this. Do we have our intro here? Circle of Trust time, baby.
When it comes to our favorite players, it comes down to one question. Can we trust you?
See, if I can't trust you, then I have no choice but to put you right back outside the circle.
Who's in, who's out? It's the Payne and Pendergast Astros Circle of Trust.
All right, let's do this. We've been anticipating this. This was the date that was set for us to do the next Circle of Trust from about the time that Jake Myers was left out of the last Circle of Trust, which is about, I don't know, probably, what did it feel like, Seth? About 3 weeks ago we did this? Definitely less than a month.
It was, it was right as we were going into May. So it was either very end of May or beginning of June because last year Jake Myers was awesome in May.
Yeah, that's right.
And his numbers were pretty much identical up through May 31st as they were this year. And then he fell off of a cliff.
That was my argument.
Yeah, exactly. And at the time I said, you know what? I feel like he made substantive changes in his approach, his swing, all of those, and they were paying off. So I didn't expect him to continue on at the same clip he was playing at in May, but I did feel like it was more like, no, this is the real Jake Myers. I think we're cool here.
For those who missed it, Seth put him in. I left him out. Always the tiebreaker was swayed enough by my argument to leave him out, which doesn't happen very often. Ben oftentimes sides with Seth in these things. It was the rare unicorn of an occasion where Ben sided with me. All right, so before we get to Jake, we had the 5 who were in the smallest circle of trust we'd ever had at that point. Now, the Astros, since we did our last circle of trust, have been arguably the best team in baseball. I'd have to go look at the record, but they've been one of the best teams in baseball since then. So it stands to reason there's going to be more people in this time than last time. But, Seth, is there any reason to eject any of these people from the circle of trust? The 5 who were in it previously. Hunter Brown.
No.
Framber Valdez.
No.
Jeremy Pena.
No.
You sound like Rafael Devers. No. Isaac Paredes.
No.
And Josh Hader representing the bullpen at large.
Yeah, we don't go into depth and detail with
We're
the
not
bullpen.
going to hash out whether Okert
yeah.
deserves to be in. Yeah,
the bullpen is the most exalted member of the Circle of Trust right now.
Right now, they
so
are.
There's Brian Abreu, a couple little. The game always makes you a little bit nervous, but other than that, Circle of Trust for the bullpen.
Circle of Trust for the bullpen. Face of it, Josh Hader. So there we go. So those 5 are all still in. So this can only expand this Circle of Trust that we're about to do. All right, let's get right to it. Okay. This is what people have been waiting for. All right, before we get to Jake, here's Jake Myers, another 3-hit game last night. I'm sure Seth has the numbers pulled up in front of him right now to let me know how Jake is doing so far in June, which I would do. 3 hits last night. It's been very good. How did you feel at the plate?
Yeah, I felt good. I thought I put some good at-bats together. It was a great game by everybody, though.
Okay, there's Jake. There's one from Jake.
Yeah.
Here's Jake on his thoughts on
the... Pretty exciting, man. I'm ready to go run through a brick wall.
Thoughts on the ballpark in Sacramento.
Yeah, the ball's carrying. It definitely carries. We had heard that. And so, it definitely carries.
Yeah, there you go. He credited the atmosphere.
6-second answer where he told us 3 times.
Barometric pressure.
3 times in 6 seconds. Hey, Ben, play that again. I'm not sure if I'm not sure if I'm gathering. Does the ball carry?
The ball's carrying. It definitely carries. We had heard that. And so, it definitely carries.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what? He's trying to downplay his performance, but at the same time downplaying the perforance of everybody else. Yeah,
I really.
You like the ballpark more than you like your actual teammates? Why don't you bring up how crappy the A's bullpen is?
I so want to put him in, but man, like trust is a very multi-layered thing.
Oh, I like those. I like those humble answers.
He's boy.
Multi-layered thing. You hate him so much for no good reason.
You
know why? You know why you hate him?
Why do
because
I hate him,
because he's pure and innocent and good in a way that you never were or never will be.
He's a kid from Omaha, Nebraska, is what he is. He is the heartland of baseball. Omaha,
all right,
Nebraska.
are you ready to hear about whether he dropped off in the month of June at all?
Sell me on Jake Myers here.
Month of May, he hit 327.
Yep.
How are you going to follow that up? Well, so far in the money,
Okay.
Say, all right, let's look at
and it's Juneteenth. I mean, it's June 19th right now, so we're 2/3 of the way through the month. Continue.
So the OPS plus. So the average baseball player has a 100 OPS plus.
Yeah.
They standardize it.
Yep.
He was 145 in the month of May.
He's
very,
really
very good.
Very good.
He took a little dip, but still in a very, very respectable 130 in the month of June.
130 OPS. Now that is a convincing stat right there.
OPS plus.
OPS plus.
His
plus.
OPS was 879 in May. It was it's 400 so far in June, but still, 879 and then 803.
803. Okay.
Yeah.
If it's
still
400,
very respectable OPS.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
He has continued his stretch of quality performances. Yes.
Yeah, boy.
For 2 straight months now.
Texter pointing out it was his birthday. You've got to let him in. It was his birthday yesterday.
29 years old.
Yep. 20. Okay. So for sake of comparison. And the reason I left him out in late May was because he had a 900-plus OPS in May of last year, as he did, he was high 8s this year.
Yeah.
But last year, his OPS for the rest of the season was below 600. Not below 700. He was below
atrocious.
600. He was like a pitcher hitting for the rest of the year. Oh,
the
boy.
real big, and the big difference, the only notable thing that would really elevate his OPS is that he had 3 home runs in May.
Yeah.
And he hasn't hit home runs in June.
Yep.
So which was, there's a little bit of flukishness to that.
Sure.
The batting average, the OPS plus, everything else, he's performing very, very well, Sean.
Okay.
Very, very well.
Making an intro. You make that case. You're obviously voting thumbs up on him. You voted thumbs up last time.
He had 11 RBIs in May. He's only had 3 so far in June. I don't blame him for that.
No. That's a.
You know what? The big part of that though too is, all right. So he hasn't been able to knock guys home in June, which obviously you don't have total control over that. But last year in June, he started. In critical situations, he looked lost at the plate.
He did.
That hasn't been the case with him this year.
Putting the bat on the ball this year. You know what else we haven't seen lately, Seth? Is lately, as opposed to the beginning of the year, and this may have had as much to do with the fact that he was playing in between 2 amateur corner outfielders at the time, and Cam Smith in right field and Jose Altuve in left field. We haven't seen nearly as many near car crashes involving Jake in the outfield. He's supposed to be the skipper out there. He's supposed to be, and so there were times early in the season where I'm like, man, Jake is going to get somebody killed, maybe himself. And we haven't seen much of that lately either. I will add to this that I got a threat in DMs on Twitter. Now, not a threat like
Lance McCullers style?
No one's threatening my kids, but it was a threat of somebody withdrawing their listenership of Payne and Pendergast. Junior DM'd me and said, if that is your real name, by the way, Junior, he said this: if Jake is not, he did this, and like the same guy that was DMing Lance, did it late at night, possibly with alcohol involved. If Jake is not in the circle of trust, I will never listen to Payne and Pendergast again. So that has to factor in as well.
But that sometimes that might get a little reverse psychology to tell you.
Sean Pendergast does not negotiate. All right.
If that guy's name is Junior and it's because he's Samoan and Junior's kind of a common actual name for Samoans, just maybe heed that warning, okay?
Okay.
Like he's don't make it physical, okay? I can tell you from experience. Don't make it personal against the Samoan. Damn it.
I am taking away my listenership in your right arm. Those are the things I'm taking away. All right, so this is, we're down to it.
He's going to beat you down, but be incredibly polite about it.
Yes.
I'm sorry I have to do this, man. But
Okay, so Seth, you make excellent points. Excellent points. Junior, you scare me a little bit, no doubt. Boy, and
I'm saying you stop this.
And I have really been. This has been weighing on me for a long, long time throughout the month of June. So, here's the moment of truth. Jake Myers, Circle of Trust.
There you go.
He's in. He's in.
Boy, what a birthday for Jake Myers.
Huge birthday.
This is like Boxing Day for his birthday. It's the day after his birthday. He got all his birthday presents yesterday, which he probably gave to charity.
Yeah.
Because unlike Sean, Jake Myers is a man who cares about doing the right thing.
Yeah.
And now today he's getting inducted into the Circle of
It's
Trust.
a federal holiday.
Yes,
Juneteenth
on
and
Juneteenth.
Jake Myers Boxing Day. Yes, yeah.
We
Federal
have,
holiday in Canada. Yeah, in Omaha, Nebraska. Yeah.
That's all. You know what the Circle is? Just much like the reason Juneteenth is celebrated news month late on Jake Myers being somebody you can depend on. He had to wait and wait and wait for the right thing to happen.
Oh, man. Text page weighing in. There's a lot of people that are like, Sean, he better go in. All right. He better go into the Circle of Trust. He's in. Jake's in. All right, so we got to do this quick, Seth. Who else is in here? Is Altuve back in the Circle of Trust? How about that? This was such a big topic, this Jake Myers. Buried is the fact that we left Altuve out, and then he went on a tear, and then he didn't go on a tear, and now he's back to hitting again. Yeah.
He went on a tear immediately after he was ejected from
the next
Circle
day.
of Trust.
Yeah, the next day.
Boy, I'll tell you what, with Altuve, I'll make it real simple.
Yeah.
So in the last 28 days, 355 batting average.
Yeah.
1,036 OPS.
He's in.
That's pretty damn good, man.
The only argument to leave him out is that he was fueled by the last time we left him out. But we can't do that.
I'll tell you what, that is a rebound, man.
That's fun.
He's hitting since then, despite anything like in the recent memory, 355 with a 1,036 OPS.
Wow, yeah. I mean, he's been hitting he's got 12 home runs now, man.
He got the message, Sean. He got the message.
He did. You can credit us for that. So Jose Altuve in the Circle of Trust. Is Christian Walker in the Circle of Trust?
No, he had 2 errors on one play last night.
Yeah, he's not.
He's been hitting. He's not hitting like a bum, but he's hitting like an average big leaguer.
Yeah.
And he had 2 errors on one play last night. He's had some flubs as a fielder. Now I do give him credit for Framber. Framber snagged, I think, in the first inning, and just laughed at it, and then had all the time in the world to almost overthrow Christian Walker at first base, and Christian Walker came down with it. That was good by Christian Walker.
Yeah.
Framber's so much fun.
I'm going to miss him when he's gone. Yeah, for sure. I think we need to make a rule on Christian Walker and Yainer Diaz that until their OPSs get up over 700, we can't even entertain talking about them.
I'm willing, since we've just settled one controversy, I'm willing to wait a little bit. The problem is Yainer was so bad early in the season that by and large you ignore the fact that he's put up good numbers. Now he does it. He's got some bad plate appearances, and it's like in clutch moments at times. But the next Circle of Trust, it's going to be hard for me to keep him out. I think especially because he is a catcher.
Yeah, I'm keeping him out for now.
Oh, okay, but we also have to. I mean, the Astros are one of the worst teams in the league at holding guys on base. But a lot of that's more because of the pitchers than the catchers.
Yeah. Just Yainer and Walker are out for now. Okay, we got to rapid fire these.
Okay.
Cam Smith, Circle of Trust or no right now?
He's in the periphery of the Circle of Trust, and I don't want to lower the bar because he's a rookie.
I don't want to get swept up too much in 2 nights against the A's either.
Yeah,
like he's had 2 really good games in a row against the A's though.
Right. Yeah. So we want to just hold off on Cam. He's a rookie. He's got to earn his way in. We're not going to do like the Astros social media team and make a big deal out of something.
He made the team, yeah.
And they invited his entire family and extended family to try to squeeze into the Circle of Trust with him.
Is Dubon in the Circle of Trust right now? I mean, the numbers aren't great.
Brandon Walker going on the IL. Let's.
Brandon Rogers. Yeah, Brandon Rogers.
Yeah, Brandon Rogers. Sorry.
Yep.
And then Brandon Walter is.
We'll get to them. We'll get to them.
No.
No, I say no too. Been good lately, but it's the Circle of Trust. We can't just lower the bar. All right, so and I'm just running this past you just to make sure we cover all the bases here. Do we put any of the short timers that have been doing these spot starts in the Circle of Trust quite yet? I mean, Brandon Walter has been amazing for his 3 starts, but it is only 3 starts so far.
No, I don't. Those guys need at least
Gordon,
1 more month.
Gusto,
it's too much for just. This is the opposite of when we put Altuve in the circle of trust and he responds. It happened with Bregman too. Those are guys that are capable of responding in the moment. With these guys, I feel like you give them too much credit, and there's a really good chance that if we put them in the circle of trust, they're going to let up 12 runs in 1 inning.
We are simpatico on this. Okay, good. So the new circle of trust, only adding 2. Only adding 2, but I think we've got more that are kind of converging on it now. You know, I feel like if the Astros keep playing well and these guys we just named keep playing the way they are, we're back to those old days of the double-digit number of guys in the circle of trust. But for now, the circle of trust, Hunter Brown, Framber Valdez, Jeremy Pena, Isaac Paredes, Josh Hader and the Haderettes, Jake Myers back in. So we have a 7-entity circle of trust. That feels about right. I think that feels about right. All right, good stuff. We did it. We'll do another one sometime down the road here in the next few weeks. We'll definitely do one more before the All-Star break, for sure. Circle of trust. All right, continuing on, rolling on here in the 7 o'clock hour. LeBron James went Southern Belle yesterday with Steve Nash on ring culture in the NBA. LeBron, man. LeBron, you got to hear what LeBron had to say. LeBron, where did this ring culture come from? I've got the audio to tell you, LeBron, and we'll do that coming up next.
and Pendergast.
LeBron on ring culture got a lot of run yesterday. LeBron does a podcast with Steve Nash. We'll hear from LeBron on that podcast in a second. But before we do that, here is LeBron James back in 2010, July of 2010, when he chose to take his talents to South Beach, play for the Miami Heat, and the Heat had a big pep rally, big celebration to welcome LeBron James and Chris Bosh to team up with Dwayne Wade. And LeBron talked about championships and how many they were going to win.
You three kings came down here to win championships. Not one, championships.
Not two.
LeBron, tell us about that.
Not two, not three, not four, not five, not six, not seven. Hey, and when I say that, I really believe it.
Okay, now here's LeBron this week on his podcast with Steve Nash going, I don't know where this ring culture came from.
It's funny, I don't know. I don't know why it's discussed so much in our sport and why it's the A-all, B-all. To me, you know, Allen Iverson and Charles Barkley and Steve Nash, you know, our wasn't unbelievable. Like, oh, they can't be talked about or discussed with these guys is because this guy won one ring or won two rings or won, like, it's just weird to me. It's like saying Peyton Manning can't be in the same room with Brady or Mahomes because he only has one ring. They don't never discuss that in their sport.
Right.
Or telling me that Dan Marino is not the greatest slinger of all time, or he can't be in the room with those guys because he didn't win a championship.
Not two, not three, not four, not five, not six, not seven.
Where did this come from?
Can you give at least one little nod to your personal responsibility for this dynamic?
Yes!
I get it. You know, we don't have to blame you completely for it, but at least acknowledge that it has been a thing with you and that you have maneuvered your way into various situations in pursuit of that ring. Let's not, come on, man.
Yes.
Very Southern Belle-like of that.
Very Southern Belle-like.
Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why everybody's angry at me. All I did was tell the truth about my. All I did was tell my sister Gilda's husband Humphrey about just everything she says behind his back. That she told me. I mean, yes, I told her in confidence and told her I would never say, but it's the truth. I just can't be. Why would you? It's also a very good chosen tactic of dictators.
Yeah.
Cause a commotion and then be the person who restores order from the commotion that you created, and then you can say, "Look at what I have done.
Yeah.
Look at what I have done for you. After I burned down half the village, I rebuilt the village."
Yep.
Yes. Is there a way I can blame anybody else in this matter?
Right. Here's another one from LeBron. This was LeBron right after the Cavaliers beat that 73-win Warriors team. And this, I think, this cut you're about to hear, I think gives a little bit of a window into why I think LeBron is taking the stance that he is on ring culture this week. But here is LeBron talking about the win over the Warriors back in 2016, I think it was, makes him the GOAT.
The first wave of emotion was when everyone saw me crying. Like, that was all for 52 years. Everything in sports was going on in Cleveland. And then after I stopped, I was like, that one right there made you the greatest player of all time.
All right, so that made me...
So the championship that results in a ring, is that the...
Because he went on to say, because it was a 73-win team that everybody was doubting them going in, blah, blah, blah. This, to me, is I think LeBron is taking this stance because I think he takes the comp with Michael Jordan way more seriously than anything that's going on beneath those guys in terms of number of rings.
Yeah.
LeBron bringing up where did this ring culture come from, I think it is noteworthy that Michael has 6 and LeBron has 4, and that gets thrown in his face, appropriately so, every time that the argument. I'm not saying that that's the end-all and be-all, but I'm certainly bring up the 6 rings in my argument for him. I think this has way more to do, him taking this stance with him versus Jordan, than it does LeBron trying to uplift guys like Steve Nash and Charles Barkley and others who've not won a single championship yet.
And I do think, honestly, so let's see, where will I confess to using rings and I feel it's justified. I do think with Tom Brady it's justified, partly just because what I'd always said about Tom Brady versus Peyton Manning when it was still a debate was that Tom Brady is the ultimate football player, whereas Peyton Manning is the ultimate quarterback.
Yeah.
The times where Tom Brady came up clutch in the playoffs, and yes, it helped him that he was on a team where coming up clutch might mean getting into field goal position, etc.
Sure.
I'm not trying to separate Bill Belichick from the equation, but one thing remember those old Colts teams? You know what they were really good at? Turtling before contact.
Yeah.
Like nobody ever took a hit. The wide receivers, the quarterback, they feared contact so much. They would just, Peyton, he was really good and was really smart, but he would throw the ball away before anybody hit him.
Yep.
Tom Brady would just take a crushing blow from a 245-pound inside linebacker in his chest and deliver the perfect throw.
Right.
He was a football player.
Yep.
And I think Tom Brady saw the entire game more completely and thoroughly than Peyton Manning did. I think a lot of defensive coordinators who coached against both those guys thought Tom Brady was way more of a headache because he was in your head.
Yeah.
He did a much better job of really diagnosing and figuring out exactly what you were doing. Obviously, up there is one of the all-time greats.
Yeah.
Tom Brady was just the complete deal as an actual football player.
Tom Brady doing it at the beginning of his career with a cast of characters and then doing 3 more at the end of his Patriots career with a whole nother group of players and then going to Tampa Bay and doing it with a whole other team.
Yeah.
That's where the rings do factor in, where you're kind of parsing that stuff out there. But I just found that cut funny. LeBron, where did this ring culture, where on earth?
Not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7.
So no,
in the whole super team dynamic as well.
He was
all
the
about
gang
getting
up.
a ring and
the gang up. Yeah. Now counterpoint by a texter. It was a damn pep rally for a team, and the goal is to fire up the crowd. His take on ring culture is dead on. Now
No. I didn't say his take on ring culture was wrong.
Yeah.
My issue is him not accepting any
role.
Part of it whatsoever, and him being baffled by it.
Yeah.
That's the part that's wrong. Like I don't know where this comes from. Like, dude, because your entire career has been about engineering an opportunity to get a ring and throwing everything else by the wayside.
Yep.
Like it's just, which isn't. I'm not saying that's bad.
Yeah.
I'm just saying own up to it a little bit.
Yes.
Don't act like you're like an innocent victim of this cultural trend that I don't get it. I don't get it. He's been a huge part of it.
Yeah, for the texter who said about the pep rally, that's actually a very good point. And obviously, we're doing some of this for entertainment purposes. That's a good point because I've said that many times. Like one thing that's used as like public record in a courtroom or something like that. People say things to get the crowd fired up. So take the pep rally out of it, and I'll go back to Seth's point, which is his going to Miami with Chris Bosh and Dwayne Wade, his buddies, specifically for the goal of winning championships, is part and parcel, if not a major ingredient, in the ring culture that LeBron professes to know nothing about in this podcast. Where did this come from? I have no idea where pray tell. Governor?
With LeBron, and honestly, with LeBron, it's funny because he's been a superstar since he was in high school, and there's always been a part of him where it's almost like when a prince decides to disguise himself and go live amongst the common folk.
Yeah.
But there's certain telltale things like when he wakes up and he's like, what? Wait, what time does the butler arrive? Where is this? He just doesn't, he can't quite see things the way they really are when it comes to the way people operate because he's always been so good.
Yeah.
I'm not taking a shot at his actual playing ability or anything. There's just a certain detachment there where he can never quite get exactly the way like real non-best players who ever lived like have to like go about their daily lives.
Where did you come up with your sister Gilda's cousin Humphrey or whatever the hell you said? That was amazing.
I don't know. Those probably aren't like classic Southern team, deep South
Humphrey
names.
feels like a Southern name to me. Gilda, I think of Gilda
Well, it
Radner.
wasn't until that bastard Herbert Humphrey. I don't know.
It used to be a burger place in Pearland called Big Humphreys, and it was good. All right, Seth Southern Bell impersonation unmatched #epic on the text page. They like the Southern Bell.
One thing I was noticing though, because I like LeBron's podcast, and you get some really good guests. And the one thing I've noticed, I was thinking about this when I was watching the St. Brown podcast, is Amon Ra and Equanimous Brown were interviewing Jalen Noel.
Yeah.
I almost said Green.
Good job.
It's like one of the things that makes them such good interviewers is that they're bad interviewers. It's that because they end up just having a conversation. Yeah. Because I'm watching it, so they're not going into it trying to, exactly like, okay, I'd like to ask this question, I'd like to ask that question. They do a really good job of there's kind of dead air and awkward moments and everything, but guys just feel really comfortable talking to them.
Yeah.
And in such a way that your Syracuse broadcasting degree doesn't teach you how to be a real human being. You gotta, they're just being actual guys, and then obviously there's a certain trust factor, I think, from
no doubt
from other athletes with them.
Yep, for sure. This last thing before we get to the break here, and maybe it sums up my take on the LeBron. If LeBron had 7 rings instead of 6, he would be telling you how important the rings are.
Yeah.
That's how I feel about it with LeBron.
You're definitely your most petty. I can't get on your level of pettiness with LeBron James.
I just think he frames everything to support whatever the argument is to make him look good.
But I can tell you fly your petty flag.
He irritates
when you hear LeBron.
No doubt. Yeah. No, you're 100% right. That is not a blind spot for me.
That's like Jake Myers and myself are more. We like to focus on the good.
The Jake one is a little more inexplicable, I think, but I do have a glitch with Jake. I do. I just do. I don't know what it is.
He's probably pure, and you need to soil it.
Dude, he's probably he's probably a better dude than I am. All right, into the
I didn't realize it was so genuine.
Into the 8 o'clock. It's petty. It is petty. Yeah. All right, 8 o'clock hour. All right, Damon Arnett is the newest Houston Texan. We've got opinions on both sides of the aisle on this somewhat controversial signing of former Raider quarterback and long rap sheet Wikipedia page Damon Arnett. We will get both opinions on this signing coming up next.
If you ask Nico Collins. Dial TFM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 8 o'clock hour we go. The Texans signed Damon Arnett, cornerback, formerly of the Raiders. Probably, as far as his NFL career goes, he was with the practice squad with the Dolphins for a brief period of time. He was with the Chiefs for a week before he got arrested on another occasion. He's got a long rap sheet. Lot of and each of the arrests seems to have an element of him possessing a gun but not discharging the gun.
Yes, I feel like that's important.
A lot of gun possession going on, not a lot of gun shooting going on.
This is I got to take these to this. This is a Second Amendment issue more than the Texans issue. Other than the time he threatened people on the live stream with his weapons, that was a little bit of that might have been a step too far. I
feel like there's three that we need to point out, and we're going to play audio from Damon Arnett in just a second here. Yeah. He's obviously turned his life around, or the Texans wouldn't be signing him. Of all teams, I think the Texans wouldn't be signing Damon Arnett. Played for the Roughnecks this past season here in Houston in the UFL. I think the three most – he was in the NFL for a total of 13 games with the Raiders. He was released by the Raiders when a video surfaced back in early November of 2021 of him flashing guns and making death threats to people online. And this, keep in mind, that video surfaced a week after the Henry Ruggs DWI that killed a person. So the Raiders, both their first-round picks from the previous year's draft gone in a week for really bad reasons. The second one for me that I just chuckle at is he got pulled over for driving with a suspended license. This is like a year later.
It happens.
Pulled over. Happens. The cop said, okay, we're going to let you go. If your friend drives home, we'll let you go. He got pulled over later that same night with a suspended license.
Well, how is he going to get the car safely home?
His buddy, his friend. The third,
that was a lapse in judgment.
The third one, and I think that definitely a lapse in judgment. The third one, the most recent one, and it's not all that long ago. It was in early 2025, it's January of 2024. He was arrested for having meth and obviously having a gun. That's
possession
part
of
his gimmick.
Unlawful carry of a firearm. Yeah, this is where that word that Rich Lord loves might creep in. Recidivism. Recidivism.
He loves that.
This is what scares me the most about all of it, and it doesn't scare me. To be clear, up front, I'm guessing the deal is for the veteran minimum. Yeah. You're taking a flyer on a guy that's gone through some stuff. We're going to hear from here in a second. Yeah. It sounds like he's kind of maybe grown up ways. It's relevant that what was the one in Kansas City where it was assault? He was arrested.
It was
for assault
okay.
with a deadly weapon.
Let me pull that. It's, signed by KC in January of 2022. 9 days later, he was arrested in Vegas for assault with a deadly weapon, carrying a concealed weapon without a permit, and 2 counts of carrying an illegal controlled substance.
Right.
I don't know the details of that one. I don't have.
This is my dividing line is usually there's crimes against oneself and then crimes against humanity.
Yeah.
The assault gives me pause. That and the earlier one where he was brandishing the weapons on social media, that gives me pause.
Yep.
That's a crime against humanity.
Yep.
Making threats with weapons. But then the one that's a crime against oneself, but freaks me out a little bit is the meth.
Yeah.
I don't, if a guy got pulled over with marijuana or something, okay, so be it. However you feel about that, it's a bad decision. But the meth, man, it's not something to be trifled with, especially if you've got prior issues. That's the one that makes me feel most nervous about it. That aside from the actual assault charges.
And reportedly he wanted to get into the UFL last year in 2024. Their season would have been starting just weeks after that meth arrest, and the UFL said no. The UFL did say yes to allowing him in their league this past spring, and he played for the Roughnecks. Here was Damon Arnett. He did a sit-down with Jean-Jacques Taylor, who is he's a host up in Dallas. He covers the Cowboys up there, and he did a sit-down with Damon Arnett. He's from Dallas area. On the changes. This is Arnett after all the arrests, on the changes that he'd made in his life and kind of the wake-up call that he got.
In jail, making wrong decisions, 3 kids, 3 different moms, millions of dollars, no dollars. And where I'm at today, is the best version of myself after going through all of that, and still motivated to keep going. The only answer to that is God. There's no way I shouldn't be dead in jail in a way worse situation than I'm in right now. Whatever it is I went through, I feel like it's to prepare me what I've asked for from the very beginning, to be a great son, a great father, a great nephew, just somebody with a good heart can look at me and feel proud and inspired to never quit, to never give up.
If I were to give advice, I would tell him to up his energy level a little bit on
Yeah,
his
as far as,
interviews.
and like in presenting yourself, that guys whose
I'm
drug
being
problems
serious.
are behind him and everything. No, 100%. Like I think most people listening would be like, okay,
Yeah.
I think I'm all for guys turning their lives around, and sometimes it can happen. The thing you always have to be wary of, and is, again, I'm cool with the deal because I'm guessing it's minimal, and they would cut ties with him as soon as there's a hint of trouble. The problem with people sometimes when they've been through multiple brush-ups and they've get really good at saying exactly what the counselor or the judge or anybody else wants to hear. You know, my wife was a intervention counselor. The guys that have been through it the most know exactly what to say. They've been basically coached up on what to say.
Yep.
So really, it just has to come down to what have his actions been like for the last 18 months since his last arrest, and he apparently walked the narrow path while he was in the UFL. And we'll see. We'll see. I'm not going to look at it like, oh, yeah, this guy's the answer.
Yeah.
It's just, it's what Nick always says. Get a guy in the building and see what happens.
Aaron Wilson's got a quote. Aaron Wilson, KPRC2. He's got two things, actually. Aaron Wilson actually did an interview with Damon Arnett that's up on his YouTube page. It's very good. The problem is the audio quality is not great. Aaron, if you're listening, I would tell you, invest in some microphones. Because you get good interviews, but invest in a couple migrophones and then the audio becomes a little bit more usable.
I'll tell them right now, anybody out there who's interested, the best one that's easy to use, Figgy uses this.
Yep.
It's the DJI.
I just bought some.
DJI 2. Super easy. Yeah.
Yep. They have the magnet. You can clip them to your shirt right there.
Yeah.
They're great. Yep, I bought them also. So invest in those. They're worth a couple $100, but it's well worth it. Anyways, so Aaron's got some good stuff in an interview with him. Aaron also talked to John Gruden, and Gruden had this quote on Damon Arnett. He's got a whole new identity. He doesn't look the same. He doesn't act the same. His identity. He's changed the circle of people in his life in a good way. He's focused. He's determined. He's got to make up for some time that he lost. He's really concentrating on stringing good days together. I'm really proud of him, end quote. John Gruden drafted Damon Arnett in Las Vegas for the Raiders back in the day. He and Arnett mentions those things in the interview with Aaron. Like, he's changed his inner circle. He's changed a lot of things. He's 28 years old, man. So he's 28 years old with 3 kids, with 3 different women. He's got a short runway here where he can really start to recoup some of the millions and millions that he lost by being a knucklehead these last few years. You know?
Hey, John Matuzak existed. John Matuzak was an absolute mess. People in Houston that are of a certain age will remember this.
Yes.
And he figured, ironically enough, when he went to the Raiders, he figured it all.
Go figure.
He got his life turned
I'm like
around.
that guy and that guy.
I don't know if he ever turned his life around. It was a lot easier to hide stuff back then.
Yeah.
Did we play the McClain audio?
We're going to. I just wanted to show the side of the aisle that is in favor of this signing.
Yeah, I like it just because it's low risk, potential high upside. It's really hard to find guys who have the physical traits of cornerbacks who went in the first round.
Yeah.
And if you can just spare some change to take a swing at the plate, I'm cool with it.
John McClain not a fan of this signing at all. He was on with the guys on Area 45 last night, Patrick Creighton and Sean Bijani. And John McClain thinks that this is the worst signing in the history of the franchise.
I think Damon Arnett's the worst signing in this franchise's history. How they have lowered themselves to sign a guy like this, and they said, well, he's had a second chance with the Chiefs, with the Dolphins. The Raiders cut him. You know, when the Raiders cut players, you got to be bad.
Okay. So the worst. If they had signed him to
if they had signed him to a 2 years, like $6 million contract or something, I would say, yeah, it's still not the worst signing in Texans history.
Yeah.
It's pocket change, and to take a risk on the upside. Okudah and Henderson, last year's projects, didn't have a rap sheet or anything else like that. They just hadn't performed up to expectations in the NFL.
Yeah.
They brought him in to see if they could maybe get a better version of those guys out of him. So this is an extreme version of that, but you're not spending a whole lot of money for it. The bad move would be is if something happened and they kept him on the roster.
Right.
Like, this is a one strike and you're out situation.
Yeah.
And sometimes guys do turn it around. So I'm not and his scouting report coming out of college it sounds like a swarm type of defensive player for the Texans.
Yeah.
Very physical, not afraid to stick his nose into a pile. Was like played with a lot of swarm tendencies.
Sure.
And it's interesting. I looked up a couple of the people who we go to, Bob McGinn for anonymous quotes and everything.
Yeah.
Nothing mentioned about any potential character issues or anything.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's relevant. Like he played
before NIL.
He played before NIL, but I think it's also relevant. Like he was at Ohio State for 5 years. You know, like coming in, like if you have character issues, it'll reveal itself in college over a 5-year period. Now, you're part of that time, so it's, for most of that time. So,
well, right. No,
maybe there was stuff,
You got to go back to the old classic. When a program is found to have done multiple things wrong, those aren't the only multiple things that went wrong.
Right,
so, yeah.
Right. So,
Aaron Hernandez was a swell fella until he wasn't.
Yep. So, I'm with you. I'm on the same side with you on this one. I'm for the signing, minimal dollars. Guy's turned his life around. Let's see where it goes. I think some of this, too, is a trust in the filter that DeMeco Ryans looks at players through. I would like to think that given that Arnett was playing here in Houston with the UFL, that it was very easy for the Texans to get that. Well, I mean, they brought him in for a tryout, so they had a chance to sit down with him and not only watch him physically, but sit down with him and vibe out if indeed all the turnaround that he's experienced over the last 18 months is real.
No, and the big part of it is he cited is, okay, getting rid of certain people from your circle. There comes a time, and sometimes guys aren't good at doing it. When you're 22 years old, there might be some people in your life when you get drafted that you just got to say, sorry, man, call me selfish, call me call me a jerk, but I can't have you in my life. It's just that nothing good comes of it. Yeah. And maybe he finally had that realization that sometimes it's a really close family member that you just got to divorce yourself from because they're toxic and they're bad for people in their lives.
I hope it works, man. I hope it works. This particular texter, the signing won't work because the guy in the audio is high.
I don't. How dare you level an accusation like that against a guy who's got multiple firearm arrests and possession of meth 18 months ago? Ben, where do you even get that from?
Ben, just play the first 10 seconds of the Damon Arnett clip again.
In jail, making wrong decisions, 3 kids, 3 different moms, millions of dollars, no dollars.
There you go. I would say this is purely presentation coaching going on, Damon, if you're listening. If you're going to go on interviews, drink some Red Bull. Do something that's going to, up the energy level a little bit.
I mean, this is 18 months after being arrested for meth, and then you sound very, very lethargic, or possibly,
or even more recent, even more close than I don't know when that interview took place with Jean-Jacques up in Dallas. It might have been weeks after the meth. Damon, my assessment is the meth isn't quite out of your system yet.
If you of drug arrests that you don't want to hear your players involved with, it's any kind of extreme stimulant,
designer drugs,
heroin, obviously. Yeah. I don't know, I'm not excusing other kids. Don't do any of these things, obviously. Yeah. But there's some that are just so incredibly damaging. Yeah. And there's not. It's just that you gotta. You really have to raise your eyebrows about it.
We don't see a lot of cocaine arrests these days. Feels like cocaine.
I think meth kind of took over.
Yeah, I think cocaine's gotten kind of phased out a little bit. They're like
law enforcement officers and/or counselors text in. It seems like. Well, I would guess. I would just imagine like fentanyl and meth are just so. They're choking.
I haven't priced them on Amazon recently. I'm not sure.
I have zero clue about some of this stuff. Some of this stuff.
Cocaine feels like Blockbuster a little bit. Like the only place you can get cocaine anymore is in Bend, Oregon, outside the only Blockbuster that's still left out there. Because you don't hear about it very much anymore.
No, you don't hear about arrests or anything like that.
With Coke, with Coke. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. A lot of people weighing in on LeBron as well. LeBron, the only player that calls himself the GOAT. I doubt that's true. I'm sure there's other people out there.
Did.
Yeah. No. I'm sure he's not the only one.
Oh yeah.
No. He called himself that in that audio we played. LeBron is a Laker. No bigger ring-chasing culture in the NBA. Kobe traded to them for nothing. Pau Gasol traded to them for nothing. Multiple old guys clinging on for a ring. This is why LeBron is not well-liked. Read the room, dude.
Yeah, reading the room. He's not good at reading the room.
He's not good at reading the room.
Well, it's just the various things like claiming that he invented Taco Tuesday, or at least filing for the trademark for it. Like all of these things. He remember the audio of him basically claiming that he invented the bonus album? Like it just all this stuff. It's weird. It's weird, and yet it's a little window into. All right, man. Sometimes the people who achieve great things, they're wired differently.
They are.
And like Jim Harbaugh is like that.
Yes.
You can point out all his zaniness all you want, but man, whatever it is, he's wired differently, and it works for him.
I saw a tweet about Jim Harbaugh this week, and he was talking about apparently the getup that he wore on the sidelines at wore every game, khakis with the long sleeve Michigan sweatshirt. That apparently he wears that around. When he was with Michigan, that's what he wore everywhere. Like on the plane, coming home, they had a spare outfit in case it was raining or snowing for a game that he would change into the khakis and the sweatshirt. Like that was his gimmick. That was his uniform, and he wore it all the time. He's a weirdo, man. Harbaugh, a weird. He's just weird. LeBron's annoying.
It's hard to find a lot of all-time greats in any facet of life that aren't at least a little bit weird.
Yeah.
And I think the ones that only seem a little bit weird do a really good job of masking their extreme weirdness.
No doubt. Jalen Noel, my assessment on him, not weird at all. Incredibly likable. And he was
maybe a little too likable. Maybe he needs to be a little bit more weird.
That's right.
Yeah.
Let's do the judgment on that. What's he driving? What's his whip these days? He was on the St. Brown podcast. He had some fun answers to some of their questions. We'll get to one of the newer Texans, Jalen Noel, coming up next.
Hey, maybe you've been hitting a car.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
And we'll get to Jalen Knoll. Seth, the replay of the Astros game is on in studio. The strides that Cam Smith has made in the last couple of months as a professional hitter it's remarkable, the speed with which he is advancing here and becoming a guy. Didn't put him in the circle of trust earlier, but he's on the fringe right now. But he is he's going to be something else, man. When he gets it all figured out, because the physical tools are, woof, man.
Well, there's everything. I know there's just so little to really complain about. Jordan was the extreme example of a guy who had also been in the minors for a long time already, but came in his rookie year. Remember, you were just kind of waiting for the moment where Jordan saw the adjustments that pitchers were going to make for the first time.
Yeah.
And then they made some adjustments. And he adjusted, been steady, but he also had a lot of professional baseball experience. Where with Cam, it's less than a year of professional baseball experience.
No minor league. I mean, Jordan was this novelty in the minor leagues that we were only hearing about that was just tearing the cover off the ball. And we're like, when are you bringing this guy up? And then you're right, they brought him up. And I go look at his rookie year numbers. He only played like 80-something games. He had like 80 RBIs, 78 RBIs in like 80 games.
Yeah, and I mean, in the course of, it's at first, he struggled for a while, but then you go in, you start to look at his splits for the last couple of months, and in May he hit 307 with a 788 OPS, above average baseball player.
Yeah.
In June, he's hitting 321 with an 874 OPS.
Yeah.
It's these last couple games have helped that a lot. We'll see where that is, but that's a very good Major League Baseball player who's also playing right field, playing outfield for the first time in his life.
At a high level, by the way. At a high level playing the outfield.
And unlike Kyle Tucker, you've got 5 years of control left after this year.
Yeah, that's fun.
Cubs better win a World Series, man. Cubs better win a World Series.
Or retain Tucker, or keep him,
Even then, though, even if they retain Tucker, you really think that he's going to keep up that same level of play? I mean, he hasn't been the same guy in the last couple months that he was in the first month of the season.
No, I'm just saying to keep the natives at bay up in Chicago. Right. Like it needs to be one or the other or both.
Well, right now, and we're talking about it like it was a one-player trade. Yeah. If it was just Cam Smith for Kyle Tucker at this point, I'd say, okay, cool. Yeah, you know what? Good move. But wait, there was more.
Yeah.
Oh,
be an all-star at third base. Yeah. So, no, it's been good. Good job, Dana Brown. Yeah, no, you had a pitcher in that deal that went out with Tommy John surgery a month into the season, and the deal is still an amazing deal for the Astros.
Yeah.
Because the other two guys are doing great things. Jalen Knoll, third-round pick for the Texans, wide receiver. He was on the St. Brown podcast. That would be Amon-Ra St. Brown and Equanimous St. Brown, the two St. Brown brothers. Good podcast, fun conversations, wide receivers on there most of the time. Okay. This is where Jalen Knoll probably gets the everyman on his side when it comes to, as you've pointed out, Seth, this kid is very likable, very normal.
He said like 4 things that I would have disliked him for if he weren't so likable.
If he weren't so likable, yeah.
Planning on settling down in Dallas one day. But it's because his fiance is from there.
Yeah, we got to.
And that's before this interview is when I think he had been through maybe rookie minicamp, and that's it. So he hasn't had time to really learn about the city.
About Houston, yeah. So they asked him about, hey, what are you gonna do? You gonna buy a house, car? What are you doing with your signing bonus?
What the signing bonus that you're getting? What's your first purchase? Like, what's your first big purchase?
Oh, man. If I don't get like a furniture deal or something, I'm going to get some nice furniture.
Okay.
Furnish the crib.
So you're getting a crib, though? That would be, you're buying a crib?
Renting.
Okay.
Renting. I won't buy until a second contract.
Right.
But yeah, I guess crib, go into it, some furniture.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep my little Toyota Camry for a little.
You got a Toyota Camry?
Yeah, 2021, red interior. So,
that's
it's good enough.
It's like that.
That'd
be tough.
Yeah, for sure.
Like the Camry?
Yeah, nah.
Okay. Not a big, you have some jewelry on, but you're...
Yeah, nah.
Calm.
Yeah, calm.
Yeah, some calm.
Real calm.
I feel that.
Yeah.
I like it. Like, nothing crazy.
Yeah.
Stack up bread.
What you got on your wrist?
This is nothing crazy. This is like a fake Rolex.
I know it's not
crazy.
fake, but hey,
it's fake. Nothing crazy.
I want to get a Rolex.
Well, if it was Amon-Ra showing it off, he's gotten his money.
No, but his Camry, he's going to keep his Camry.
Yeah.
Sean, Longhorns will remember Tony Bracken's defensive end.
Yeah.
That I played with him my first few years in the league. And Bracken's was still driving his Camry that I think he'd had in high school.
Yeah.
And he was single. Like, he was like, Bracken's was a good dude. He grew up on a ranch, you know, like he was just driving his cam, as he called it. And I love that Jalen Noel, big purchase. He's not even upgrading over his Camry. Now, I know Camrys can be kind of pimped out these days, but still. They asked him about what he likes to do, and he brought up fishing.
Yeah.
Because he and Jaden Higgins fish together.
Yeah.
He likes to cook with his fiance and pretty much and lift weights. He loves lift. That's the other thing we learned. Like, this is. And for a guy who's very small but benched 23 reps of 225 at the combine, which is a very good number for any size wide receiver, he's got all of those traits that I think a lot of people from outside of Houston thought that the Jalen Noel draft pick might have been the best value in the draft.
Yeah.
There are a lot of things to like about him above and beyond just his speed and wide receiving ability.
Yep.
Yeah. You watch 20 minutes of this interview and you're like, this is a great greatest kid ever. Kid with my children better. Well, I need to upgrade.
And we're going to play a little more audio. We're going to upgrade.
Not me. I would never say that.
Well, no, me neither. But it's a valid notion. We're going to play some more audio here in a second. But I think it's what's relevant about that is this. Keep in mind, this was a player that a lot of the draft experts thought the Texans hit a home run on by getting him where they did. All the post-draft articles that said best pick, worst pick by each team, power rank the team's picks and things like that, almost universally the consensus was that Jalen Noel was the best pick on the Texans. I'm guessing that assessment was made, Seth, even without the benefit of interviews like this. They're just doing it based on what they saw on the film and what he could do at the next level, and he probably got downgraded because of his size.
I like this next answer he gave, Sean, because this, even as a 50-year-old man, I don't know if I would have come up with the answer that the interviewer was looking for at the combine. They asked him about if he got any weird, wacky combine questions in the interviews.
Question that kind of threw me off the most is like, what do you dislike most about football?
Right.
And so that made me think.
Yeah, so they're trying to
they trying to.
What'd you say?
Nah,
they asked me
I
that
hate
too.
losing. I said
injuries.
Injuries, and that's a real thing. Though, I think. Yeah.
That is like such a question.
It is. Some of these questions are absolutely ridiculous.
It's a fair question because there's two things they're going to assess. One is the guy smart enough to even know he's supposed to give a diplomatic answer?
Right.
It's supposed to be like, what's your greatest weakness? I care too much.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. In my moment, I could still totally see somebody asking me that and me saying something like, man, some of these coaches be stupid as hell.
Some of these questions are absolutely ridiculous.
You get stuck with a really stupid coach. It's rough, man.
Yeah.
Going through all that. I can't help myself. That's a good one. That is a great way to take, hey, what's your least favorite part of football? Oh, losing. I hate losing.
Yeah.
Or injuries because I got to be out there with the guys. That is the correct answer.
I know the other bit of advice that you would give prospects going to the combine is that when they ask you, tell me some adversity that you've overcome in your career, your advice would be to have an answer. Have some form of adversity. For those who don't know, they asked you that, Seth, and you...
They asked me that, and I didn't want to... No, I had answers. I just didn't want to come off like a whiny little bitch.
Right.
So they said, like, what's some adversity you've overcome? I'm like, no, everything's been pretty cool. No problems here. And the guy was like, really? And I'm like, yep, nope. I can't complain about anything.
No.
I'm not going to sit here and whine and lay out like some sob story. You know why that happened? I remember the other day. I got to call this guy up. It was a college teammate of mine who was on a job interview, and the interviewer asked him the same question, like, what was some adversity you've overcome? And he told a story that I still to this day think was a good story to tell. His mom, the police had raided his mom's house and arrested her and searched it because they had the wrong house. But it was like it was a neighborhood that the cops were busting in the house and everything. And the interviewer actually told my friend Doug, listen, just some advice. That's probably not the story you want to tell. And to this day, I'm still like, why? Do you not want interesting storytellers?
Right.
I thought that was a great story. But that had happened to my friend Doug like the year before I was at the Combine. And in my mind, I'm thinking like, I don't know, apparently they don't want interesting stories.
Oh.
And I don't want to come off like some whiner, so I'm just going to say, nope, nothing.
So your buddy's job interview is what planted the seed for you in your job interview with the NFL to go,
And some D-bag, white-collar, just a non-personality jerk didn't think it was a good story. It was an awesome story. I wish I could remember all the details. It was an awesome story. You should tell it every job interview.
The downside with that is you have legitimately good stories about that, like adversity-type stories. Like
the adversity-type stuff.
That's what I'm
I
saying.
don't whine about it, though.
Right.
Yeah. Well,
I would have given you a high grade if you brought up any of the stories you brought up on this show. If you brought it up,
problem though. Usually, when I bring up my stories of adversity, I think it's hilarious. But then, as I told you, counselors and our radio audience don't always think it's therapists don't think it's nearly as funny.
They don't think it's as funny.
Like, why is this cornered psychologist not laughing at this? It's hilarious.
My dad's restaurant burned to the ground.
And it wasn't. I mean, to call it a restaurant is a little bit ambitious. But
pile of ashes now.
My dad's food shack.
Food shack.
Yeah.
Food shack.
I'm gonna tell you about the time my dad was an underground pot growing operation.
Yeah, legit
literally
story.
Underground. That's ambition right there.
Hell yeah.
He had a bunker.
Yeah.
He had a damn bunker.
When you move your operation underground, that's ambition. That is motivation. We were discussing the what we perceive to be the possible demise of cocaine as at least a drug that people get arrested for these days.
Yeah.
Text message. My favorite dive bar has something to say about your notion that coke is being phased out.
I thought about that as I was saying. I was like, okay, it's kind of those one. It's a more it's a upper middle class to upper class drug, and somehow weirdly they don't tend to be as many arrests for that stuff.
That's weird. It's strange.
Yeah.
It's very strange.
It's weird. Yeah.
Someone watching on the YouTube. Nice shirts, guys. Guess y'all are having a boy.
We coordinated. We're both wearing H-Town blue this morning.
I pop up on each other's screen this morning like, hey, how you doing there?
Nothing homerish about this.
No, man. Yeah. We're ready for football season, man. We're ready to run through a wall for Damon Arnett. All right, Payne and Pendergast. Hey, speaking of the Texans, all quarter century team by ESPN just came out for the NFL. They did a 53-man roster and a coaching staff. 4 Houston Texans made it. I'll tell you who they are. See if you can guess in your own mind who they are. We'll do that coming up next.
Nico. Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so ESPN did their all-quarter century team for the NFL, the best 53-man roster and coaches. So they've got multiple quarterbacks. It's a 53-man roster. So, they got 3 quarterbacks on here, no big surprise. Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, Patrick Mahomes. Aaron Rodgers, Drew Brees, practice squad. I'm not going to go through all the positions. We'll go through a few of them maybe if we have time. But, Seth, there are 4 Houston Texans, former Houston Texans, that made the all-quarter century team in the NFL.
I'm going to guess off the top of my head that at least 2 of them are going to be ones that we don't really feel ownership with. Okay, these guys belong to another team.
Yeah.
Pretty assuredly.
One for sure.
Yes. And everybody listening knows who I'm talking about.
Yeah, one for sure. A second one that, feeling ownership, it probably feels some ownership because of geographically where he's from, but he did his most damage in the NFL with another team.
Yeah.
And then I think the other two. Okay, well let's just get to the obvious here. J.J. Watt is on this quarter century team. That's right. It's the
J.J. Watt's on the quarter century team, and
he's
obviously,
ours.
yes, he's a Texans player.
He is ours.
The NFL Hall of Fame doesn't induct guys attached to a specific team, but if they did, he'd go in as
the way they get him in here is they have edge rushers on the team, right? So they have DeMarcus Ware, Jared Allen, Myles Garrett, and Julius Peppers as the edge rushers all quarter century, with T.J. Watt and Michael Strahan being the practice squad guys. They have defensive tackles. They have 3 of them, Aaron Donald, Calais Campbell, and Chris Jones, with Kevin Williams and Cam Hayward as the practice squad. They have a pure nose tackle in Vince Wilfork, so I guess that's 5. I'm sorry. That's 5 Texans. Yeah.
Wilfork was the guy I was thinking of. And
No.
Yeah. Well, he was one of the other ones that I don't feel ownership over.
No. And I'll get to the other ones here. So there's 5 former Texans on here. My bad. And then I'm down to nose tackle. I'm like, where the hell is J.J. Watt on this all-quarter century team? He has his own category. Versatile defensive lineman. 1. J.J. Watt.
Because he was, the earlier part of his career, he was a classic, in a lot of ways, like a 3-4 defensive end, where he was an interior defensive lineman more so than anything. But then he transitioned out into being an edge rusher. So that's interesting.
Yeah.
I feel a little bit of, should they have? That's accurate, though. I think they got to do it that way.
Well,
especially because when he got his defensive MVPs, it was with Wade Phillips and with Romeo Crennel's defenses, where he was more of an interior defensive lineman.
It's a 53-man roster, so as long as he's on it, it's all good. And I think this is a way of paying him a compliment, if nothing else, that he can play all these positions. So J.J. Watt is on there. Vince Wilfork, as we just mentioned, former Texan, on there. I think we all know the one that we feel zero ownership of because he didn't really. Ed Reed is on this, deservedly so. He is one of the greatest safeties of all time. At least his body of work with the Ravens was. I'm as bitter about Ed Reed.
There's no other fan base in the NFL that feels the same way we do about Ed Reed.
Yes,
it was with Ed Reed. He was a harbinger of doom. He was part of just taking something that had a lot of promise and it just all collapsed.
Yep. So Ed Reed. Now the one that I was thinking of that you were probably thinking of. You were thinking Wilfork. Shane Leckler is on this all-quarter century team.
Yeah, so that's where I was wondering with the Wilfork one, because I was thinking Vince Wilfork was a guy that the Texans don't feel ownership over. But unlike Ed Reed, Vince Wilfork was very good when he was here with the Texans for what they wanted him to do. Yeah. But he wasn't. He lives down here, but he's not from here.
He's definitely a Patriot.
Shane Leckler is very much from Houston.
He is. He is from the area. He went to Texas A&M. Only played for the Texans for the last 5 seasons of his career. He is on this team because he was the best punter in football for over a decade with the Raiders.
Yeah, and the reason you can say only 5 years, which is still a really long time with the Texans, is because he played 13 years for the Raiders.
Yeah, he played 18 seasons total in the NFL. Last 5 were here. Has
there ever been as good as a powerful and impressive, both physically and in a performance, a combo of punter and kicker as there was with Sebastian Janikowski and Shane Leckler?
No, I think that was the best thing that team had going at times. They did make a Super Bowl with those 2 guys in 2003, but for most of the time that was a bad football team, but their special teams were amazing, Yeah,
and they were both a couple of guys that were like, I'd like to have a beer, the case of Janikowski, various other things.
Yeah. Well, I'd have a beer with him, but I'd make sure my hand is over the top of the beer at all times.
Yeah.
You know,
don't leave I'm taking my drink to the restroom.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Little angry that long snapper is Morgan Cox and not John Weeks.
Morgan Cox?
A little disrespectful.
That bum?
Yeah, he's a bum. That's what he is, Seth. He's a bum.
Every time I watch him long snap, I think, oh my gosh, that is, no, he is not like ours.
No. Coaching staff, Bill Belichick, head coach, which just hits different in 2025 than it would have, say, like 2 or 3 years ago.
Does it?
Well, Belichick is undoubtedly the greatest coach of this quarter century, but I think Belichick right now, he's being dragged around by the nose by this young girlfriend.
Yeah, but he hasn't even went from the. I can compartmentalize those things. We have seen nothing of him as a college football coach yet.
Yeah,
if he ends up taking UNC to the playoffs this year, he's right back there.
Just hits different. Just makes me chuckle a little bit. That's all. Yeah. Kyle Shanahan is the OC. Wade Phillips, defensive coordinator of the all-quarter century team, and we claim Wade Phillips here.
Is he the defensive coordinator? There's only one?
The defensive coordinator? There can only be one.
Nice.
And it is Wade Phillips. Yeah, he acknowledged it on social media yesterday.
Yeah I tell you, the most impressive game he called was really, unfortunately, in a loss to the Patriots in the Super Bowl, but they shut the Patriots down.
Mm-hmm.
Like that Rams defense, Wade Phillips did a lot of things that kind of broke the mold or expectation of what he does with his defense, and the Patriots didn't have any answer. Didn't have an answer for the Patriots.
That's right.
Ultimately, that would lead to Nick Caley being hired because McVay realized, all right, I got to switch this system up a little bit, and he liked a lot of the things that the Patriots do offensively, so he brought in Nick Caley to be a part of it.
A lot of people asking who made it ahead of Andre Johnson for the all-quarter century team, which is it's a very valid question. I would put Andre on my all-quarter century team. The wide receivers were as follows. The wide receivers for the all-quarter century team were Calvin Johnson, Randy Moss, hard to argue with either of those two, Julio Jones, Terrell Owens, Marvin Harrison, Justin Jefferson makes it over Andre Johnson for the all-quarter century team.
Okay, that's messed up.
Yeah.
Because his rookie year was what, 2020?
2020, yeah.
Yeah. I've got an issue with that. I was grudgingly okay with all the other ones.
Yep.
But having him be on the practice squad while Justin Jefferson is the starter on the all-quarter century team, when he's only 5 years into his career, 6 years into his career.
Antonio Brown also.
I disapprove.
I disapprove of that as well. Antonio Brown also on the practice squad at wide receiver alongside Andre Johnson. I'm looking at the offensive linemen, particularly the interior offensive linemen, Seth, and I'm just going to rapid fire these. Give me your gut reaction because you played against some of these guys. Alan Faneca.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yep.
He was a son of a,
Steve Hutchinson.
Uh-huh.
Didn't you say he had a tell?
He had a tell, and it didn't matter.
It didn't matter. That's how good he was.
He would kind of flex his right for the snap.
Yeah.
But if it was a hard count or something, he wouldn't do it.
It's interesting. The left side of the
I never got to use that tell.
Yeah.
Somebody had told me about it.
Yep.
It was whispered, Yeah. This was back before everybody told their secrets after a game.
Yeah.
Hey, how'd you know that route was coming? Well, when they line up in this formation and the receiver has his inside foot up, I knew. I'm smart. Everybody look at me.
Yeah.
No, shut up.
Yeah.
Don't tell the tells, you idiots.
The rest of the interior guys, I think, came after you had retired. Jason Kelsey, Zach Martin, Marshall Yanda.
Marshall Yanda.
Yeah.
I was skeptical of Marshall Yanda.
Yeah.
The first few years, he started getting a lot of attention, and then I watched him more closely, and
you missed him by a year. He was 2007.
Offensive lineman. The Pro Bowl offensive line is the one that gets annoying sometimes because there's back before. I think it's not as much a case these days, but back before there were so many people really evaluating offensive line play, there would be guys that would get this big reputation, even though they were just above average players. But now it's a little bit more. The scrutinized.
Hey, speaking of J.J. Watt, did I see someone throwing shade at you on social media yesterday?
Well, not necessarily.
I saw your name in the same tweet as J.J. Watt's name.
You know what he did? He gave me the old I'm pretty in a girl next door type of way. That's what he said. Darth Texan, I only know this because Will Kunkel forwarded it to me. Thanks a lot, Will.
Yeah.
I wasn't out there searching my name on Twitter or something. But Will said, "What's your worst sports take of all time?" He said his was Jimmy Clausen was going to be a stud.
Oh.
And Darth Texan. Texan replies, "First Sports Take was saying on draft day that J.J. Watt's ceiling was being the next Seth Payne. Seth was pretty solid, so it's no insult, but we all know how wrong I turned out to be, and I'm glad I was wrong." Did you have to point out how wrong you were?
How wrong?
No.
The delta between Seth Payne and J.J. Watt.
And I thought to myself, we'll probably see this up on SportsCenter as a debate topic today. Yeah, was J.J. really that much better than Seth Payne?
Seth Payne. Was this what you were? I was getting push notifications on my phone yesterday, and like after the show, and for an hour, at least half of them were mentioned by Seth Payne. And it looked like you were in an argument or a conversation with somebody about something.
Oh, I was in a conversation with Texans commenter.
That's what it was.
Specifically about EJ Speed.
EJ Speed. That was EJ Speed.
No, and it was one of those things where we were like arguing, but we were arguing about two separate things.
Yeah.
So, EJ Speed, new Texans linebacker.
Yeah.
Texans commenter is very bullish on. I'm very intrigued and excited about what he can bring to the defense. I think Texans commenter, and I'm going to go on his YouTube later today. Cool. I think Texans commenter thinks no, there's a really good chance EJ Speed's going to be a starter, et cetera, et cetera. I think. My take is, and I basically said this, like if you look at the contract, it's not like I think that it's a classic. Let's get the guy in the building. We like what he does.
Yeah.
Because EJ Speed does fit in the linebacking room because he's really good against the run and very suspect in pass coverage.
Yep.
Which is like that's what all of the Texans linebackers are right now, including Christian Harris if he's healthy. So I do think they'll use him. But the contract, and Texans commenter didn't say this, but I've seen people keep asking me this question, and I've seen it is they'll say, well, the contract's structured like they look like they expect him to be a starter.
Yeah.
And I think what the misunderstanding people have is that a couple of incentives are playtime incentives, where if he plays 88% or 90% of the snaps, he gets a few $100,000. The only reason it's structured that way is because that's a not likely to be earned incentive that the team doesn't have to pay the cap space on it as long as it's something that that you didn't do the year before.
Yeah.
And EJ Speed is a full-time starter for the Colts last year, played 87% of the snaps. So those incentives have zero to do with how the Texans are looking at EJ Speed, or like, oh, they wouldn't have given them those $500,000 in bonuses unless they were expecting him to be a starter. Like, no, just don't read into the contract at all there. Other than, it's a 1 year, relatively low dollar amount contract to get him in the door.
I got you. Yeah, because I get push notifications on Houston Texans commenter as well. So these zingers going back and forth on my phone because I was CC'd on all these tweets.
Yeah. We weren't even arguing, really. We were just kind of discussing.
You're on his stream today? Today you're going to be on his?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
I'll check the
Garrett is his name. Garrett does a great job, so that'll be good. That'll be a must-watch.
Oh, he's got a name?
He's got an actual name. He's a good guy. I broke it.
Ruins the mystery.
Bread with me. Yeah, hell yeah. He does a great job.
He has a website, too, HoustonStressins.com.
Yeah.
He does some deep dive articles that are actually really good.
Really long. You got to carve out a lot of time to read them, but they're excellent. All right. So there's your all-quarter century team. Into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Let's circle back to the Astros. If you missed it, Seth and I did the latest Circle of Trust. We'll get you up to speed on who's in, who's out, what's exciting us about these Astros. We'll do that coming up next. But first, I got to get you guys down to Sugar Land, to West Point, Lincoln.
access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Quick ground ball, backhanded. Guillerme with a strong throw. Game over. Astros win it 11-4. They have now improved their record in the month of June to a Major League best record of 12-5 in this month. And that's a 5.5 game lead, their largest of the season. Blummer back-to-back huge offensive games.
I like the fact that the Astros are racking up hits, and they're doing it as a team. They were relentless on the base pass today. They actually probably could have had some more runs considering they had 20 hits, but 6 for 12 with runners in scoring position. I'll take that.
6 for 12 with runners in scoring position. The bottom of the lineup, the last 4 spots in the lineup, spots 6 through 9, went 11 for 18 last night. Couple of bombs. We'll hear them here in just a second. Mauricio Dubon and Victor Caratini with home runs. Altuve hitting one as well. He was in his usual 3-hole spot in the lineup. It's the A's, so I will take it with a grain of salt. But 13 runs 2 nights ago, Seth. 11 runs last night on 20 hits. Man, if this team, I don't expect that to be what they're doing every night, obviously. But if this team starts to hit at an above-average major league level, that's a problem for the American League.
If how many hits did they have the night before?
I don't know. They had 5 home runs. I know that. They had 5 home runs.
Something they weren't doing as recently as 3 days ago. The first game of this series, they couldn't produce versus a team like the A's. And we've just had, since yet again this year, just like it was last year, the beginning of the season was so miserable in so many ways that you forget just like how out of character and out of type they were. And you're wondering and waiting, all right, when are they going to start to look like these guys should look on paper? And they've started to look a lot more like they're supposed to look on paper. Paredes, obviously. Christian Walker, yes. He had 2 errors on 1 play last night. That's got me.
That's an outlier.
That's got him on my list right now.
Yeah.
But at the very least, he's not a complete mess like he was early in the season. Cam Smith was the huge unknown, and just what are you going to get out of Cam Smith? And over the last 2 months, he's been an above-average baseball player as a guy who's still in his first year of professional baseball. So, not just the majors, first year of professional baseball.
Yep.
So that part, and Yainer as well. Yainer was so miserable at the beginning of the year, and he still has these hiccups to where you don't just quite trust him necessarily. But he's been, at the very least, he's been an average player at the plate. He hasn't reached that kind of ceiling that we saw a couple years ago that you feel like there's something untapped there. But it was more of a statement of faith a month or so ago where I said, at some point the offense is going to look different. At some point they're going to start scoring runs. I feel more solid about it now.
My bigger question is, can the bottom of the lineup, I don't think go 11 for 18 every night, but I think that they've been respectable for a pretty extended period of time now in terms of coming up with big hits and being at least, I don't feel anymore like I have in previous years where there's 1 or 2 spots in the lineup where you feel like it's an automatic out. I don't feel that way about this group that they've, by and large, been trotting out there most nights. Mauricio Dubon has started to at least, be a professional hitter. And he's hit home runs in each of the last 2 games. In fact, here's what the home run last night sounded like.
They are still missing Yordan Alvarez.
Dubon hits it high in the air, deep to left field. Schumann all the way back. He's done it again. Mauricio Dubon has been on base 6 times in a row and has a home run in back-to-back games in his hometown.
This is the building that Dubon has built.
Yeah, indeed. He high school, minor leagues, major leagues. Yeah.
He's played in that ballpark at every level of the sport, or at least since high school.
Yeah.
And Mauricio Dubon, what did you say he did with Yordan yesterday?
Well, nothing. At the beginning of that clip, Julia said, Ben, play the very beginning again.
They are still missing Yordan Alvarez.
She said they are still missing Yordan, and I said that was just kind of funny because she says that, and then 1 second later, Dubon, the comedic arch nemesis to Yordan, hits a home run. Like, hey, we don't miss him that much, buddy, all right?
No, I thought, man, it was a long time ago, but at 6 a.m. I thought you had said something like there was an extra story to that yesterday. Nope. But no, those two are always going at it, obviously.
Yeah.
In a fun way.
Yep.
In a fun way.
Yep, for sure. Jose, that?
Jose hits one high, hits one deep, hits It's one out of Sacramento Stadium as the Astros take a 5-1 lead, a 3-run jack for Jose Altuve hitting his second here at Sutter Health Park.
They keep going. He keeps hitting.
Yeah.
I'll give the folks of Sacramento a break in that they don't necessarily understand the hazards of heckling Altuve.
Mm-hmm.
But can you just play the first 3 seconds of that, Ben?
Jose hit.
I think that might have been an expletive. I think that might have been a bleep Altuve, like a Altuve. Yeah.
Poor Ben.
What?
Ben's like,
oh no! You couldn't hear it. You couldn't hear it. But it was the you get no. Ben, I wasn't like.
Ben's like, why wouldn't you tell me that?
Yeah. No. Because I know that I didn't. He couldn't hear the actual swear word.
Oh, okay.
But it was kind of the rhythm of what he was saying. It sounded like
it had
a
that
bleep Altuve. Yeah.
It had that cadence.
Yeah. Don't worry, Ben. I'm like, hey Ben, replay that potential FCC violation one more time.
I think that's what Ben was reacting.
Yeah.
to.
No, Ben. I wasn't trying to get you in trouble.
Diming you out. Yeah. One more home run last night. Victor Caratini.
I think Mark Kotze, manager for the Athletics, is trying to find somebody to get him out of there, but Caratini's pouring drinks.
Victor Caratini connects on a 3-run bomb down the left field line. Caratini adds to the Astros' huge inning. It's now 9-1, 7-run scoring with 2 outs and nobody on.
Okay.
Dry and smooth. Ollie.
Martini, Caratini.
Yeah.
Yep.
I got you.
Okay, we did the Circle of Trust. We're going to recap it here in just a second. Did we overlook Victor Caratini, Circle of Trust? Got an OPS in the kind of mid-low 700s. Been one of their only trustworthy left-handed. He's switch hitter, left-handed bats.
Yeah. I don't. It's hard when guys are giving average performances.
Yep.
It's it's above expectations for him.
Yeah.
But the Circle of Trust knows no. It doesn't revolve in a world of like where we're taking their scouting reports, and that's why Cam Smith's not in it.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, Cam Smith's been performing well, but he is still a rookie, and he's been above average, but just not enough that we really feel rock solid about it yet.
I
could
trust you?
I could still see some hiccups.
Do I trust you in this situation right here? That's the criteria. So there you go. Okay, so I'm just making.
It's been very nice. Don't get me wrong. It's been really, really nice having him on the team.
Yeah, no, I'm just,
like in the last 28 days. He's hitting 258 with a 635 OPS. You know, it's not
doesn't deserve it. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
We just didn't bring his name up earlier. That's why I was just
I got you.
little spot evaluation here on Victor Caratini. I agree with you on that. All right, so for those who missed it, Seth and I did the latest.
Real quick, Sean.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, Caratini. I can remember the discussion was he was a little bit like a Jake Myers situation. He had a really good May, and we were saying, all right, well, if he keeps this up. Then in June, then we'll probably put him in the Circle of Trust.
And he hasn't.
He fell off enough that I can't trust him yet.
I get it. Yep, I did it at 7 o'clock hour. The everybody who was in it when we did it a few weeks ago, only five in it from a few weeks ago, all still in it, all still performing at a high level. Isaac Paredes, Jeremy Pena. And then on the pitching staff, Hunter Brown, Framber Valdez, and then Josh Hader and the rest of the bullpen, all in the Circle of Trust, all with an argument to be on the All-Star team, too, I think, in the American League. I think if you can get 5 guys in, it might be those 5 guys. And then we added Jose Altuve back in because he's had an OPS of over 1,000 since we left him out a few weeks ago.
Yeah, he responded. We asked him, we wanted to see if he would respond, and he did.
Yep.
Little young whippersnapper might have something to him. He's got sand.
Yep,
yeah.
Indeed. And after much debate, convincing by Seth, brought great evidence into the court that is the Circle of Trust Committee, we decided to put in Jake Myers, and we celebrated after putting in Jake Myers. We did. He's in.
Don't let us down, Jake.
Yeah.
All right? Don't make us look like idiots.
Right.
Yeah?
Right.
Just like a good father tells his little leaguer before he goes up to the plate.
Yeah.
Just don't embarrass me, you bum. That's good parenting right there.
And I'm still not all the way there with Jake. I'm willing to put him in, but boy, he's got a short leash with me right now, Seth, for this Circle of Trust. Short leash.
I know. When next we convene, it could get hairy.
Next we convene.
The good news from the Astros is just what's going on with some of the injured pitchers.
Yeah.
Christian Javier is going to very good news. Luis Garcia not as great a feeling about it. He hasn't advanced past throwing bullpen sessions, but according to Espada, he's very close to facing hitters. And then J.P. France, who everybody loves to try to forget about after his shoulder surgery, he has faced batters now, throwing his second live batting practice session last week.
That'd be great, man. That would be great. That gets really interesting. If these guys that they've been putting at the back of the rotation, like Colton Gordon and Brandon Walter, who's been awesome, and then Ryan Gusto has kind of bounced back and forth from bullpen to rotation. These guys are healthy. They all deserve to be on the staff, I think. If they're healthy, how do they get incorporated back in, you know?
Yeah, and I think with those three pitchers that I just mentioned, J.P. France, I put him in that same bucket of Colton Gordon and everybody else.
Yeah.
Like, there's still huge unknowns there, and how good do you really feel about him? We'll see when he comes back. Luis Garcia and Christian Javier, it's more, okay, can they come back healthy, and can we get the best version of them? And that could be a huge boon.
Javier's easily the one that has me most excited of the names that you mentioned, in no small part because he's the only one who hasn't had any setbacks yet. You know, Garcia's had setbacks. France has been, the shoulder's been an issue for France. Javier had Tommy John surgery. He's rehabbing. He's making normal progress here. Throwing off of the ground, throwing off of a mound, facing live batters. I'm letting myself in the face of all the reasons not to. Well, because the Astros seemingly don't know how to bring guys back from injury. It would feel like I am letting myself.
What are you talking about?
I am letting my. You know what I'm talking about. I'm letting my.
Listen it with Lance. What are you talking about?
He ain't the only one. I'm letting myself get excited about Javier.
I let Lance. I didn't. You know what? The first time we mentioned that injury report of the pitchers, I completely forgot about Lance McCullers.
Yeah,
that's how quickly you go right back into. I'm not going to think about Lance McCullers. If he comes back, then great. But I can't rely on it. Anybody else, if it was a freak weight room injury, I might say like, oh, okay, these things happen. I can't do that with Lance.
And it's so weird for Lance. You know, whatever news is going to trickle out over the next few days, it's not an arm injury. So there's not this pattern where you go, well, he's he's playing catch. He's soft tossing off the ground. He's throwing 90 feet without being on the mound. Now he's on the mound. Now he's facing live hitters. I don't know what the progression is for a foot. Like, I don't, he's got to keep the arm doing stuff, but what does he do? I'm guessing we'll get reports of him playing catch because we love the reports of him playing catch.
Pushing off the rubber is the big one.
That's the big one.
The way they described the injury, it sounded to me like turf toe. It was above the right big toe, and
that ain't good, man.
When it comes to pushing off the rubber, that big toe is your actual Achilles heel. For a lot of sports is your big toe.
Yes.
Because it seems like it should be nothing, other than your Achilles heel being your actual Achilles heel, obviously. But, the big toe is an underrated Achilles heel.
ESPN
on the Seth Payne anatomical chart.
Up next, Seth power ranks the toes.
Yeah, Seth power ranks the Achilles heels of the body that aren't the actual Achilles heels.
That are the non-Achilles heels, that's right. It's like the
baseball. I feel like that's an Achilles heel.
That's a big one. Where do you think the Astros are on the ESPN power rankings that just dropped, Seth? MLB
6th.
power rankings. They're 8th.
Oh, you bastard.
Disrespect. Here's what they say about the Astros on ESPN. The blows keep on coming for the Astros, but they keep on winning. The latest setback was Lance McCullers landing on the injured list when he sprained his right foot working out over the weekend. He's the 4th Astros starter to go to the IL this season, including Yordan Alvarez, who remains out with a fractured hand. Okay, so that's awkward wording. 4th Astros starter. I'm hearing pitchers. They're talking about starting lineup, I guess, because they're including Yordan Alvarez. The Astros continue to charge forward, nonetheless, winning 7 of 8 games, 11 of their last 15, to take a commanding lead. 5.5 games this morning, I'll add that, in the AL West. Hunter Brown, Josh Hader, Jeremy Pena have starred for a franchise that just won't stop winning. Then why are they 8th? Why are they?
I tell you what, the World Series odds right now have the Astros as the 7th most likely to win the World Series.
That's about 8th. That's about right.
Yeah.
Like 7th. And
no,
8th,
no, that's 100%. It's really hard to justify. The Yankees. It makes sense why they're 2nd for World Series odds, and the Yankees are known to plummet and fall, and they have a very, very, very generationally good baseball player who is awful in the playoffs.
Let me guess. First is the Dodgers.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
So pretty healthy margin.
Yeah, those are public teams, too, as far as the odds. Like, the Yankees are 5th on these power rankings. The Astros have a better record than the Yankees as we awoke this morning.
This is where the same thing that could lead to World Series is the same thing that led to the Great Recession, which is sometimes the computer models just don't, they can't take into account these weird scenarios, you know? So the same thing that led us to the glory of the Great Recession and the housing collapse and me having to sell my Florida rental condo at 50% of cost is the same thing that's going to lead. This is where I get my comeuppance.
Yeah.
Or no, wait. The computers get their comeuppance.
Indeed.
And I get my vengeance by the Astros winning the World Series, despite all logic telling you this roster cannot win a World Series.
Right.
What the hell?
Right.
How are they winning?
How are they doing
How
it?
are they as good as they are right now?
How are they doing it, man? Big credit to Joe Espada, no doubt about that. Will Anderson Jr. is the man. We love Will Anderson Jr. Revisiting the trade, does Will Anderson Jr. have converts now from the day he got drafted where everybody said, this is a dumb trade by the Texans? Has he converted some of the harshest critics? And audio from a Will Anderson Jr. opponent this past year that will get you very excited about the Texans' edge rusher. That's coming up next.
Oh, boy, you want something that the computers can't even figure out. Churrasco.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Love Will Anderson Jr. here in town. He's my favorite Houston Texan. I am unabashedly open about that. I think Will Anderson's great. I think his personality is great, and he's becoming a great player right in front of our very eyes. The trade that got him here back in 2023 was a big source of conversation around the league. The feeling was the Texans may have overpaid to move up and draft a non-quarterback at 3, moving up from 12 to 3 and giving up a second-round pick, high second-round pick, their first-round pick in the next year's draft. Steve Palazzolo, formerly of Pro Football Focus, does a podcast with Sam Munson. They both worked together at PFF back in the day, laid out the draft night view of the Will Anderson Jr. trade on a podcast this week.
The problem is 3 for the price of 1, essentially. What would you have gotten at 12, at 34, and then next year's first rounder? And at the time, next year's first rounder, we're like, man, the Texans aren't even that good.
Yeah.
That might be a top 10. That's Marvin Harrison Jr. So we're trying to concoct these scenarios. We knew Marvin Harrison Jr. was coming out a year from now. And we said, wait, you might give up 12 and 34 and Marvin Harrison next year or whoever else you get in the top 5. So the Texans kind of bet on themselves. And, yeah, that pick became like 26 or 27 the next year. Good job there.
He's understating, I think, Steve, there just how high people thought that pick was going to be that the Cardinals got from the Texans. They do mock drafts like the very next day after the draft is over, Seth, for the next year's draft. You couldn't find one that was being done for the 2024 draft the following year that didn't have the Cardinals pick from the Texans being 1 or 2. Couldn't find. Everybody thought the Texans were going to be trash again the next year.
And I can remember the thing that was driving me nuts, not even as a Texans fan, but just as a person that actually pays attention, was how many people who should have known better saying, like, authoritatively, and saying, everybody knows the Texans are going to be the worst team in the league next year. Mm-hmm. Almost like it was a mathematical truth or something. That was their source. They cited ever going to have number 1 pick. And I'm like, go through every single year. It's hard to pinpoint who the worst team in the league is going to be. Yep. And like it's as hard to do as it is to pick the Super Bowl champion in some ways. So that just offended me just on how raw. If you pay any attention at all, it's usually not that cut and dry. But then beyond that, right, that was still the big part that you could monitor, and it was fun for us that next season because you slowly started to see the Texans draft pick go below the Cardinals pick. Yeah. Because remember, that was the whole thing. Oh, they gave up their own pick, and it's so stupid. They had the 2 picks they had was Cleveland's pick and the Texans pick. Yeah. And everybody's like, well, they better have given up that Cleveland pick. Cleveland's going to be a playoff team, Deshaun Watson, yeah. And you're absolutely right. It was so fun watching that Texans pick continue to sail into the mid to high 20s on all the boards. You're absolutely right. Steve Palazzolo's a convert, though. He said the Texans won the deal.
Here's the way I would look at it. I always say 3 players is better than 1. I think it would actually be tough. Now, if you went with the actual players that were picked at 12 and 34, it's 2 Lions, Jahmyr Gibbs, Sam Laporta, and then next year it was Darius Robinson with the Cardinals. You can make an argument that Jahmyr Gibbs and Sam Laporta added up are more valuable, better than Will Anderson. You can make that argument. And that's my argument normally with the unknowns. With the unknowns, it's normally give me the 3 mystery boxes over the one certain thing, which is Will Anderson. However, you would be hard-pressed to find 3 pairs that would actually equal the value of Will Anderson using my own homespun value metrics. It would be very difficult to find the exact right players that the Texans would have taken at 12, at 34, and then the next first rounder next year that would add up to be as good as Will Anderson, at least in the ballpark. So right now, as critical as I was at the time, I'm saying this looks like a win for the Texans.
Okay, this is a fun exercise. And look, the Texans probably weren't going to take Jahmyr Gibbs and Sam Laporta with those 2 picks. The way the Lions wound up with both of those picks in the Paris-Johnson trade that the Cardinals ended up moving up from 12 to 6. The players that were on the board at 12, if the Texans had just stayed at 12, Seth, and there was no Will Anderson Jr. trade, these are the top, I'll call it 5 players that were on the board. These are the 5 players that got picked from 12 through 16. Jahmyr Gibbs, Lucas Van Ness, the defensive end out of Iowa, Broderick Jones, offensive tackle, Georgia, Will McDonald IV got picked by the Jets, defensive end out of Iowa State. That might have been the guy. They love Iowa State kids. Emmanuel Forbes and Christian Gonzalez, 2 corners, go 16 and 17. Do you have any feel for if the Texans are taking Will Anderson as an edge rusher, maybe it's those 2 defensive? I'm trying to figure out who they would take. That if I knew in an alternate universe they could have had Will Anderson, I would feel good about.
Yeah, none of those make me feel that much different.
Yeah.
And including Sam. I think Sam brings up the players that the Lions drafted, and that's a good haul of players right there.
Yeah.
And Jahmyr Gibbs, for one, I don't know if Jahmyr Gibbs would still walk right now if he had come into that Texans situation behind that offensive line.
Yep.
I guess you could say the same thing about C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
He was struggling to walk off the field in the Chiefs game.
He was.
And if you go the other direction too, and even say if the Texans had, the guys that were taken between the 3rd overall pick and the 12th pick where Jahmyr Gibbs went, the only guy that really jumps out is Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
And I still don't that's not the value between 12 and 3 in that draft. I think Will Anderson is head and shoulders above everybody except arguably Jalen Carter, but Jalen Carter on the character side of things or the leadership side of things is drastically different than Will Anderson. Because the reason they traded up for Will Anderson, it wasn't just the playoff, it wasn't just the film evaluation, it was the whole package. It was his leadership, it was his personality, everything else.
I would add to that, I agree with you. I would add to that look at next year's draft after that. There wasn't a defensive player taken until the 15th overall pick. I think they were looking at that too, okay, we're trading these picks in next year's first rounder. This guy we think is better than anything coming out, not just in this draft, but the next draft. We're not going to have a shot at getting anybody that can have the impact Will Anderson Jr. is going to have coming off the edge in the next 2 drafts. So I think that factored in as well. Texter points out, and we'll play Will Anderson audio here in a second. What's funny, Palazzolo's talking about how they get that Texans pick, that first-round pick in 2024. It's going to be a top 5 pick. They might end up with Marvin Harrison Jr. from that pick. The irony, a texter points out, they wound up with Marvin Harrison Jr. with their own pick because they suck. That's fun.
The pass rusher that was available right there that would go next was Lucas Van Ness to the Packers. Yeah. He went 13th or 14th. And that was a guy that I was really having a hard time seeing why people were so excited about him. Yeah. The difference between Lucas Van Ness and Will Anderson is vast, and especially against the run. Lucas Van Ness, everybody kept saying ooh, look at how good he is against the run, and I'm like, you're just saying that because he's a white guy. I don't. What the hell are you talking about? Yeah. That's not. No, he's not. Yep. And I don't. And that's what I've seen of him in the NFL is that jibes. He's not much against the run.
Let's get to Will Anderson Jr. and some audio from an opponent of Will Anderson Jr., actually a former teammate at Alabama. It's going to get you excited. First, here's Will Anderson Jr. This is from a couple of weeks ago at OTAs on his growth since being drafted by the Texans.
Like I said, my coach, he's done a phenomenal job, Coach Rod. He's done great of just putting together a whole presentation for us of all the sacks that we missed, the missed opportunities that we could have did, hitting the ball the wrong way, hitting the elbow the wrong way, reaching too high and getting a penalty, stuff like that. So, we left a lot of sacks out on the table, and that's what I'm talking about, going back to being precise. How good can you be at the process of attacking the throwing arm? How good can you be at taking the ball away, getting a strip sack, picking it up, taking it to the crib? So, those are the things that we want to start putting into our bag and finesse moves and stuff like that, taking our game to the next level, especially for me.
He's just the best.
It's cool because he always had a really good get off, and that was apparent in his rookie year. But he had to refine everything after he crossed the line. Focus was at the top of the rush. When you get up, to the level of the quarterback, what are you doing to get separation and get to the quarterback? And he made vast improvements in that last year. And now it's almost like you're working your way through the whole process. Okay, now when you get to the quarterback, how are you poking the ball out? Yep. How are you finishing the play? Yeah. And I would expect to see, just like he did last year, I would expect to see a lot of improvement in that regard.
Okay, so that's Will laying out how he's grown as a player. This is J.C. Latham, former teammate of Will Anderson, first-round pick of the Titans, high pick for the Titans last year, playing tackle. And he's on the Bussin' with the Boys podcast. And they're asking him about going against Will Anderson. J.C. Latham thought he was getting Alabama Will Anderson when they went against each other last year. He learned he was getting year 2 NFL Will Anderson.
Probably the only guy who can practice just like the game. unconsciously. So like going against him, I was like, okay, I know I can block this guy in the game. Like I've blocked him well enough in practice, and I get to the NFL and everybody's making it like a really big deal. Like, hey, you're going against Will. Do you think you can block? And I'm like, absolutely. Like he can show you the tape. I have the tape. I have the money from him. You know what I mean? And we get to the game, and that's when I was like, yeah, this motherfucker has gotten so much better. Like he always had a Katie for like going one with the ball, like coming off with the ball, and he wasn't as good as he is now compared to college because like he would get flat for it, you know. But in the league, like he's mastered that so much. He uses his hand at the top of the rush so much better. He has a lot more counters that he does now than he did in college. He's not just trying to bully the lineman. Like he's learning how to get around them. He's learning how to pursue, use the right angles, the five line and all that. So yeah, that's what I was like, yeah, this motherfucker. It's like, yeah, it's different. Yeah, he definitely got the better of me for sure. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it or whatever.
I gotta look up after that. I gotta go watch that first Houston game from this year after the show, because I'm just looking at. I just want to look at the PFF grades. I mean, which a grain of salt with PFF grades, but this is notable. J.C. Latham averaged pass blocking. He averaged 67.8 as a pass rushing grade on the season. By far, his worst performance was that first Houston game with a 29.2.
That was the game where they sacked Will Levis 8 times and still found a way to lose the game. That matches the eye test when it comes to pass protection in that game, for sure.
You know what? And I'm going to look forward to that because yesterday I went back and I watched some of the Texans' offense versus the Titans.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. I was so angry, Sean. Yeah. I was so angry.
That was the game where the linebackers were just chilling in the middle of the field waiting for the cutback,
or
right?
just chasing things back door that they shouldn't. The linebackers turned into J.J. Watt.
Yeah, they broke every rule.
Because they didn't, because they knew that there was nothing. They knew that the running back was not going to be able to get to the edge. So they just started shooting every gap. And it was so bad. It was so bad. Oh, my God, Sean, it was so bad. The plays in which it's not just the offensive line, everybody. I know people want to the tight ends, the wide receivers. Mixon wasn't making the right decisions because he didn't know what he was going to see. Yeah. It was so ugly. It was atrocious. It was so bad.
The Latham cut that we just played feels like watching a friend play a video game where they're playing Madden on, like, the high school level. And then somebody flips the switch to like the all Madden level, and they're like, "Whoa, this is way different."
You know what? It goes his growth spurt over the summer, and he comes back, and all of a sudden the kids who are already full grown men, and they were like the badasses their freshman year. All of a sudden, they're like, "What? Hey, I was supposed to do that to you.
Yeah,
you're a nerd." Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Final segment coming up. We'll find out what the guys on In the Loop got going on. Question of the day. There was a massive transaction in the NBA yesterday when it comes to a team sale. The Lakers went for a value. They sold a chunk of the team that basically values the team at $10 billion. Which Houston team, if any, is most likely to sell in a seller's environment like this? The professional sports team here in town. We'll talk about that. And we'll talk to the guys on In the Loop coming up next. But first, let's get you guys into a brand new luxury vehicle.
Stop.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. We'll talk to the guys on In the Loop. Luke Morrow in for Reggie Atatula today. John Lopez is here. So we'll talk to those guys in about 5 or 10 minutes, see what they've got going on. We've not touched on this story very much today, but I think it's interesting because it's kind of out of nowhere. Like, this is a blue blood franchise getting sold yesterday. This was out of left field. No, we're not in L.A. Maybe this was a big talking point in L.A. the last several months or years. Are entering into an agreement, the Buss family that's owned the team, entering into an agreement to sell majority ownership of the Lakers to Mark Walter in a transaction that values the franchise overall at $10 billion. Sources told ESPN on Wednesday, the highest ever for a U.S. professional sports franchise. The Buss family is going to keep a minority share of the team, so they'll still have they'll still be part of this thing, just over 15%. The big thing, I guess, when it comes to the Buss family is Jeannie Buss, who has operated as the main owner of the Lakers the last several years, or governor, as they say in the NBA. She will continue to run the team for, quote, at least a number of years. Sources with knowledge of the deal told Ramona Shelburne of ESPN. It was guaranteed as part of the agreement that Buss would remain in charge for the foreseeable future. Walter fully endorsed that plan. Of course, Walter is the CEO and chairman of diversified holding company TWG Global. He's been a shareholder of the Lakers for a few years now. He purchased Phil Anschut's share of 26% a few years ago. But Walter and his company have interests in multiple sports organizations, including the Dodgers, the Sparks, and Chelsea of the Premier League, even a professional women's hockey league team as well.
The thing about NBA teams, and this is where especially because they've allowed, they're more flexible in how they allow their ownership structures to come in. So you can see hedge fund type guys do it. And the building is huge. Yeah. So the revenue that you can generate from an NBA is, for one, your maintenance costs and everything aren't nearly what they are with, say, an NFL stadium, but it's a perfect size for concerts, for trade shows, for hockey teams, like all of those things. They generate so much revenue. You can imagine in LA, especially when it comes to things like that, there's just they make so much money. Because you might wonder, okay, how can they sell for more than some of these NFL teams with all the revenue they generate? It's a combination of the team and owning the facility or controlling the facility. And that's something like Texans right now. The NFL teams can do it too, but the Texans don't even own or control the facility.
Here's what's crazy about that with respect to this deal.
Real estate
for the Lakers do not own. Anschutz Entertainment Group owns and runs Crypto.com, which used to be Staples Center.
Yeah.
It's a great point because that's what the Fertittas have with the Toyota Center.
Yeah.
That's what's crazy about it is the Lakers. Because I heard that also. I just Googled it to make sure. I heard it this morning on a national show that's what's crazy about this $10 billion is they don't even have all the stuff you're talking about the arena.
Wow.
It's a valid point. They don't have it though. That's what's crazy.
If they did, it would be even more than $10
correct.
billion.
Yeah,
Man.
correct. Yeah. So the Lakers are one of the primary tenants, along with the Clippers until they built their own arena. You know, they built the big Intuit
now,
Dome.
do they have, okay, so do they not, and they don't have control over, they can't get revenue from like any other events they put in there?
That was my understanding on the show I listened to this morning, is that they don't have that type, and they may have been wrong.
Because they get other, it sounds like no.
It sounds like they don't, according to
the NFL deals and some of the NBA deals are just going to be mind-blowing in the future.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big jump. I think the second biggest deal was the one that was just done for the Commanders a year or two ago for a little over $6 billion. This is $10 billion.
This is related, Sean. I'm not going off on a tangent, but because it's obviously related to the Texans headquarters and potentially a new stadium and everything. The other day, I was just talking on a live stream about the Star up there in Dallas where they have their headquarters, and they have a practice facility right there with bleachers. They have a common area, and they do watch parties there. Yeah. So one of this Texans fan was stuck up in Dallas and ended up going to a watch party with the people he was with up there. He said it was incredible.
Yeah.
He said it was a really, really cool experience.
Yeah.
And that part, because I was trying to figure out how much would fans really care about whether the Texans headquarters is at NRG or elsewhere. I think the fan experience, and especially during away games or at the draft or during training camp, you could be going, you could be relieving yourself in a permanent bathroom instead of a porta potty.
Yes,
I'll take a sales tax increase for that.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Can you just keep me out of there's nothing like going into a porta potty at 11 a.m. in August in Texas.
Oh, it's been there for 3 weeks or whatever it is.
Air-conditioned bathrooms.
Oh, you kidding me? That's a great point. That's a great point.
No, but he said the watch party was really an incredible experience.
I'll bet. Well,
and then when you're going to training camp, too, if training camp, the Texans presumably would have it right there.
Yeah.
And having permanent facilities, it can be a much more comfortable environment than what they do now.
It feels like teams in every American sport should be super psyched about the NBA team should obviously be very excited. This is where they're setting the new bar. And I don't think like if you were to sell I don't know if you were to sell the Sacramento Kings, I don't think they're commanding $10 billion. I don't think it's like quarterback contracts in the NFL where the next team's going to get 10.1. The Lakers are a unique case based on the market and their history and tradition, and in the short term, them having Luka and LeBron on the team, I think that all factors in. But this is good news, I think, for NFL teams. Like I think all of a sudden, by seeing that a basketball team's going for $10 billion, that the next NFL team to sell is, to me, I don't know, I feel like at least splits the difference between $6 billion and $10 billion.
I've long been known to. I decided long ago that I'm not going to buy an NFL team, Sean. I've just said I've been firm and resolute in that. Like, no, I will not be buying.
I remember how
NFL
hard that
team.
decision was for you, though.
It was, but I just don't. I don't want all the headaches that come along with it.
Right.
I don't want public scrutiny. I enjoy being, largely pretty well liked by the people of Houston.
Yes.
And I don't want to ever put myself in a position where I'm largely despised by the people of Houston. So I decided, no, I will not buy the Texans if it ever comes for sale.
Right.
This is changing things a little bit for me. I could consider it, perhaps.
Oh, yeah?
I might.
Buying the Texans?
Although, am I buying high if sports teams are at an all-time high valuation? I don't know.
Yeah.
That's going to factor into my decision.
Yeah. You'd see that happening. It's just the decision to actually go ahead and pull the trigger on it.
I feel like if me buying the Texans, I feel like the McNairs might have like a reverse draft day scenario where somewhere there's a piece of paper that says anybody but Seth.
Anybody but Seth, no matter what. Seth is the anti-Vontae Mack.
McNairs keep their distance from old Sethers.
My feeling, it's funny you bring that up because I think that's kind of what we tease into the segment. Do you think this affects the thinking of any of the, I'll just say the big three teams here in Houston, just seeing this Lakers thing?
Well, for one, I think with Tillman, his sons are... They love
this is a family thing,
yeah. And it's not like they're not like Woody Johnson's kids, some jackasses that are just being annoying around the facility. They are, part of running the organization, and I don't think Tillman would ever
running around the locker room showing negative tweets to all the players.
40-year-old Patrick, or however old he is. Yeah. I apologize, Patrick, if you're not 40. Yeah. Running around the locker room getting autographs and stuff. No, it's not that. So I don't think the Fertittas will sell anytime soon. Nope. I don't think 3 years ago, I think a lot of people had said, it's a matter of they were clamoring for the McNairs to sell, whatever it might be. That's changed pretty drastically.
I agree. I don't think I'll be alive to see somebody other than the McNairs own the Houston Texans. They certainly are a money-making entity, and the goal of any business is to make money. But Bob Mayer said, I just felt like Houston had to have a football team.
It's one of the things that's keeping me from, aside from my resolute declaration of not buying a local sports team.
Right.
There probably won't be one of the Texans probably won't be available for a long time.
I don't think so. I don't think so. And I think the Astros similarly too. I don't think so either. But
I guess the Astros, the only one that would be interested in there is because it was kind of a committee affair from the get-go.
Jim Crane does not own nearly as much as people think of the Astros.
Yeah, but Jim Crane is a dyed-in-the-wool baseball guy.
Yep.
That's the part where I could never see Jim Crane doing it, but who knows if Jim Crane were to, in the future, sometime far, far off in the future, when he passes away or whatever, if maybe the fact that there are so many owners, maybe that would make things more likely for them. But no time soon.
Yeah, I don't think we see breaking news anytime soon of a Houston sports team, getting sold. John Lopez, Luke Morrow is in for Reggie Atatula today, rocking his Hartford Whalers. I see that Hartford Whalers T-shirt, and I think of like, oh yeah, I was there when the Whalers got sold to Peter Carmanos, evil, satanic, awful person who then moved them to Carolina.
Yeah, we had season tickets.
So did I.
And they had that goal, like if you get a certain amount of fans come to the games this year, we'll keep, just to show that support.
We'll keep the team in Hartford.
And Whaler fans showed up and hit that plateau, and they left anyway.
Liar.
Yeah.
Liar, Peter Carmanos, awful human being.
Funny.
Yeah.
You call them satanic, except I wonder if some part of your subconscious remembers. They moved in 1997, which was right when there was still a lot of the widespread cults in America. My high school almost banned us from wearing black because they were so worried about the Satanists amongst us. Which I knew for a fact were a couple kids I knew that were trolling the adults.
Yeah.
And went out. That was big back in the 90s, kids. This is what we did before social media.
Yeah.
We would try to scare the adults by going out and putting like pagan type stuff out. I wouldn't, but I know some people would. Yeah.
Good thing social media came along and calmed everything down.
Yeah, everything's cool and rational
settled
now.
everything down.
Now it's just our world leaders doing that.
Yeah. Peter Carmano, still alive, age 82.
Oh, that dog.
Well, Satanism pays off sometimes.
Yes,
He made a deal with the devil.
It may. John, you've been here forever. Do you think there's any chance that any of the three teams in Houston look at that dollar amount that the Lakers went for yesterday and said,
Yeah, I was listening to your discussion, and I was kind of looking at Luke. Because at 11:20, there are some eerie similarities between the Bus family and the Lakers and the Texans.
Oh, okay.
Not that it's going to happen. Not that we're even predicting it, but there are some very eerie similarities.
Okay, are you going to get
Did
people
one of them date Phil Jackson?
Possibly.
Something we don't know.
I didn't dig that deep. I didn't dig that
Phil
deep.
went through a weird time in college. It's just,
Currently married to a washed-up comedian.
Right. Yeah, today. Oh, that's right.
Jay Moore.
That's right, Jay Moore.
Yeah.
He's the biggest winner in all of this.
No kidding.
Jay Moore.
Bob Sugar is part of the lake. Yeah.
Jay Moore catching strays because he's so fat. Of course the bullet's going to hit him.
We were in a limo driving around town. We had a good old time, man. He did a comedy
Jay
show.
Moore, he's living the life. I'm telling you, you look at him, you're like, that's Jay Moore?
Yeah.
Like, he does not care.
Go watch,
he is taken care of, man.
Go watch Jerry Maguire. He does not look like that anymore. Yeah, that's wild. All right. By the way,
So 11:20.
Hold on. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Yes, 11:20.
We're going to talk about, just the bus sale and some eerie similarities.
Okay.
Yeah.
Question of the day.
Question of the day we have, and I feel a little bad about this one. It has, for a couple of reasons. It has to do with Charles Davalin, the outfielder for Arkansas.
There's a big collapse in that game last night, right?
3 big things happened that just sick. You got to be sick if you're a Hogs fan.
Yeah.
Sorry, Clint, but he just dropped the ball in left field and allowed 2 runs to score.
Wow.
And so our question is, it's a little unfair. The other reason I feel bad to Seth because his athletic career, it lasted 25 years or whatever it was. But what sports moment, not as a fan, but what sports moment in your own career still haunts you? Because that's going to haunt that kid forever.
Okay.
I sailed. I was a long snapper, and I sailed the ball over the punter's head that ended up losing us the game.
At a crucial time.
Yeah. We had a lead and everything. It was the worst possible. We were putting the ball to be safe, and I sailed it over high school. And then I almost got in a fight with one of the opposing team's parents on the way out. That was the good part of that night. The cops had to restrain this guy.
That's kind of in the same neighborhood as one of mine.
Newark.
I want to hear yours, but mine, one of them that is still haunting. I was a football and basketball guy my whole life, but I did play a little baseball.
Mm-hmm.
So when I was a freshman, they ended up putting me on varsity, and I always wanted to catch. I was a first baseman. They always wanted me to catch, and I was a backup because I was a freshman.
Yep.
So the catcher got sick or hurt or something, and I was starting a game at catcher against our big rival.
Yeah.
First at bat, before I even put on my catching gear, first at bat, I hit what could have been a triple, but it should have been a double.
Yeah.
And I'm rounding second, and the third baseman catches the ball, and I go fists up right into his face to try to knock the ball out of him, and they throw me out of the game.
Oh, you got ejected,
I never caught a single game, actually caught.
Oh, wow.
I never got. They threw me out in the first inning.
Oh, did you draw blood?
I don't remember, but I was really just trying. It was innocent enough in my mind, but I was just trying to knock because he had his glove up.
Ejected, huh?
Ejected.
Okay.
That was perfect for a catcher. You were ready for those collisions at home.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think it's fair to say that in this room, Luke, I don't know what your athletic prowess was back in the day.
He looks athletic.
Yeah, more athletic than me. I know I wasn't as good an athlete as you were, John, and I certainly know I wasn't as good an athlete as my co-host who played in the NFL for 10 years. So I have many moments that were bad moments on the field. But the worst one was probably in Babe Ruth baseball, which I think Babe Ruth is like 8th grade, right?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, Babe Ruth, tie game, 9th inning, ground ball, I'm playing second base, ground ball, second base, right through the wickets, Bill Buckner style. Bill Buckner style, winning about from my buddies to this day. That's the biggest thing. Like they
have a nickname for you?
No, old wickets. No. They probably behind my back. They may have probably. It's all those guys on that group text I was talking about yesterday.
I knew he didn't have the makings of a varsity athlete.
And I didn't. They would have been accurate. I didn't even have the makings of a junior varsity athlete. Yeah, they would have been very accurate.
What happened? Did you not get down low enough? Did you come up too early?
Just glove in the wrong place, man. I can't blame it on the turf.
Yeah.
I can't blame it.
Bad hop.
Took my eye off the ball, maybe. I mean, there were obviously runners on base, so if I remember, maybe it was something where I'm pulling my glove up to start to flip it to the shortstop.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's still, it haunts me to this day, man.
It should.
Luke, what you got?
I'll save my worst one for later, but real quick, another Babe Ruth story. For me, when I played baseball, I was a decent pitcher. I was a pretty good fielder, but I couldn't hit. I drew a lot of walks, but I couldn't actually put the ball in play. I had a good eye. I was sabermetrics before sabermetrics, just getting on base. And my coaches hated it. They always got to swing the bat. Anyways, long story short, we were down 1. Well, I think there were 7-inning games. So it was bottom of the 6th, down 1, first and second, 2 outs. I was the number 9 hitter. And I was coming up, and it was the player's idea, but the coach agreed. They wanted me to get out intentionally so that we'd have the top of the order leading off the bottom of the last inning down. They didn't want me to draw a walk. Even though, come on, loaded bases, 2 outs are your best hitter. That seems like not a bad idea. But, but that was such a blow to the ego when your coach tells you to intentionally get out. Are you kidding? I'm like, oh my gosh!
Just want to make sure Bobby gets to the plate. Okay,
with 2 men on, we tell you to just stand there or something.
We don't need you.
They don't want me to get a walk.
Oh my God!
I told my father in the car ride home, and he was just like,
that's a killer.
That's not right."
Your dad goes, he was right.
That's a rough moment as a parent. Yeah, I don't know what you say in that situation.
Okay, one last one. It's not really a game thing, but in 6th grade. We had, majors, and then Babe Ruth was junior high. 6th grade, my last year in majors in Little League, was on the Angels. We have the same team every year until you get to 6th grade, then you move on. So my last year with the team, I wanted to get on the field any way I could. Our catcher from the previous year had moved up to Babe Ruth.
Okay.
So I'm like, all right, I'm going to, you know what? I'm going to give it a go at catcher. And they encouraged me to. Yeah. So the first couple practices, I mean, I sucked at catcher, but I had 2 amazing practices. I was like a cat behind the plate, blocking pitches, and we had a pitcher that threw off-speed stuff in 6th grade. Yeah, go figure. He made it like 8th grade before he threw his arm out. But I had 2 of the greatest practices that any catcher in Little League has ever had. And so I was the catcher to start the season. I was done by game 3. They were like, "Oh my God, where was the kid who was?"
What were we thinking?
I was back in right field, man. Yeah, picking daisies in right field. So yeah, man. Thanks for bringing this back up, John. I love reliving.
We all have those haunting memories.
Sports history. My whole youth sports history.
I could have been a great catcher.
Haunting memory. I was for 2 days.
That was always the worst because I umpired Little League baseball like in high school and college.
Yeah.
And whenever they try to stick a new kid behind the plate as the catcher, dodging the pitch, or he's just running to the backstop to go get the pitch, it's like this is slowing down the game so much.
Slowing down and putting you in danger.
Yeah,
if you're
the ball.
Home plate umpire.
Sean, we'll have to. I have another story. I'll tell it at 6 a.m. tomorrow.
Okay.
It involves Tony Banks when I was playing against Tony Banks. The most embarrassing thing I've ever done as a football player.
Oh, really?
We'll do that at 6 a.m. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'll be up.
We'll do it at 6 a.m. and we'll relive it at 9:55 tomorrow. In fairness to the In the Loop crowd. All right, Seth, antibodies to you. I'll see you for Friday show.
Antibodies and get some work in. Throw some BP or something. You can do it, man. I know you can do it.
Yeah. I'm making my comeback at age 56. Yeah. All right, we're done. We're out of time. KILT AM, KILT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. That's what you're listening to. Luke Morrow in for Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, and we got Colin Neal in for Figgy Fig today, hitting the buttons in there. They are in the loop, and they start now.
Yes, sir. By the way, I can't wait. I'm going to save it for the actual segment, but the text that just came in about the question of the day, can't wait to get to that in about 35 minutes. That is ridiculous.
Oh, my goodness. I see it now.
Yeah,
that beats all of ours.
Yeah, there's no coming back from that.
Is it that very first text?
We're going to call that a tease. You got to stay tuned until later on in the hour.
You got me waiting for it now.
People want to be here at 10:40.
God, I hope you
text.
are.
Yeah. And in the meantime, you can keep sending in yours as well for the question of the day. We'll get to it at 10:40. What sports moment in your own career still haunts you? You can always text the show throughout the next 4 hours as well. 3-572-4610. You can engage with us on the YouTube and Twitch streams as well. We got a lot to do over the next few hours. A lot of our memories, I think a lot of people's memories, we'll find out at 10:40, come from the baseball world. And so I guess it's a fair segue into what the Astros have been doing the last couple nights in Sacramento against the A's. Fortunately for the Astros, it's been all positive the last 2 nights.
Yeah.
10-plus runs scored in back-to-back games. First time they've done that in almost 2 years. But I think of King of Queens, one of my favorite shows, and the main character, Doug, was having a problem. He was having a spat with his wife, and he was talking to his best friend, Deacon, who was just recently divorced, and Deacon was giving him all this advice about how terrible women are, and Doug said, how much should I discount this to the fact that you just got divorced?
Yeah.
And he said, maybe 20%. I think it's similar at the Astros where I don't want to start the show this morning by raining on the parade, but you're playing the second worst pitching staff in the second most hitter-friendly ballpark. How much do we discount what we've seen from this offense the last couple nights?
Well, first of all, you just kind of blew my mind. I watched 2 episodes of King of Queens last night.
Yes.
Yeah, it's one of those, like, you know, when you're like all these shows that I stream, that we watch, they're all like on break.
Yeah.
So you're like, you know, before the Astros game starts, which was late, of course, and what do you want to watch? So we're just flipping around. I haven't seen King of Queens in a while, so I watched 2 episodes last night.
Great show.
That's wild. Secondly, I don't think it's unfair what you're saying at all, and that's not being a downer. That's not. I mean, but I really don't discount too much. And Reggie was all about this too. You know, he wanted to see these numbers go up, and on base percentage and slugging percentage and all that, and they have. But it's about, as much as there are sabermetrics and there's analytics and all that stuff that's going on, we know what we're looking at. There is contact being made. Like, this isn't like altitude where maybe even the pitcher is affected and the movement of the stuff and all that. It's not at altitude. It's like 5,000 feet lower than Denver. So the contact being made is what's selling it for me. I mean, and also what they've done in it previously. Like, they've been on a tear. What is it, 18 out of 22 or something like that, 23 that they've won? So I don't discount it. I really don't. I think they're on a tear right now.
Yeah, and a few guys, you know, I know Payne and Pendergast were talking about like the bottom of the lineup has really stepped up, and Cam Smith was batting, 6 last night, and Cam has had a great week, 3 more hits last night. In fact, let's hear, this was kind of the icing on the cake last night. That broadcast crew was busy with all the calls of all the runs scored. Here is the Cam Smith RBI double, as he's been having a great series.
The Astros up to 14 hits tonight. And there's one down the line. That's an RBI all the way to the corner. Christian Walker heading to third. He'll be held up there. Cam Smith, an RBI double. And the Astros lead this game 6-1. Cam with another RBI hit.
Man, they were just getting started, huh? They were just getting started at that point.
Yeah.
Cam Smith, obviously, he's the one that's been really kind of tearing it up. We talked a little bit about it yesterday. The up and down the lineup, the contact is just being solid. The one thing that I would say, though, and you alluded to this, is their pitching is bad. Like their pitching is really, really bad. So they're getting some good opportunities.
Yeah, for sure. And Cam Smith, right, it'd only be fair in a minor league ballpark for him to do so well this early in his career. 333 over the past 30 games, though, for Cam Smith, so he's coming around. It's interesting. I don't want to be a prisoner of the moment, but I was thinking, and just watching this team the last couple of weeks, and the last couple nights, but as I said, I mean, I don't put a ton of stock into the last couple of games. I discount those performances. But this is all my lead up to a question of, who do you think is the most important part to get back for this team? And it sounds crazy to even ask when your best hitter is still on the shelf and you're down. But it just feels like this lineup is a lot deeper this year than it was last year, which right now sounds crazy to think. And the pitching, while it's being pieced together really well, I don't know how much longer I can trust all of these guys being pulled up from the minors.
Yeah.
So if you could wave your magic wand and get one guy back who's injured on the team right now, would it be Jordan or would it be maybe someone on the pitching staff?
That's a good question, because Jordan seems like such an obvious answer.
Yeah.
And I am going to say Jordan just because of what he does with the left-handed bat, what he does to opposing pitching staffs and rotations and how managers handle pitchers and specific situations when he comes up. So I am going to say Jordan. But you know what? I paused for a second. I waited for a second because of what you're saying, and I brought this up a couple of times this week.
Yeah.
I don't think it's an accident that these pitchers that they're calling up are having success. I think it's a credit to the Astros, to the pitching staff, to the scouting, to the little tweaks they do on mechanics. They deserve a lot of credit on that. But there is a line. There is a line where no matter all the magic that you put on these guys, it won't work.
Yeah.
And right now, you don't know. I mean, how many pitchers right now do you know are coming back? Let's say in the next month, they're coming back. None?
Yeah, no. I don't think any.
None.
I don't think I'd be confident in saying any of them.
Yeah.
Maybe McCullers, I guess, but with the injury history of the Astros,
right,
every little problem seems like a much bigger problem, so that might be worse than what they're leading on right now. He'd be the only one. Yeah, I think Arrighetti, maybe in a month. But yeah, to answer your question, yeah, I don't feel very confident in getting any back.
By the way, have we gotten an update on Lance McCullers?
I don't think so. Not from the original.
Because it was supposed to be just like a strain, and then they were going to have testing and imaging and all this other stuff. And we still haven't gotten an update. Not that we would put a lot of stock into the update. But even that, I wouldn't be surprised if it was a month.
I'm sure you got – no, I wouldn't be either. The way not only McCullers last few years has went, but the Astros and how they've handled these pitchers. I'm sure, by the way, I'm sure you guys covered it, but since I wasn't here, what do you think happened with that McCullers injury? Was it like tripping over a weight? How do you think he actually got injured in the weight room?
Well, I was actually surprised how many people bought into this. I kind of half tongue-in-cheek said, I'm not even – and I'm emphasis on half tongue-in-cheek. I'm not sure it was a foot. That's how bad the Astros are with injuries and what they tell us. I'm 99% sure it was a foot because that would be blasphemous. Yeah. They would hear from the league and everything else. Say, oh, by the way, it's his arm. No, but they're so bad with the injuries. I will say this: where I am with the injury, it wasn't a situation that was minor because he stayed back. He stayed back on Saturday. It wasn't like he got to the park on Monday. It was Monday, right? I think it was Monday. He got to the park on Monday and they said, yeah, it's a little sore. I kicked a weight or something. Well, okay, you better go back and get it checked. No, he stayed back on Saturday. To me, that's a sign. That's not a minor thing.
Yeah, I know. I'm with you, and just based off of the history, too. So it's hard to count on him. Circling back to my question, I think I'd go pitching, which sounds ridiculous, but if you're looking ahead for not only sustaining this throughout the season, but like a playoff series, Hunter Brown, Framber, and then give me, I don't know, Arrighetti, give me Javier, even maybe McCullers with the way he was pitching there before going down with the latest injury. You give me those three starters in a playoff series, I feel really good, and I still am of the school of thought that, pitching wins in October, as great of a hitter as Jordan is, but the offense has been doing enough lately. Guys are, Cam Smith's has picked things up. Christian Walker quietly is doing some better things. Diaz has been much better lately. And like you said, I just worry about the pitching, how long it will hold up. The Astros deserve a ton of credit. I always compare them to like a rom-com where you like your Browns and your Framber, but then it's really like Molly Ringwald, the girl next door that's like, oh, actually, she's the it girl. And that's the guys that they keep calling up Jason Alexander the other night. These random guys from the minors that pitch really well. And it's like, oh, it's not so much about the aces. It's about all these other guys the Astros throw on the mound. But I just wonder how long this can be sustained over the course of.
So your answer is what then?
I think pitching. If I could get one guy back.
Not a specific name?
Any of those three. Arrighetti, McCullers, or even Javier. Give me one of those three back today. I feel really good about this team through the summer.
Well, and I think part of the a big factor there is Framber pitching the way he is. He hasn't had. We've asked the question a number of times about good Fromber, bad Fromber. He's been good Fromber.
Yeah, he has.
So you have 1 and 2. If you get a 3 with the clutch offense that you're getting, and by the way, I think you mentioned this, maybe not. Alone in second place with the best record for the best record in the American League.
Yeah,
that's incredible.
It is.
That's absolutely incredible.
It is. It's remarkable with what they've been dealt and how well they've played, and we'll dive into that a little bit more later on about what can't this team handle at this point, because it has been something. And you lose your best hitter, and I know it's been, 6 weeks now without Jordan, and the A's don't have a great pitching staff, but then you go and you score 10-plus runs the last 2 nights, something you hadn't done in almost 2 years, and you do it without your best hitter in the lineup who hasn't been in the lineup for a while. A's, they finish out that series tonight, 9:05 Central Time, first pitch in Sacramento. First off, how have these night games been treating you as we go on?
It's been rough, man.
Day after day.
So that was actually our question of the day on it. I went to bed. The second game, I was like, hey, I'm feeling pretty good. Instead, it's like your body is weird, and last night I stayed up as long as I could, and I would have watched the entirety of the game, but they were winning so easily. And we had my granddaughter spend the night. So
nice.
I'm not going to miss that.
Yeah.
A little snuggle with the old granddaughter. I knew it was in the bag.
Yeah, sure.
I had to stay up and watch the whole thing.
Oh, yeah. How come?
I was holding it down for Area 45 last night.
That's right.
And sending out all those great emails, cutting those highlights.
That's right. You had to sleep fast last night.
Yeah. He didn't. He went home and played video games, he said.
No. That's not true.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I was just in a PlayStation party with the boys, and we were just chatting up.
Oh, okay.
How much sleep did you get?
4 hours.
Okay. Good luck.
I'll be fine. Trust me. We got a long way to go. We got till 2 p.m. here.
Good luck.
Yeah. We'll see him nodding off. Head over to the YouTube stream, see if he'll make it. Colton Gordon on the mound tonight for the Astros. He's one of those guys that, based off of the metrics, has been one of the more unlucky pitchers actually this year, and we're starting to see that turn. If you are into those Sabre metrics, those analytics that show expected ERA, actual ERA, we'll see what he does tonight against the A's. But that team, the A's right now, obviously not playing good baseball, and the Astros should be able to win again tonight. Hey, speaking of baseball, we know about the Rafael Devers trade this week. It's the big story in sports. When we come back, I'll tell you why it makes me feel better about a certain Houston team, and it's not the Astros.
All Access. The countdown to training camp is officially on. And Mark Vandermeer and John Harris have you covered. Exclusive interviews, inside info, and the best football conversation in town. 610 Sports Radio 610.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the game number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Coming up, why the Rafael Devers trade actually makes me feel better about one specific Houston team. Get to that in a moment here on In the Loop. I'm Luke Morrow in for Reggie today. Colin Neal's holding down the steel wheels for Figgy Fig. But we got the OG John Lopez with us as well here on In the Loop today. And you, 713-572-4610 to text the show.
Happy Juneteenth, by the way.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just saw Figgy Fig is celebrating Juneteenth at Dollar Tree.
Nice.
That's a tradition unlike any other.
So did he actually wake up early to clean up the house? Like
I don't know. He's at Dollar Tree right now, so maybe he's getting some cleaning supplies.
That's right.
It could well
Sent
be
him out for the early errands. And I tell everyone this. I'm a Dollar General guy, not Dollar Tree. I think it is. Which one's the green one? Is that Dollar Tree?
That's Dollar Tree.
Okay, I'm a Dollar Tree guy.
Yeah.
They're the only ones where the things are actually $1. All the other
something because Dollar Tree, Figgy's tweet was everything at Dollar Tree is now $5
yes,
or more.
That's what happened. Whatever the green sign is, maybe that's Dollar General.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, Dollar General is black and gold.
Yeah, the black and gold.
Huh.
Yeah,
maybe it is Dollar Tree, but the Dollar Tree I go to,
it's the green one.
Okay, well the one I go to, I'll have to tell Figgy.
Unless there's another one out there that we're just not thinking of.
Yeah,
there is a Family Dollar, but that's like what, orange or red?
Yeah, orange and red. Yeah.
Anyways, the one I go to, the stuff is still $1. And I tell everybody, don't get like your toilet paper or cleaning supplies. Don't get that at H-E-B. Go get it for $1.25. It's the same stuff. They have no shame. Maybe that should be my confession. We need to remove the shame of these dollar stores. It's a great bargain.
Exactly.
On the text line, 832, trying to start a new movement. We had the Killer Bees for the Astros. He's saying now the Killer Jays. Jose Altuve, Jeremy Pena, Jake Myers.
All right.
I like it.
A little bit of a reach, but I don't mind it. I don't mind it at all.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a reach.
I always like the alliteration.
Yeah.
And then someone else said in regards to Lance McCullers, the way the Astros, this is from 713, the way the Astros injury reporting goes, a month from now, McCullers' sprained right foot will turn into an ankle fracture.
I'm telling you.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
I think most of us feel that same way, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Hey, the big news this week was the Boston Red Sox trading Rafael Devers to the San Francisco Giants, and a lot of people were wondering how could they do such a thing, and many have compared it to the whole Luka Doncic trade. I think that's the low-hanging fruit for a comparison, but I think it's somewhat apples to oranges. I don't think it's a fair comparison. Luka just led the Mavericks to the NBA Finals. The NBA is more about a star. Devers been with the Red Sox since 2018. They've actually been under 500 since 2019, and he is not just, he doesn't have the same impact as Luka, also was just not being a good teammate. And all the stories coming out, take them with a grain of salt, but guys in the clubhouse weren't really that fond of Devers even.
Right.
So the idea for the Red Sox being addition by subtraction, let's remove the toxic part of the clubhouse, and hopefully this makes us better. And so reading all these stories this week, because I was really fascinated by this trade, it reminded me of a team here in Houston, but not the Astros. It reminded me of the Texans and what they did this offseason. It actually made me feel better for the Texans' offseason plan with offensive line, specifically the Laramie Tunsil trade, where similarly everybody outside of Houston was saying, how could they trade their best offensive lineman? What are they doing? What a ridiculous trade. Their offensive line was already bad. Now they're getting rid of Tunsil. But we had, I think it was Albert Breer had the report that the offensive line room was toxic, and maybe take that with a grain of salt for the Texans last year. But we had that idea. We've had these reports of, Tunsil maybe wasn't the best in that room for these guys. And so it got me thinking, kind of like the Red Sox, that if the Red Sox were willing to do something so radical as get rid of their cornerstone player because they thought it would improve the entirety of the 26-man roster, suddenly I'm thinking, hey, you know what? I already liked the trade to begin with, but now maybe I feel even better about this offensive line where just simply removing Tunsil The other guys, you might not have this great, talented offensive line, just like the Red Sox roster isn't all that great on paper.
Yeah.
But together as a unit with that chemistry, it could be even better when you remove the toxicity.
I like this. I like this sort of thought exercise. You also have to realize, was it that toxic when you consider what he was at left tackle? Because no matter what, and we were as critical of critical of Laramie Tunsil, false starts, all that stuff. As anyone. Exactly.
It's like a false start.
That would be him. So we've been as critical as any. But the dude was top 3 pass blockers, probably in the entire NFL, somewhere in that range. So could it have been that bad? Was it that bad for that the offensive line and removing, addition through subtraction, as you put it, removing him would make everybody else that much better? Or was he so good that somehow maybe you could have just fixed the room otherwise? Or could you not? Or could you not fix the room otherwise?
Yeah, again, if I'm comparing it to Devers, I think the Red Sox felt like they were at a point where like there's just no coming back. As crazy as this seems, we got to do it because we just can't fix this. It's what's best for the team. And I think if you make that trade as the Red Sox or even the Texans, maybe you feel that same way of like we're getting rid of, on paper here or even I guess on tape, our best offensive linemen. They're better. There's got to be a good reason where you feel like it's almost like in a relationship where you tried everything. You don't want to get divorced, right? But you try everything, and it's like there's just no coming back. We just can't fix this relationship. It's better to just move on for both of our sides.
No, I think that's fair, and I think the other thing that plays in here is you got a new offensive coordinator. You have a new offensive line coach. And apparently backstories are that Cole Popovich was trying to really coach one way, and then the others were trying to do something else, Slowick, et cetera. So maybe Laramie Tunsil's own guy. I think Laramie Tunsil knew what got him paid, and he didn't really care about anything else. That is toxicity. Like he says, I will pass block.
Yeah,
I will protect C.J. Stroud. But don't be asking me, what do you want me to die for it? The old major league thing.
Yeah.
Don't ask me to do things that don't get me paid.
Right, which reminds me very much of Devers, who reportedly refuses to do, or would refuse to do media after games, refused to do charity things or appearances. Obviously didn't want to move to first base, wasn't happy to DH. He said, look, I'm a third base, I'm a hitter. That's what I'm going to do here. I'm not going to talk to the media. I'm not going to go out and make appearances. I come to the ballpark and hit the baseball. And so when you're describing what we believe to know about Laramie, it sounds a lot like what we've heard this week about Devers, of that guy who's, kind of very much selfish, I guess, just about themselves and not the betterment of the team. And so by removing that person, that's how – it's the old Patrick Ewing theory from Bill Simmons, that he always thought the Knicks were better without Patrick Ewing because you could play more like a team. And, of course, they went to the NBA Finals in that shortened season in '99 when Ewing was out with an injury. But that idea that you don't just focus on one guy anymore, it's more about the team, and in sports, that team chemistry is so important that maybe that's what the Texans are achieving.
Especially on the offensive line, chemistry within chemistry. But here's the other part of this. Much like the Red Sox, you better be right.
Yes.
You better be right about that.
Absolutely.
Because here's the thing. If this offensive line coach, this offensive system, all of a sudden, C.J. Stroud is still running for his life back there. The running game still is pretty much Joe Mixon finding yards on his own. It's going to be a short career for you.
It's true. That's a good point. This is a big swing for really both teams, and you better hope it works out. But to drive this point home further, I want to go back to first D'Amico Ryans and something he said recently when talking about the offensive line as they were at the I think it was the OTAs or maybe last week of the trade, whatever it was. He said this recently about the offensive line, and when I heard this the other day after the Devers news, it reminded me of maybe this is furthering the point of that unity. Here was the head coach.
Our offensive line, the mindset, I see it drastically changing. I see Coach Cole Popovich, his instant impact on those guys. You can see it from the way they work in their individual drills, the way they come off the line with low pass. It's just the small technique things that you see, how they're dialed in on their hand placement, just speaking the same language. One of the coolest things I've seen when we were working out in phase 2, we work out, we activate our guys here in the bubble, and we all travel outside to do our different drills. And to see the O-line come out, and whoever was out first, they waited on the other guys. And they waited, they joined together as a group, and then they traveled down to the opposite end of the field to do their position work. So that just shows me that togetherness, that connection that I truly believe in. You want to be a great unit, you have to be connected. So Cole has kind of spurred that connection, that intensity, the mentality that I'm looking for, and we have that. We have the intangibles of what it takes. Now we just got to go out and get it done when we put pads on.
And that's all important. I'm not going to downplay that. We know, especially on the offensive line, that togetherness, as he put it, and mindset, as he put it, is huge. Does that make them better offensive line? Coaching matters, obviously, but are the Red Sox a better team on paper today without Devers? The answer is clearly no.
Correct.
Are the Texans a better team in terms of what you see on paper without Laramie Tunsil? The answer has to be no. Until they prove otherwise.
Yes,
that to me is the key thing.
Yeah, which is why it's a big swing. Because, you are getting worse on paper, but then you hope that, a high tide raises all boats, that these guys are going to work in conjunction with each other, and it's going to make them all better, kind of like we'd always used to say about quarterbacks making their wide receivers so much better. Yeah. Here's Titus Howard. This is a much shorter clip, but here's Titus Howard talking about trying to be that role model, that leader now in the room with Laramie Tunsil gone.
I'm doing the best I can do to transform my body, transform my daily habits, all that to show the younger guys the right way to do it. I'm looking forward to that challenge of being that leader in the group, and I want to be a guy that the guys look up to and they're like, hey man, like Tidy's doing it the right way, and I want to do it that way. So I'm looking forward to it.
I heard all the talk this week, everyone ripping the Red Sox, comparing it to Luka. All I'm saying is, I actually thought more about the Texans.
I think it's fair.
And maybe in a weird way, it actually makes me feel better. I liked the Laramie Tunsil move to begin with. I didn't like what they did afterwards. But now you see what the Red Sox did, taking that big swing, and I'm thinking, maybe it wasn't that ridiculous what the Texans did. They did it before the Red Sox.
No, that's fair.
So we'll see. I mean, of course, now this is the honeymoon phase. We'll see come September.
Hey, July 22nd.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got the dates.
That's right.
Yeah.
And so we'll really start in earnest to see what they're going to be able to put out there in just over a month. Hey, time for the question of the day. We already talked about this a little bit earlier. Sending them. What sports moment in your own career, you as an athlete, which one still haunts you to this day? Let us know on the text line 713-572-4610. We'll get to that when we come back. It's in the lead.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Question of the day time. What sports moment in your own playing career still haunts you to this day? Let us know on the text line 713-572-4610. I'm Luke Morrow in for Reggie today. Colin Neal holding things down for Figgy Fig. And, of course, John Lopez with us as always here on In the Loop. We shared some earlier. I imagine we could
get fun.
I imagine we could still go around the room a few times with some of the tales.
I'm anticipating the text that y'all saw at the beginning of the show.
Oh, yeah. You haven't seen it yet?
No, I haven't seen it.
And by the way, this is obviously a result of what happened in the LSU-Arkansas World Series semifinal last night. I'm usually you're like, oh, they choked, and you kind of like point and laugh. I'm just sick for that kid. Charles Davelin was the left fielder, but it wasn't just his drop in left field and completely misreading the ball, first of all, but then dropping the ball. The Razorbacks, by the way, have never beaten LSU. They're 0-5.
Oh, wow.
In the College World Series.
Yeah.
And they were up 2 runs. Horrible throwing error by the second baseman to put a runner on base. That would have been out number 1. They basically could have gotten 5 outs to end this, to face Coastal Carolina in the World Series championship. So there's that. Runner gets on first, ends up runner on first and second. Then an absolute candy of a double play ball goes to the shortstop. And the runner coming out of the box was very slow. I mean, it was just an automatic double play. He decides to throw it to third base to get the lead runner out, which in that case, a double play ends the game.
And did you say they were up 2?
They were up 2.
Yeah, so don't worry about the lead runner.
Forget about that guy. So he misses. He doesn't do the double play. Gets the guy at third, but who cares? Then there's this kind of sinking liner, very playable to left field. Dude misreads it. That Davalon kid misreads it, bounces off his gloves, hits his shoulder. 2-run score. Yada yada yada. The Tigers end up winning the game. He was just bawling, crying afterwards. I felt sick for him, and it's going to haunt him the rest of his life. Mm-hmm. So rather than like, hey, your sports moment that haunts you or whatever. No, your literal sports moment that still haunts you. High school, college, pro, whatever. If you're listening and you played pro, salute to you, by the way. But I have 2. The one I mentioned earlier, I was always a football and basketball guy. I played my whole life, all the way through school. But I did have a very brief baseball. Well, I played baseball as a kid, but in high school, I had a very brief baseball career. They wanted me to play baseball because I'd played all the way through 8th grade. So I always wanted to catch. I was a first baseman, played in a few games because I was a freshman. I wasn't really with the varsity, or injured or something. I forget what it was. I'm starting at catcher. Yes, sir. Let's go. Top of the first inning, I hit a ball that was pretty good hit. Should have been a double. I tried to stretch it to a triple. The third baseman is basically waiting for me with the ball.
That's always the worst. How many outs were there?
I don't remember, but either way, I hadn't even put on the catcher's gear yet.
Well, because one of the unwritten rules is your first.
Yeah, you don't want to be
your first out and last out should not be at third.
Yeah, exactly. It probably was, to be honest. But anyway, I got greedy. And so he was holding the ball up, just like waiting for me, because I was dead to rights.
Come here.
I was just dead to rights. And so I just put up my fists in front of my face and just like tried to ram the ball free. And I hit both my fists in his face.
Oh, I like the thought, honestly. Maybe not the execution.
We both go tumbling to the ground. I get thrown out of the game. So my catching career, it's like those guys that get called up to the big leagues,
yes,
and then they never really have an at-bat.
Yes.
I never put on the catcher's gear, ever. That was the end of my baseball career, in essence, for that. So that was one. It still haunts me. Like, man, I always want to do that. And then the other one, I've told the story on air before. This was an actual one that was just crushing. I think we were undefeated, going to win the district championship. We ended up losing another game, but I think we were undefeated. If we just beat this team, we're going to district. And that's back in the day. School district went to the playoffs. So right now, second, third, fourth place teams go to playoffs.
Yeah, right.
Back then, one team from each district went. And so it was a 4th and goal, like on the 1 yard line. we tackle the dude. I'm on the bottom of the pile. I see the ball not in front of the goal line, like in front of me. The ball's not reached the goal line, but they call a touchdown. And I'm like, so we don't go. How about you?
I shared the story earlier of my baseball story. I did everything pretty well in the baseball field except actually hit the ball. I was like a 100 hitter, but my on-base percentage was like 400. I drew so many walks. I was never chasing anything. Anyways, our team was trailing in what was equivalent to the bottom of the eighth. We were down 1. I was the number 9 hitter in the lineup, 2 on, 2 out. And my coach told me to intentionally get out so the top of the order could lead off in the last inning. Someone earlier, when I shared that story, asked if we won. We did not win. It didn't work. So take that. I should have gone up there hacking. I could have had a miracle game-tying hit. You never know.
The best part of that story is there were 2 men on base.
Yes. If I drew a walk, the bases are loaded for your leadoff hitter. Like, that's not a terrible situation.
So how did you get intentionally out? What was your strategy?
Oh, yeah.
That's a good question.
Did you just hack at the ball and strike out?
Yeah, I guess so. Or I was just more aggressive because legitimately, I don't know what it was. I was just I had a great eye. I didn't chase, but when I did make contact, I never hit the ball well. So, yeah, I think I just went up there and was like, all right, I'm going to be more aggressive this time. And I probably grounded out, probably struck out. Really.
Swing that baby right there.
Yeah. But the story that actually hurts me more was my brother, one of my brothers played college basketball, Whalers, because I'm from Connecticut originally, and he got to play against UConn, which growing up in Connecticut,
all right.
that was the dream. So we all went to the game. He played for Bryant University, and I wore my Bryant shirt. And so they came up to me and my friend during one of the timeouts. They said, you want to go shoot foul shots, do the foul shooting contest on the court during a timeout.
Oh, no.
And I said, sure. At first, they said, you're going to have to take off that shirt and put a UConn shirt on. I said, no. But anyways, I gave in. I switched my shirt because they said they're going to boo you. I said, that's fine.
Yeah.
Anyways, it was me and one of my friends was with us. Now, of course, this was in our town. They were playing in the Civic Center. We grew up there. So we had like all my brother's friends. We had our family. We had high school teachers, everyone. It was the big return. My brother coming to play in the Civic Center. I went out there with my buddy on opposite ends of the court, foul shooting contest. He beat me 1-0. I did not make and I played high school basketball. This was during my high school basketball career. But it's different when you're out there on the big court with everybody watching. I bricked so many foul shots. And my buddy, who was a much better player than me, he only made 1. He banked it in.
Yeah.
But it was so embarrassing. In front of the whole town, I didn't make a single foul shot. And I think it was like 30 seconds. I went like 0 for 10.
Before we get to Colin, yours, you got to share the one that we got on the text board earlier, and they're coming in pretty good right now.
Yeah, they are. We'll get to some others, too, if we have the time for it. Let me bring up that other one from earlier. I teased it, and if you stuck around for this long, I love you. From the 832, texted this earlier. They got stranded on second base when they were 6 or 7 years old. Couldn't hold it any longer. Damn those gray baseball pants, they said. I don't know if that's...
I'm picking number 2.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm picturing number 2.
Man.
On second base. Colin?
I got plenty. I got some sad ones, but like injuries. Like like if I did not get helmet to helmet hit in the back of the head in junior high, I probably would have gone on and played in high school. But I got a concussion real bad.
What about heartbreaking? It's going to haunt you.
Heartbreaking. This one time in slow pitch. No, I'm not. I will say though, I did make this one mistake. I think I was playing second, and it was a routine grounder, and I tried to like do the whole, not stay down the whole way, like you know what they say, keep your ass to the grass.
Yeah.
And then I went and did this, and I missed it, and we ended up losing that game, and that cost us the.
That was it?
Yeah, it cost us the game because they scored, because that started like a whole run for
the
team, and
we
didn't repeat back-to-back slow pitch tournament in Sam Houston record.
So many on the text line. Someone said 6 of their teammates decided to play a soccer game on acid. He was the keeper, and they lost 12-2.
What? So they're all on acid. Where were they? They were probably just like running in circles. They were running out of bounds.
It was like if you've ever seen 21 Jump Street and Jonah Hill's trying to do the track meet on drugs, and he's just like running around and knocking the baton out of people's hands. Like, what is this guy doing?
And the keeper's
that was the soccer team.
Pelted with balls. I want to know what that game would have been like had the keeper been on acid.
Oh, my gosh.
Instead of 12-2. Might have been.
You're not kidding. Was it Doc Ellis who threw the no-hitter on acid? No Doc Ellis is on that soccer team.
Mm-hmm.
There was if y'all remember, Packers kicker Chester Marshall, who he admitted to snorting cocaine.
Oh, yeah.
At halftime.
Chester Marshall.
Yeah, his potential game-time field goal or game-winning field goal got blocked, sent back to him, and ran it in the end zone. He's like, yeah, I wasn't doing that.
Oh my gosh! Scouts in the stands to watch a pitcher I always hit very well. Thought I would make a name for myself. Went down on 3 pitches. Yeah, that'll do it.
That's tough.
There's the end of your career. Boy, there's some really good ones coming.
There's a lot to keep up with. By the way, that's also the classic one of like, I would have been a star if not for, coach didn't play me. Whatever.
I would have been the greatest baseball player if my knee wasn't messed up.
Yeah.
This one I almost forgive you because this is really hard, and we all, whether we make it or not, get real nervous on this. 8th grade, breakaway layup. Breakaway layup. There's nobody between you and the basket.
Yep.
And he says, I airballed the finger roll.
Airball.
But I used to get real tight.
Absolutely.
Like, I was never nervous playing basketball, but you have a breakaway?
I missed way too many of those. I don't know if I ever airballed, but I missed way too many fast break layups.
Well, even guys in college basketball, those guys, they miss layups like you're what? Excuse me?
Yeah.
I don't feel bad at all for missing it in rec ball.
Yeah.
252 said 6th grade Little League. I went hitless for the whole season.
Did he get on base, though?
Yeah, Bill, that's why you got to be like me. I just went up there and never chased.
Keep a good eye. Keep a good eye.
So, Luke, you were basically a Kevin Youkilis.
That's right. That's what I always said. Yeah, I was the Greek guy. I was the Italian god of walks in my day.
8th grade, Hobby Middle School. I was in the 400-meter. Did not pick up my legs for the last 100 yards. I get that. That last 100 was rough. Ended up losing the day. Wished to this day I would have high-stepped myself to the win. You couldn't. Your leg, the 18-wheeler was on your back. The tractor trailer was on your back. That last 100 was the worst.
Yeah. 619 says, giving up a 2-run homer last inning in the playoffs while pitching a one-hitter, we lost 2-1.
Ouch.
One of my best friends, he was the ace of our high school team. Similar story. Playoff game, he had, like a one-hitter going to the last inning, and maybe this is my buddy for all I know. He gave up a home run like the last inning to get knocked out of the playoffs senior year, the last game he ever pitched.
Ouch.
Yeah, that's tough. That's a tough pill to swallow when you're the pitcher serving it up. Keep the texts coming in, and if they're worthwhile, we'll continue to bring them up. 713-572-4610 is the text line. Which moment from your playing career still haunts you the most? We'll get to more good ones throughout the rest of the show. But when we come back, it's time to go around the NFL here on In the Loop.
All right, you know it. You know about Driftwood Shores at Wolf Point.
KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Luke Morrow in for Reggie today. Colin Neal in for Figgy Fig. John Lopez, the OG, in his usual spot here on In the Loop. As we quick, though, I have to bring up one more.
There's some great ones.
There are. Keep them coming in. We'll keep referencing them.
I've seen y'all's reactions online. Dang, I wish I knew how to access the text.
I'll hook you up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Question of the day, which moment from your own playing career still haunts you the most to this day? 713-572-4610. The one that was brought up during the commercial break was from 832 that said, I always started baseball and football, but by the time the games came around, I always had an F on my report card, so I was never able to finish a season.
Jeez.
Stay in school, kids.
You thought you would learn the first time.
I know.
Yeah.
Figured you'd be motivated. Hey, let's go around the NFL. The Texans training camp start dates and joint practice schedule has been released. We can begin the countdown. 33 days from today.
Yes, sir.
First day players report July 22nd. How excited are you to get this news?
Oh, just heck, asking ye shall receive. I was begging the Texans on air yesterday, although that didn't have any effect on it, but it worked out to let's get going. Because once you see the date, you're kind of like, all right. And especially us here, we go out to camp and get to see them. And I really didn't get to see any of the OTAs and mini camp in person because it happened during our show. But we're going to be doing our show out there. Also announced was the joint practices, and that's going to be August 14th here in Houston against the Carolina Panthers, and then August 21st joint. And this is where it gets a little bit. You have to be somewhat flexible on this. Keep in mind that a lot of times if you see everything you need to see, if you're healthy, or more specifically, if you're not healthy, you suffer some injuries, that last joint practice ends up getting canceled, basically. Pushed back, or they change it or whatever. I hope not. I think how do you fall on this? I think joint practices are the most important thing in the preseason, including preseason games.
Ooh. I'm big on the joint practices. Maybe I'd put them above preseason games, but maybe number 2 right after. And every time I talk to coaches leading up to the season, they always say, right, we're tired of going up against ourselves. We want to go against someone else. So, and you obviously get that in the practices. So I am a big joint practice guy. I think I might still put the games ahead of it and then put it at number 2. But yeah, I do think it's important. And I actually do like the Lions, matching up with the Lions. My concern will be we've seen it before where teams, especially late in training camp, closer to week 1, get a little too physical. We know the whole Dan Campbell biting off kneecaps.
Yeah.
But I think that's a good team to test yourself in during the preseason to match up with a very physical, tough Lions team.
What I like about it is you're facing an odd man front and an even man front. So with the Panthers and the Lions. So, and these are not accidents. The NFL does the schedule. We all know that. Teams do their especially coaches do their preseason schedule for reasons like that. So when it comes to the Texans' offensive line, you're going to see it get a good look, against an even man front and a good look against an odd man front. And just to clarify, the reason I like joints in games is because coaches talk about, I want to see this. Can you show me this against this receiver, this defensive back, this lineman? And if they get it wrong, and by the way, quarterbacks are protected, so they still have, quote, sacks, if you get your hands on them. But quarterbacks are protected, and you can actually sort of choreograph what things that you think you need to work on, number one, or you might have a decision to make, or the competition is such that you want to see this guy in this particular situation. I think joint practices are just miles better. Other than the event, it's cool to go to a game and all that.
Right.
Miles better than preseason games.
Do you think there'll be any sort of buzz, even just nationally, of Texans, Panthers, Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud, even though it's practice? That'll be a storyline?
Yeah, I think for sure. Now, is that the second preseason game?
Yes.
So they probably will see Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud in that game. The third preseason game after the joint practice, I wouldn't be surprised if that's a wrap and all you see is the guys that aren't going to make the squad.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Yeah, they start with the Vikings, then the Panthers here in Houston, and then in Detroit to finish things out. So there you go. Start the countdown 33 days from today. And like you said, it is exciting when you get that date because now you have something to actually count down towards instead of having just a general idea. So here we go, football right around the corner. Speaking of football, Shedeur Sanders. Now, I am a little confused by this story, admittedly. He was pulled over for driving over 100 miles per hour in a 60-mile-per-hour speed limit area. And then I know you had just mentioned before this heard on June 6th. He did not appear in court.
No, it's a separate one.
Oh, so they are separate.
It's a separate one.
So he's had two speeding violations this month.
Yeah. That's
Lord.
That's problematic.
Yes.
For a couple of reasons. Guys like to drive fast, and I'm not just talking about, football players or basketball. I mean, a lot of people just like to drive fast. The kind of the red flag for me, Luke, is when you hit triple digits.
Yes.
When you hit triple, it's one thing, hey, they pulled me over, I was going 85. You lost track, you're on the highway, the DPS comes and pops you. You're like, yeah, I'm sorry. You're speeding. When you hit triple digits, that's not an accident, number one. Well, it's an accident waiting to happen, but it's not an accident that you hit 100 miles an hour. And number two, you do it twice now. The second one doesn't have a speed. The second one that was updated really just less than half an hour ago said that Sanders was pulled over by Ohio State Patrol in Medina. I think that's how they pronounce it in Ohio. It might be, we call it Medina. But
we need a consult figure real quick.
Yeah, Medina for us, Medina I think in Ohio County on June 6th per public records. The speed was not listed, and he failed to appear in court on June 16th. So he failed to appear in court on June 16th, and then June 18th, or was it early this morning? Either way, 2 days or 3 days later, he's going 101?
Yeah, in a 60. Anything, they changed that law, I think, a number of years ago now, that like above 20 miles above the speed limit is considered reckless driving. And so if you get caught doing that the first time, you could have your first time. And if it happens a second or third time, you could have it suspended for months or even years.
Yeah.
And if we are correct in this belief that this is now twice in the same month, look, he's Shedeur Sanders. I don't know if he's going to face the same punishment as as you or I would, but if this is twice in the same month, I mean, theoretically, it is serious. You could face potential suspension of your license because you're just deemed an unsafe driver on the road. And it goes back to the whole, how could Shedeur Sanders fall in the draft? Well, I mean, there's just stories like this of people wonder about the entitlement and, maybe even some of the arrogance. And I think that plays into if a guy's driving over 100 miles per hour in a 60-mile-per-hour zone and gets caught and then does it again 2 weeks later and also doesn't take the responsibility to show up in court for it. I mean, these are big red flags just in terms of how you handle it, how you carry yourself as a professional.
And even if you say, hey, let's not jump to conclusions about entitlement. Let's not jump to conclusions about this or that, which I don't think you're wrong. But I'm saying let's set that aside. The person who could least afford a public relations hit or a story like this making the public making it out is Shedeur Sanders, for Cleveland. So just a bad look, man.
Yeah, and I know like Colin Cowherd always says he wants his quarterback to be what does he use? Quarterbackly, I think is his term, almost like presidential. Where
he was referring to Baker Mayfield, right?
He just uses it in general.
I think so, but he did once, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure at one point, but he uses that phrase. But just that idea of, if you're going to be the quarterback of the team, like you have to carry yourself you have to carry yourself well, and this doesn't bode well for a guy trying to, make the roster and be a leader of that team as a young kid.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens moving forward with Sanders. Hey, I'm sure you're excited outside of the Texans schedule, excited for Week 1. Bills, Ravens, we get a rematch of the two MVP the winner and the runner-up from a year ago, also a rematch in that playoff game where hopefully this time there's no rain. But history suggests that when this happens, it bodes well for that winning MVP, Josh Allen, who won last year. Lamar finished second. This is the first time we've ever had it for quarterbacks, but it's the fourth time overall, and the guy who won the MVP the year prior has always won the Week 1 matchup the next year, meaning Josh Allen and the Bills. History says they'll beat the Ravens Week 1.
Yeah, I don't know how you feel about this, but this whole redemption, revenge thing, That might be one of the most overstated things in sports, especially football. You know, the old Super Bowl rematch. Yeah, we got you this time. Yeah, well, it wasn't the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got you this time. Yeah, well, we got 16 games left to play, you know, if Josh Allen wins this. I think it's important for Josh Allen, obviously, just to get started the way they are against that type of competition. It could prove to be a huge game. But all this other stuff about redemption and revenge, you can miss me with all that.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. It'll be a great game. It'll be an exciting game. But, yeah, for sure. And it's a big game. Just forget whatever happened in the past.
That's what I'm saying. Just a big game in general.
These are two teams.
Yeah.
By the way, the Eagles – so history tells you the Bills will win that game. The Eagles open up betting. History tells you to fade the Super Bowl champ in Week 1 as well, against the spread, that is. So I know it might hurt you, but if you are a betting man, history says take the Cowboys Week 1 against the Eagles as we look ahead to the start of the NFL season. Speaking of which teams do you think are most likely, or which team is most likely to end its playoff drought in 2025 in the NFL? NFL.com put together a ranking with the Saints, the Bears. Neither of those teams made the playoffs since COVID. The Panthers, last playoff appearance was 2017. The Jets, who haven't made the playoffs since 2010. The Colts, who haven't made the playoffs since COVID as well. And then number one on their list, I guess most likely to get to the playoffs this year, is the Atlanta Falcons, who haven't done it since 2017. Do you see any of those teams? Do you give any of those teams a good chance to actually make the playoffs this year for the first time in at least 5 years?
Well, one of them will, right? Just, the way teams go worst to first, or
you would think.
All this. So you got Falcons, Colts, Jets, Panthers, and Bears and Saints. I don't think it'll be the Saints. So
yes, I agree.
I think they're out. They have the Falcons number one. I'm going to go with Bears.
Ooh.
I'm going to go with Bears. And I what's that?
Out of left field with that one.
Yeah, I know it's out of left, but think about what they've done in the offseason, with the acquisitions that they've made, offensive line. It's at a huge, tough division, and that's going to be a factor. But how about you?
This year, I'm not a big Ben Johnson as a head coach guy. I think the Saints are definitely out. Jets definitely out. I give them no chance, either of those two teams. Falcons, that division is not very good, and it seems like a different team wins every year, or even just like an 8 and 9 team wins that. So I get the Falcons being number one. I can't say the Colts.
You could. You certainly could.
You want to. Do it.
Panthers are also in that same division. I'm going to say either the Panthers or the Falcons. But I will say this about the Bears. There is a streak, and the Texans played into this, where a first-year head coach does make the playoffs. It's been like every season, I think, for the last decade. And Ben Johnson is a first-year head coach, of course, with the Bears. So there is this trend of, before the league figures out these coaches and their systems or what they're trying to do, they can surprise some teams, make the playoffs. So maybe that will help the Bears, but I'm going to go Panthers or Falcons just because that division's bad, and it'll be year 2 for Bryce Young and Michael Penix in their system. So.
Yeah, that NFC North had 3 double-digit winning teams with the Lions, Vikings, and Packers. I don't know. I get your point. Probably, it's not the smartest thing, but I could see the Vikings taking a step back, although McCarthy seems to be gaining a lot of traction. Packers, obviously, with Jordan Love, and the Lions, being as good as they are. But I might go with what the Bears are doing. Yeah.
What team has the longest playoff drought out of all?
The Jets.
The Jets.
And I give them a very small chance to break it.
You never know. They could probably sneak into the wild card. I like Aaron Glenn. I just don't think they're going to do much at all this first year. Luke with the Panthers and the Falcons. I'm going to say the Bryce Young is going to lead the Panthers to an NFC South championship.
If you're looking at the division, though, the Jets do make sense. Obviously, the Bills. But then what do you really think of the Dolphins?
I'm not high on
What do you really think of the Patriots?
I think they'll be better this year. Honestly, I think I put the Jets in last place in that division. I don't think they have a lot going on there, at least on offense.
Yeah.
I don't trust Justin Fields. I don't really like Aaron Glenn as a head coach. Remains to be seen. But we'll see. I put him in last. Hey, last thing around the NFL real quick. Travis Kelce, he made $17 million from the Chiefs. Over or under, he made more than $17 million from off-the-field stuff.
You go, because I know the answer,
He's
Colin.
made more off the field.
More than $17 million off the field.
For just the 1 year.
Yeah.
Yes.
You actually are right.
Yep.
He made $20 million just from Pfizer. Just from Pfizer, he made $20 million. Here's my question. Is that a Travis Kelce thing, or is that a Taylor Swift thing?
Taylor Swift. I mean, part of it is
No,
Kelce.
it's a Taylor Swift effect.
Yeah, it is. Part of it is
Yeah.
Kelce. Like, he had that whole dating show before. Like, he was already kind of a guy. But no, not to this level,
Yeah.
not to this magnitude until Taylor Swift. Now, he had to be at a certain level to get Taylor Swift, but
Yeah.
then she just zipped him up the proverbial ladder there to the top floor. So, yeah, I think he would have done well for himself regardless off the field, but no, not this one.
How many millions, not even thousands, how many millions of worldwide fans had no idea who he was?
Right.
And now Pfizer, a worldwide, obviously pharmaceutical company.
Are you talking about Travis Kelce's girlfriend?
Yeah. Well, okay, you don't count. you don't count. $20 million from one.
Man, that is
one
nice.
endorsement.
I always wonder about that. Like, why is Danny DeVito still doing commercials?
Why do you think?
Will Ferrell? But yeah, because it's probably one day of shooting, and they pay you $20 million. Are you kidding?
Yeah.
I would do it, too.
By the way, Danny DeVito for Jersey Mike's is so good.
He's the best.
He's
Anything
so good.
DeVito does, I'm in.
The skits within the commercials are some of my favorites personally.
And by the way, this is a unique thing, kind of apropos of nothing. As many great things as Danny DeVito has done, I mean, you can go back to One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, his first ever big movie, and all the other, Taxi, was it Taxi Driver, whatever it was
Taxi,
called?
yeah,
Taxi,
the sitcom,
all
yeah.
that is. All I think of him now in terms of work is Always Sunny.
Of course.
Always
He's
Sunny.
so good on that show.
I need to actually sit down and watch.
Oh my God,
Like,
he's so good. Waving that gun everywhere.
Yeah.
And everything.
The show became so much better when they added him in the second season.
Yes.
But yeah, he's great. I love anything DeVito does. The guy can't miss. Hey, coming up, big news overnight in the sports world. What could it potentially mean for us here in Houston? We'll get to that next in the loop.
Just when we thought the injury situation couldn't possibly get worse for the Texans All Access. The countdown to training camp is officially on. And Mark Vandermeer and John Harris have you covered. Exclusive interviews, inside info, and the best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
There is big news in the sports world overnight. What could it potentially mean for the future of Houston sports? We'll get to that in just a moment. Luke Morrow in for Reggie today. Colin Neal in for Figgy Fig. John Lopez with us, as always, here on In the Loop. And you too. 713-572-4610 is the text line to get in touch with the show. I know they were talking about this news this morning as well on Payne and Pendergast. And in case you missed it, the big news being that I was shocked when I saw it, honestly. The Buss family is selling the majority of the Lakers. They're actually talking about it on the TV here in our studio in front of us. But they'll keep 15% of the Lakers, and Jeannie Buss will remain in her role, at least for the time being. And they're selling the team to Mark Walter, who had already sold it for $10 billion, which is almost twice as much as the next highest team that was sold, which was the Celtics, for $6 billion, $10 billion. Anyways, I know they were talking about this morning about, does this mean anything for the teams here in Houston? They didn't seem to think so. I honestly didn't think so at first. But then, John, I got to admit, you made a pretty good case this morning, and I thought, all right, this is really interesting. So the floor is yours.
Well, let me share with the class what I mentioned to you guys. And I do want to first say I don't think the McNairs would ever. Here's the thing. Did you ever think the Buss family would?
No. That's why I was pretty shocked last night.
Did you ever? I mean, that's the Lakers.
Yeah.
Did you ever think that family would sell? Did you ever think the Celtics coming off championships?
Yeah, right. No.
If it can, I get what the boys this morning are saying. Oh, never. I mean, it's a family business. It's one of those things that is a passion project. Do you not think it was for the Buss family?
Yeah, that's exactly how I describe it.
I mean, here's where I would lay it out, and I'm just laying out more about the landscape of professional sports ownership than anything. So the big trend, and we all know this, it's not even a question anymore. The big trend these days is, private families these days, either there's not enough of them or they don't want to spend that much for what these skyrocketing prices are. It's about private equity. It's about call it. In other words, big groups, big conglomerates like what is now owning the Dodgers and or I should say have the largest ownership in the Dodgers and the Lakers. That is what, that is how teams are being purchased and owned now. That's number one. Jeannie Buss, if you don't think Jeannie Buss had as big of a passion about the Lakers as the McNairs do, you haven't been paying. I mean, she lived that. I mean, she absolutely lived the Lakers, and she sold.
They just came out with, by the way, a Netflix show about her taking over and running the Lakers. Yeah, I mean, it's her whole personality, really.
Right. So that's one similarity, and I'm just drawing a picture here because we never think it would happen. I don't think it would happen, but it happens, and it happens a lot. Keep in mind when Dr. Jerry Buss died, there was a big sort of it was an argument. It was a power struggle within the Buss family. She and I believe she has 4 or 5 siblings. She and her siblings got in a big fight over ownership and who's going to take control, be, quote, the governor is what they call it, of the organization, basically the owner, in charge. And there was a big, to the point that it went to court. There was a big drama about it, and she ended up winning. Let me ask you both this. Does that sound familiar? You might have to sort of go back in your mind a little bit. But Janice McNair inherited the Texans. Cal and Hannah were not the people who brought in. It was Bob McNair. It was Bob and Janice McNair. So Janice McNair inherited the Texans when Bob died, and Cal and Hannah ultimately took over. There was a big legal dispute. between, and it didn't make a lot of headlines, but it made some, and it kind of has faded away. But Cal's brother disputed that Janice had the capacity to control the interests, and it wound up in court, just like the Jeannie Buss thing with her siblings. And ultimately, Cal and Hannah won, but there was tension there, and you know that tension is still simmering. Had Kerry McNair, the brother, won the petition, he would have gained control of Janice's personal and financial interests, presumably including the Texans. So, they'll never sell. Well, the Lakers sold. Oh, there was a power struggle within the family after it was inherited, just like here. There's another thing that we shouldn't forget either. The Texans are aggressively trying to build their own facility, as we know. It's on a fast track. You know, we got that news this week. And this Texans, kind of a Texans anchored is what I call it, sort of mixed-use district that, you know, whether it's Katy or Pearland or the Woodlands were the ones reported. This isn't just for fan experience. I mean, from an ownership perspective, it's not like, hey, it's all about the fans. I mean, that's a factor, and that's something that's important to them. But what that does is it gives the ownership of the organization more control of the asset. It's not the county. It's not, you know, just go all the mixed-use development. It's events that they have there. It's their own training facility. Does that sound familiar to the Lakers? Yes. Like, it's apples to apples. It's just a smaller, you know, asset. It's huge, but it's a smaller asset than what the Lakers are. And you also build these things and do these things, again, not just for fan experience. You do it for the valuation of the franchise.
100%.
The valuation of the franchise skyrockets. Up.
I think that's the biggest reason why they do it.
Yeah. So I'm interested in your thoughts on this. And again, I'm speaking for you. You can speak for yourself, but I'm thinking nobody here thinks the McNairs will ever sell. And I say again, as much as it's unlikely, you just can't say that it's nowhere on the radar.
It's true.
Right?
Also, I would throw in from your list earlier, like Mark Cuban. I never thought he would have sold the Mavericks. Throw them in with the Celtics, the Lakers, even the Dodgers a decade ago, so on and so forth.
The Broncos recently sold.
It's true. And that's why at first I thought, like, no, this wouldn't happen. Like you said, this wouldn't happen here. But then you made the case. And I think back to Ted DiBiase, my old wrestling fan days, where he would say, everybody's got a price.
Yeah.
And it is true. Jeannie Buss loved the Lakers. She's still going to be part of the organization. But when someone says, like, hey, we'll give you $10 billion, it's like the people that always come and knock on your door at the house and like, hey, we'll buy your house today. And you're like, no, thanks, I'm good. But eventually they might come with an offer good enough that you're like, I love my house, but you know what? Financially, how can I turn this down? I'll get another, I'm going to make money, get another house, whatever it is. Similar here. Well, yeah, of course, today you would say, but you never know. And the prices are just going up and up and up with these teams.
I would say I don't expect the Astros to ever be sold anytime soon. I think it's a passion project, as it is for the McNairs, but I think Jim Crane, now he's a guy that has sold companies in the past, but I don't think the Astros are anywhere close. I don't think the Rockets are anywhere close. Patrick McNair just lives for the Rockets and really wants to invest in it. I don't think the Texans will sell. But when you look at, like, just sort of, you know, the family dynamic, there is tension right now. We don't want to talk about it. We don't talk about it. But Kerry McNair went to court. Kerry McNair went to court to try to say that his mother was not capable of running the organization, so he could get, control basically of the entire operation. That's simmering, man. I don't think it'll happen. But when you look at the billions, and I think this is another thing, like, the family ownership of, as I mentioned earlier, family ownership of professional sports organization is going by the wayside.
Yeah.
Or at least fading. But when there's a big, private equity firm or this institutional investment firm that comes in and says, hey, $7 billion, $9 billion. I mean, I'm just saying, I don't think it's going to happen. But there is a timeline where maybe you could see it.
I was about to say, you say that may not ever happen, but
it happened. Well, again, my biggest argument is the
biggest surprise ever, you think, or is there another bigger sale of a team that is more surprising?
Jeannie Buss absolutely lived for the Lakers.
Yeah.
I know. I shouldn't say I know her, but I've spoken with her on a couple of occasions back in the day. I mean, she, like Patrick Fertitta. I mean, she was immersed herself in it. Learned it from the ground up.
Mm-hmm.
Was in her dad's office all the time. She sold.
And by the way, it's a pretty good deal because she still keeps 15%. For now, I don't know how long it's going to last, but she still keeps her role, whatever her title is. I don't know if she's president of basketball, whatever her title is. She keeps that, and she gets $10 billion. So that's another part of it too, where you could sell the team without selling all of it off, and still be involved with the team while pocketing billions of dollars on the sale. So you could see something like that from other teams.
I would say this: if, as much as I don't think it's going to happen, and yet it did, I would have bet, if there was a prop bet, who sells their team first. Mark Cuban, Jeannie Buss, or Cal McNair? I would have said Cal McNair.
I think I would agree with you.
Right?
Yeah, but it would have been. I mean, the time it would have been sold was sometime after Bob passed away. That would have been. I felt like that was the timeline, but then it never happened.
At the same time, the valuation of the organization is going higher.
Exactly.
They're building this facility. They probably want a new stadium, or at minimum, we know they want a renovation of the stadium and more control. If they get control of the stadium or a new stadium, they get this mixed-use development and their facility, and the valuation goes from whatever it is right now, I'm guessing
$6 billion.
Okay. That goes up.
Well, yeah, and then
that goes up.
And they're in. Cal and Hannah are locked in on what they're trying to build, on what's being built here. So,
and families and money, man.
Oh yeah,
families and money. We all have, to different degrees, some experience with that.
For sure. Yeah, you never want to mix family with business. It always gets messy. By the way, I love that Al Davis bought the Raiders for what would be equivalent to, what was $18,000 in 1966.
Golly.
And I think he had to take out a loan because he was just like a coach, and then the commissioner, he wasn't even like a businessman.
Yeah.
He was a football guy.
Yeah.
$18,000.
Bud Adams bought the Oilers for $25,000.
Oh, my gosh. Now $10 billion just for the majority of the Lakers, not even the whole 100%. It is crazy. It's certainly something to think about for sure. Everyone has their price. We'll see if we ever get to that point with any of the teams here in Houston. Hey, when we come back, time for What's Poppin', including some breaking news around the Rockets. We'll get to that next. It's in the Loop.
Nico Collins is a big fan of new OC.
SportsRadio.com.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
Luke Morrow in for Reggie today. Colin Neal in for Figgy Fig. John Lopez with us here on In the Loop. 713-572-4610 to text the show. What's poppin'? Well, that includes some breaking news about the Houston Rockets making a big investment into this team and its future. But it's not Kevin Durant. The Rockets have agreed to a long-term contract extension with head coach Ime Udoka, making him one of the highest-paid coaches currently in the NBA.
How about that? Knicks fans are sad, I guess, right?
Take that, Knickerbockers.
Can we just, real quick, though, that's just stupid how the Knicks are going about their head coach.
Oh, my gosh.
I just have to get that out real quick.
Beyond stupid. And if you're wondering, among the highest paid coaches in the NBA last year, so some of these guys are no longer coaching for their team. At the top of the list, Greg Popovich made $17 million. Who is this? Spoelstra made $15 million. Michael Malone made $12 million.
Wow.
So Thibodeau made $11 million. So it doesn't stink being Ime Udoka. I got to believe it's right in that area, $10 to $12 million a year. But the bigger part of this is everybody wants stability. And I think it's about stability. I also think it's like they know they've got the guy. I mean, when you know you've got the guy, you do whatever you can.
For sure. Yeah. He's done a great job. I love the move. Secure him, keep him for a while. I'm sure the Knicks news maybe did help just get a little bit of that raise to show like, hey, people want me. I'm a hot commodity here. It gives them a little leverage in the negotiations. But yeah, absolutely. I like the move, and a lot of the feedback, in fact, I think all the feedback I've seen on the text line or on YouTube has been positive, that Rocket fans seem to be pleased that Ime is going to be sticking around and not going anywhere. So that's good. He's done such a great job. Yeah, like you said, I mean, why even fool around? Keep him here for a while and continue to build this thing.
One thing I think it does do, I'm curious if you agree, Dana Brown, Rafael Stone clearly, is on a good run here lately. But I think the ultimate play caller there is Ime Udoka.
Yes. Yeah. That's where I was going to try to go. I lost my train of thought. And thank you, because I heard you guys talking about this earlier this week, looking at the Houston teams, like who has the upper hand. Coach Eugene, but now, especially after this deal, you always follow the money for the decision making. That's why in baseball, like a lot of the GMs, in fact, I think all the GMs are getting paid more now than the managers. No longer is Joe Torre in the league making $8 million. Because they're the ones making the decisions. But yeah, in this case, when you give this contract, I think it shows he is, for lack of a better phrase, the head of that organization. He's directing things.
Does it affect the Kevin Durant situation?
I don't think so. If anything, I mean, maybe Durant would be happy to see, because, Ime's his guy, so that long-term commitment, that if they do sign him, Kevin Durant, to an extension, he can feel some comfort in my coach.
I think marginally, it might be like, oh, okay. I know who my guy is. By the way, new coach in San Antonio, which is the other contender. Yeah, obviously the Heat, but I think marginally it might impact it a little bit, and might impact it from what we're talking about here. The sort of the Ime Udoka, I'm not going to say calling the shots, but has the biggest influence, and he might be like, hey, let's go. And
that's one of the things when I was trying to compare the three teams, Heat, Spurs, Rockets. I put the Spurs and Rockets in a similar sense, except the Rockets have already shown they can win. The Spurs are still trying to do that. Yeah. And the other piece, which you just mentioned, Spurs have a new head coach, first-time head coach, where the Rockets, not only is there that connection with Durant, but you got a good coach there, and now he's going to be there for a while. So, I guess it does give an advantage, a leg up to the Rockets when trying to compare them to Durant's other preferred teams in the league. So that's the news. Ime getting the finances usually don't for these NBA coaches, but he'll be one of the highest paid NBA coaches, according to Shams. Just coming out. That news just coming out. What else is popping? Well, unfortunately, and this led to our question of the day today, but last night you had Arkansas, LSU in a College World Series elimination game. We've been talking about it throughout, but It was just a calamity of errors for Arkansas and mental mistakes, essentially 3 errors in the field to cough up a 2-run lead at the end. And even if you're not an Arkansas fan, certainly if you're not an LSU fan, I mean, I saw a lot of people on social media last night having their quote-unquote hearts break for Arkansas just as neutral sports fans watching that thing unfold.
It was tough. This is what it sounded like last night.
This ball is hooked to left field, and a bad read. It goes off of the left fielder's head down the lawn. Both runs are going to come in, and we are tied again.
Good Lord.
Oh, my goodness. He slipped, and it looked like it went right off of his body, and we are tied at 5.
You talk about sick. I didn't have a dog in the fight, and I was sick for that kid. Just bawling, crying, and certainly understandable. And it certainly wasn't just his fault. As you mentioned, calamity of errors, real bad throw started the inning. The Razorbacks could have had 5 outs, basically, in that inning, and they didn't get but 2 until LSU won it. And then Taylor made a play that they made a bad decision on, went to third base. As you said, up 2 runs. What are you doing?
Yes.
And then that. The player, Charles, they call him Chuck Davalon, with the big mistake there at the end. And, he didn't speak understandably, but this is what his coach said.
He said that he was sorry, and I said, don't tell me you're sorry. That you don't have to tell me you're sorry. And then he said it again. And, it's tough.
Charles, he told me, he's like, I'm sorry. And I was like, why are you sorry? We wouldn't be where we are today without him, the way he competes, and he's one of the best hitters and people and just all-around best baseball players I've ever been around. So, for him to say sorry, it kind of pissed me off because, the game's not on him. It's on a team, and, that he's one of the greatest to do it here.
Here's the question I have for you. Just heartbreaking. Like I said, I was just like, oh, that poor kid. Question of the day, all that stuff. Some people don't use the term choke correctly. Sometimes a team just makes some incredible plays, steps up, absolutely, wins the game. You didn't choke. As much as this broke my heart, that was a choke start to finish.
100%.
Brutal. Start to finish.
Yeah, that's what makes it. If it was like, LSU just hit a few homers and you tip your cap, good piece of hitting. But no, in this case, Arkansas found ways to cough up this game. And that's going to be the Bill Buckner moment where Bill Buckner had that error. It was only to tie the game. And it was extra inning. It's going to be the Steve Bartman where you forget Alex Gonzalez had an inning-ending double play that he had an error before. But you always focus on that one big play, and that's unfortunately going to be the case for this guy.
Well, Arkansas just overall has just terrible, terrible bad mojo in Omaha. Remember a few years ago, Oregon State, they could have completed the sweep and win it against Oregon State, and on a pop-up that was in foul ground, and just miscommunication. No one wanted to get it, and it was with 2 outs, and then Oregon State went on and win most MVP of that, Adley Rutschman, by the way.
Yeah, by the way, 0-5 against LSU in the College World in Omaha in the College World Series.
Is that good?
That is not good. That is not good.
And last thing on this, I did look it up because I was curious. I would feel really bad if this was the last game of his career. He is rated as the number 29th prospect for the upcoming draft. So from one source I saw, at least if his career can continue, at least this isn't the final play of his career.
Yeah, no, he'll be playing. And then my weird mind went here. All due respect, because he knows how much I love him. Is Clint Stoerner off the hook? Is he off the hook?
He's not in today. Maybe taking it a little too hard.
I don't know.
John.
I'm telling you, I know I think weird thoughts sometimes, but I'm like, good for Clint. Because nobody's going to.
He's probably listening right now like, what the hell,
He's going to be throwing something at me. when he comes in tomorrow, he's going to be throwing something at me. But isn't this brilliant?
Brutal. Hey, saying in the baseball world, Rafael Devers, once he got to the Giants, said he'd be willing to play wherever they want to put him. I don't have the exact quote in front of me, but something like, they're the bosses, I'll play wherever, which is the exact opposite of what he said in Boston.
No.
And he even took grounders at first base on his first night with the Giants.
So what does this tell you? As much as, like you say, and I agree with you, you know, he was toxic and it wasn't good and teammates weren't crazy about him. It works both ways, too. He clearly was like, screw those guys in Boston. Oh, San Francisco? I'm in.
It's the classic, like, you're in a relationship with someone and they say, I don't want to have kids. And then you break up and you see a year later on Instagram that their new girlfriend's pregnant. And you're like, you just didn't want to have kids with me.
Yes.
And it's similar. Devers apparently willing to play anywhere, just not for the Red Sox. But I think it drives the point home that obviously not a team player, you know, has been described as toxic and had to go where he just wasn't willing to do what was, that relationship was frayed. He wasn't willing to do what was best for the team. Now with a new beginning, he's obviously willing to do it for the Giants.
Yeah, I agree with you. I do think that it was irreparable. You know, it was absolutely irreparable what happened in Boston. And I'm also wondering, how long does this last in San Francisco? Yeah. How long does this last?
It's true. All right. It's the honeymoon phase.
Yeah.
You know, to use that term again.
We can all thank Alex Bregman for all this drama.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. It's absolutely true.
Yep. Last thing here on What's Poppin', we do have the NBA Finals. 6 in Indiana and OKC, 6-point favorite on the road. Do you think we get a Game 7 in the NBA Finals, or do the Thunder, do they wrap it up on the road tonight?
Tell me about Halliburton.
Yeah, that's a big question. I don't know.
Tell me, what was the news yesterday? I'm doing everything I can to play. That doesn't make me feel good if I'm a Pacers fan.
None of the terms or phrases they've used since this injury occurred has made me feel good about his status.
Halliburton slowed down. The series ends tonight. Don't you think?
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
Unless they rely on T.J. McConnell quite a lot.
Oh, he's been killing it. You know, we'll see. We'll see about that.
I was shocked that they scored 109 last game on the road with really nothing from Halliburton.
Yeah.
So maybe they can. My only concern, my only fear is the Thunder have shown this ability, I think it's their youth, to let the Pacers, in this case, hang around. And so they're on the road. We know the cliche that role players don't play as well on the road in the playoffs. So, you know, maybe the Pacers could steal one tonight if the Thunder fool around, show some of that inexperience, and don't come ready to play, leave the door open. But, I mean, the Thunder are the better team. They should win tonight.
And Thunder role players have dispelled that saying. I mean, you know, just Caruso and all these. It's pretty incredible how their role players have played.
Yeah, they're deep. They are the best team. Honestly, I'm surprised it's gotten this far. I picked the Thunder in a gentleman's sweep at the beginning of the series.
That's what I did. 5?
Yeah. So props to the Pacers for even making this such a series. I thought the Thunder were. That's 7:30 Central Time on ABC.
Oh, by the way, we have an answer to the question of the guy that soiled himself standing on second base when he couldn't hold it. By the way, I was in a meeting, but I just caught up. It was number 1. It was number 1.
Yeah, that's what he tells people.
That's much better than number 2.
It's a little better.
It's definitely better. It's not good.
It's a little better.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's good.
No, it's better. We had a kid in first grade who went number 2 in his pants in class, in school in first grade. People don't forget those things. It was his nickname all the way through high school.
Oh, sure.
So,
sure.
That you can't come back from that. At least it was a number 1, I guess.
Yeah.
You can always text the show, 713-572-4610. When we come back, the Astros have dealt with a lot of adversity and yet still have the second most wins in the American League. What, if anything, could actually derail them at this point? We'll get to that next. It's In the Loop.
What should Texans fans expect to see? KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Ground ball, backhanded. Guillerme with a strong throw. Game over. Astros win it 11-4. Record in the month of June to a Major League best record of 12-5 in this month. And that's a 5.5 game lead, their largest of the season. Blummer back-to-back huge offensive games.
I like the fact that the Astros are racking up hits, and they're doing it as a team. They were relentless on the base pass today. They actually probably could have had some more runs, considering they had 20 hits, but 6 for 12 with runners in scoring position. I'll take that.
That's how it sounded as the Astros put the finishing touches on their 43rd win of the year, second most now in the American League. Luke Morrow in for Reggie today, Colin Neal in for Figgy Fig. It's In the Loop, and you can text the show 713-572-4610. It's pretty remarkable. In fact, let me first reference this Ben Verlander tweet, who said, Ben said, of course, Justin's brother, said people so badly want the Houston Astros to be bad. They want them to stop being relevant. But they just never stop. The Astros are inevitable. And for all the stuff that the Astros have dealt with this year, you look up and you see second most wins in the AL. And by the way, that great team in L.A. with all the talent, the Dodgers, they only have 3 more wins than the Astros.
How about the Yankees?
Yeah, they're right. They have more wins than the Yankees now, despite no Yordan for the last, 6 weeks?
Yeah.
3 starting pitchers down, whatever it's been, mixing and matching guys from AAA, and yet you look up, and I know the division isn't great, but the Astros have beaten some good teams along the way. And they have a nice lead in the division. And like I said, second best record in the AL despite all the curveballs, pun intended, that have.
You just heard Blummer talking about how impressive a win it was, how impressive a streak it's been. I think Todd Callis was talking about what best record since last month. In MLB, maybe I have that wrong, but certainly on a tear.
Yeah, what do you say? I think the month of June.
June, maybe that's what it was.
Yeah, so these last 3 weeks, about.
I mean, it's uncanny, and it's almost becoming a cliche with this Astros team. But they have been inevitable, and they are inevitable. I mean, look at the standings: 5.5 games, and this team has not been like on paper. Going into the year. It hasn't been like a daunting team. It doesn't look like the boogeyman, as Figgy likes to say.
Yeah.
But yet here they are, and we've talked about what we're going to get into here in just a second. Some of the characters involved, and the injuries. There's only so much you can withstand. But I don't know if that's the answer I have for the question you wanted to raise here.
Yeah, which is.
So the Astros do have the best record in the month of June.
12-4. Right behind them is the Red Sox and Rays at 11-5.
Yeah.
So best record in June, second best record in the AL, nipping at the heels of the Dodgers and some of those teams, the Mets, who are scuffling in the NL as well. Right there in the thick of things. They have the 7th best odds right now to win the World Series, even though they've dealt with all of it. So you could. Before I get to the actual question, I mean, you could feel positive as an Astros fan, like we're doing this without these assets. Wait till this comes back even better. And I guess that's one way to look at it, because I wonder, at this point, with what we've seen, all of the bumps in the road and yet how well they've played, is there something that could actually derail this team? Or like Ben Verlander said, the Astros, they're just inevitable. No matter what you try to throw their way, no matter what you do, change the names, the injuries, everything, it's just the Astros. Nothing can derail this team right now.
I'm curious what your answer is, because, and we're forcing the issue right now because they are on such a tear.
Yeah.
But what could derail this team? I think that the two obvious answers are you never get Yordan back, or it's longer, or he doesn't come back to be the same Yordan that we're used to, because you need a left-handed bat. You need him in the postseason. He's been a monster in the postseason with such big home runs, et cetera. And that's one of the obvious answers. The other one, we danced around a little bit as well. At what point does this pitching magic, from players that you didn't expect a lot from, at what point does it crack? But that's not going to be my answer. I mean, I think those are obvious ones. They are answers here. My answer is going to be you just continue to ride. You don't do what the Astros have done traditionally in this last 9-10 year stretch. You don't make a move at the deadline that maybe puts you over the top.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the formula that worked for them, whether it's Verlander or whomever at the deadline, I still think you can't just say, hey, we're good. If you're a contender, and not just for the division, not just if you want a real run, I think you're gonna have to add. And then the question becomes where.
Yeah, where they'll add.
So actually, go ahead, Luke. I'll save this one.
Yeah.
No, that's my concern too with the Astros. If I had to pick one, is just I think it goes hand in hand with what you said, because I think I don't know. It's hard to say this isn't sustainable for a whole year, because I know it's a smaller sample size, but they've been doing this now for quite a few weeks. So they'll probably will require some reinforcements come the trade deadline. But that's my concern for them, is that eventually, what's that expression? Like the chickens come home to roost or whatever it is. Like when you're trotting out your Gordons and your Jason Alexander and even Gusto and all these other guys, that eventually you start feeling these injuries, these misses, these guys missing. Even Jordan in the lineup. I know the lineup's been good, especially against the A's this week. But eventually, you might start feeling the effects of that. And so I guess that's my concern, is like, how long can you truly sustain this? But I go back to that Ben Verlander phrase that, hey, maybe the Astros are just inevitable. They're Kaiser Soze, who you think Kevin Spacey is just this guy with a limp and he can't be a bad guy. And then you find out at the end of the movie, like, no, he's the mastermind. That's the Astros. You look at this team and you think, like, they're not going to be that great this year. No, they're still one of the best teams in baseball.
Yes, Ben Verlander, the most famous Verlander.
Yes.
I don't know who his brother is, but so but the thing is, you mentioned the deadline. Like we're getting that time of year because someone quote-tweeted a Chandler Rome tweet and said, Valdez Walker to Arizona for Josh Naylor and pitching prospect, and Chandler responds, 6 more weeks.
But that does speak to my point. Like, first of all, the most important thing is, could you make a deal, with these prospects that, it's still thin in the minor leagues. Could you make a deal? Could you afford to do it? And then where? Where? Starting pitching, to me, as crazy as it sounds, as much as you need help, with Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez pitching the way they are, I'm good with the number 1 and number 2, and then you mix and match and see what happens with McCullough. Do you need a starting pitcher? I mean, maybe, but you've got your number 1 and 2 there, and Lance McCullers is proven as a postseason guy if he gets healthy, which I know is a big if with this team. And then you start looking, all right, what about bats? Well, I think they're tied to Christian Walker, and with good reason. They're paying him and everything else. I go back to, and Reggie and I went round and round on this, I still don't at some point, the way teams are running on Yonder Diaz and DeZenzo for that matter, Caratini for that matter, you need some – that is going to come home to roost. You're going to lose a game because teams are just running rampant on you. And I'm not talking about the A's. I'm talking about good teams. Could you bolster the catching position? And even if you did, you're either going to bolster it with a defensive – because this is the way it is in Major League Baseball – a defense first catcher or an offense first catcher, and how much is that going to help you defensively at the catching position?
Yeah, that's a fair concern as well. My other thought, too, was, as you were talking about the starting pitching, my other concern is it bleeding into the bullpen, but where the Astros rank in terms of innings pitched by the starters and the bullpen. But as you continue to trot these guys out that maybe are just more fill-ins, the concern being, are you going to overtax the bullpen over the course of a long season that by the time you get to September or August, that's where you need some reinforcements because these guys are just they're running on fumes by the end of the year. So I guess it all ties back together, though, with this idea of, like, how long can we keep this thing going?
That's what I've been saying. I mean, it has been sustainable. But how sustainable is it, especially unproven guys when the pressure ratchets up and the competition ratchets up? You talk about, Brandon, you mentioned him, Brandon Walter and Gordon and all that. But still there at the back end. But that does affect the bullpen. And this is something that I've been keeping my eye on, even though they haven't really, had any problems with it. Without McCullers, you are starting to try to stretch some of these starting pitchers that you really shouldn't. And I think on Monday it came back to bite you a little bit. Who was it Monday? Was it Caleb Ward? No, I don't know who it was. But, it went a little too long and it came back to bite you against the A's. Maybe it's Tuesday. But either way, you're starting to stretch these guys. The bullpen is getting affected. Maybe that's the place, and it might be an easier place to get some reinforcements.
Yeah, that's true. And I know that is people knock the Astros for why. Part of the reason why they have all these pitching injuries is they kind of whether it's the spin on the baseball, this sort of stuff. They ask a lot from their pitchers, and it could wear them down. On the text line 713-572-4610 to join the conversation. 979 says Clutch City. That's why Have says despite all the problems. 713 says, my only worry is the Astros typically play to their opponents. They've had one of the hardest schedules so far. What happens when they start playing bad teams? That's an interesting concern for our first-place team. Like, oh, no, we're starting to play the bad teams now. We're in trouble.
Well, that's been the trend for
I know.
years.
It's still just funny to say, though.
By the way, Luke, you were wondering about the innings. So, the Astros are third in the American League, at least, in starting pitchers innings at 404 in a third and 12 in the AL in reliever innings.
Okay. So I take it back. I thought it would have been a little more towards the opposite. But third in starters, you worry about some of the fill-ins. But my concern was more so about the bullpen. I guess they haven't been as taxed as I thought.
And this is the one that we need to address because the 916 says, come on, guys. Javier France and Arrighetti are due back. The rotation is set up to be nasty. Have you been paying attention? Have you paid attention at all to Astros and pitchers and injuries? I don't know. I just frankly do not know. I mean, you could be right, but the history tells you, especially recent history tells you, don't expect any of these guys.
I know it.
Don't expect any of them to come back.
In comparison of all baseball, 23rd in relief innings.
Wow, so that's good. Yeah, so bottom 8. I agree with the sentiment. Yeah, if you add those three guys, absolutely. That's a really good starting rotation, assuming they're healthy. But, it's a big if when you're talking about the Astros and wondering when these guys will actually come back.
I mean, even McCullers at this point.
I know.
You would think, hey, whatever he did in the weight room, whether it was bump his toe or something fell on it, you would think, all right, he'll be back. We haven't heard anything. I mean, maybe we'll get an update today, but we haven't heard a dang thing about him.
That's the second freak accident, quote unquote.
Yes,
that's affected the national starting pitcher.
Well, stay tuned at 1240 because we have buy or sell, and I want you and Colin to get in on this today.
The Astros, I think they have to be the most annoying team in probably all of baseball, where it's almost like if you grew up with siblings and you felt like your parents had a favorite child that they favored, and no matter what, like they're always. You think you finally have your brother, and then you're the one that gets blamed. These other teams, especially in the AL West, the Mariners, the way they started this year, even the Angels, like, all right, this is our year. The Astros are a little depleted, and then you look up, and they still have a 5.5-game lead, and it's like, oh, my gosh, these guys are so annoying. It's like Jim and Dwight in The Office. Dwight always getting blamed, and Jim getting away with it. That's like the Astros. They handle whatever you can throw at them. So we'll see.
Yeah, and the other part on this is, water finding its level. Could that be an issue with the Astros at some point? And by that, I don't mean like, oh, these guys are going to fall flat. But we know that rookies like Cam Smith, are going to hit a wall. Jeremy Pena didn't his rookie year. I mean, he was a AL MVP and a World Series MVP. He was also protected, a lot in that situation in the lineup. Now, this lineup up and down, you heard, Blum talking about that. Everybody's getting hits. Yeah. Maybe that'll continue. What is the water finding its level for Christian Walker, or has it already?
Yeah, well, see, that's the thing, because Myers this up. But then the other side of the coin is, is Christian Walker going to be this bad all year? So I think we'll see some improvement. It's a long season, obviously. There's peaks and valleys. You'll see some guys go into a slump. Honestly, I was a little bit worried last night. Jeremy Pena, I think, started like 0 for 3, and he hasn't had the best series. And I thought, oh no, it's coming crashing down for Pena. And then he finished the game with a couple of hits and drove in a run. I was like, okay, no,
we're all
he's
good.
Okay, yeah,
we're all good.
But I know there's part of me that's just waiting for that other shoe to drop with Myers, with Pena, because we saw it last year. We've seen it in the past. Once we get to the summer, the batting average drops for those guys. We'll see. But Christian Walker should improve. Yainer Diaz has been better. He should continue to do so. What, if anything, could potentially derail the Astros at this point? You could text 713-572-4610. In the meantime, it's time to get some things off our chest. We have to do some lunchtime confessions presented by the Men's Clinic next. It's in the Loop.
Yeah, man. D&M Auto
Access. The countdown to training camp is officially on. And Mark Vandermeer and John Harris have you covered. Exclusive interviews, inside info, and the best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so I had something of a revelation. John Lopez here with Colin and Luke here in for Reggie and Figgy. I had a revelation today about Juneteenth.
Ooh.
I'm gonna fix Juneteenth.
Okay.
What, our resident philosopher, John Lopez.
That's right. I'm gonna fix Juneteenth. And I get Juneteenth is June 19th every year. But here's the thing. I feel like it's not a fully appreciated holiday. That's my confession. For a number of reasons. But I'm talking right now about just the holiday itself. Taking the day off. As so many people have today. What if Juneteenth celebrated the holiday, which obviously it's in Galveston. It was the news of the Emancipation Proclamation, slaves being freed, etc., and so on. But what if they treated it like President's Day or MLK Day? And hear me out on this. I get that it's June 19th was the date. But couldn't you fudge that a little bit? Like, keep in mind, President's Day and MLK Day are much more appreciated holidays because they're always on a Monday. Mm-hmm. Why can't you just do the same thing with Juneteenth? Even though June 19th doesn't always fall on a Monday, take a long weekend. Because, like, think about this. You're taking, Figgy and Reggie are taking the day off. A lot of our hosts are, Clint is taking the day off. Ron's taking the day off. But they're back to work tomorrow.
Yep.
Right? I get that it's the June 19th holiday, but you can fudge that. President's Day used to be on the same, when I was a kid, President's Day was on the same date, and I don't remember the date, but then they changed it to a Monday.
Yeah.
That Monday. Then MLK Day is on the Monday. So you can take a long weekend.
Yeah.
I'm fixing Juneteenth. Is anybody going to listen?
I love it. I'm with you. 100%. Yeah, it was President's Day. Wasn't that originally Washington's birthday? Was that what it was?
Yeah.
So obviously it would change.
It would be like a Tuesday, Wednesday, whatever.
And then they made the right move to move it to a Monday. I love this idea. To your point. Yeah. If I took today off, I would also take tomorrow off. Because I'm not coming back to work.
But you'd have to take your own day.
I know.
Right?
But I would still do it just out of principle. Like, I'm not coming back just for a Friday.
Right.
I'm taking a long weekend. But yeah, if you separate the meaning from the holiday, which is what we always do, Christmas, Halloween, they've all lost their meaning anyways. We just look forward to the time off. And the 18th is like maybe the worst holiday because it's new, so there aren't any traditions yet. Mm-hmm. And also because, like you said, it could be a Tuesday, a Wednesday, a Thursday. Yep. So I'm with you 100%. I love this idea.
Let's fix Juneteenth, people. 713-572-4610. No, I mean, and it's not without precedent, as we just talked about. Mm-hmm. President's Day. I don't know the particulars of MLK Day, but I think it used to be in the same boat.
Okay, yeah, that one I did not know.
Where it would fall on a day of the week, and you take the day off. Maybe not. I could be dead wrong on that. But Juneteenth should be a Monday or a Friday even after the 19th.
You're right about MLK, by the way. It began as his birthday, same idea. And then they moved it to the third Monday of January.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a good point. I'm with you.
Yeah, let's do it.
These are my confessions.
I always use my confessions to just rant, and so I guess I'm going to do that here. My confession
That's a confession in itself.
Yeah, there you go. You're done now. You're done. My confession is we are giving too large of an emphasis to online orders. I went to go get a pizza last Friday.
Are you the old dude?
Yes, I am. Well, this is ridiculous.
Calm down, boomer.
Yeah.
No. This is ridiculous. Everyone should be able to agree with this. I went to go get a pizza Friday. It wasn't one of the chains. It wasn't a Domino's, Pizza Hut, not a chain.
Mm-hmm.
Place here in Houston. I went to go get a pizza. I was just going to show up, get the pizza. I don't remember what time it was, but it wasn't the most ridiculous time where on a Friday night you'd expect it to be that slammed. I walk in, and the lady working behind the counter says, "Oh, did you order online?" I said, "No." And she said, "Okay, it's going to be about an hour then."
What?
That's what I'm saying. Forget online. I'm here right now. I'm your customer. You're turning away money. I said, I'm not waiting an hour. This has happened before where I've been, a couple years ago, I was at a Subway waiting to order the sandwich, not an actual like Subway, like a train. Yeah. And the lady took a phone call and made that sandwich instead. Like, I'm here. Put them on hold. I'm here waiting right now. Take my order first. So my confession is we're giving too large of a priority and an emphasis to these online orders. To the lazy folks who don't want to just show up and make an order, I made the drive. I made a bigger commitment. I'm standing here ready to order. You tell me it's going to be an hour because all these online orders? That's ridiculous. You have to treat the customers in person first. That's my stance.
I don't disagree. I also would not hold my breath. Because that's money already in their pocket.
That's true.
You know, like you purchase it. I do Uber Eats a lot. Well, I do. Our this is an old guy thing. Like our big Friday night is like if we order food, I'll go drive and get it. She'll go drive and get it. But Friday night, we're not driving, baby. we're gonna have them bring it to. So our big Friday treat is Uber Eats.
Okay.
But you pay online.
Yeah.
So that's already money in their pocket. You haven't paid them yet.
That's a fair point.
Yeah.
It's fair.
Yeah.
I'm not going to pay him now. You told me an hour. I'm out the door. That was ridiculous. I went somewhere else.
These are my confessions.
So sometimes I feel like I need to know certain things to do certain activities. Like yesterday, I mowed, and it's we all know it's been raining. And you know when it's rain, there's tall grass. You know what comes.
Happening, by the way.
What's happening?
The big hatch of mosquitoes. If you got bit by a lot of mosquitoes, there's a reason for that.
Yeah, but I feel like this is something I should know. I looked up on Google, sunscreen first or bug spray first?
Bug spray.
Really?
Yeah, 100%. Don't even put sunscreen on.
Well, I looked it up, and and it's not Google AI. It's two articles. The top one says sunscreen first, bug spray second. The article below it says bug spray first, sunscreen second. I'm like, wait a minute. What?
Yeah, that's a tough call. That's an interesting thing.
The real confession is I should know these things because I like.
I don't know. I don't think that's true. I mean, maybe that's your good confession, but I don't know. If I put bug spray on, I don't put on any sunscreen. I want those bugs dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I do just the bug spray as well.
Yeah. I mean, it's like I said, though, my confession is I should know certain things off the top of my head before I go out and do some certain activities. Yeah. I shouldn't be looking up on Google what to do.
This is progress because I think if I recall correctly, last time you and I were here, I think your confession was about you were wearing long clothes instead of just getting bug spray. You were going out in the sun wearing fully clothed outfits.
No, it was me wearing short sleeve shirts and a shorts, no sunscreen, mowing.
That would be a problem.
Yes. Right, and your alternative was just to put on long sleeves instead of getting sunscreen.
That would be a problem. All right, before I get to my next confession, I just want to set some people straight. Maybe that's a confession. Based off my Juneteenth thing, which I think is a great idea. You don't have to, but you can't say this. Hold on, man, from the 281. You're out of line, Lopez. You can't be speaking up on other people's holidays. All right.
He's about to break it down.
I think I need to know all I need to know about you, 281. It is a national holiday. It is not other people's holiday. Juneteenth is a national holiday. So, and then he did this, which again might say something. Ain't nobody trying to move around Cinco de Mayo.
What?
Yeah, they're out
That's
there.
Two totally different holidays, but okay.
And then there's this one, which I get his point. I'm not criticizing, but I get his point. But there's a reason for why. He says, OG advocating for Juneteenth to be a Monday or Friday, but not 4th of July says something. Not sure what, but something. Here's the difference. 4th of July, people take like 5 days off.
Yeah.
You know, people take like the whole, I'm taking 5 days off, I think, at least 4th of July. It's a bigger, more, hey, we're just taking time off type of holiday. I wouldn't mind it, but I get what your point is. All right, so here's my next confession. And I'm admitting fully this might be completely unfair. But this whole Shedeur Sanders thing that's breaking, by the way, I say breaking, but it's happening. Update today is he not only was ticketed for driving 100 miles an hour. 50 mile zone?
Yep.
June 6th, he was ticketed for speeding as well and didn't appear in court. So in the same month, in a matter of weeks, 2 speeding tickets, one for which he did not show up in court. This is my confession, and I've been defending him forever because it's tough being him. Look, I get how it's easy being him too. It's nice being him, but it's tough with the focus and the dad and all this other stuff and dropping in the draft and people. But this kind of does. I'm not going to say I've changed my opinion, but it's affected the way I've looked at it. When you get 2 of these, there's a problem.
Yeah.
And especially when you are in such a focal point, such a limelight, you can't be doing this. Can't be doing it.
Agreed. And that's only the 2 times he got caught. Who knows how.
Mm-hmm.
And for someone who's coming in trying to earn the respect and the job, like he was already holding up. He was doing the celebration in practice with the watch. Like I think it's better to just keep a low profile, put your head down, go to work, and not be this maybe overly confident, arrogant guy. And behave your best. I love all the comments. Multiple people said that. You forget in April he was supposed to go 25, but went 145.
That's exactly where I was going to go.
Yeah. So a few people sent that in. That's really good.
So that context is not that bad.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
My confession, like I know he was on the airwaves this week, and I think everyone around here seems to love him. I do not care one bit about Joey Chestnut returning.
Oh,
and
wow.
I can't stand this
You're
guy.
going to get canceled.
I know. Full transparency, I've never had any interactions with him. I know Sean has, and he spoke highly of him, but I know multiple people in the radio industry who've dealt with him, and they all had bad things to say just about like how much of a pompous jerk he is, how poorly he treats. Yes. Multiple people. I'm not going to name them, but they work high radio jobs, and they've complained. Some have said he demanded money for an appearance to come on the show, so on and so forth. Just a lot of bad story. I think he's very arrogant. Look, it's like a party trick. You can eat a lot of hot dogs, really cool. I've talked to a few competitive eaters that have competed in the July 4th contest, and they're just normal guys that realize, like, yeah, it's kind of a cool thing I do on the side. Where Joey Chestnut, and I know it's his career and he makes money off of it, but he's just way too arrogant for something that most people, you're like, it's like I said, you're like going to the circus. Most people don't truly care at the end of the day. Joey Chestnut had his own little thing on Labor Day last year because he was banned from the Nathan's contest.
Yeah.
Nobody cared. Nobody watched. So, anyways, my confession and complaint is just that I couldn't care less that Joey Chestnut's back. I actually wish he wasn't, and I can't stand all the praise for him.
All right, so your confession is more about Joey Chestnut, which I can't disagree with because you've got that experience and know about it. I thought you were talking about the Nathan. That's always fun to watch.
Oh no, I watch it.
Yeah, that's always fun to watch.
No, I'm into it. I just don't like the whole character he's become. He thinks he's like this larger than life. You just eat a lot of hot dogs, relax, and then go throw up afterwards, please.
Yes.
Those are our confessions. Hey, if you ever want to get something off your chest, you could text the show too, 713-577-24. It's time to play a little game called Buy or Sell. We'll do it next. It's in the loop.
Just when we thought the injury situation couldn't possibly
by Chev.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Luke Morrow in for Reggie today. Colin Neal in for Figgy Fig. John Lopez with us, of course, here on In the Loop. And it's time to play a little game called Buy or Sell.
Yeah, it's Thursday, so are you buying this or are you selling this? 7135. Luke, Colin, these are some things that have happened this week. Tell me if you're buying it or you're selling it. And we're going to start, of course, with Joe Espada and the Houston Astros. Joe Espada, you get the twofer with him. You get the twofer with Joe Espada. First of all, I believe Monday, he said that his the accident on Lance McCullers Jr. was, quote, a freak accident. You buying that?
I am buying that because I just don't know how this happens.
It's like you heard on the promo. How did this happen?
Yeah, right. I don't know how it happens with the toe injury in the weight room. My theory, like I said earlier, was like tripping over a weight, not looking, turning, and kind of like stubbing your toe or stumbling, whatever. I'd like to believe it's a freak accident because I don't know how else someone dropped a weight on him. I don't think that's even kind of a freak accident. So I'm going to buy it.
I'm gonna buy it too, and it's because since that Jordan injury, the Astros have been pretty much more open about the injuries, what's been going on, what are the updates with the players that are on rehab, that are ramping up, getting ready. So I'm gonna say I'm gonna buy on that.
I'm gonna buy that one too, but I'm not buying what you just said because of this second one here. Now, keep in mind earlier. When talking about Jordan, he said on the broken or whatever it was hand that he was getting better and he was at 60%. Which when you say 60%, clearly you're making up that number because then he said this week on the flag that Jordan is, quote, day to day. It's a day to day thing, and he feels a lot better. Are you buying that?
No.
On Jordan.
No, I can't because this is just dragged on too long. Like I just don't. I don't buy any of their updates. Day to day, they've been saying day to day before we even got the news of like how severe it was, and he was going to take batting practice. And so no, I can't buy any of their updates on any of these injuries. 65%. That just seems like a random number. A little higher than 60 after some time has passed.
No, he didn't say that. That was me.
Okay.
I said, what is he now? 65%.
Okay. All right. Well, still, point remains. I'm selling.
Now, when it comes to Jordan, though, I'm selling until I see it. It's because of how badly that they screwed the pooch on that. So.
Yeah, I put that down. But what is he, better now? So it's 65?
Yeah, right.
Instead of 60?
My calculations.
Yeah.
I always love, I think it was Jim Gaffigan who did the joke about chiropractors adjusting your neck, and they need like 50%. And he's, 49% not enough, 51% dead. And it just reminds me of like this polling, 60%. That's where whatever.
All right. You buying or selling this? Now, this was not a direct quote. It was reported. But it was reported that Devers out of Boston did not demand the trade from the Red Sox. You buying that?
I am buying it because of semantics. I guess I'm splitting hairs. Based off of what I've seen, it seems like he made it clear he wasn't happy, but he didn't technically go to the front office and demand to be traded. He made it like known, but didn't demand. It's almost like Damian Lillard all those years who didn't want to be the bad guy, so he never truly demanded a trade. But you knew. So I will buy it just like out of technicality of the semantics, but certainly I think it was known he wanted out.
Yeah, I don't think he demanded, but it was probably clear that he was not. It was clear he was not happy, and forgot the GM's name for the Red Sox.
Craig Breslow.
Yeah, Breslow. Thank you.
Well, you're going to hear from him in just a second, but go ahead.
Yeah, it's I think Breslow's just like. He wasn't the one that extended Devers in the first place, and he wasn't. He's not a part. I think it just made it clear, like, hey, you're not a part of my long-term vision for this team. So they get the contract off the books. I mean, the Giants or the Red Sox rather are not paying anything.
Yeah,
paying the rest of the contract. So you got that big contract off the books. I mean, you can look at one side and be like, oh, what the hell's going on? Like, Devers was supposed to be a cornerstone franchise guy, but then you look on the other side of the coin, they got a big contract off the books. And
they did.
they got that drama out of the clubhouse.
I'm gonna sell it, even though your semantics point would directly contradict why I'm selling it. Even though he didn't demand a trade. When your agent demands a trade, you're demanding a trade
for sure.
So I think his agent demanded a trade.
That's fair.
Speaking of the Red Sox and Devers, this is what Craig Breslow said. This trade is in no way signifying us waving a white flag on 2025. Are you buying that part of it?
I am going to buy it, but I might be proven because as Colin just laid out, you just got $280 million back in your pockets. Now, look, the Red Sox, their owners have become very frugal in recent years, which I think is part of why they did trade Devers away. In fact, the reports were they had a deal with, I think it was the Braves, but the Braves weren't willing to take on the whole contract, so they said, no thanks, we're going to send him to the Giants for a lesser deal because the Giants are taking all the money. So they might not spend any of this money at the trade deadline or this offseason. But I buy the idea that it's not waving the white flag because you just got $280 million back. You better go reinvest it at the deadline, make some moves, assuming they are competitive. This is when the Red Sox got hot last year. Breslow made 4 trades at the deadline. They've gotten hot again, same time of year this year. If they're in the hunt, now you got to go make some big moves. Otherwise, yeah, you're going to make me look like a liar.
Well, it's also going to depend on when Bregman gets back because he's still not playing and they're relying on some prospects they brought up like Roman Anthony. I will say, though, the Yankees have been pretty suspect over the last week. Awful. They got shut out. They got
30 straight runs, 30 straight innings without a run.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And, I mean, the Rays are an interesting bunch. They always seem to have a good first half, but then they falter as the season goes on, and the Blue Jays are still just very much a wild card in this division. I mean, I wouldn't be surpassed to say that the Red Sox could try and get that AL East if the Yankees continue on his downtrend.
I'm going to buy it because I do believe he thinks that, but I don't think they're going to make a big run in the postseason. All right, we have an audio buyer with the sensation over at Vanderbilt quarterback Diego Pavia. This is what he said on Bussin' with the Boys.
Vanderbilt's going to run Tennessee after this year. Like, this is going to be the new staple of like college football is going to happen here at Vanderbilt.
Do any of you and the boys ever like talk about that? Like, we got to be the state school. Well, we're in Nashville, Tennessee. We're in the Music City. Like, we need to be the brand of Tennessee.
Everyone wants to come to Tennessee because of Nashville. So they want to come to Nashville, so Vanderbilt. And then when we have like the most money in NIL, like, why not come here?
All right, that's probably enough.
So
there. I've had my fill. Vanderbilt is going to run Tennessee.
Absolutely not. Selling this as much as I can. I don't know. I haven't seen the numbers. I would find it hard to believe that Vanderbilt would have more. And I know it's a really good school. And
I doubted that too. I'm like, really?
Than Tennessee with how much they care about football over there.
Yeah.
So, no, I'm selling this. Come on. I love the job Clark Lee's done, especially last year. They're better than anyone would expect. But it's Vanderbilt. They've never been good outside of a couple years with James Franklin compared to Tennessee. Yeah. So, sell. And just a real quick, I hate when people do this. I used to cover Dabo Swinney and Clemson, and he'd always say, in the offseason, he's the best quarterback we've seen. Stop with this high, setting the bar. No one's asking you to do that. Stop setting the bar so high, because now if Vanderbilt doesn't play well this year, if this quarterback doesn't play well this year, this is the standard you set of, we're going to be the new football team in Tennessee. Stop saying things like this.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't I'm selling, but this isn't a discount on how good of a player, how much of a
he's great. He's
great. A dog that offense. I got to see him play when I was traveling with the Sam Houston football team athletics department for radio. I saw him play against us again at Las Cruces, New Mexico State, which was a school he was at before he came in. So he's got that dog in him. It's just that, first of all, he wouldn't have been here if he decided to go after the NCAA for trying to get that extra year of eligibility.
7, 6, something like that.
Something like that. And but to say the least, it's Vanderbilt. Last year was a great year. I just don't know if you can repeat it. I mean, I think they can make at least a bowl game, but Tennessee's still number one.
Tennessee's. I mean, that's just silliness. I mean, I felt silly even putting it in here, but it was so nasty. I mean, it was so wild. But yeah, I'm selling as well. But the guy can flat out play. I've seen him a couple times. He's really good. All right, another one for you here. We all saw the viral video of Deebo Samuel at training camp. How would you describe his effort?
I didn't think it was that great. I thought
slow.
I thought it was a little beefy, too.
Beefy and slow. Well, the very next day, which I don't think was a coincidence, and I think you know where my answer is going to be on this. You buying or selling? Dan Quid the very next day said Deebo Samuel is, quote, one of the fastest players on the team.
I mean, it might be true. I'll have to look at like the 40 times. It wouldn't bode well. But no, I don't buy the idea. Look, he's the new big name they brought in this offseason for weapons on offense. And, of course, you got to pump up your guy. But I'm sure it's just true. That probably doesn't bode well for the Commanders. But in general, I'm going to say no based off of not only what we saw in that clip, but he slowed down in San Francisco. So I'm selling it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's there's still a lot of injury concerns around it. I think he's just like you said, Luke. It's coach speak at the end of the day. So
we all know what we saw. That wasn't an altered video. I don't think he was thick and slow, and to me it mattered that he said it the very next day. He kind of wanted to nip that in the bud. I think he probably also was sending a message to Deebo, like, "Hey, this is what they're saying about you." And we need you to come back in better shape. All right, one more for you here. LeBron James was on another podcast. I forget which one this was. But he said, quote, "I don't know why it's discussed so much in our sport." And what he was talking about is winning championships.
I got the full audio.
Oh, you got it? Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
So let me get it going
here. It's funny. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why it's discussed so much in our sport. And why it's the all be all of everything. You sit here and you tell me, Allen Iverson and Charles Barkley and Steve Nash, our wasn't unbelievable. Like, oh, they can't be talked about or discussed with these guys just because this guy won one ring or won 2 rings or one. Like, it's just weird to me. It's like saying Peyton Manning can't be in the same room with Brady. Or Mahomes because he only has 1 ring. They don't never discuss that in their sport. Marino was not the greatest slinger of all time, or he can't be.
All right, so here's the thing. I'll start this one and get yours. The whole I don't know why it's discussed so much in our sport about championships. First of all, the players that he gave as examples, that they're not being talked about or shouldn't be talked about or whatever. They're all in the Hall of Fame. Every single one. I went through them as I'm listening to him rattle them. Every single player he said is in the Hall of Fame. Nobody is saying that they weren't great. What they're saying is all those guys would rather have had championships, not rather, but would want a championship more than just than anything else. And by the way, would LeBron be saying that if he didn't have a championship?
Right, no. Yeah, of course. I'm with you 100%. We're not saying those guys aren't great, but they're just not as great as Michael Jordan or Tom Brady for the quarterbacks. And Mike Greenberg uses a term, I can't remember how he phrases it, but he has a good terminology to compare the best quarterback versus the greatest quarterback, I think is what he does. Where Tom Brady is the greatest quarterback because of his success. He might not have been the best quarterback. Montana might have been more talented. You might even think Aaron Rodgers is more talented. But, organized sports are all about winning championships, especially at the professional level. So that's what you should be judged upon. But also, don't forget LeBron, after he did win that title finally in Cleveland, he himself said, now that I've won this championship, I'm the greatest ever. So he's very guilty. He's kind of started this whole chasing the ring culture by going to Miami. After he won the Cleveland championship, he said because of that ring, he's now the greatest of all time. So like a lot of things with LeBron, it just comes off as kind of hypocritical.
Yeah, it's all the LeBron stands are also that kind of like the rings, like they always kind of like tend to back off on the rings a little bit. Yeah. But this is the same guy that said that 2020 was the purest form of basketball.
Oh God, I forgot about that.
Yeah, I'm selling hard. Sell.
Who won that year, by the way?
Good question.
I wonder who won that year.
Yeah, the most Fugazi championship of all time.
Fugazi. Love Mickey.
Yeah.
People are pointing out that I guess he said he referenced Peyton Manning, but Peyton Manning does have a couple Super Bowl victories.
Well, I meant the basketball players he was talking about, AI and Barkley.
No, but did he say Peyton or did you? I don't know.
Damn. Well, he mentioned
Marino.
Oh, okay. All right. Also, one last text before we get to break from the 832 about the whole Vanderbilt thing. Why not say it if one 18-year-old four-star that watches Bussin' with the Boys takes a visit now? Y'all are idiots and so bitter. If that's what leads to your recruiting decision, God help you. I don't know. You see a quarterback on a podcast saying, we're going to be really good. It's like, all right, I'm going to Vanderbilt now.
Hey, I'm not saying I'm not pulling for him. I mean, it doesn't matter to me. All I'm saying is one ain't going to make it. One four-star recruit ain't going to make it.
I think you also have to prove it first before these recruits. It comes down to NIL, NFL opportunities, and then also just success. And Vanderbilt hasn't had enough of that. Hey, when we come back, that was buy or sell. When we come back, did the Texans just do the worst thing in franchise history? That's what one person thinks. We'll get to it next in The Loop.
Nico Collins is a big fan of KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Did the Texans just do the worst thing in their franchise's history?
Well, that's saying a lot.
It sure is.
That's saying a lot.
Somebody kind of said it on these airwaves. John Lopez is here, of course, but I'm Luke Morrow filling in for Reggie today. Colin Neal filling in for Figgy Fig on the steel wheels. Well, first, let me ask you, John, have you heard this audio from our dear friend John McClain?
I did not, but I have heard of what was said.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. I didn't bring this up earlier because I wanted it to all be genuine and real reaction. Let's first hear John McClain joined the fellas on Area 45 last night, which, Colin, you were actually producing, right? You were there for it. And they asked him about that Arnett signing yesterday. And here's what John McClain said on these airwaves last night.
I think Damon Arnett's the worst signing in this franchise's history. How they have lowered themselves to sign a guy like this, and they said, well, he deserves a second chance. No, he's had a second chance with the Chiefs, with the Dolphins. The Raiders cut him. You know, when the Raiders cut players, you got to.
What's your initial, as somebody who's covered these, the Texans, this franchise, even going back before the Texans for a long time, what's your initial thoughts on the idea that this is the worst signing in franchise history?
Well, I'm not going to go that far. Shout out to Ed Reed, but but because that one played out. But so let me go to a couple things here. I get what he's saying about the more than 1 second chance. There's a line. There's a line that most players should not be allowed to cross. You know, you get a chance here, and you heard him talking about it, this team and that team and the next team. You get a chance, a couple chances. That might be the limit. So I get what he's saying. But let me just throw out a couple of other things here. 22 versus 28 and being humbled to the point of playing in the UFL. And maybe he's just desperate. That's all he knows how to do. It might be a bad signing. I'm not going to ever really say it's the worst signing in, in Texans history. I mean, they've had their moments, as I just said. But I do think that there is a case by case situation going on here, and this is where, John Gruden is familiar with his work, Arnett's work, and this is the quote that Aaron Wilson put out there just yesterday. Quote, talking about Arnett now. This is John Gruden talking about Arnett. He's got a whole new identity. He doesn't look the same. He doesn't act the same. He's not the same. He has changed his identity. He changed the circle of people in his life in a good way. Determined. He's got to make up for some time that he lost. He's really concentrating on stringing good days together. I'm really proud of him. So John Gruden, who I think he was very integral in some of the cuts and and involved in some of the problems that Arnett had, and he is a risk bringing in Arnett. There's no question about it. But I kind of trust what he's saying there. And then the second thing I was going to say is, cut him.
Yeah,
if it doesn't work out, if you see any signs, if he's not, he's not a first round pick for you. He was a first round pick for the Raiders. And they had to kind of ride it out and grin and bear it, so to speak. If he doesn't work out here, cut him. Cut him in a week. Cut him in 2 weeks. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, which is why, honestly, I didn't like the signing or the idea, but I can't go as far as to call it the worst ever because it is low risk. Well, mostly low risk and potentially high reward because, like you said, just cut him. He's on the league minimum. You're not giving him a ton of money to come in here. He's just trying to get an opportunity. Hopefully he'll be on his best behavior. And I'm all for giving a guy, a second chance or maybe in some cases even a third chance because there was a clip that made the rounds that he did an interview in the Dallas area where he was talking about all the mistakes he made and he realized, what do you do when you have three kids with three different women and you had made millions and coughed it all away and you've gotten in trouble with the law multiple times. And, it was a good clip and a powerful clip in the sense that he was trying to express that I'm a changed man. I learned from my mistakes and I'm a changed man. And so if that truly is the case, I think a person like that does deserve another opportunity. I just like the idea. I think there's other options out there that I would have preferred if I'm standing on my moral high ground to to not bring him in. I can't call it the worst signing, but if it works out, you get a first-round talent very cheap. And I grew up a fan of the Minnesota Vikings who really built themselves on taking questionable character guys. Chris Carter, then Randy Moss, even Adrian Peterson coming out of the draft. And those are the best players they've ever had. So sometimes it's worth the risk if you think the person has righted themselves and if you could get that talent at such a low cost, at the league minimum, and hope that it pans out. If not, you wipe your hands clean, he's gone.
And the other aspect of this is, the Texans, you mentioned it's not really a high risk. I agree. But the Texans also are in a position where the culture around this guy it can't hurt him. It can't send him down that path again. I know you can talk about Jimmy Ward and all that, whatever. What I'm saying, by and large, the culture of this organization, from Nick Caserio to D'Amico Ryans, I don't think, as much as they have been taking more risks with players, I don't think they would mess with this guy if it was really that bad, doing after their research and everything. And even if there's some things they don't know, coming into this environment can only help him, can only help Arnett.
That was my thought, too, we saw it with Belichick and the Patriots, and obviously because of the Super Bowls, maybe that culture was even more established, but Belichick wasn't shy about bringing in some guys that were questionable elsewhere because they knew that their culture, the Patriot way, was strong enough. And so obviously now you have Caserio here in Houston, and I think with the job him and D'Amico have done, just as a fan or somebody even who covers the team from the outside looking in, you feel comfortable enough about their culture and the guys in the locker room or the leadership that you can take a chance on somebody like this and hope that you can, for lack of a better term, rehab him along the way because of those around him.
Yeah, and look, you bring him in July 22nd. If you didn't hear, is when training camp starts. They're going to have a couple of joint practices with the Panthers and the Lions. If you go into that Lions practice and you're seeing things, there is no reason at all to keep him around. Now there is a football aspect here. And what did that play? They need a third cornerback. Yeah. They desperately need a third cornerback. And they drafted one in Jalen Smith. Is that the right Jalen? I think it was.
There's a lot of Jalen's. There's a lot of them.
They drafted one, but it was a later round or a mid-round. So we'll see on that. But the other thing is, I don't expect them to stop looking for cornerback.
No, I agree. For sure. What did you think? Was this the worst signing in Texans history, like our dear friend John McClain said last night? 713-572-4610 to text the show. Send in what you think might be the worst signing in Texans history.
And by the way, Patrick Creighton and Sean Bijani, they're doing the drive.
It's true.
Right after our show, they are going to be taking over the drive for Clint and show.
I would say, for me, Brock Osweiler was pretty bad.
Ed Reed. Ed Reed, Brock. Who else? Who was the cornerback that they signed from the Raiders? It was awful back in the day.
Bradley Roby?
No, but it's in that same class. Okay, then now you're down a rabbit hole.
Worst Google, please. I don't. It is really hard to know if a person's actually changed. Someone could change for a few months and then they go back to their old ways.
Absolutely.
And it's just, I don't know. I was a little shocked by Sean's take on that because that's how he let it off. The question was asked, what do you think of the Damon Arnett signing? And then that was literally his first words.
That came out of nowhere, right?
Yeah, it came out of nowhere for us. The worst signing. I was like,
worst?
And then
strong take.
Yeah, it's a very strong take. Some people didn't feel really too kindly on his take, but like you said, he was the first. Well, let me just say this: he was a first-round pick for a reason.
Yeah.
If he did not have those off the field issues, maybe we're talking about him as one of the maybe not one of the best corners in the NFL, but one of those mainstay guys. Like, you can rely on him. He's competent. You can rely on him to have him out there for, your defense.
Yeah.
Might be a big if, though. I did see Al on YouTube said Amon Green. There's always a lot of hate for Amon Green for his Texans tenure, but Al called that the worst. One of the worst, he said.
He had a few moments.
Would you say Shaq Mason?
No, I wouldn't say Shaq Mason. No, not at all. He had his moments as well. But no, look, I think it's no harm, no foul, and the upside is going to be Texas.
Yes, I agree. Someone else said Aaron Colvin was pretty bad, too, for signing, by the way. To shift gears here before the end of this segment, Titus Howard we talked about the offensive line earlier and the hope that'll be better this year. Titus Howard has really been speaking a lot of praise for Cole Popovich, and Titus was on a stream. We don't have the audio, but he was on some stream online last night, as guys tend to do now in 2025, and he said, quote, "He is one of the best coaches I've ever had in regards to Cole Popovich." Every time Titus Howard has had the opportunity to say something about Cole, he's had very high praise. Are we buying this hype right now? Obviously, we haven't seen anything with the preseason not starting, waiting for training camp. But are you buying into all the high praise and hype we're hearing from Titus Howard, who's really been giving his flowers to Cole Popovich?
I wouldn't say I'm buying in, but it's a really good sign. And the other part here is I think part of it is it was so bad in that room that like you and I could be coaching, and they might have something nice to say about us in that offensive line room. Laremy Tunsil's gone. I think they loved Laremy Tunsil, but they knew it was not a good situation for the offensive line. And the other thing, this system just seems to fit Titus Howard better, especially at the guard position. Big dude, more of a gap power scheme, and that's right in Cole Popovich's wheelhouse, clearly coming from New England. And so I think it's like, whew, this is going to be great because it fits what I want to do and make me better.
That you could call bitter again or negative, whatever. I was going to say it comes off a little shady to me for three things. I think the biggest one is what you said, is that he's just not the other guy. He's not what you had last year. And look, I've been the beneficiary of that, where you date somebody after they had a terrible
you're
boyfriend.
golden.
Yeah, by doing nothing. Just by being a normal person. Like, oh, you're the greatest guy ever. It's like, well, I'm just not that person. So that's number one. I think that's the biggest thing. But number two is a lot of it's come from Titus Howard. I haven't heard everyone. So I know Titus Howard likes him, but I'm curious, it's like if you had a classroom full of students and only one says, like, yeah, they're a really good teacher. Like, well, how come the other people aren't saying that too? And then the third aspect is just how vocal he's been. That maybe it's me being a glass half empty guy here, but sometimes when someone has to keep telling you something, I get a fear that they're almost trying to convince you or convince themselves. So they keep talking about, they say, oh, it's the greatest, it's the greatest. Like, well, do you really feel that way, or are you just trying to convince us?
And it's easy to say right now.
It is, right.
There hasn't been any strife. There hasn't been any bad games. Haven't been any breakdowns, bad film sessions on a Monday. Which I got a hunch that those film sessions with Cole Popovich, if it's not good, are going to be pretty wild. But no, I think it's a good sign. But you're absolutely right. Otherwise,
yeah, we'll see when rubber meets the road and push comes to shove when the season starts. Just lastly, the Chad said Jack Easterby was the worst signing in Texans history. We got a text from that too. 281 said it was Jack Easterby. 936 says Bill O'Brien was the worst signing in Texans history.
I like how they're going outside the box a little bit.
832 for Jack Easterby. 318 says Ahman Green, not a bad dude, but terrible signing. I know there's always a lot of hate for him. Mark on YouTube's include Ahman Green, Brock Osweiler, Justin Britt, Ed Reed. So there you go. Those are some of the names coming in for the worst signing in Texans history after John McClain bestowed that honor to Damon Arnett, who was signed yesterday.
I'm going to stick with Ed Reed on that one, I think. There are definitely too many candidates for this organization to have bad signs.
Yeah. I didn't like the signing, but I thought the take was a little extreme.
Yeah.
We'll see how it plays out. Hey, this is the time each and every day that we get to Figgy's mixtape. Now, Figgy's not here. Doesn't mean, though, that we won't have a mixtape, as John's taken command of the
You're darn right I have. You're darn right I have.
Making me work.
I did. I did make you work.
I'm looking forward to it.
It'll be fun.
We'll get to that next. It's in the loop.
What should Texans fans expect to see?
Sport.
Texans All Access. The countdown to training camp is officially on. And Mark Vandermeer and John Harris have you covered. Exclusive interviews, inside info, and the best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the relax and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610. I'm Figgy Lopez today. So, look, I had a lot of fun doing this, and I went with a theme, as I am prone to do. Happy Juneteenth, everybody. Everybody having a good time out there at the cookouts, whatever your party might be. But here's the thing about that got me thinking. We're going to get into some different things regarding Juneteenth here in a minute. But I know you do, but do you know what Juneteenth, how it came about, right? In Galveston, June 19th was when word finally got to Texas that there was no more slavery, the Emancipation Proclamation. It took 2 years. It took 2 years for the information to get to Galveston.
Crazy.
And I also kind of find that hard to believe. I got to believe somebody was riding a horse or something from, got to Texas and said,
hey, they could have just sent an email.
Yeah, it could have all been an email. This could have been an email. This could have been an email. But don't you think if somebody said, hey, did you hear the slavery's over? Slaves are free?
It was actually by chance. Like, wait a minute, you didn't get the message from our carrier pigeon 2 years ago? Never made it? Oh, man.
It took 2
this
years.
ended 2 years ago.
So it got me thinking, what if, to us.
Oh my gosh.
Suppose we had Jack Easterby. He was mentioned a second ago.
Yeah.
And all this stuff was going on, and you didn't really realize how bad things were because the news was just so slow where you were that it took 2 years to find out. Imagine how bad that, or just any news at all. If it took 2 years.
Yeah.
That'd be nuts. But that was the one thing. That's part of the Juneteenth thing that I also doubt. Someone somewhere had to meander into Texas and tell someone, hey, slavery's over.
Yeah.
Nah.
Yeah.
They're not believing them.
Yeah. Oh, funny guy. Go back to where you came from.
Sure it is.
Yeah.
Sure it is. All right. So here's the thing about Juneteenth. Did you know that on Spotify there is a Juneteenth playlist that has 20 million downloads?
Dang.
On Spotify. And so I was looking at the artists on the Juneteenth playlist. Who do you think are the three most abundant on this playlist artists on the Juneteenth playlist? You don't have to overthink it.
I don't know. I don't have any thought.
You really don't have to overthink.
You don't have to overthink it.
Oh boy, now you make me feel even dumber that I'm missing something obvious.
Yeah. The three artists on the Juneteenth playlist, number one. Come on.
You look really stupid. I never would have guessed this one. Tempted, but wouldn't have thought of it.
That's backyard party music right there, man.
It's true. It's true.
100%.
Especially this time of year.
The number two most downloaded on this or abundant in this playlist. Again, you probably don't have to overthink it.
All right, yeah. This one should have been pretty obvious.
Should have been pretty obvious on that as well. Now, the third one, I'm telling you, I was a huge fan. Huge. Saw him in concert twice, I believe. But I was a little bit surprised that he was third on the Juneteenth playlist. Do you have any guesses?
I was going to say Michael Jackson, but now after that, I don't know.
That would not be a surprise.
Yeah, so I have no idea. I don't know. Oh. Super Freak, of course.
Rick James, man.
Can't forget my guy.
You know, it's one of these songs you grew up listening to, and you're like, oh, this rocks, and then you get older and you understand the
what
lyrics.
Was I thinking? What was I thinking about all this? But Rick James, man, love that guy.
Yeah.
Love that guy. But okay, so here's the other part of the Juneteenth Figgy's mixtape right here on Sports Radio 610. Obviously, we talked about Juneteenth and the importance of it. Juneteenth, June 19th, is a huge day, and I don't know if that's a coincidence or not from the music we just played, but it's a huge day in music history. I'm going to play a song, and you both guess why Juneteenth is so significant.
Oh boy,
for this song. It's going to be a bleep show, but I want you
to say this first one. I have no freaking idea.
I want you to guess how this song is so significant on Juneteenth.
She wears short skirts, I wear t-shirts. She's cheer captain and I'm on the bleachers screaming about the.
Let's go. Any guesses? Keep it playing. You keep playing.
I have no.
Taylor Swift, obviously.
It came out on June 19th. I don't know.
Close. Taylor Swift and Juneteenth have something in common.
I don't know. I'm not a Swiftie.
I don't know, other than like her first album. I'm just going to the date.
You're nosing around it. You're nosing around it.
Is it the biggest hit on her first album that was released on Juneteenth?
Again, you're close. I'll tell you guys. June 19th, when she was, I believe, 13 or 14 years old, Taylor Swift recorded her first ever song.
Wow.
The first song she ever recorded was on Juneteenth, when she was like 13 years old. And then this happened.
Wow, that's funny. I worked with somebody in radio here in Houston whose father was a big musician at the Old Opry, and Taylor Swift gave the father, before she was Taylor Swift, like a demo of hers. And he listened to it, and he was like, it's good, but whatever. And anyway, nothing with Taylor Swift.
My favorite Taylor Swift story is one of the first years, well, it wasn't that long, it was a couple of years in, I was here in this studio, actually I was in the other studio, and Taylor Swift walks by in the hall. I had no idea who she was. She was like 17.
Oh wow!
Like she was like very early in her career.
Yeah.
And she actually played in this building in the little
oh wow, that's awesome.
Verizon room back there with just a guitar.
Weird, not weird, but crazy thing is she looks so different 15 years ago compared to now. Like I did not think that was Taylor Swift for a moment.
Yeah. All right, next song that is significant on Juneteenth in music history.
Oh, my love, my darling, I've hungered for.
I'm going to just guess.
Elvis, obviously, Unchained Melody.
I'm just going to guess final Elvis concert before he passed. I don't remember what time of year what part of the year he died.
I'm going to guess the same thing, too.
This is his last public concert. I don't know if you watched the first part of the video as you were putting this in the system, Colin. Just mumbling and fat, and I mean, obviously we all know the sad story, and just like you could hardly understand what he was saying. But when he started playing the music, listen to this, like he belted it out.
Absolutely.
And I mean, this is awesome on Juneteenth.
Wow.
All right, we got three more for you. Significant moments in music history that actually have number 3, Colin.
I need somebody help, not just anybody help. You know I need someone help.
I want to say, I mean, obviously these are just shots in the dark. I have two thoughts. I know they played one concert in Houston.
August 19th, 1965.
Oh, August 19th, I was going to say.
Brought to you in Sam Houston Coliseum by KILT AM radio.
Oh,
that's right.
By this station.
Was it not called Bernard G. Johnson Coliseum yet?
No, it was Sam Houston Coliseum. Well, from what I saw, it was Sam Houston Coliseum. But this radio station is the only radio station in history to bring the Beatles to Houston. But that's not the significance of Juneteenth.
Shout out my Bearcats.
Dang. Then I was going to say their appearance on what was the TV show?
Ed Sullivan?
Ed Sullivan.
Boy, you are all about it. You're close. You're all around it. What do you think?
Shoot, man. It has something to deal with their first appearance in America. It has.
You're both okay. I'm going to put both y'all's together.
Yeah.
After the Ed Sullivan show,
yeah,
the first concert that they actually did in the United States was now.
Okay.
Was this date.
Wow.
Isn't that wild? I got a couple more for you, and I got the last one I saved specifically for you.
Okay.
But this is the next one. Martha, she didn't, was the Beatles, the last one.
Yeah.
But is Martha and the Vandellas?
Tyler Milner calls them overrated, the Beatles.
Yeah, Tyler Milner's a dweeb.
Clip that. This one, I have no idea. I'm going to guess. I don't think it's been an answer yet, even though I've guessed. I'm going to say this came out on June 19th.
Is it her last? No.
No, this is Martha and the Vandellas.
No, it's. I don't know. Yeah.
All right. Actually, you nailed it. This song was
released. I should have went with this.
This song was released on June 19th, on Juneteenth. I forget the year. And this one is a Luke Morrow special.
Oh boy!
But see if you can guess what the significance of Juneteenth and this song is about.
I feel like this is should be an obvious one.
Guns N' Roses, obviously.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm just gonna guess they broke up on this date.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna go typical route. I guess. I mean, you could argue it's their biggest hit. The day the song was released,
again, y'all are all around it, but they actually recorded their first album. They recorded their first album together on Juneteenth. But pretty wild. Like there's this big musical connection to June 19th in music history. One more thing, not related to Juneteenth. We meant to get to it yesterday. I want to say you, like me, are a big Food Network guy.
No, I'm not actually.
I couldn't remember.
I'm forced
I know where you're
into
going
it.
with this.
Yeah.
I know where you're going with this.
A significant other likes it, but not me.
Is that right?
Yeah.
We meant to get to you yesterday, but Ann Burrell, are you familiar with her work?
I wasn't, but I saw the story.
Yeah, Ann Burrell, 55 years old, found dead in her room, I guess. Cardiac arrest is what they're saying. And the best thing that she does, she did Chopped, or Iron Chef America, a bunch of other shows. I'm a big Food Network guy. I watch them all. But the best thing that she did was Worst Cooks in America.
Yes.
That thing is so good.
With Bobby Flay, too.
Oh, my God. That is so good. Worst Cooks in America.
I could be on that show.
Like the things that people put in, like, I forget, like someone once said, like they were making cookies and they knew that you had to put chocolate in it, like for chocolate chip or whatever.
Yeah.
But instead they put gummies.
Oh, what? Gummy cookies?
Candy. Come on, candy's candy.
I am intrigued.
I guess it depends the kind of dough you're using.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to look on the good side.
Yeah.
On the good side.
All right.
Yeah, unfortunately ending on
How about T-Swift? I'll never forget. I can see myself,
That's
some
really
teenage girl walking by the studio. Hey, you want to go in there? This girl, Taylor Swift, is going to play a couple of songs. I'm like, I don't even think I went in. I think I walked by. And then within 2 years, like,
that's
billionaire
really cool.
Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty good. By the way, they identified like the body parts that were found near her mansion had nothing to do with Taylor Swift.
No, nothing at all. They washed up, right?
Yeah. They finally identified him. I think it was yesterday I saw the story. So, anyways, that was just a grabby headline. Had nothing to do with her.
Yeah.
Hey, when we come back, time to put a bow on things. We'll catch up with the fellas. It's actually the guys from Area 45 who are in today for the drive. We'll talk with them, but also I was always taught something in life, and I think the Astros are now teaching the rest of the league that same thing, and I'll share with you what it is when we come back. It's in the Loop.
All right.
If you ask Nico Collins, the Texans are on the verge of their breakout season.
We right there. Like, we know what it takes to finish the games. We just got to execute. For this the last game, KC on the road playoffs, man. Like you said, that third quarter was the make or break for the year. It's like that moment left that hunger, that chip on our shoulder.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
details.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Luke Morrow in for Reggie here today. Colin Neal been holding things down for Figgy Fig here on In the Loop. John Lopez, of course, stay along. You as well. You can still text the show 713-572-4610. We'll catch up with the guys. It'll be Area 45, Sean Bijani and Patrick Creighton, who will be in for the drive coming up in just a little bit. We'll talk with them, catch up with them as well, and hand things off. But before we do go, a couple things, I guess, that will bundle together with the Houston Astros. We've talked about them throughout the show today, coming off those 2 wins against the A's. They'll finish up that series tonight. They stay out west. They take on the Angels tomorrow. Before I get to what I had teased about, I think the Astros are kind of proving a valuable lesson to players, not only on their team, but the rest of the league. I did want to bring this up. I think it was our main man, Ocho, who texted this earlier and brought this to my attention. I didn't realize, but tomorrow night, I know they get the A's tonight, but tomorrow you get Kikuchi against Hunter Brown in the Angels. And I don't want to jump ahead, but I think that's a fascinating matchup, and I'll take a victory lap in a moment, but I remember you and I were working together, I think right before the start of opening day, and you said Kikuchi is going to be the guy they miss most from the 2024 team. And so I'll give you a victory lap because I think it's played out that way because of the injuries to the starting rotation. Imagine if they had Kikuchi. I know he's got like a 2-5 record. Who cares? Wins don't mean anything. He's got a 3 ERA on a mediocre team. He's been pitching well, and we'll see him tomorrow against the Astros.
Yeah, but
of course.
We always want Kikuchi. Look, and I think he can still credit how successful he is right now to what he learned, picked up with the Astros. Like, it's pretty stunning how they can just magically transform some pitchers.
Yeah, which kind of takes me to my next point, and it was something I was taught in not necessarily this industry, but just in work in general. You can apply it to any industry, and the idea being don't chase money, chase good leadership, because there's plenty of people making good money that are unhappy because they're working. We've all worked for terrible bosses, and then other people that you have a great community or culture at work, and sure, maybe you wish you were making a little bit more, but at least it's enjoyable to go to work and you spend maybe 40 hours a week. So it's important to chase good leadership more so than the good money. And I think the Astros are showing that, where you talk about the guys that have left, George Springer and Carlos Correa, and they go and they get these bigger contracts elsewhere. I mean, even Justin Verlander you could throw out. Got a huge deal with the Mets. He was back. They were such a debacle. He was back in Houston within half a season. And you look at Springer's never won a playoff game in Toronto. And you look at Correa with the Twins. Their record has gotten worse each year. And Rocco Baldelli's on the hot seat. And the reason why I bring this up is because, of course, the Rafael Devers news was the big news this week, and we talked about it earlier. But if you're Alex Bregman, you're like, man, I came here to Boston, obviously got the big contract you wanted, and now this team, I know they're playing well, but the way they're almost looking like a dumpster fire with the way things have gone down this week in Boston. And Bregman's like, man, I came here to compete, obviously chase the bigger contract. He could have stayed in Houston for less money. But I bring all this up because I almost think it's a message to guys like Hunter Brown, who's going to be due for the next contract, even Fromber, where you can go. I know athletes don't always think this way. You can go get your why. Depends what's most important to you. Why don't you stay in Houston, where, as we discussed earlier, the Astros almost have this feeling of being inevitable, where every year they're good, they're consistent, they have a good culture. You're not going to get that most other places in the league.
It's impossible to believe that there's not a little bit of lamenting for those guys because of how good a thing it was here. But you also have to realize, I know I do, once you win your championship or championships,
right,
and you're making $180 million, you tend to learn how to deal with it.
Yeah, that's true.
You learn, and I'm not being crass, but it's true. And at the same time, I think that the reality is they knew this couldn't stay together. I mean, Jim Crane made sure that this couldn't stay together with the limiting number of years on contracts, with not wanting to go in on some of these guys. I think that in their heart of hearts, they're like, dang, I wonder what could have happened. But what are you going to do when it wasn't going to happen? You might as well take your money, And it's not like they've stunk where they've gone.
No.
Yeah.
It's just that,
it hadn't been this.
Yeah, it's not Houston. I mean, even the Astros this year with how remarkable they've been, which also takes me to Chandler Rome had a good article where he did like a stock up, stock down thing on the Athletic for the Astros this year, and I'll continue to praise the Astros here in this final segment. But I thought he brought up a good point where, like, all the things we were concerned about with this team and the way the offseason went have actually all worked out for the Astros. And he gave 2 examples. I'd add another one, and that would be right now I've seen a lot of people saying, man, the Astros really won the Kyle Tucker trade. You're very pleased with Cam Smith and Paredes right now with what you're getting from those 2 guys as opposed to just Kyle Tucker, as good of a year he's having. Then there was concerns about moving Altuve out to left field. Look, statistically, he has been the worst outfielder in the league, but he's also had the fewest balls hit to him in the league. I don't know if the Astros knew that going in.
That's just good luck.
Yeah, I guess so, but it's worked out.
Yeah.
And then the third aspect I know some people were a little riled up about was the, call it a firing. They didn't renew the contract of Gary Pettis, and they brought in Christian Walker's guy who, was his defensive guy. The Astros were statistically -3 in defensive run saves last year. Right now, they're +19. They're the second best defensive team in the league. And so it goes back to what we were saying earlier where, man, I guess they're just on a heater. It seems like every little move they've made has worked out pretty well so far.
And it's again, I said this earlier about something else, but it's not an accident. The organization, it shows you ownership, and being able to be disciplined, even with the contracts, they've worked out. You just illustrated it. We were mad. We were mad. Oh, come on, man. Why can't you sign fill in the blank? Springer, Correa, whatever. It has worked out. So that's part of it. The other thing is, how do you explain they're just on a heater? Like, things are working. Things are working for them.
Yeah.
If it ain't broke,
right.
Do not fix.
Mm-hmm.
That's not. I mean, I know you coach basketball. I've coached basketball. It's nice when, as a coach, every little button you press works out, and you feel like such a genius. And then, of course, you have those stretches where everything you try doesn't work, and you feel like, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what to do. Props though to 2-8 lining. At least not yet. That hasn't worked out, and so I'll agree with you there. He's been hitting a little bit better, and he's certainly better at home than on the road. But yes, absolutely, you have not gotten what you expected from Christian Walker so far. So that's the one negative of the offseason plan so far for the Astros.
The one thing that they have done really well, and again, this is not an accident, is they have kept a common thread that goes from one generation, so to speak, to the next. The common thread on the field is, of course, Jose Altuve. He was here when they were losing 100 games. He's here today, and he may not be the most vocal leader publicly, but he has an impact. Hell, he probably had a big impact if you're listening to most reports on Jeremy Pena batting leadoff.
Yeah.
So that common thread has been no accident. The common thread has kind of been not so much the front office, because there have been some changes there that were relatively significant and different from the previous one. But in terms of managing, when you go from A.J. Hinch, clearly Dusty Baker kind of came out of nowhere, but he was a calming influence at the right time. And then Espada comes from that realm as well. And the bench coaches have been, so a lot of coaches and bench coaches and such like that have been kind of common. So there are these common threads that sort of keep what they do, culture, if you want to use that word again, keep what they do going.
That's true. That's a good point. It's funny. I've always said culture. I kind of hated that word. I think it's a real buzzword. And I've always said culture is just a synonym for winning. Whenever teams win, you always say, like, oh, what a great culture. You never say a bad team. You never say, the Cleveland Browns are terrible, but they have a great culture there.
No, that's true.
So it's kind of a chicken and the egg of what came first. But I say all that because even though I hate people use successful, of course, winning cures all. Of course, it's going to be a happy locker room. But with that said, I know the Astros are almost proving me wrong with, as we talked about this throughout the show, it's just no matter what you throw at them, you change a lot of the players. Just year in and year out, you just can't shake them. They're a bad cold you can't get rid of if you're the rest of that division or the AL, and they just keep coming back. And if you're elsewhere in the American League, you're probably scratching your head of, like, how do they keep doing it? We can't do this. Even the Yankees, right? The Red Sox are a bit of a mess. The Tigers have sprouted up, but they were a mess before, and yet the Astros are just so consistent.
The culture is actually damn good.
Well, it is, especially when you're winning. I do buy into some of what you're saying. Like, nobody says a bad team has a good culture, but a bad team wouldn't have a good culture. It tends to kind of deteriorate around you, whereas a good team, it tends to build. Like Mauricio Dubon the other day, after his walk-off, he was talking about, like, they were asking him, how does it just keep on keeping on? And I'm paraphrasing, but he said, this is what we are. Well, he wasn't here. He wasn't here early on. He wasn't here when they were, and until recent years, but it's carried on through him. that this is how they do. They're never out of it, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, it's true. It's fascinating. We talked about it earlier, but with all the adversity, to still have the second best record in the AL, to just be this unstoppable force. I remember I was in with Sean, who will be joining us here in just a moment. Him and Patrick Creighton are getting set up. Sean Bijani, as they'll have the drive. But I remember saying early on in the season when the Astros didn't quite hit their stride yet, and I was saying this is the most interesting team or version of the Astros in the last decade. And I know a lot of people disagreed on the text line and saying winning is interesting. But the way these things played out, I think this is the most interesting version throughout this run, just because of how they keep taking these hits and coming back with the second best record in the AL. They'll take on the A's tonight in Sacramento to finish up that series, and then they head to L.A. to take on the Angels. And as we mentioned, Kikuchi, old friend Kikuchi, will be on the mound against seemingly Hunter Brown tomorrow night, so that should be a fun matchup. Let's welcome in the fellas, typically from Area 45, but filling in on the drive today, as Crosstalk is sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. We say hello to Patrick Creighton, Sean Bijani, and let's call back to the first hour of In the Loop today. Our question of the day, after what happened with Arkansas and LSU last night, I don't know if you guys saw how that played out in the College World Series.
That was fun.
Oh, for who?
For one side. For one
For
side.
who?
Did you guys talk about the weird irony
Of what?
how Arkansas lost that game last night?
Oh, we talked about it a lot. It was a bleep show and it wasn't even just a catch.
Nah,
in
you
left
didn't
field.
get it. You didn't get it.
Oh, how Arkansas lost that game?
Just the fact that it was Arkansas and they missed their opportunity to go
fumbled
to a
it away?
national title game. What'd you say?
They fumbled it away?
They fumbled it away.
Oh, I said earlier.
Oh, my goodness.
This just might
Did they
get Clinton
fumble
off the
it
hook.
Shots have been fired.
He's off the hook.
I told PC, I was like, is that low-hanging fruit to, like,
No, I
mention
said
that?
it.
Like, why was that my first thought? Love you, Clint.
I actually kind of apologize because I'm like, yeah, I feel good for Clint.
That is not low-hanging fruit. That fruit is on the ground.
Yeah, that's rough. I just finished the sentence. That wasn't my thought. I finished your thought.
I mean, he's a bit.
Well, let's question of the day today, which also spurned a lot of great texts. What sports moment in your own playing career?
Not as a fan.
Your actual playing career. We want the answer from each of you. What's the moment in your own playing career that still haunts you all these years later?
That's
to this
easy.
day?
That's easy. But if you got one, you can go ahead.
It pretty much ended any chance I was ever going to continue to play college baseball. I had gotten moved around the field a lot because I was one of those guys who could hit fastballs and nothing else. And I had a really strong arm, and I could play a lot of different positions, and that was, how I was useful to the team. Well, I hadn't played second base in many years, and I was going out to chase down a shallow pop fly, and right fielder called me off and then whiffed. So I had to go run the ball down. I ran out to the field, grabbed the ball, turn around, fire. My shoulder exploded.
Oh,
it was so loud you could hear it in the dugout.
But that's not a choke. That's not a
no.
that's
But
not
that
a
was that was just the moment of epic realization of I am never going to do this again.
Yeah.
As my arm held down like it fell out of my body.
No, I cited a couple of I screwed up.
This really bothers me to this day.
Oh, me too.
I was it's my junior year in high school. I was playing corner, 20 seconds left in the game against one of our rivals, Lutheran South. I went to Mount Carmel, no longer exists. Homecoming. My school had not won a homecoming football game in 20 years. And all night long, I was biting option.
Yeah.
And so I crashed down like, stupid me. They're down by 6. It's 20 seconds left. They need to score a touchdown. They're not going to run the ball.
They might throw the ball.
Yeah. So I'm like licking my chops. I'm like, I'm going to smoke this dude.
Yeah.
And then he yanks it and then right over my head.
Yeah.
We end up losing football game. And I wanted to die.
Yeah.
So
that would do it.
Yeah, that's brutal. I could tell from the setup where that was going.
Yeah, as soon as you
good.
said the start.
Fun
of that.
times.
Yeah.
It's tough.
Yeah. Who's going to say like all those fancy words?
Oh,
You're listening to KILT.
I'll try. It's always such a tongue twister. That's
FM
right.
HD2, an Odyssey station. What's
You just
live
did
right
it.
now?
The drive is Area 45.
I like that.
Go!
That's right. There you go. Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. Patrick Creighton, Sean Bijani in for the fellas. The drive is live.
And we'll try not.
By the way, we have to point out Luke Morrow is wearing this fantastic Hartford Whalers shirt.
Oh, yeah.
He always
And,
wears badass shirts.
You know, it's not quite the Blaine Stoughton stash. But I know Sean Pendergast is listening because he's always listening. And he grew up a Whalers fan.
Oh, he complimented it earlier.
And the Bash Dash Stash line was a very popular line for the old Hartford Whalers.
Best logo in sports, Hartford Failures, as we call them.
Hartford Failures? Failures?
The Failures.
Come
yeah,
on.
that was their name. R.I.P.
Best logo in sports. It's like Luke makes a point to like wear something unique every time he comes in.
So if you were going to
love
have
that.
a Whalers jersey, would it be Pat Boutette, Mike Rogers, or Blaine Stoughton?
I'm trying to think. I don't know. I'm not going to answer your question. I'm going to say I had a jersey. I'm trying to remember who it was. I think it was Kevin Dineen.
Kevin Dineen. Kevin Dineen.
I think that was my jersey.
I want to know how many people in Houston know any of these people you just mentioned.
Me.
And Luke.
Luke. Sean Pendergast.
3.
Barry Warner.
Yeah, there you go. 4.
There's the 4 people who know who they are.
All right, fun times. Hey, how's it going, everybody? Area 45's invading the drive.
The takeover.
No Pat Verbeek jersey.
Tyler Milner's here.
Damn right.
Chris Santiago's being lazy.
Lazy ass Topher.
So, hey,
Sylvain Turgeon jersey.
Stop it. Get out of here with this hockey crap.
This ain't Canada.
Were you still in studio last night, T-Mill, when Chris Santiago came in with the candle-lit birthday cupcake for PC?
He was still in studio at midnight. What are you talking about?
Were you really?
Yes, sir. I didn't see the actual moment, but I was listening to you guys in the room behind you, and I heard it all go down. I didn't see Topher. And, yeah, if you kill a badass nickname like Chris did with C6, then I'm just going to call you the worst nickname I can come up with, and for him, it's going to be Topher.
You're so good at that. I love Topher.
Now,
I love Topher.
If I can...
hockey,
yesterday,
I swear to God, if you talk about hockey,
dude, if
I will freaking kill you.
Let me tell you something. I can start talking about hockey, you wouldn't even know it was hockey because you know nothing about hockey.
Yeah, because it would sound like you're speaking Russian.
Hey.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
Canadian? I mean, Hartford is clearly in Canada, right?
Sorry.
Zoom, tower control requesting permission to fly by. Yesterday...
Keep going. Just don't talk about hockey.
Sean and Colin did this absolutely hideous edit.
It was bad.
Oh, God. I told him to his face, too. I told Colin that was bad.
And they did this hideous edit... to
it was so bad.
Do their best to try to embarrass me for my birthday. And I heard through the grapevine the reason why Bijani's been acting such a fool lately is because I haven't brought him any nerds. That's kind of the how do you stop the gremlin from morphing into the evil creature? Is you have to feed it nerds.
Yes.
Here's your nerds, you SOB.
Nerds for the nerd.
Now stop being a jackwagon.
They're not just any nerds. They're the gummy clusters.
The gummy clusters. Area 45 takeover, boys.
I appreciate you, bro. You didn't need to do that, but I appreciate the fact that you did. PC gave me his whole amazing chocolate cupcake that Chris spent good money on for PC last night on his birthday. I got to eat that whole damn thing.
You didn't eat the whole thing, but you did eat about 2/3 of it.
It was amazing.
I love that for you, but I think cupcakes, and I have a sweet tooth, rated treat out there.
Now, I will tell you, it was not that I didn't want to eat it. It was very, very sweet.
It would have
Was
sent
it
him
moist?
in-
Yes, it was.
Yes. I don't even know if there was any...
It was moister than
cake.
Duncan Hines.
Ooh.
It was almost like a mousse texture. It would have sent PC into a diabetic coma.
And that's why I couldn't eat it.
Yeah, that would do it. The old glucose wouldn't have been a fan of that one.
No, it was fantastic, by the way.
And I did not want to be...
mouth gasm.
Well, you know what happens when you're diabetic and your sugar gets too high? T-Mill, I know you know what happens.
I do.
I did not want to be experiencing that when we were doing this show today.
I tell you what, since this is the drive, and I'm sitting in Clint Stoerner's chair...
Are you going to talk about your underwear having holes in it?
We're going to talk about poop for just a second.
Oh, God.
That's nice you like it, to keep Clint kind of present here with us. Talk about a little dookie. I get it.
Lord, why have you forsaken me?
I slammed 6 hot dogs the other day during the Joey Chestnut interview. Chris ate 6.5, and he wanted to die. And
them things like Kobayashi.
dude, I was hungry. I purposely starved myself that day because I knew I was going to have to do that. I got to be a little worried, even coming into the show today because
Glizzy's caused Bijani some concern.
Dude, you would think like, hey, a large amount of food goes in.
Got to go somewhere.
It's got to come out at some point.
Oh, he had a blockage.
Got to come out or go straight to your ass.
Like Joey said, you got to eat the lettuce and the radishes and the high fiber.
Okay, so what did I do for lunch the day after I ate 6 hot dogs?
Skipped it?
What time of night was that? Like 8 o'clock or whatever, 7:40? I had a salad because I thought, yes, good for digestion.
What are you, a girl?
The whole thing. I'm trying to get this out of me.
Did you toss it?
No. Sexual innuendo. There we go. 5 minutes into the show.
Hey, we're staying on brand.
Yeah.
I'm about to say, that's how we start, baby.
Sexual innuendo. We got poop talk.
We get horny at 2 o'clock, baby.
Yeah. Why not, man?
We are going to hell just like Clint and Ron.
Yeah, what are you going to do? But all that to say this, I contend that concoction that Chris spent good money on and brought you last night helped kind of flush the situation out.
Literally.
It released the hounds.
I could not drink enough coffee. I'm like, get these hot dogs out of me, please.
Need some Metamucil over here.
And it worked. It worked. Anyway, so moving on. Coming up on the show today.
Say how long did it take before you were going like full Van Wilder, Richard in The Office?
Or Dumb and Dumber. You talking about like on the commode?
Well, from Van Wilder, Richard comes out and he like can't even make it, so he just drops him right into a garbage can.
Oh, no.
In front of Smith from Harvard.
Well, what time is it? 2:07?
Oh, my God.
I don't know. 2 hours ago.
Just needed a big old tub of colon blow. At least you're not getting the famous dog eclairs.
I mean, good job by you for not slamming that entire thing last night because you would have had situations.
It would have been very bad.
It would have been very bad.
That would have been
I took the hit for you.
He chose poorly moment.
Be cautious with Creighton tonight.
Oh, my gosh. All right, coming up in like 13 minutes, we'll talk to MLB insider from USA Today. His name is Bob Aloysius Nightingale. We'll talk about the hot Astros. And
acknowledge your baseball tribal chief.
We will do that. Make sure you get the intro, Tyler, for Bob Nightingale. You might have your own for him. You call him Hotel Lobby Bobby, I think. Do you have something special?
Either Hotel Lobby Bobby or Bobby 2 Chains, yeah.
Bobby 2 Chains.
Usually with, because we found out he likes to chill at the hotel bar and sip his go-to drink, Bobby Nightingale, that is a...
vodka spritzer.
No, it's
Cranberry.
vodka cran.
Yeah, there you go.
So we found that out, and he's so cool, Bobby 2 Chains. He's always got them chains around his neck, got that watch on. He's always talking real smooth.
Shirt button down low.
That's right. Yeah. So the only thing we really do here on Houston's #1 afternoon drive show, The Drive, Stoerner and Hughley, the only thing we really do is whenever he's coming on, you're going to hear this. Sad mood in the hotel lobby.
Can you do an intro for Bob Nightingale underneath this music, PC?
What, am I just going to go straight Engelbert Humperdinck here?
Yeah, why not?
Who's that?
Fly with me, lesbian seagull.
Welcome into the show.
I swore
Bobby
that I had invented the name Engelbert Humperdinch. But that's a real person.
Sounds made up.
It's multiple real people, actually.
I thought I'd made it up whenever I was a kid. I must have heard it somewhere and it stuck. I'm still dumb. I make up really dumb names of things. But I think you've told me about that before. Like, yeah, no, that's a real person. What was he, like a composer or something like that?
So there was a composer.
Okay.
And then the lounge jazz singer took his name from the composer.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, people steal things. I must have inadvertently stole it when I was like 5 and thought it was funny, and I still do at 42. But that's cool.
Things that are still funny to Bijani. Poop jokes, fart jokes, and Engelbert Humperdinck.
Yes. It is a funny name. Bob Nightingale, 11 minutes. And then who's this fellow we've got talking about NBA later?
Keith Smith.
Keith
From
Smith.
Front Office Show.
I'm not going to lie. When I saw NBA and Smith together and in the K, I really thought you'd gotten us Kenny Smith on the show.
Unfortunately, I do not have Kenny Smith's phone number.
Yeah, but then, you know, it's Keith Smith.
All I can think of is Keith Stone.
You know, Keith Stone. Keith Stone.
It was a marketing campaign by Keystone Beer, like when I was in college. It was like this backwoods redneck dude in the commercials named Keith Stone, and he was always drinking smooth Keystone.
Keystone. Oh, God.
For Keystone.
The only other person that I've ever heard drinks Keystone besides my father-in-law. Between those two fellas, they keep them in business.
They're always smooth.
On the text line, somebody said that a non-white person who just put on Sports Radio 610 and heard that music playing had to check their dial.
Welcome into the hotel lobby.
Format change. Surprise.
Tickle them ears.
It's radio. It can happen.
Today we'll be playing nothing but smooth jazz.
95.7 The Way.
I like it.
But it's the spot now, of course. Shout out, Grego.
This is CD 101.9.
Taking you all the way through tonight.
What are we doing on a Thirsty Thursday today? Anything special?
Or is it just that it's Thursday, therefore it must be thirsty?
Do we have something special planned? Oh, we do.
Yeah.
Look at you, Mr. Clueless, because you have to stay late. And
after the show, we do have a little something planned for Little Thirsty and the Thursday.
When you get a chance to party.
It's for PC's birthday.
It is? I thought we were just going and hanging out.
It's for your birthday. I know you absolutely hate your birthday. That's why I keep bringing it up.
47.
47. How about 40,
God bless the both of you.
47 plus 5, I think. I think PC is 52. He's 52. But
he wants me to tell him to go to hell.
55?
Now he really wants me to tell him to go to hell.
Oh, my goodness.
I was telling Sean last night how about a week or two ago, I was in the store shopping, grabbing things, and some woman just comes up and starts talking to me because she thought she recognized me.
Yeah, girl.
Not because, like, she listens to the radio or anything. No. She thought I looked like her ex-boyfriend, who she absolutely freaking hates. But she came up to me and she starts talking to me like a normal person.
You got one of those faces?
Yeah. I got a face for radio. Thank God I don't have a voice for print. And
well said.
She just starts talking to me, and I'm like, have we met? And she's like, oh my God, I thought you were so-and-so. And I'm like, yeah, no, that would not be me. And then
what was the first thing she said to you to where she thought you were somebody?
She came up to me and she's like, I didn't know you shopped here. And I'm like, who are you?
What do I do with that? Oh, man. You should have played along.
Eventually, it gets around to I looked like her ex-boyfriend. And I'm like, well, I'm glad I'm not that guy. You might have shanked me.
What was the name? Do you know the name?
I don't know. And at some point, she said to me she thought I was 42. What? And I said to her, if I wasn't married, we'd be going to church right now. She didn't get it.
What is she
surprised? But
go learn today.
Like, okay, let me get out of here. This guy's weird.
Your son, his favorite movie is Cars.
Yes.
So you will get this reference.
Easy with the confetti.
When the two travelers are going through the town and they're trying to get out because everybody's trying to pitch them to sell everything, and then lightning comes up and he's like, "Gotta get me out of here!" And they just do the blink and it goes whoop whoop.
Yeah.
That's literally the look on her face. She had the blank expression of no wheels are turning at this time. Please come back later.
Well, which one of you locked all the doors? Was it you because this crazy woman's coming up to me? Or her? Because you're making weird jokes that she doesn't understand. I think both of y'all just pressed all the lock all doors button. That's funny, man. You know the movie Cars too, Tyler, all too well. Because why?
That's why.
At first I thought you were saying Cars, like the sequel to, because I haven't seen that. But no, the first movie, Cars, that's a good Disney movie.
Man, you're behind. I think there's 3 Cars.
There are at least 3 Cars, and then there are multiple spin-offs.
Yeah.
You know, and the spin-off of just Mater's Tall Tales is hysterical.
Yeah, are those like the 7-minute short videos?
They're not even like that long. They're just a bunch of shorts, and in between each one he goes, "If I'm lying, I'm crying."
Oh, my God.
All right, Bob Nightingale, MLB Insider, USA Today, MLB Network Radio, Sirius XM. He is going to join us.
Just when we thought the injury situation couldn't possibly get worse for the Astros.
The Astros have scratched Lance McCullers from his start tonight. Dump that, please. And put him on the injured list with a right foot sprain.
What in the hell? What happened?
Same, Ron. Same.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
The Atlanta Braves are looking for a sweep. I'm Sammy P, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM network. Braves look to make it 3 out of 3 against the New York Mets tonight. Spencer Strider on the hill, and he's minus 130 at BetMGM. I'm holding out hope this team can still get hot and still make a run. I think they sweep the Mets tonight. I'm Sammy P from the BetMGM network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today, and please, gamble responsibly.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here again. Over the years, I've seen way too many timeshare exit companies pop up, take folks' money, and disappear. I just saw an ad from an exit company started by a couple of bozos that used to work for me. My advice, don't hire bozos I'll fire. Want out of your timeshare? I'll send you our free timeshare exit info kit explaining your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free kit. 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000.
East Fleet Traffic Center 713. Call Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by Coshada, Louisiana's best bet. 69 Southwest Freeway northbound at 288. It's a heavy truck accident that has a right lane and a right shoulder blocked. Things are heating up at the $130,000 Super Summer Cash giveaway Saturday at Coshada. Spin the prize wheel to win up to $10,000, $15,000, or even $20,000 cash. The Super Summer Cash giveaway Saturday at Coshada Casino Resort. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Want the truth about shopping for new floors? Big box stores might have flooring departments, but Empire Today has flooring experts. There's a huge difference. At a big box store, you might be getting help from someone who's in flooring today, but was stocking toilets yesterday. With Empire, you'll work with a dedicated flooring expert. We bring the store to your home, help find the right floors for your lifestyle, and answer questions. All while you view hundreds of samples with your own furniture, decor, and lighting. You'll get an all-inclusive price estimate and can schedule installation as soon as the next day for in-stock styles. That's Empire's home floor advantage, working with experts who specialize in one thing, flooring. For a limited time, use code RADIO to get $500 off your contract of $3,500 or more when you call or visit EmpireToday.com. That's $500 off with code RADIO. You know the number.
800-588-2300
Today. Offer may not be applied to sales or combined with other coupons, discounts, or savings. Terms apply.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. You're at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 346-371-3330. That's 346-371-3330.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Confused by talk about auto tariffs? Market shifts create a unique opportunity right now, and that could mean potential big savings for you. Call 713-290-1000 or visit online at dmautololeasing.com. D&M, the name you trust in any market.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This 4th of July, stop dreaming and start living. Up to ocean sounds, world-class fishing, and owning a piece of the Texas coast at Driftwood Shores at Wolf Point. Join us Saturday, June 28th for the pre-4th of July one-day sale. We're talking 1+ acre waterfront properties from just $99.9, or put a barn-dominium on it from just $169.9. That is a wow. This gated community boasts a waterfront resort-style pool and cabana, your own boat slip and launch, paved roads, and underground utilities. It's all here, and it's all happening Saturday, June 28th, 1+ acre Texas coastal waterfront properties from $99.9 or with a barn-dominium for just $169.9. Call now for your private tour, 832-662-2045. 832-662-2045. Excellent financing is available as well. Call 832-662-2045. 832-662-2045. Freedom starts with land, and land like this won't last long.
Hey, it's Sean Pendergast from my good friend Dr. Ben Salento with Texas Sinus and Snoring. And you guys know my story. Many, many years ago, I was a really bad snorer. I had horrible sleep apnea as well. And I'm very thankful that I met up with Dr. Ben Salento back in 2018 because he fixed my sleep, fixed my snoring. I sleep a whole lot better now and I live a much healthier lifestyle. When you don't get good sleep, nothing else matters. Sleep is the gateway to everything else. And the great thing about Dr. Ben Salento, he's got a comprehensive array of solutions to fix sleep apnea. Everything from mouth guards, nasal and throat surgery, to the wildly successful Inspire sleep apnea implant, a revolutionary solution to clear your airway at night. On this procedure in the state of Texas, he's done hundreds of them. Go meet with him today to learn more about it, or at least make the appointment today. Give him a call, 346-413-9313. That's 346-413-9313. Or visit him online at drbensalento.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed,
Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Stand up and acknowledge your baseball tribal chief. Longtime MLB insider with USA Today, MLB Network Radio on Sirius XM, friend of the program. He is Bob Nightingale. Bob, how you doing?
Yeah, doing great. Thanks, Patrick.
I know it's a little earlier in the day for us than usual, so I'm glad that you weren't freaked out when I said middle of the day. We're like, hey, you on drugs? You drinking? What's going on today? But appreciate you taking some time with us, brother. Let's
Probably enjoyed that more.
Let's
didn't interrupt with my happy hour.
See?
Hey, let's start with our local Houston Astros, who have now moved into second best record in the American League, as the Yankees have forgotten how to hit. It's been a very strange year for the Astros in that they're getting production from unlikely sources or places they certainly didn't expect it. Jeremy Pena, Jake Myers. They're not getting a production, or at least consistent production, from guys they probably thought they would, like Christian Walker and Yainer Diaz. Assessment of the Astros so far as we're not quite 75 games through the season.
Yeah, I mean there for a while. Like I go, man, this could be a rough year, and exactly like you said, for them to do it without their two big boys and without Walker. I'm very impressed by the defense. The defense has been spectacular. So no, it's a great time for the Astros, and the American League's wide open. Detroit's probably the slight favorite, but certainly, they're vulnerable. But yeah, I mean, I think this is since the dynasty has started for the Astros, this might be their most surprising year yet.
Yeah, Bob, so talk about the Tigers, real quick, because, last night with the way that things shook out, the Astros kicking the A's ass again, Yankees losing earlier in the day. The Astros have overtaken, at least by a half game, the Yankees for the second best mark in the AL. They're a handful of games behind the Tigers. We've talked about them with you a number of times this season already. I want to know from you, how sustainable do you think this is from the Detroit Tigers this season, what they're doing?
Well, I think it's sustainable. I mean, we saw what they did last year in September. So, they're showing it wasn't a fluke. And anytime you have the pitching they did, they have with particularly with Tarek Skubal, best pitcher on the planet right now, and just a good, solid team. It's not like you can look at anybody in that team like, oh, they're playing way over their head. I don't think we expect this out of Torkelson to bounce back like you have either. But, none of those guys you can say, oh, this is not sustainable. They're going to fall apart. And I think they're going to be aggressive at the trade deadline. They got they're well below the luxury tax, and then they won under third baseman.
Bob, we talked with you about a week ago, and you had the report that the Astros were looking for pitching, specifically starting pitching, with the amount of injuries that they have had yet again. And in that time, Lance McCullers has gone back on the IL with a sprain in his foot. Saw a report earlier this week, I believe it was, that the Royals may be hitting sell mode very quickly. Could a guy like Seth Lugo or Michael Wacha be hitting the market?
Only they have a collapse. When that report came out, the Royals jumped all over it and said that's not true at all. We're in this to win. Hey, you're in the AL Central. You got to be pretty buried not to go for this thing. I would be surprised if they took the white flag. Remember now, they're trying to get a new ballpark too, downtown ballpark. That's why I'd be surprised. And they'd have to really go belly up here for this team to be to trade away guys. But if they did, those will certainly be names.
Bob Nightingale, our guest on Sports Radio 610. I don't know if you happened to see the piece earlier this week in The Athletic. It took, historical statistical trends. I think they went back as far as 1988. And all of the boxes that, eventual World Series winners checked. And, you could talk about anything from WAR to leading the league in batting average or whip or whatever, all these things. And they came up with, 25 out of the last 26 champions checked all of these boxes. Here are the 5 teams that check all of those boxes to date. And at the time, it was like 71, 72 games through the season. Astros are certainly one of them. Bob, curious from you, if there's one thing that you don't believe is sustainable on this Astros ball club right now, what do you think it would be?
Yeah, I don't know if there's one that's not sustainable. It's not like this guy's someone's playing way over their head. Like, okay, he can't do this. I don't care whether it's Devon or Paredes. Hey, the Astros made that trade. They thought Paredes would do this. This isn't surprising them at all. So, hey, the bullpen, you expect Josh Hader to do this. Maybe a little surprised by the middle and setup guys. So, no, I don't know if there's, one thing you can point that, this guy's playing so far over his head, it just can't keep up.
Bob, Cam Smith got off to a tough start, after the first month of the season. Looked like he was very overmatched. And, we had a conversation about, they're getting to that point where he's going to have to show you something, or they've got to consider at that point. Well, Cam Smith started to figure it out, and he's, hitting 310 over his last month or so. Mm-hmm. What have you seen from Cam Smith, and what do you think about the season he's had after that slow start, and now seeming to pick it up and look a lot more well adjusted over the last 30 days?
Well, very impressed. Just for such a young guy with hardly any experience above AA. So no, he's only going to get better. I think, whatever they get from him this year is just it is extra. I don't think they were expecting much. I think they were hoping in spring training, okay, hopefully he comes up and, August or September can help us out. I don't think there was any expectation that, okay, he's going to be the opening day right fielder. So no, I think he's just going to get better and better. So, even if he struggles, at least he's getting major experience. So I think everything's just a real positive because he's just scratching the surface on his potential.
Yeah, we see a lot of potential with Cam Smith, and you've been asked about, talked about, written about over the years some rookies that have popped, that have shown the propensity to be able to quickly learn the game of chess over checkers early in their big league careers. Cam Smith has not even played 100 professional baseball games yet. And I think a lot of Astro fans in particular, can see the forest through the trees with him, right? Impressive future. Is there a rookie that you can compare Cam Smith to in terms of the performance, a guy that's being asked to play a new position, showing the ability to kind of make adjustments, albeit pretty quickly at the plate, and produce the way that he has?
Well, he's not as good as Jackson Merrill. But I just go back to last year. Jackson Merrill had never played center field in his life. And they threw him in that position in spring training, see what he could do. And he probably should have won Rookie of the Year. He finished second. But, yeah, he's a good comparison. And Merrill was an unbelievable year. Much better than what Cam Smith is doing. But something like that, you see some of these young guys just get thrown in. Look what the Angels are doing. I think they have 5 guys now in their top draft classes, and all less than 100 games of minor league experience, and they're in the big leagues. So we're seeing it more and more. Like, hey, why waste this time in the minor leagues when you can have them up right now? So, but I would think a Jackson Merrill would be someone for him to look up to, as far as I got to look how good this guy is, and he's never even played the position, and he's doing elite level.
Bob, one of the guys who was expected to be traded during the season this year was Sandy Alcantara, who was coming back from surgery, and he got off to just an absolutely abysmal start. His ERA had been up around 8. But his last 3 starts, he's gone 17 total innings and only allowed 4 runs, looking not quite like the Cy Young candidate he once was, but a lot closer to that. What's the latest on Sandy Alcantara? Teams looking at him, Marlins looking to move him.
Well, every time he starts, I think trade interest, starts to increase. He just coming off the Tommy John, it was a slow start, probably expect a slow start, and now he's starting to look more like himself in the last 3 or 4 starts. I mean, they're in a good position where they can say, you know what, we're going to have a high price tag. If you don't want to meet it, fine. We still got him for 2 more years. So it's not like they have to trade him or lose him. And that's the big thing, too, for teams. It's like you're going to have to give up something that hurts because you got him for 2.5 years. As good as he is now, once he's fully healthy and get his rhythm back, there's no reason why he won't be much better next year and the year after.
Patrick keeps angling for the Astros to trade for a pitcher. I might have missed you actually saying this earlier in the interview, but I mean, I'm thinking in my mind, here's Ryan Gusto, here's Colton Gordon, here's Brandon Walter. We just saw George Costanza, a.k.a. Jason Alexander, throw a pretty good ball game for the Astros here recently. Luis Garcia, Christian Javier may be back at some point later in the year. Do you think the Astros are more likely looking at time? I know we've been banged up with injuries and more injuries are going to happen, but boy, we could be looking at an embarrassment of riches as far as the starting rotation goes and the options that we have.
I mean, you can never have enough. I mean, the Dodgers thought they had enough too, and look what's happened with them. They got like 3 healthy starters. The thing is too with the Astros is you're not just looking for a pitcher to eat up innings. You're looking for a pitcher that's going to be one of the top 3 guys that pitch in the postseason. All you do is look at last year. When they got beat by the Tigers, with Eric Skubal starting. So that's what you're looking for is, okay, if you make a trade, you want to be a frontline guy, just not a guy who, they're hoping can, pitch in the postseason, but, grabbing a guy that you think's got potential to dominate in the postseason.
Bob, you surprised how long it's taking Yordan Alvarez to get back to being healthy?
Yeah, I mean, it's a shame. I don't know exactly what happened there. Whether how come no one saw the broken bone, how that happened, that sort of thing. But that's great sign for the in the Astros. The fact that they're sitting in first place and starting to pull away a little bit. With him being gone. So once he's back, he can be fresh. They can rest him from time to time, and you're not having him start out month of October, just tired from the wear and tear. So no, that's really encouraging.
Bob Nightingale, our guest on Sports Radio 610, MLB Insider, our Odyssey Baseball Insider. You can catch us day, especially Bob. Just in time, about 23 minutes away from happy hour beginning somewhere near you. Go enjoy the cranberry and vodka, and we appreciate your time as always, of course.
Yeah, a little early out here. I'm 2 hours behind you guys, so might have to wait just a little bit.
5 o'clock somewhere, Bobby.
Appreciate you, Bob. Thanks, brother.
Take care, guys. Bye.
Oh, Bob Nightingale.
I'm not sure I've ever gotten a chuckle out of old Nightingale. I like that. That was a belly laugh.
He's a good dude, man. He's a good dude. We have a lot of fun with Bob Nightingale. All right, coming up next, we'll stick with a little Astro. Stock up, stock down for the Astros via The Athletic and recant some of the things that Nightingale had to say about them Stros as well. Stay there. It's Area 45 in for the drive.
Nico Collins is a big fan of new OC Nick Caley.
Ready? The way he just called the plays, man. The way he just get creative, putting guys.
studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The Drive is Area 45. Today, Sean Bijani, that's me. He is Patrick Creighton. Tyler Milner is still him. He's here. Let's go. Chris Santiago, who usually produces our show.
Topher.
Being lazy, now known as Topher. He'll have to do all kinds of work with that.
Y'all's young producer, man, over there on Area 45, young Santiago. He's been
getting a little too big for his britches, huh?
It's been kind of plummeting down my power rankings, if you will, of favorite coworkers, man.
I've noticed on your
a lot of questionable things out of old Santiago lately.
Your commentary on the YouTube chat page. You throw daggers his way.
Hey, I call it like I see it, bro. You're always going to get my complete and honest 100% truth of what's going on in my mind.
But, you know, Chris taking the high road, he very rarely responds to you.
Taking the lame-ass road.
You're going to poke the bear one too many times, sir.
The bear? What is it? Santiago Bijani?
Oh, boy.
What is he, a Charmin bear? Really cares about those number of plies on the TP?
Man,
it's just about being SAWFT. Soft!
Chris, I got you back, bro. I did not do the
shut up, Bijani. I don't need you catering to this fool right now. We need to talk some sense into young Chris.
That's because Shawnee's soft.
Yeah, we might have to talk about this later, but there's been probably 2, 3, 4 things the last few weeks with old Santiago that I'm like, man.
You're really bent about the whole C-Sex thing.
Yes, because it's lame. It's
the C-Sex. It's the Caitlin Clark.
If folks don't know, he canceled Chris, the producer of Area 45, my Padawan learner. He is told after the badass and awesome nickname that these two fools gave him of C-Sex. Not really any great reasoning behind why he's canceled the nickname C-Sex. But now I'm going to call him Topher. That's lame.
He did tell me that he didn't want people's first thing they knew about him to be sex.
That's what people think when they first think of me.
Sex machine.
So am I just...
And that's a win.
So I'm doing something wrong according to Chris.
Piercing nipples.
Yeah. I mean, people think T-Mill, Tyler, The Drive, they think horny, sex, hot sex. But I guess I'm in the wrong here, Chris. I'll try to take a note out of your book there, Santiago.
I don't know if that's what people think when they think
of
you.
Is.
I think definitely your tips and the tats.
That all works like kind of in cohesion into the sex stuff.
Yeah.
I'm just sexual, man.
You guys read anything into the idea that he decided he didn't want to be known as C-Sex anymore the same week as his 5-year anniversary?
Oh, my God. Don't get me started. Another thing. This man is out multiple days of work for his dating anniversary, and he put a ring on it. Topher? Whoa!
Topher.
But if it has something to do with that, I think
it
going to plummet further.
I honestly think it has a little bit of something to do with the fact that he hosted the show when we were both out with Chris Partee. And he just wants to be more professional.
And just thinking,
I'm not
sex
professional.
Party show.
C-Sex.
Oh my God!
Could have been the sex party show.
What a great job by you! You just thought of that,
Yeah,
just
right,
off the top of your head.
my head.
Topher would never allow that.
That is when all the best ideas happen. Is when my ADD kicks in. Squirrel.
I mean, that wasn't ADD. That was on topic. That's called creativity, sir. The Sex Partee show. That is fantastic.
The ADD is both a blessing and a curse.
I can identify with that, my friend.
Man,
probably why I talk about sex so much.
Unbelievable.
Hey, listen, I'd rather listen to T-Mill talk about sex than Clint talk about poop.
Amen.
Facts.
Nightmare.
Maybe he's just talking about, Asian sex. I don't know.
Moving right along.
Tall Asian guy.
Oh, jeez. Come on, CJ.
Damn it, CJ. Have some awareness there.
God bless America. This segment is stocked down.
Everything that we have said in this segment right up to this point was a stock down.
Stock down.
You are fake news.
This is stock down. This is bad. This is really, really bad. All right.
Doesn't want to be known as C6. Stock down.
Lame.
Clint talking about poop. Stock down.
Bijani
Didn't come up with the sex party name. Stock down.
Starting the show talking about poop 4 minutes in.
Stock down.
I'd say that's a bear market right there.
Getting hockey references in the very first segment. Stock up.
Oh,
sorry.
Relentless as well. With
Sean not knowing.
He's American.
America.
Dude, he thought Hartford was in Canada.
I did not.
You did. In fact, you said it twice.
No, I didn't.
I said Hartford, and you said no Canadians.
No, I didn't.
Do I have to have him pull the audio?
Yeah.
Cheryl?
I don't think I said anything about Canadian. I said Russians.
Oh, Russians. So Hartford's in Russia.
No, but you kept naming like hockey players, and I said,
and none of them were Russian.
I don't know. They sounded funky to me.
That's about all I got.
Wait, give me the name again. Give me a couple of the names.
Blaine Stoughton.
Stoughton sounds German.
His nickname is Mustache.
German just because it sounds like beer.
Stout.
Yeah, no, yeah.
And then
with
like
you.
every German name ends with a
Yeah.
Kevin Deneen.
Pat
Pat Verbeek.
Nine.
Say, what was the last one?
Kevin Deneen. Pat Verbeek.
Verbeek. See, I would have said German there too. So somewhere over there by Russia. Close.
Slovenia.
That's pretty close to Russia too. Isn't that a suburb?
Yeah. Little town.
Basically.
Basically.
Oh my God. All right. Here, I want to make.
Can you stock up, stock down now?
Yeah, I want to make fun of Chandler Rome's horrible piece in The Athletic.
Was it written by him, or was it written by like a rando?
No, it was written by him. He normally does a fantastic job, 99.999% of the time. I just feel like he, he had to get something in, and he was just like, let me just do this real quick. Stock up, he did stock rising, and he did stock down. One for each, and I think he completely missed the boat. Stock up, he says team defense for the Astros.
It is up.
Stock up, team defense, no doubt. Bob Nightingale mentioned the team defense. It's been fantastic.
It feels huge.
Looking at you, Jeremy Pena, stepping your game
It
up
always
short.
feels huge, in fact.
Looking at you, Cam Smith, with the surprising good glove in right field this year.
Not only surprising good glove, Cam Smith leads baseball 4 outs above average in right field.
Looking at you, Isaac Paredes, holding it down at third base. Looking at you, Christian Walker, last night, notwithstanding when you tried to juggle during the baseball game.
Not once, but twice on the same play.
Yes. And then Jake, being Jake, team defense is definitely stock up. Stock rising. Sorry, before I get to stock rising, I think there should be one more stock up here. So if he's going to go team-wide, like team defense, why can't you go team pitching, like particularly like starting pitching?
You ain't lying.
And maybe you go give a shout-out to the coaching and like guys that are responsible for developing these guys. Ryan Gusto, Colton Gordon, George Costanza. We just saw George Costanza the other night, a.k.a. Jason Alexander, pitch a good ball game for the Astros. Brandon Walter. You didn't know any of these people. I love it. Why do you have that available?
For Jason Alexander.
It's not complicated.
I love the fact that you do. I mean, I don't know why you have that available. It's on the web. It doesn't make any sense. Anyway,
I am the assistant.
I think pitching team-wide should be on there. Stock rising, he has Cam Smith. He's not asked for having Cam Smith there. Cam Smith, the last 30 games, batting .333. Quick radio math on the OPS. That would be an .876 OPS the last 30 games, 11 dubs, 2 homers, 16 ribs, a 151 weighted runs created for Cam Smith.
That is a strong number. By the way, do you remember the other day when Jake Myers made that really nice play, and I said that might add another out above average to Jake Myers?
The one against the wall?
Yes.
Yeah.
It did. Jake now 7 outs above average in center field.
He made that play before he did not make the other play against the wall. You remember that one?
Yeah, the one where he
He took a bad
One where
route.
He ate the fence.
Yeah, he took a bad. Yeah, he did. He ate the fence, and then walking away from it, he looked back. I like it when the guys look back at it, and
Like
it's
the
almost
fence tried to get him. Right?
Yeah, it's almost like Jake was like, "Bitch."
I like when the ladies look back at it personally, but I feel
Yeah. Like when the guy has the ball go off his glove and he looks at the glove like there's a hole in it. Like, why did you fail me?
Right. Cam Smith, badass. You know who else is badass that his stock is rising? Jeremy Pena.
Yes.
His stock is rising, hitting 356 since moving to the leadoff spot on April 27th. You know who else
Thanks,
stock should
Jose
be rising?
Altuve.
Jose Altuve's stock is rising as a
flip on this burger.
Oh, Lord. As a hitter and as a managerial candidate one day, because he is making all of the right decisions.
He will never be a manager because he's going to make way too much money to ever want to be a manager.
I don't know. How much money does a manager need to be making, these days? I mean, they're probably the highest paid managers in baseball, $8, $9, $10 million.
Yeah,
That's what he's going to end his playing career making.
The highest paid managers did not already make $400 million.
You'll do it for the love of the game, sir.
Now he's going to go home and he's going to go love his woman is what he's going to do.
Yainer Diaz, stock rising. Get it together, Chandler. Come on, what are we doing? Since 5/22, May 22nd, Diaz is batting .286 with an .801 OPS, 3 doubles, 4 dingers, 8 ribs, and just for good measure, because you people think he doesn't do it ever, he's walked 6 times in the last month, okay?
Also nailed a guy stealing yesterday.
Yeah, hell of a throw.
Gunned him down.
I want to know how fast he threw that ball to second base. I mean, that was a frozen rope. Stock down, the obvious, Christian Walker. A mission, because I think this is his new best friend on the team. How is Brendan Rodgers not on the stock down category?
Especially now that he's dead.
Might as well be. He stinks as a player, and now he's a stinky hurt player, at least for the next 8 days, retroactive to like June 17th or whatever.
Because he's ass.
All right, coming up next, what the hell are we going to do? We're going to talk a little NFL. NFL teams to improve the most this offseason. Are the Texans there right now, or are they going to be retroactively? We'll discuss next.
What should Texans fans expect to see from...
A lot of points, a lot of fun plays like we've always done.
play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
No Ron the Show Hughley. No Clint Stoerner. No, he couldn't hack it after Arkansas coughed up the chance to go to the title game last night. That's why he's not here.
I bet Clint flashed back to Nam on that one.
Man. Flashback to something.
Bijani just had a flashback. And a revelation.
What? What did I flash back to?
Was it yesterday or the day before? Sean posed the question of if you were available to just go out and connect with whatever person you wanted.
I am. Go on.
What is the oldest you would go to?
Oh, there's a lot of factors there.
There are, and Sean had some reservations about the number, starting with something higher than a 4.
Really?
Yeah.
I've fallen, and I can't get up.
Now what you need is where's the beef? Now, TV.
Ooh, Hannah's a bad girl now.
Hannah Storm is 63.
And looking good.
Gorgeous.
And Sean just decided, well, that's the new number.
I said, damn, man, Hannah Storm still gets it, man.
Can't argue with the logic.
She looks great. And PC thought she was 50-something. I didn't say anything, but I thought she was a little older than that. And then he told me 63. I'm like, yep, there you go.
I wouldn't have guessed that.
There's the line in the sand right there, 63. Hannah Storm. And then when she's 64, there's the line in the sand right there.
But yeah, that does not mean it's like a blanket cover-all age cutoff line.
Absolutely not.
Let me tell you who does not look 63. That would be Hannah Storm.
No.
Yeah.
Friend of the show, by the way, Hannah Storm. Been on a few times with us. Her and them legs.
She is fantastic. So that was the revelation and the flashback that you were talking about.
And then there's Field Yates, who has a very punchable face.
It's the hair. It's the hair with Field Yates now. He's doing the whole long,
he definitely has
David Carr long hair thing.
The wiener with hair look.
Yeah,
definitely not got the legs Hannah does.
David Carr is one of the most punchable sports figures maybe ever.
Pretty sure he got punched plenty while he was playing for the Texans.
Yeah, well, no, he ran out of bounds more than any other Texans quarterback because he didn't want to get hit.
He got hit enough times being sacked, didn't he?
He was like, screw this, I'm out of here. But yeah, Derek, the guys that just slick the hair back, I don't know, I just want to punch him in the throat.
That's kind of, he's got like a mullet going on. Look how
good.
No, it doesn't.
That look kind of went out in like 1988, bro.
Yeah.
Hannah, get on him.
I mean, unless you're playing NHL hockey and you're from Canada, can't do a mullet.
Does ESPN not have stylists? Come on.
Who was that really great hockey coach that worked for ESPN?
Barry Melrose.
Barry Melrose. Yeah, he had the mullet thing going on.
I liked Barry.
Yeah, he was good.
Yeah, he was funny.
He was good. Would you guys...
That is the extent of what Sean knows about hockey, by the way.
Same.
Barry Melrose. And the other fella that used to host SportsCenter. Now he is the play-by-play guy.
Steve Levy.
That guy. Yeah, I liked him before he did hockey.
Funny.
Yeah, he was funny. I saw this article. We probably all got this email. For those of you that check the company email on a regular, like I do, only to very quickly delete them because none of them pertain to me.
I think all three of us right here probably do pretty regularly. Clint, Ron? Yeah.
I got this email yesterday from NFL.com, and it was teams that had the best offseason, teams to improve the most this offseason in the NFL. And you know this, I talk about it all the time. Not this offseason, but the two prior, I felt like the Texans were at the top, if not near the top of the list for what they did in free agency and the draft. But
they went from second worst record in the league to 10 wins, division title.
Sure, but
then they went to, you know what, we're going to do the exact same thing, except we're going to do it without an offensive difficulty times 10.
Yeah.
We're going from rookie level to mega hard.
Yeah.
We're just going to scrap the offensive line.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton.
And we're going to do it again.
Yeah, and do it again without basically for the entirety of the second half of the season without Tank Dell. Without Stephon Diggs.
Without anything resembling a number 2 receiver.
It was just a body in the way, kind of. A right guard, Shaq Mason.
Turnstile.
Yeah. It was
car.
It was pretty wild, but keep that, mindset.
And we're not even about regular parked cars. We're talking about, lemons. Right? There was a Pinto, and there was a Gremlin, and there was a Yugo. These were not Cadillacs out there just parked in front. These were the worst cars of all time.
I disagree.
Rusting out.
Shaq Mason was more so like
a Chevy Chevette.
He was you were happy with that car, in 2023. It ran really well. It still looked really good.
All right, it's a Chevy Monza.
It functioned, but then that same model car that you have came out in 2024 and it changed the body style completely, and all of a sudden you start looking at that and you're like, damn, I want that. My car's a piece of crap. I got to get rid of this thing. It's old. It's not in style anymore. And you start talk bad about your car. It's going to not treat you very well. You need to change the spark plugs. It's got an oil leak. It just doesn't run very well anymore. You need to replace the radiator. That's what happened to Shaq Mason.
So he's a Chevy Corvair. Corvair.
Corvair. What the hell is that? I don't even want to know. Was that one of those El Camino looking things?
No, El Caminos are badass.
The fixed up ones, they can be badass. The Texans, to me, in my opinion, are not yet certainly not at the top of this list in terms of teams that you'd like to talk about as having improved the most this offseason. But I want to know from you guys, and you can weigh into 713-572-4610, if you think, not could the Texans be retroactively at or near the top of this list at season's end, but don't they need to be? Don't they absolutely need to have been one of the teams to improve the most this offseason? Not just because of the offensive line, though.
Sean, here's the crazy thing about the Texans. We were talking about most improved teams.
The arrow's pointed up.
Even if they are significantly improved, what does that look like in terms of wins and losses? Right? Because they won 10 games.
Mm-hmm.
Even if they improved significantly, does that mean they win 13 games? Because the difference to me between a 10-win team and a 12-win team is pretty significant. And if you go from 12 to 14, it's like another exponential leap. It's only 2 wins, but it's an exponential leap. You're a 14-win team. That I think the Texans could be highly improved, and it might only result in three wins more. Is incredibly better than 10-7 is. That being said, I think they are right now greatly improved at the wide receiver position. I think they are greatly improved at the running back position. And I am praying to Lord above and baby Jesus that they are much improved on the offensive line.
Yeah, and that's the big one for a lot of people. I think for the Texans to have been much improved in all of those areas, we have to see the season play out. There is giant question marks about the offensive line. There's a giant question mark about the Texans really at running back right now, today as we stand, because all we know about Joe Mixon is the last time somebody saw him, he was in a walking boot. And the Texans signed Nick Chubb, who's coming off of a torn ACL a couple of years ago, a broken foot last year. And how much does this guy have left in the tank? And then there's Dameon Pierce, who hadn't done jack squat since his rookie year.
He had an excellent Week 17.
And then, oh, by the way,
Week 18.
The wide receiver situation, different outside of Nico Collins. Here's Christian Kirk. You don't know what to expect from him, though I feel like fans probably should have a better idea what to expect than they actually have in their minds. Yeah, he missed a lot of games last year. It was a broken collarbone. It wasn't a ruptured Achilles or a torn ACL or anything like that. And he's been really good. But behind him, it's question marks. Jaden Higgins, Jalen Knoll. Dalton Schultz is a question mark. He can really be. You can kind of go on and on down the list, and yes, it's very offensive-centric. The Texans seem to do and press all the right buttons defensively They've got a hell of a starting point, as of 2 years ago, and they continue to some way, somehow, just continue to stack more talent. They've added Sheldon Rankins again. They've added C.J. Gardner-Johnson. They've, added E.J. Speed, depth at linebacker. And, look, maybe they still need to do a little bit more work in terms of adding depth to the secondary at corner specifically, because beyond Kamari Lassiter and Derek Stingley and MJ Stewart, who's played a pretty impactful role the last couple of years as a depth piece, look, Damon Arnett, okay, whatever. Like, you need insurance for the insurance in the case of him, and more on him later. But, look, your key losses, Laramie Tunsil, Shaq Mason, Stephon Diggs, and you could include Tank Dell, I guess, because of injury, and he's not going to be playing this year. I could understand that. At the end of this season, for the Texans to accomplish what we, one, expect them to, one, obviously hope that they do, they're going to have to hit on many more of these things, players, changes, than not. And we didn't even mention new offensive coordinator, new play caller, and offensive line coach in Cole Popovich, I don't think.
What do you think about the amount of praise being thrown at Cole Popovich? I mean, Titus Howard can't stop talking about it. So the Texans have very much, and we've heard it with Caley too. Like, to a man, everybody in the offense can't stop talking about how impressed they are with Nick Caley, who has done zero regular season work here. How much they love Cole Popovich, who was an assistant here last year, but now he's the head guy. And does live credence to the idea of there was tension in that offensive line room, that the head offensive line coach and the assistant were not on the same page, that the linemen were not on the same page. And I do think it speaks volumes about what the Texans believe were their biggest issues last year on offense, that the OC is gone, the offensive line coach is gone, and the guys that were looked at as more finesse technique type offensive linemen are out. And they replaced them with guys who they believe are more mauler type offensive linemen.
What do I think about it? I'll be honest with you. When I first heard Titus Howard...
Sean, this is a talk show. You don't tell us what you think.
Okay. All right.
You never tell us what you think.
Okay. So what should I do now? I'm Stuke. I don't know what to do. I thought of one guy, and it's not similar real because it's cross sport reference, but Joe Espada, because he was an incumbent before he became manager of the Astros, just like Cole Popovich. He came to my mind
for a long time
because he had that relationship, the respect from a lot of the players in the clubhouse, just like Cole Popovich. And you didn't hear Joe Espada's name mentioned
I'm trying to do the best I can
until he got the job. You didn't hear Cole Popovich's name really mentioned until Strouser got fired. And then it was like, well, what the hell are we doing with this guy Popovich? He was there too. He was teaching him the wrong way too, right? Well, maybe not. And I think the more that we've learned this offseason, it's probably not the case. And in fact, it's certainly not the case. The Texans have, changed their philosophy in terms of the body type and the type of person, player that they want and need on the offensive line. So
they want offensive line to swarm like the defense.
100%. And so I think it's a great thing. It's always good, like when your players are speaking highly, certainly at a time where they don't really have to, of a coach or another player in the offseason. And, boy, if you think these are the dog days of summer, now we just a week removed from OTAs, a mandatory minicamp. You just wait here in the next few weeks before training camp. It's going to be dead. And then what? It's going to be literally until the heart of training camp before any of that matters, or it doesn't matter what players and coaches say about each other. But it's encouraging. I like it. You still have to go out there and do it. But if the Texans are going to be an 11-win team, a 12-win team, if that matters to me, and more so about what they do in the postseason. How many Super Bowls have the Baltimore Ravens played in the last 5, 6, 7 years? None?
Zero.
You know, and what do they do every single
year
season?
you feel like they got a shot.
They got a shot. Well, that's kind of the area that, the Texans need to be in. Like somewhere between.
Telling me there's a chance.
Yes. Somewhere between what the Ravens' yearly expectation is versus, hey, now you're in the postseason. Well, now what's the expectation? How many Baltimore fans or people, looking at Baltimore expect them to, hey, go play and compete for a Super Bowl? Like, after a while, when you win 11, 12, 13 games and you don't make it to the final game, you start to lose a little bit of faith. Hey, it's a fun regular season and a really entertaining playoffs.
Playoffs?
For a round or two, and then boom, you get the boot. Well, Texan fans clearly need to get to an AFC title game for them to feel like their team has improved significantly, right? If they win 10 games again this year, PC, but it's a really convincing 10 wins, and it's competitive. They're going to play some really difficult teams just like they do every year. I don't care, first place schedule, last place schedule. Guess who's going to be on it? The Chiefs and the Ravens and all those teams that are going to be there standing in your way at the end of the season.
Other teams that also play first place schedules?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sorry, that's not an excuse to me.
No, I just said that.
I know, and I'm not agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you. What I'm saying is a lot of people, I remember this from last year, people are like, oh, well, they have to play a first place schedule now. So does everybody you play against. You think Kansas City play a first place schedule? How are we going to win games?
Right.
You think they're saying that in Buffalo or in Baltimore? You think they're saying that in Philadelphia?
No.
You think they're saying that right now in Detroit?
No.
Yeah, no. We're the best. We're coming to kick your ass.
Yeah, look,
that's the attitude you should have.
And
the kneecap off.
I said that last year when people were, bitching and moaning about like the schedule. And look, it was a gauntlet last year. What was it, week 15 through 17?
Yeah, they played the 3 games in like 12 days.
I mean, that sucked. That was stupid.
All of those teams played 3 games in 12 days.
And you're right. And hey, may the best team win. And Texans managed to get through it, and they won a playoff game, and we had a lot of fun along the way, and now it's time to take the next step. This year, you got to play the same, some of the same really difficult teams that you did last year. It's not like this gauntlet, and you should feel better about this team, I think, going into this season, because the one guy, it always comes down to one guy that you hitch everything to, CJ Stroud. This is year 3, man. And if everything that you believed and have enjoyed the first couple of years, mainly that first rookie season, but I think it was very impressive what he accomplished last year too, with as bad as everything was around him and the injuries and stuff like that, you should feel really great about this guy, like having gone through adversity and seeing what he can do in year 3. That's going to be fun. If you'd like to weigh in on that, hit us up. We'll get back to some Texans a little bit later on. 572-4610, 572-4610 is how you can be part of the show.
I'm with you on the C.J. Stroud thing, and I think there's a lot there that seems to fly under the radar, especially at the national level.
Mm-hmm.
And also, did you happen to see those Gold Cup games around the country?
No.
And that there's what's going on in the crowd?
No.
Well, I can tell you what was going on in the crowd, because it may be about to impact Major League Baseball today.
Ooh, fun times. Goal! Next.
It's my favorite position to watch.
If you ask Nico Collins, the Texans are on the verge of their breakout season.
We right there. Like, we know what it takes to finish the games. We just got to execute. Finish the last game, KC on the road playoffs, man. Like you said, that third quarter was the make or break for the year. It's like that moment left that hunger, that chip on our shoulder.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to apply stock And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Seth Payne from Sports Radio.
insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
You're getting me football horny, as Clint would say.
All right, thanks, Tyler. Let's roll.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Area 45 in for the segment with the hot leads. That's the day's top stories. That's how we do things. But, PC, you mentioned something about the Gold Cup. Now, Gold Cup, for people that don't know, you're talking about soccer. And I learned about the Gold Cup, honestly, like 2 years ago. I had opportunity to do PA, public address announcing for a couple of Gold Cup games here in Houston at Shell Energy Stadium. What in the world is going on with the Gold Cup, and why do you think it's going to affect Major League Baseball?
So, the final is here at NRG.
Mm-hmm.
And there were stories around...
It used to be called Reliant.
That some of these football teams who are primary tenants in these big stadiums...
Right.
They're on the hook for money for these soccer games, right? So, like, the local municipality is not footing the bill. The NFL team is. Now, look, they got plenty of money, and if they lose money... It's not hurting them that much. But you saw the stories about how ICE was directed to go be at every one of these soccer games. They're literally out there just looking for people.
Yeah.
The attendance at these games is like nothing.
Really?
They were expected to have really big crowds. Game yesterday, 30 minutes before kickoff, and there are reports less than 3,000 people in the stadium.
Oh, my goodness.
Like, they were playing in empty caverns because people are afraid to go to these.
Right? It's just the final, the Gold Cup final game that's here? Okay.
So, here's how baseball ties into this. The three cities that were mentioned by name where there was going to be an increased ICE presence: New York, Chicago, Los Angeles. ICE went to Dodger Stadium today.
Oh, boy.
And requested access to their parking lots.
And I'm going to tell you, Dodger fans are the worst.
The Dodgers told them, hit the bricks. You're not here. You're not welcome here. The Dodgers have announced that the game tonight will be played as scheduled. Is there going to be an impact on the attendance? And after ICE was denied access to Dodger Stadium, are they coming back an hour before game time with a warrant?
Would Major League Baseball, would there be games canceled potentially? Could organizations do that if, in fact, like an effort to protect their fans?
And their workers.
And their workers, certainly.
Because the common side thread here is, well, if somebody's illegal, then they shouldn't be there. The problem is, as we all know, it's not about people who are illegal.
Yeah.
Because people who are legal are getting scooped up too. And people who were here legally are having their legal documents canceled to make them illegal. These are some of the issues that are going on. And we saw a veteran get scooped up.
That's wild.
American citizen, veteran, scooped up. Why? Well, he profiled. Is this going to... What kind of impact is this going to have on the Dodgers tonight? How is Major League Baseball going to react? Because if it happens in LA, it's only a matter of time until it starts happening in other cities.
Here's something very interesting, maybe, right? How is Major League Baseball going to react? You know what everybody was saying about a month ago whenever Robert Manfred made the decision to lift the lifetime ban on Pete Rose and Shoeless Joe Jackson? People very quickly pointed to, hey, look, Robert Manfred very recently met with President Donald Trump, and Donald Trump, has long said to have, believed Pete Rose should be in the Hall of Fame, and so maybe there was some sort of influential impact there. And then lo and behold, here comes Robert Manfred lifting the lifetime ban. And did he or did he not? My memory is foggy. Didn't Robert Manfred admit to saying that Donald Trump and his conversations with him about just that stuff was influential?
No, he did. And look,
didn't he admit that?
I totally expect that if the president of the United States tells you, it's about time you fix this, that gets fixed. And in reality, all Manfred did was he took away the ineligibility.
Yeah.
They would still have to be voted in.
Sure.
Which means since they have never I don't know if that means they have to go through the ballot process or if they go because it's more than the 10 years after they would have had. They go right to Veterans Committee.
Oh, it's the Veterans Committee, yeah.
But the Veterans Committee would have to vote them through.
Yeah.
And there's no guarantee that ever happens.
No, you're right. You're 100%. But the only reason I bring that up is because there's obviously a relationship there already. And how would Major League Baseball react? Well, here in the case of the Dodgers, as you're reading this report saying, hey, to ICE, go kick rocks, you're not welcome here. Will Major League Baseball step in and say, hey, Dodgers and any other Major League Baseball organization, refusal to comply with a government agency will result in XYZ. Basically putting their foot down and basically telling them, let these agencies do their job, do their work. That very well could happen, and then we could see something between organizations such as the Dodgers, maybe the Yankees, maybe who else did you say, Chicago, at least in terms of a city. We could see Major League Baseball organizations or other professional sports entities maybe revolt or cancel games. That's kind of how I'm thinking about it. It's going to come down to tonight in, 1:35 over there on the West Coast right now. In 4 hours' time, when the Dodgers are wrapping up batting practice, we're going to have an idea what's going to take place this evening.
Yeah, and really the reason why this is why we're bringing this up is because there is going to be, look, if the Dodgers denying ICE access to the parking lot, and for people like Gabriel Garza who think that I'm spewing fake news, this comes directly from the Los Angeles Dodgers, who already posted about this. They have released a statement that they denied ICE access because you got to remember things that you probably don't know about. The Dodgers own Dodger Stadium. That is private property. It is not the same as a publicly owned building. But, I guess I don't ask you guys to think that far into it. And what our real process here is this something that could lead to the cancellation of baseball games? Because let's say the Astros go out to the West Coast and they have a game or two that's canceled. What happens if you're in a tight race? What happens if those games have to be played at the end of October because of a tiebreaker, whether it's within the division or whether it's with another division leader? That impacts your baseball team, that they have to play extra games right before the postseason. That impacts your pitching rotation.
Astros will be in Los Angeles tomorrow. Well,
these are things that
Anaheim.
And I know people want to go right to the, it's Obama. It doesn't matter what Obama did. He's not the president. We're talking about right here, right now. Right? And I'm not talking about whether they should be there or they shouldn't be there, because it doesn't matter if they should or shouldn't be there. What matters is they're trying to be there. And what is the impact that that's going to have? That is the only thing that matters. It doesn't matter if you're Republican, Democrat, conservative, liberal, libertarian. It doesn't matter. All that matters is the reality of the situation, which is their presence can have a detrimental impact to the actual playing of Major League games, and what happens if it impacts your team.
Well, and it's already happened in the Gold Cup, as you just gave us the numbers. But at what point in time, to bring it back full circle, does the organizers of this series, the Gold Cup, kind of put their foot down? Because I'd read something, it was very brief, I didn't finish the story. I saw it yesterday, where organizers were basically telling ICE that, hey, please stay away, let our people enjoy the game and get their escape. And this is our product. We're putting this on. There's nothing violent involved. Like, just let us enjoy the games. And then people are too scared to attend. That comes first. And then later tonight, let's see the impact it has or doesn't have on Major League Baseball. And the Dodgers aren't like everybody else, as you just said. Like, not every team owns their own stadium, right? Some of it's publicly owned. What happens in Chicago and Houston and other areas of the country that have teams?
I get it's the Dodgers and screw them, but what happens when it's not just the Dodgers?
What
happens if it's the Mariners, right? Because how many times do you play the Mariners?
Screw the coffee sippers.
What happens if it's the LA drug dealers? The other team that plays in LA in Anaheim.
Astros will be there tomorrow.
You play them a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So, these are things that matter, and the idiots and shut up, lib. The Dodgers can't tell Ice Jack. Again, it's their property. You can't just go on somebody's private property if you don't have a warrant. So, yes, they can. And the Dodgers have already announced, yes, they did. Again, this has got nothing to do with my political stance one way or another or anyone's. This is about what will the impact be if this winds up being something Major League Baseball has to make a decision about whether or not games get played. And could that potentially impact the Astros? Because if this comes down to pennant race time and you've got to make up games that were canceled, right? That matters.
Well, we might know something on this Dodger thing before the end of the show, so we'll keep an eye on that. Coming up next, Hot Leads, Day's Top Stories, Area 45 style. Keep it here.
For many of y'all out there, it's happening, man. Your hair is thinning, your crown's disappearing. Maybe hair loss has
when needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying ported. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Exclusive furniture.
Where low prices live.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, and for The Drive, we're Area 45, alongside Patrick Creighton, Sean Bijani. T-Mill still here, doing his thing, helping us out until 6 o'clock. Time now for our segment we call Hot Leads. We kind of go over the day's top stories. You're used to that at 5 o'clock with the 5 o'clock fire. But here's how we do it on Area 45. We'll start with the Astros, man. Their series finale against the Sacramento A's tonight. Whatever. That's how I'll dub them.
Can't say homeless ass?
Well, can't say homeless ass. Yeah, that's you. You like the homeless ass.
They're the homeless ass.
They are ass. They have been that this series against the Astros. We'll see what Colton Gordon has in store for him tonight. He'll be on the mound against Jacob Lopez. How good has Colton Gordon been for the Astros? He's not allowed more than 3 earned runs in either one of his first 6 starts this season. Astros won 5 of his 6 starts, and he's walked just 2 guys combined in his last 5 outings for the Astros, and then threw a season-high 6 innings in his last start against the Minnesota Twins. So Colton Gordon will be on the mound tonight. Boy, last night was a lot of fun, though. Astros, I didn't realize this, but they pounded out 20 hits, scored 11 more runs. I think, yes, in fact, Colin was right. Our producer, who you heard on In the Loop today for Figgy, I think he was right when he'd said it's the first time all season long when the Astros scored back-to-back double-digit runs. Why not do it against the A's? Make it the trifecta tonight. Over-under, Tyler. Runs scored this evening by the Houston Astros. I'll put it at 6.5.
Ooh. As a betting man, I would bet the under if I had to pick one.
Yeah?
But obviously, fingers crossed, toes crossed.
Jacob Lopez intimidates you at all?
Cheeks clenched for over. What?
Said Jacob Lopez's intimidates you?
Oh, no. No, not much about that team does.
It shouldn't. I mean, I wouldn't hesitate to take the over. You know, YOLO, scared money don't make money. I think a wise man once said, Tyler Milner.
That's me?
Yeah, that should sound familiar.
Wisdom is.
So what's the over-under on this game? It's 10.5. It's Colton Gordon and Jacob Lopez.
Mm-hmm.
Colton Gordon, 2-1, 470, 134 whip.
Allows 5-6 innings of work.
Jacob Lopez, 1-4, 480 ERA, 150 whip.
Mm-hmm.
They've both thrown 30 innings. Lopez gets more strikeouts, also gives up more walks. They've both given up 6 homers in 30 innings, so they both give up the long ball.
I'd take the over in this game.
This might be an over game.
Yeah, I would take the over.
I mean, look, it's a PCL ballpark, and we know if that you're playing a PCL game and you're not playing in Sugar Land, you're not playing in OKC, ball flies.
Yeah. Ooh, you know, I don't think Tyler has this.
I mean,
on
how
his
many
best bets,
430-foot home runs have we seen in the last 3 days?
Probably like 3.
I think probably more like 6.
Man, your 400-footers, like there's only been one guy to hit, 2 guys hit fewer than 400-foot home runs. It was Mauricio Dubon and Christian Walker this series. They were like 385 and maybe like 396 or something like that for Walker. But T-Mill, I would bet on Cam Smith hitting a home run tonight. He's already got 3 this series. Does he have 3 home runs this series?
Who's that?
Cam Smith.
He's got 2 homers.
I know that ball must be
2?
looking like a damn beach ball to him.
Yeah.
Dude, when you're in a groove, everything is like your eyes are just huge.
Mm-hmm.
And it's funny. It's like not only do you see the ball, it looks bigger. It feels slower. No matter how hard it's coming, it feels slower. It feels like you're picking up the spin on the ball right away, and you are completely in tune with how the ball is going to break. Everything just clicks.
Mm-hmm.
When you're struggling, the ball looks small. It always feels fast. You can never get the right spin on the seam. You're always just a hair off. Like it's because that hair is everything, right? Baseball, a game of inches.
Yeah.
If you're a half inch off on where you make contact with the ball, that's the difference between a line drive double in the gap and a pop-up.
That guy, Ferguson, that was pitching for the A's last night, who the Astros absolutely tattooed, I think, for 6 runs.
Spank the hiney.
An A's fan on Twitter put a video together and showed why the Astros were most likely as successful as they were against him. You talk about a game of inches. He was tipping his pitches last night. Guy throws fastball, curveball. And it was just something he was doing with his glove and his wrist cock. Like when he threw a fastball, his wrist was just kind of straight up and down. When he was throwing the curveball, it was, kind of cocked down a little bit.
Hey, we saw that with Hunter a couple of years ago.
Yeah. The guy, it was everything. Everything was just spot on. And it was just pitch after pitch after pitch, and you could tell, and you started to notice, like, oh yeah, Astro pitchers can absolutely tell what's coming before the ball's even thrown, before he's even through his windup or stretch motion. That was kind of cool, and it's just it is a very odd thing. Like, teams know this about opposing pitchers, but the teams that know this about opposing pitchers, why or how they're not able to communicate, stop them from doing it. It's pretty remarkable to me. Now, not trying to give the A's more credit than they deserve. I don't know how many of their actual hitters have the knowledge an ability to pick up, like, tipping pitches on their opposition, much less their own guys. But, hey, more the merrier. See if the Astros can take advantage tonight.
When you have good coaches or sharp players that they find, right? These are... Like, this was one of the things Carlos Beltran was so good at. Mm-hmm. One of the things Alex Cora was so good at.
Alex Cora, too, yeah.
There are... Lance Berkman was really good at picking up things like this. There are players who are really good at finding that slight tell that a pitcher gives off to know what's coming.
Yeah, yeah.
And throughout baseball, there have always been guys who can just figure stuff out like that.
Mm-hmm.
When I, not that this was a taught skill or anything, but, Keith Hernandez was a guy who was really good at identifying any kind of change in the way a pitcher stands, holds, sets up, delivers, to figure out what's coming. So me, being a smaller kid growing up playing baseball, because I was always the smallest guy on the team, and I didn't grow until my junior year of high school. So I was always somebody who was looking for, is there a way that I can tell what's going on? And I would tell you that if you are a kid who is playing sports and you're on the smaller side, you're not as big, you're not as strong, you're not as fast, you've got to find ways.
Oh, you always got to find.
You got to manage. You used to study that stuff like crazy.
Yeah. Look at you, forward-thinking ass.
Of course, I had no idea that it was something that, 40 years later I'd be talking about.
Well,
but, just... Same thing.
That way.
I grew up playing hockey. I played hockey, almost, my entire childhood and, through my mid-20s. And you'd always look for, how does a guy carry a puck a certain way? Does a team break out in a certain formation? When they come out in that formation, where does the puck usually go? You look for their tells. You look for their trends. Same thing with, like, a pitcher. If you have a pitcher who, is always, after a breaking ball, always throws his fastball to a certain side of the plate. Right? Is it always an outside fastball after a breaking ball?
Or where they stand on the rubber, to throw a particular pitch.
Yeah, and, these are things that you look for because that's your advantage.
One more story in Hot Leads is what we have time for. The Rockets and head coach Ime Udoka. We haven't mentioned this at all today. They've reached a long-term contract extension.
Back the truck up for Ime.
Don't know how long or for how much, but...
I thought it said 5 years?
I didn't even see years in Shams' initial report, but that would definitely confirm a long-term contract extension. We don't know how much. That thing is for certain. We'll talk a little bit more about that as we hit the 4 o'clock hour, get you more of the specifics next with the Rockets and Ime Udoka's extension. Keep it here. It's Area 45 for The Drive.
Sarah Jessica Parker, man, she's always done it for me.
Nico Collins fans is see Nick Cayley.
Ready? The way he just called the plays, man, the way he just get creative, putting guys in situations to be explosive. He's not going to go out there and do something that is not you. His enthusiasm, his personality, man, I feel like it's unmatched.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713, call Lee. Your traffic.
Odyssey Sports Station.
Your gut.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily, presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
Yeah, Clint Stoerner's not here. If he was, though, he'd probably talk a little bit about poop. Probably mix in some Astros this segment as part of his Dirty Daily.
Probably talk about how soft dudes are if they can't handle the summers in Houston.
Yeah.
Dirty South player, Clint
Stoerner.
Stoerner.
I think today, if Clint was actually here, he'd probably talk about the college baseball game last night that was coughed up by his Razorbacks.
Got him.
I'm just saying, no, I'm being for real. Like, he was probably very affected by that.
No, I know you are. I just like laughing at Clint.
Who doesn't?
Yeah, and then he'd probably tell us about, his behaviors that most folks, good folks, would frown upon, like not wiping your own nasty-ass sweat off a public gym machine.
Which is foul as well.
It's so foul. It's so inconsiderate. But yeah, those are all things you'd probably hear right about now. But Clint ain't here.
That was such a weird take by him a few weeks ago, how he doesn't wipe his sweat off of gym equipment.
Dude, right?
It's weird.
He gets like hard ass about these things, and I'm like, bro, just be better.
He's bougie. He's a little bougie.
Oh, hell yeah, he is. He's a country old boy, but he makes sure every hair's in its proper place, and he's a bougie boy.
Yeah. I was very surprised. Actually, on that, but
oh no, I mean,
go sign that.
I guess I mean, there's no way for me to know 100% either, but I would say, I mean, the way he was acting at certain points and looking at me through this glass whenever I was pushing back on him and how nasty and inconsiderate that was not to wipe up his sweat.
Yeah.
You look pretty serious to me.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe putting on. Well, we get to talk about this, man. What do y'all think of the Rockets and Ime Udoka agreeing to a long-term contract extension? It says multi-year on many reports, long-term. We don't know how long it is.
No, I thought I saw a post earlier today that said 5, but I now can't locate it. So either I read something different and I confused it, or whoever posted it couldn't verify that. They posted without a verification, or they found out it was wrong and they deleted it.
Screw that person.
So,
if their name isn't Kelly Eco or Shams, I don't believe them.
The bottom line being the Rockets handling the business they needed to handle, which is Ime has completely changed the culture of this team. Guys around the league love Ime Udoka, and this was what they needed to do.
Especially maybe their most sought-after trade target really likes Ime Udoka and Kevin Durant.
And if they're paying Ime 8 figures, as Pat McAfee mentioned, 8 figures, good, he's worth it.
Well, Shams said in his report this morning that the deal makes Udoka one of the highest-paid coaches in the league. So I pulled up the list, the highest paid coaches in the league as of this past season, and there have been quite a few changes, obviously, since. Steve Kerr, Golden State Warriors, $17.5 million per.
He's got to be making over $15 million, right?
Greg Popovich, Spurs, retired, was making $17 million. Eric Spoelstra, Heat, makes $15 million, not fired. Ty Lue, where's Ty Lue coaching these days? Is he Clippers? Is Ty Lue Clippers coach? $15 million, nevertheless. Not fired, also. Mike Malone, Denver, fired, was making $12 million.
I believe Ty Lue is the Clippers.
Doc Rivers, Milwaukee, fired, was making $11 million. Tom Thibodeau, Knicks, fired, was making $11 million. Budenholzer, Phoenix, fired, making $10 million. All of those coaches, only 3 of them now before Udoka are still currently employed in making well above the $10 million per season mark to coach basketball players. Udoka, to be among the highest paid coaches now, probably somewhere between 10 and 15 million per. That's really good. Obviously he's earned it.
All the monies.
Don't want to really talk about that because, look, we've all watched it, witnessed it, and it's been great. He's won 93 games in his 3 years as Rockets head coach, which is a 34 regular season game improvement from the number of games that the Rockets won under Steven Silas for 3 years.
He's only been coached for 2 years.
Oh, sorry, 2 years. Did I say 3?
3. He's only coached for 2 years.
Okay, well, the 3 years is the 3 years that existed before him with Steven Silas.
2 years,
with 59.
93 wins.
Yeah, 3 years, 93 wins. That would have sucked. But yeah, people know what I meant. Quick radio math.
People know what you meant. Because you are the GOAT, as evidenced on your shirt.
I think it's a good deal by the Rockets, just from an optics standpoint. Obviously, Udoka earned it. But in a really pivotal offseason like this is for the Rockets, whether it's Kevin Durant or not, like, you don't... The one thing a guy who is not committed beyond this year to anybody, Kevin Durant, 1 year, $54 million left on his contract, if he's going to go somewhere and with the thought in mind that I'm going to help a team win a championship for at least one season, he'd probably want to know that the head coach, at the very least, of the team that he would be traded to, maybe per his request, is going to be there and the organization's going to be committed to him. So from that standpoint, that's a great thing. It's good optically. It makes a lot of sense. But beyond Kevin Durant, there could be XYZ unnamed players that we haven't even talked about that very well might turn into the center part of this discussion with how the Rockets get better this offseason if it doesn't involve Durant.
So part of the reporting, wherever he gets traded to, he wants an extension. So in trading for Durant, you need to know if he is going to sign an extension.
Kevin Durant wants to get paid $60 million per?
Yes.
Shocking.
I know,
Of
right?
course he wants that.
So, and this is why, you know, when you hear Durant talk about, or well, just the reporting around Durant about Durant's not going to sign an extension here or there, that makes that team kind of say, all right, well, you know, maybe I don't really want to be involved in this because I'm not giving up all of these assets to have him for a year, be unhappy, and then leave. And this is why, you know, like teams like Minnesota and Toronto, for all the reporting being done about them, if Durant doesn't want to be there and he's not going to sign there, how do you justify giving up all those assets to get him for 1 year and he leaves?
Yeah.
And, you know, this is we'll have more on this when Keith Smith joins us at 4:40. He's been covering the NBA for over 20 years. Keith will be joining us at 4:40. We'll ask him more about it because
I saw, by the way, on this Keith Smith fella that he contributes to Spotrac.
Yes.
Or Spotrac.
Spotrac.
We will find out for sure how exactly.
Oh, no, I've had the owner of Spotrac on. He told us it was Spotrac.
Spotrac. Thank you for sharing it with the rest of us.
Because at the time...
They spelled it wrong then.
At the time, I thought it was Spotrac, and he corrected me.
Yeah. Oh, did he?
And I said, wait, so it's Spotrac? And he says it's Spotrac. And I said, oh, we did not know this.
Good that make asking Keith about that situation. Yeah, so we'll find out more, see what he knows about the Kevin Durant deal. But
he's also covered the Celtics for a really long time.
Mm-hmm.
And he will know about what's going on with the Celtics. Is, you know, they're obviously looking to move payroll. And
Boston.
How possible is it Jaylen Brown is, even if the price is exorbitant, available?
Yeah, I mean, I saw reports earlier today that people are sending some preposterous trade ideas to the Boston Celtics for Jaylen Brown's services. And the question is like, how high do you have to go to get him? And how
high do you have to be to put together a deal that they're going to accept?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's like, how badly really do the Boston Celtics want to trim payroll? And like every team to a certain degree, I have to imagine, even with that in mind, like you want to trim payroll, especially in a year that you may think is FUBAR because Jason Tatum's not going to play any basketball for you at all. Isn't there always an untouchable? Wouldn't Jaylen Brown be an untouchable, or is he at the stage of his career where it's like, you know what? We had some really great years with him. Let's see what we can get for this guy.
I think they have a very interesting dilemma, right? Which is Jason Tatum's going to miss the whole year. In their hierarchy, Jason Tatum is the 1. 2. If you go into this year with Jalen as your 1, and he takes off, well, what does that do to your dynamic? Because Jason Tatum's not going to come back and think, oh, I should just defer to Jaylen Brown now. Right? He thinks he's the number 1 guy. You can't have 2 number 1 guys.
No, but maybe then you have a more realistic more realistic is not the right way to put it, but maybe added incentive to swing a deal for either one of those guys, or including either one of those guys.
See, to me, if you trade Brown this year, he's worth more. Longer term on the contract. Plus, you start accumulating your picks earlier, because they're going to be bad next year. Right? Does it make sense for them to fully reboot? Move Porzingis, move Horford, move Derek White, older players. You move Jalen, you collect a truckload of draft picks, just like the Rockets did, just like the Thunder did. And then you've got a lot of draft capital going into the next several years of draft. And that gives you your year off of no Tatum. The following year, he's kind of got to get himself back in. You're looking for that second year away from the injury is where guys usually take off. So you'll have a year, maybe 2 years of having high draft picks plus having extra draft picks.
Mm-hmm.
To rebuild in as you're ready to go make that push. All right, now let's go get ourselves a free agent or make ourselves the big trade and go push and go in from there. The NBA has the most unforgiving salary cap. Right? In the NFL, nothing's guaranteed, so you can dump guys, move guys. It's so much easier. There's so much more turnover in the NFL because it's easier to move contracts. In baseball, there is no salary cap. So, yeah, you're stuck paying them, but so what? You just go pay somebody else. The NBA, if you're stuck paying somebody, you can't pay somebody else. And if you screw up in the NBA salary cap, there's no way out. You have to eat it. For however long those years are. You can't get out of it. So from that point of view, do you break it down knowing that your best player is hurt and right now they are in cap hell? They have to move salaries.
You can move them, but can't you move them without planning on being bad the upcoming season? Like Al Horford's a free agent. You're going to save $9 million with him. You're going to be paying Jason Tatum. If you move some iteration of Jaylen Brown, Derek White, Kristaps Porzingis, all of which make at least 29 to 62 million, or not 62, but 57 million per, like that's quite a bit of savings. Now the monies have to make sense. You move those guys, you're going to be taking on salary as well. It doesn't mean that it's all one guy, but I don't know. Maybe it's a little ignorance. I don't know why necessarily be bad. Maybe it would benefit them if they believe, like, Daryl Morey didn't for a long time here as a Houston Rockets GM. Like, we can manage this. We can be competitive and live in that land of mediocrity, so to speak.
Because they are $108 million over the cap.
Yeah, but you trade somebody that's getting paid $57 million this upcoming season in Jaylen Brown, or somebody that's getting paid $30. Derek White's getting paid $29. You move Porzingis and White, there's a combined $57 million right there in itself, and you don't have to give up your best player.
And your best player's out.
Your best player that's healthy, Jaylen Brown,
not playing for a year.
Jaylen Brown's your best player going
right
into
now,
next season.
And then you look at how many when you're over the second apron, like the penalties in the NBA as you go over the aprons get insane.
Yeah, I know.
And if you don't think that you are going to compete for a title, you do not want to pay those penalties. And if you've got older guys, because they can't figure out what's going on with Porzingis, and nobody can. That's a scary thing with Porzingis. He's got some kind of virus or illness. And the doctors haven't been able to figure out what it is. But he can't breathe. He starts running, all of a sudden he can't breathe and he can't play.
Is there some kind of injury exception? Like, that they can make, given his contract, like a void.
He's not hurt.
Well, I mean, a health
but
situation.
That situation, NBA, and B, you have to have an injury. I don't believe there is a illness category to that, but we'll ask Keith.
That'd be pretty wild.
Keith will know.
Yeah.
But the idea being, this guy couldn't play in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Because he couldn't breathe. That's scary as hell. How do you move that guy? Who wants him? You're taking a guy you don't know if he can play or not.
Well, and that's the thing. I mean, I feel like there definitely should be something in that situation, because otherwise the organization that's stuck with that contract, they're FUBAR. And it shouldn't necessarily be that case. There should be some sort of exception made. But I do think that's a good question for Keith when we have him on at 4:40. 713-572-4610 if you'd like to text or call in the program.
By the way, the only three teams that are currently over $100 million over the cap, the Warriors, the Celtics, the Suns.
The Suns. But not for much longer, though.
No. They might not be $100 million over once they move on from Kevin Durant.
Yeah. It's the Beal and the Booker situation.
You want to talk about another, and then Bradley Beal is another example of a guy who has a contract so large they can't move him, even though his peripheral, like his points per game are down. But you look at his peripherals, like his percentages, they're all at or better than what his career averages are.
Right.
He's just not getting the shots.
Right. It's hard when you play with Booker and Durant.
You know, like you think about how when LeBron, Wade, and Bosh on basketball, Chris Bosh was the guy whose offensive numbers went to hell because all of a sudden he got half the shots he used to take.
I mean, he's also the worst offensive player among the bunch, the grouping.
Well, you're Bradley Beal. You're getting half the shots you used to take. You're still scoring 17 a game instead of 26. What did you expect?
Yeah, exactly. He's going to be a really great player for a really bad team next year for like 45 games.
With the 45 games he plays. And that's the other problem with that contract is he hasn't played more than 53 games in 4 years.
That is the problem with the contract, because if he was a more durable player, you could move him, I think. Coming up next, is this the worst signing in Texans franchise history? Stay there.
What should Texans fans expect to see from the new-look offense?
Expect, a lot of points, a lot of fun plays like we've
was stalking him.
Yeah.
She got beat up by another woman she picked a fight with in the parking lot and blamed it on Ezekiel Elliott.
Yeah, it's
and
wild.
Elliott got suspended anyway.
Mhm.
So, I mean, look, there is...
You got to let these things play out.
You got to let it play out. B, you have no idea what Roger Goodell's going to do because in the past, he has demonstrated he has the power to suspend you, guilty or not, and whether or not he chooses to do so is strictly his whim.
Mm-hmm.
So for Jimmy Ward, maybe the Texans don't do anything. Maybe they don't have to. Maybe he was innocent. Maybe he's not innocent, and Roger Goodell steps in and suspends it. Like, it doesn't matter. It's out of their hands. There's no need for them to rush to it because they don't know yet. With Damon Arnett, you know. You know because there is a litany of issues. But we heard from Roughnecks coach C.J. Johnson earlier this year about the kind of turnaround that Damon Arnett had shown, the dedication to working out and getting better and being a better player, being a better teammate, and getting his life together, right? So maybe, look, sometimes there's a point where you're just tired of being a screw-up.
Yeah.
And you finally, you heard we talk about, hey, I've got 3 kids now, and maybe the light bulb finally went off, and it's, all right, you know what? I got to get my ish together.
But the last knucklehead thing that he was accused of doing that he's now having to pay $80,000 for,
look, I didn't say that, it shouldn't have gone off earlier.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that maybe it finally went off, and look, he still has some things because this, $70,000, $80,000 he's got to pay is from something that happened 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Now you've got to handle everything you did. Like, if he's got to pay her $80,000, that's about every dollar he made in the UFL.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of things. Right?
Here's the thing for me. One, this is a reserve cornerback. If he works out, cool. If he doesn't, it's not a big deal at all. But I don't think you should have a problem with the Texans giving a guy like this a shot. John McClain to call this the worst signing in franchise history, I get it, because I know exactly where John's coming from.
Well,
He's
sorry.
Looking at everything off of the football field that this guy's done, it's the worst signing. It's the first time the Texans have ever signed a guy with this kind of a track record off of the football field. And I just think about it like this. If there is ever a point in time where you feel like you're taking a chance on a guy and plopping him into a best possible environment situation, it should be this one with D'Amico Ryans as the head coach, with the group in the locker room that expands far beyond just C.J. Stroud, Tank Dell, Will Anderson, guys that are very much, with their heads on straight and have their priorities set in play that right now, and nobody does relative to why you're worried about Damon Arnett as a Houston Texan now. It's because of everything off of the football field. I think it's a great situation for Damon Arnett. The question becomes, he's been in a lot of really good situations before. One, just being drafted in the first round. But then two, having spent time with organizations like the Dolphins, like the Chiefs. There might have been another one I can't remember, but he's been able to call himself a NFL football player before, and he screwed the pooch. If there's ever a time in a guy's life that you expect him not to do the same thing over again, it's in this situation with a bunch of really good people around him now.
You got to keep in mind, Nick Caserio comes from New England, where he and Belichick were very much of the mind that their culture could keep guys who are bad apples from being bad apples.
Mm-hmm.
And generally, they did. They brought guys in who, for the most part, who may have had issues before, and they stayed on the true and narrow while they were in New England. And the first sign of trouble, they were out.
Yeah.
So I do think that Nick and D'Amico had a meeting of the minds and said, look, we think our culture is good enough to keep him on the straight and narrow, and if he really wants to be a better person, we're the right place for him. And the bottom line is, if he screws up, he's out of here.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I do think that's part of it. But with Arnett, right, he injured a woman in a car crash when he was speeding. He was on a video brandishing firearms and making death threats. He was arrested for assault with a deadly weapon, concealed weapon without a permit, 2 counts of possession of a controlled substance, pulled over for a suspended license. They let him go. They pull him over 2 hours later. Again, same thing, suspended license. Only this time, he's also got drug paraphernalia and he's got a controlled substance. It's like, how many times? And then a year and a half ago, January 2024, possession of meth, unlawful carrying of a firearm. It's like, this isn't 1 or 2. There's like 5 things in this dude's jacket that's like, when do you get it right? Did he finally get it right?
I don't know. It's 18 months the longest he's ever gone without doing something stupid.
Seems like it since he's come in the league. But do the Texans believe in the change? And do the Texans believe they're the right place for him? That's kind of where we're at with this.
To be determined. He's Patrick Creighton, Sean Bijani, Tyler Milner here as well. We're Area 45 in for the drive. Coming up next, we have a guest. His name is Keith Smith. He contributes regularly to Spot Rack. He also hosts a show called The Front Office Show on YouTube. We'll talk a little NBA inside stuff with Keith Smith next.
I'm so high on the Rockets.
Let's go, Rockets.
If you ask Nico Collins, the Texans are on the verge of their breakout season.
We right there. Like, we know what it takes to finish the games. We just got to execute. Finish the last game, KC on the road order was the make or break for the year. It's like that moment.
2024 Nielsen Report.
Exclusive furniture.
Where low prices live.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, joining us right now on the guest line, he's been covering the NBA for over 20 years. Currently, with Spot Track, with the Front Office Show, podcast, is our buddy Keith Smith. What's going on, Keith? How are you?
A lot going on, but I'm doing really well. Thanks for having me.
Hey, man, let's start off with the NBA Finals. As, you know, a lot of people thought this series at the beginning was going to be over. It'll be over already. It'll be over in 5 games. And here we are, Game 6 tonight in Indy, Thunder and the Pacers. Tyrese Halliburton going to play? What do you think it's going to look like?
Yeah, all indications are that he's going to try to give it a go tonight. We'll see, how that kind of comes together for him. My guess is the Pacers are going to have very close eyes on him, and he'll be on a short leash out there to be a productive player on both ends of the floor. They'll go to other options. I think Indiana trusts that they have enough guys that they can still compete in this game and enforce a Game 7, even if Tyrese Halliburton can't be himself. I think the only way Halliburton wasn't going to play is if there was any thought of, hey, there's real long-term damage that can be done here by playing. And then we saw him go through that a little bit last year where he had the hamstring injury that lingered into the start of this season, and it took him a while to kind of get over it. So I think we're going to see, though, that they're probably pretty confident he's going to try, and it's Game 6 of the Finals. You got to go out there and leave it all on the floor.
Well, what's your pulse and vibe on this whole situation, Keith, with Halliburton? But you just mentioned it, and I think we all, thought it when we saw them do what they did when he was hobbled last game. Like, they made that a 2-point game in the fourth quarter when Halliburton just couldn't hit the broadside of a barn, scored only 4 points. Do you believe that the Pacers have enough in their arsenal? Whether he plays or not, imagine it would be somewhat of a limited capacity. Do you think the Pacers can force a Game 7?
I do. I think the Pacers have been really good when they've been kind of counted out throughout the course of these playoffs. There were some people even in the first round who were like, they're going to get pushed by Milwaukee, even though that's, they should win. And then, I think most picked them to lose to the Cavs. Most picked them to lose to the Knicks. And here we are, they're in the finals. And I think they have these games every once in a while. They go out there and they hit 1,000,000 three-pointers. They can't make a jumper to save their lives. And if we get a game like that, all of a sudden Halliburton plays, doesn't play, plays well, doesn't play well. We're looking at a Game 7, and I think there's a chance that's how this plays out. But yeah, I think Indiana's just been so tough, and they should have by this point kind of earned everybody's credit. I will say though, when a team is close, things kind of amp up a little bit for that team, and they can taste it, and the title's there, and it's, all right, I'm going to get on the floor and get this loose ball and those kind of things. And this Thunder team, they look like they know they're right on the verge of winning one.
Keith, SGA is getting the most phantom calls of anyone in basketball history. On the mark or overblown?
Yeah, way overblown. I mean, I'm not playing to the home crowd here, but we all saw what it looked like when James Harden played in Houston, right? Like, I mean, the best scorer in the league gets foul calls. It's been that way my entire life. I grew up that way with Michael Jordan. After him, it was Allen Iverson. After him, it was Kobe Bryant. After him, it was James Harden, Kevin Durant. Those guys would get a ton of calls that, a lot of other guys didn't get. Now we're with SGA. He's the best on-ball scorer we have in the NBA right now. So, yeah, he's going to pick up some foul calls. Are some of them, questionable? Sure. But are a lot of them fouls? Yeah, they are, because part of being a great scorer is knowing how to draw fouls. And the minute he feels that contact gets even the slightest advantage, knows the guy's got a hand where it shouldn't be, he's going to go right through that guy and force the referees to make a call. He's just a really smart player.
610, Spot Track contributor, host of the Front Office Show on YouTube, has been covering the NBA for a long time. Talking about great scores, Kevin Durant, certainly still one of those, even at the age of 37. One of the most talked about players in this city, at the very least. And he's not even a Houston Rocket. yet. Will he be, in your opinion? Does this thing, wherever he winds up for the Phoenix Suns, go down to the wire?
It depends on what we're kind of considering to be down to the wire, but I think there's a chance we see this go to the point where this gets done ahead of the draft. I think the Suns have, I'm not going to say that's a hard and fast, like if we can't get it done by draft night, that's it, we're not trading him, because I think they continue to explore it. But the Suns want to add draft capital, whether that's to use picks in this draft or to go out and get use those in a trade themselves to go get somebody else. They want to be able to do that. Now, the Rockets' interest, I've been told it's real, but Houston has said, hey, we're not giving up everything. We're not giving all of our kids and all this draft capital. It's going to be, maybe one of the kids, another one possibly, some salary matching pieces have to go out because you got to get to, matching Durant's salary. And then, we've got some extra draft picks we can throw into this thing. But they've been pretty firm that, hey, we're not giving up the whole farm here for Kevin Durant because he's 37, he has injury issues, and he's only under contract for one more year.
Yeah, Keith, with the whole thing like you just mentioned with Durant being 37, he's got 1 year on his deal, $100 million over the cap. The Rockets, according to DraftKings Sportsbook, they are the new betting favorite to land Kevin Durant. And there have been so many changes in the reporting around Kevin Durant of, it looks like he's going to be a Timberwolf, to, it looks like he's going to the Heat. Wait, the Spurs are back in. Oh, wait, the Rockets. Oh, wait, the Raptors. Where is everything in reality?
Yeah, I'm not saying this in any kind of mean or critical way, but it's lying season, right? Everybody's fibbing about everything out there right now. Players are fibbing about who has interest to try to drum up markets. Teams are saying it to try to get, more people involved. Other teams are saying they're not interested because they don't want to give up a lot. It's just kind of this time of year. But one thing I can trust in, because it's been told to me, it's been heavily reported, is that Durant wants either the Spurs or the Rockets or the Heat. Kind of seems like it's in that order, but the Spurs work pretty much in silence. You don't get anything out of San Antonio till it's a done deal. They don't negotiate through the media. They don't play a lot of back and forth of we offered this, they want this. They just kind of go about doing their business. So I don't know that we're going to hear too much about them. There's also a sense that they may be kind of looking at it and saying, yeah, we're a little further off than maybe the Rockets or the Heat are. So if they want to go big for Kevin Durant, go get him. So I do think, these teams are involved. I know Minnesota would love to have him. Does sound like a bit as far as I don't really want to be in Minnesota. And the one thing you do not want to do is trade for an unhappy Kevin Durant because it's just not going to end well for you.
Keith, as an observer from the outside looking in, somebody that's covered the NBA for as long as you have, forget about Kevin Durant right now. Rockets just signed Ime Udoka to a long-term extension today. He's made him one of the highest-paid coaches in the NBA. There's been a 30-win improvement in what he's done with his leadership for them the last couple of years. No Kevin Durant. How does this team get better? How does this team set itself up to be in the Pacers and in the Oklahoma City Thunder's situation as both of those teams are in the finals? How do the Houston Rockets get better this offseason to be legitimate contenders going forward?
Yeah, I think they got to get more offense. We saw that in the playoffs. I'm a big fan of saying the playoffs reveals all. Whatever you're really good at, people are going to see it. Whatever you're not so good at, teams are going to expose it, and they're going to take advantage of it. And we saw the Rockets, they defended their tails off. They play really, really hard all the time. Those are going to be a kind of a key attribute of any Ime Udoka coach team, because if you don't play really hard and you don't play defense, you're just not going to play. So they're at a spot where for Houston, it's going to be, all right, how can we score more? That's where it all fell apart for them against the Warriors team that was good, but also, limited and, should have been pretty beatable. So whether that's Kevin Durant or that's go get put some points on the board and make life a little bit easier for guys like Şengün and Thompson. And then, if Jalen Green's still around or Jabari Smith is still around, just make it a little easier for those guys to work and do the things they need to do. So much the better. Some of that will come internally. I think Reed Shepherd's a guy who needs to get more run. We saw Ime Udoka didn't really trust young players all that much when he was the head coach of the Celtics. It took him a little while for guys to get into his spot where he felt like he could play them. So I think Shepherd maybe next year will help with the offensive production. But yeah, they've got to put more points on the board, and you got to find that. It's not a great free agent class to go get that done, so it's going to probably have to come through trade, and that's why you're hearing them linked to a guy like Durant.
Hey, Keith, got about 2 minutes left here. I want to ask you, you covered the Celtics for a very long time. And the Celtics are a team that, they're $100+ million over the cap, and they've been, reports about them looking to move salary, and, guys like Holiday and Porzingis' names being mentioned. But Porzingis has this weird ailment that nobody seems to know what's going on with him, and he can't breathe. And then there's reports, what would it take to get Derek White? Would they give up Jaylen Brown? What's really going on with the Celtics? Would they actually consider trading Jaylen Brown?
For Brown or White, it would have to be like a monumental offer, which includes good young and cost-effective players on team-friendly deals and multiple draft picks. Like they're going to need for either one of those guys probably a similar package to what Desmond Bane just went for, if not more. I mean, with Jaylen Brown, you're talking about a guy who's been an All-NBA guy. He's been an All-Star. He was the Finals MVP. And the Celtics are not just going to move him just to move him. And they love Derek White, and they love the contract Derek White is on. Those two guys, I would say, I'm not going to say they're completely off the board, but you better come with a very serious, very large offer. Now, for Holiday, Porzingis, Sam Hauser, those guys are movable. We're going to see, what it looks like, with their trade markets. But Boston's been insistent they're not giving up draft capital to get off those guys. They're not going to pay a team to eat those contracts. So that's going to make for, a pretty interesting next couple of weeks for them as free agency gets opening up.
Good stuff. That's Keith Smith, contributor to Spot Track, joining us on Sports Radio 610. Keith, really appreciate you coming on, being gracious with your time. We'll look forward to talking with you down the road post whatever the hell happens with Kevin Durant.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much for having me.
Thanks, Keith.
Thanks, man. Good stuff from him. He's sharp. Enjoyed that. All right, we're going to roll into the 5 o'clock hour.
So let me tell you something. Mm-hmm. I just sent T-Mill a video involving Jalen Green.
Okay.
That obviously I couldn't listen to it because we were doing the interview.
Hold on.
with
How
Keith.
old is the video?
Very recent.
Okay.
And I sent it to T-Mill so that he could check it out. Is this something we need to talk about? Is this indicative of something with Jalen Green where maybe we say, you know what, trade this dude?
Well, that's going to be interesting. So are we going to hear it?
I don't know. We're going to find out if T-Mill says it's a yay or a nay.
Whether or not we hear it, I think you should already know that, and I'll tell you why next.
I'm always good raw dog in the drive.
Just when we thought the injury situation couldn't possibly get worse for the Astros.
The Astros have
Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
So, no Ron Hughley, no Clint Stoerner. They are lazy
asses.
He is Sean Bijani. I'm Patrick Creighton. That is Tyler Milner. Not lazy.
Not
hell no. As we hit the 5 o'clock hour, and something we came across on the old socials and the medias. There's a video by Jalen Green and his girlfriend, Drea Michelle, where she sets a camera up and then decides she's going to show him a magic trick.
By the way, have you ever seen these videos on like TikTok or Instagram before?
Yeah, I just don't watch them because they're stupid.
But you get the premise. Like, a lot of people do this.
Or the one where the guy and the girl are clipping a rope to a cinder block, and they're supposed to rip the dress off the girl, and she's supposed to be naked, but she's not. But it takes them like 7 minutes. Now, the videos are annoying, so I don't watch them. But because this involved Jalen Green, and his name has certainly been involved in trade conversation, and some people like the idea of trading him. Some people do not want to trade a kid who's 23 years old and think that his whole career is ahead of him. Well, he's involved with 40-year-old Drea Michelle. They have a child together.
Well done on that end, Jalen.
Yeah, the dumbass.
What a MILF.
Who's the dumbass?
If you are getting a 40-year-old woman pregnant at 23, you are a dumbass.
Good for her, too, and her eggs, man.
Yeah, but I mean,
nice.
She's a really good-looking 40-year-old.
And what is her history? Bouncing from, like, rich guy to rich guy to rich guy. All you are is next.
Prenup.
All you are is next. So she sets up the camera and then says, I'm going to show you a magic trick. And if I can successfully execute the magic trick, then you have to take me to Sephora and I buy everything I want, which for her means the whole damn store.
Yeah. Sephora.
So, here, I'm going to set it up, T-Mill, that way you can just get to the very end of the audio, just the very, very end of it. She takes a glass of water, puts it on the table, puts a towel over the glass, and tells him, I'm going to drink that glass of water without touching the towel. And he's like, what? Huh? You can't what? Just literally looks like he's stoned out of his face. So she then does this silly, making noises over the top of the thing, like she's doing some kind of like crazy magic.
Yeah, she goes, la, 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 la. Ooh, whoa.
Yeah, literally, she does exactly this.
All that stuff. Yeah.
And she's like, see, I drank it. And he's like, I'm supposed to believe that you drank it? She says, yeah, why don't you check? So he lifts up the towel, she grabs the glass and drinks it. Never touched the towel. Dumbass is taking her to Sephora. Here's how it ended.
Am I supposed to check or something?
I drank the water.
I don't know.
You gotta check to see.
Check?
Yeah, you can check, sure. I'm driving or you're driving?
Wow. She said without touching. Oh.
If you wanted to know,
she drank it without touching it. Damn.
Who the dumbest MFer in the NBA is, I think we just found out.
I feel like he's done something dumber before.
Knocked her up?
No, don't you remember? Dude, that's a great job. Like, how you gonna hate on him for that? She's hot as hell.
She's old enough to be his mama.
She's 40. She is not Hannah Storm, 63. It's not a problem.
He's probably able to show him some stuff in the sack he's never.
Y'all remember that video of him? Were they in like college or something, or high school? It was like him, Josh Christopher, and like some dorm
Remember
room.
when we had the
You don't remember the video that I'm talking about, bro?
No, if it's what I think you're talking about,
what
I
you
definitely
think I'm talking.
We had the conversation about body count and what's the maximum that you'd be good with.
Yeah.
What do you think Drea Michelle's body count is?
I don't know, but I want to be next.
Can you count that high?
It's not me. It's him.
Just put on your raincoat, bro.
All 6 of them.
Body still works. Jalen figured that one out. The body still works. Good enough.
Looks like it, too.
Produced another human.
That is a MILF if I've ever seen one.
Forgive me if I just, don't see the attraction to, you slept with every other player in the NBA, so I need to be next. Not my thing.
Competition.
To each his own.
I'm competitive. I want to get in there and be the best,
Be the best.
Yeah.
Right now, he is the best thing
You'd
for her.
probably
and
have
vice
to
versa until the next guy.
daddy stitch it 3 times before you could even feel it.
Oh, my God.
That's not a hot dog down a hallway. That's a whole kielbasa.
Liz.
Kielbasa he goes with.
But yeah, Jalen's a jackass, man. Come on, dude.
But I mean, how
Young
dumb?
Fella.
How freaking dumb? And
he's 23.
He's like, whoa.
That's different than being young and dumb, though. He just seems. I'm good with trading him, man. I don't know.
That dude is not a winning player. When you're that stupid and you're just like, literally, first I was like, whoa. And then I was like, whoa.
Finding Nemo?
And then I was like,
It's like Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure.
whoa.
Give it some now.
Dude, what's mine say? Sweet, what's mine say?
No.
Dude, what's mine say?
What does mine say?
Sweet, what does mine say?
That was a great scene. Oh, man. I want to trade Jalen for different reasons. He just ain't a dog, man. He ain't a dog.
You can't be a dog when you're a dumbass.
Or when you pay your name.
I'm trying to think of
I don't know if he's got 3 brain cells to rub together. He's the dumbest. How stupid.
I'll guarantee you, though, half of the NBA would have very similar reactions. Maybe more. Do you disagree with this?
Wait, what?
I said half of the NBA would have very similar reactions.
I don't know. I think
Come
half
on.
the NBA might think he's dumbass.
Half of the NBA is 23.
Half the NBA is probably hooked up with him.
And they think, as sophomoric as your humor can be sometimes, and mine, I admit, would think very similar things are just as funny and dumb to do. I've done a lot of dumb things. If social media existed the way that it does now whenever I was 23, I would definitely do a lot of dumb stuff.
Ooh, I had to delete my Twitter I had in college. I was cleaning it up one day finally as an adult out in the working world. And it got to a point where I was like, all right, I just got to delete this thing and start over.
Delete your Twitter and start over.
Dude, I am so glad that social media didn't exist when I was in college. I'd probably still be in jail. I would still be in jail.
Yeah. But, and I agree with what y'all are laying out. Social media can get you in a hell of a lot of trouble hella fast. And also, shout out to bitch-ass Jack Easterby, only person who's ever got me in trouble at this job on social media, son of a... But anyway, what was I talking about? Easterby just sent the anger sharks in.
I don't know how he got you in trouble.
No. I love everything you're laying out. Social media can definitely do that, and whenever we're young especially. But I would say on the flip side of that, as a young man myself in College Station going to Texas A&M, who had his access to social medias via Twitter and Facebook, and before that MySpace, it made some things...
Tom is still your friend.
It made some things a little more fun, a little easier to navigate, sexcapades possibly.
Oh!
Finding some ladies in College Station. It made that part a little more fun.
Definitely.
We're talking about dummies, and Guy Jean on YouTube texts, and he says, Terry Bradshaw was accused of not being able to spell cat. That is not true. Terry Bradshaw was accused of not being able to spell cat if you spotted him CA.
Might have CTE, man. That ain't cool.
I mean, that's not true, is it?
Yeah, I don't think it is, Bijani.
What, that Terry Bradshaw can't spell cat?
Yeah. Thank you for clearing that up, Sean.
I don't know. I'm just wondering.
I don't know, man. I
like,
would
at
not
what
be
stage of
if-
his life was he asked to spell cat? Like,
I don't know.
Because he says some pretty wild and wacky things now. And I wonder.
Would you be surprised?
I don't know. I don't know. I just wonder if sometimes the things don't compute with him.
Rock and roll, meow.
You might get that reaction. You might. Hey, Terry, spell cat.
Meow. Rock and roll, meow.
Spellcat. Trade Jalen Green. That's how I'm spelling
That is my favorite.
Trade Jalen Green.
That's my favorite Mark Vandermeer drop that we've ever had.
I am 1,000,000% certain that Jalen Green is never winning an NBA title because he's too stupid.
Oh, don't say that. He'll be like
Please trade him now.
You know David Carr won a Super Bowl.
Holding a clipboard.
So don't ever say that.
Well, I don't think he's ever... They don't hold clipboards in the NBA when you're a player.
No, but it's called being the 12th man.
And I am 100% sure I think I'd rather have J.R. Smith than Jalen Green.
Dang.
And he once didn't know how much time was left on a clock in a finals game.
Yeah, that's right. That was one of my favorite LeBron James reactions. Like he just
What are you
both
doing?
hands up in the air, like, oh.
And JR's like, what?
Oh. LeBron blames.
LeBron blames.
That was the one time, like, he could blame everything on that guy.
That is
everything. It's his fault.
You know, JR never met a shot he funny thing, JR never met a shot he wouldn't take until that moment.
Yeah. LeBron, he's like Twilight Zone. Like, what are you doing? Shoot it!
He used to call J.R. Smith a bad shot take, bad shot maker.
Yeah.
He didn't matter. He was going to put it up.
Yeah.
And the one time you needed him to put it up, what?
You know what? That's best bad shot makers. You know who I used to think that was? Vernon Maxwell for the Rockets.
Bad shot maker?
Yeah. Honestly. Like, early on, this is before the championship. It was like 92, 93. Like, he just seemed to be able to throw up anything and make it. I've told this before, but like one of my most memorable moments of Vernon Maxwell in the Rockets period, it was like 1992, 1993. They were playing the Warriors. It was 126-124 with like less than a second left on the clock, maybe 0.9 seconds. And somebody inbounded the ball. They were going to do like a alley-oop to Olajuwon. And it was a horrible pass. It bounced off the backboard and ricocheted on the other side of the court. Maxwell saved the ball, falling out of bounds, turns around and shoots it, banks it in off the glass. Rockets win 127-126.
No. Yes!
No, I mean, that's a fit of desperation. I mean, so he had no choice, but he could just throw it up and it would go in. He was awesome. Miraculous, man. 713-572-4610 if you want to text in.
Until Game 7 of the 1994 NBA Finals.
Starks was that way. I felt like, who's the other, the Harper guy? Was it Ron Harper? Not Ron Harper. He was a Bull.
Derek Harper?
Derek Harper. He had the bad mustache, says the guy with the bad mustache. It felt like he made everything. Him, John Starks, back in the day. Jeff Hornacek made everything against the Rockets. John Stockton made everything against the Rockets. It became ridiculous for a while before they finally broke through.
But just guys who were like, no. Yes. It's like, please don't shoot. Oh, okay, it worked.
Yeah, don't shoot ever again unless you do that. All right, coming up next, we do a thing called the Bandwagon. It's a lot of fun. You should join us. It's next.
Nico Collins is a big fan of new OC Nick Caley.
Ready? It's the way he just calls plays, man. The way he just get creative, putting guys in situations to be explosive. He's not going to go out there and do something that is not you. His enthusiasm, his personality, man, I feel
Football conversation in town, 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Bandwagon.
I'm on a board. Yeah, he's been off the wagon 2 years. Off the wagon? I think it's off the wagon. I think it's on the wagon. You're back on the wagon.
Right off the wagon.
What the hell do you know about wagons? I know enough not to get on them. Told you.
There's lots. It's time to get on or get off. We play the bandwagon.
I love that we're playing this freaking game on the drive. This is amazing.
Bandwagon, baby. Let's go.
You know, it always looks so easy in the movies. But maybe in real life. An 80-year-old man tried to drive a luxury Mercedes down Rome's Spanish Steps.
Oh.
And he got stuck.
When in Rome.
Now, you're familiar with these steps. If you've ever seen any of the Bourne movies, they drive the little Mini Cooper down the steps. And there's tons of movies where they drive cars.
Well, there was
down
a movie specifically about, like, little tiny cars. Wasn't it a Brad Pitt movie? Where they drove, like, the Mini Coopers? Everybody had them in the... It wasn't a Bourne movie.
I'm not sure.
God bless America.
Go ahead. They drive minis in Austin Powers.
No. Mini
It's the
Cooper
Mini.
Movie with Brad Pitt.
But the point being is that there's lots of movies where people drive the cars down the steps.
Italian Job.
Nice.
This guy got stuck. Driving a Mercedes.
I was on those steps last year.
Driving a Mercedes, got stuck. 80 years old. driving an A-class Mercedes. He was not drunk. He was not under the influence of any recreational pharmaceuticals.
I'm not high, officer.
The man, the 80-year-old man, could not explain how he wound up on the steps.
I don't know what happened.
That's amazing for a guy with no teeth, right? And they couldn't even figure out if the car actually belonged to him or not.
Oh. I think it's my car.
Now, of course, look, there are plenty of, like I said, a lot of movies where we've seen this. They take their name from the Spanish embassy to the Holy See, which is right there in the square. It is built in the 1720s. It is a very popular tourist destination. But we've seen a lot of, action movies where somebody drove the car down the steps. You could drive the car down the steps and not get stuck. Are you on or off the bandwagon?
Do you have a picture of the steps? I don't know exactly what you're referring to.
There are the steps.
Oh boy, he's driving down and got stuck.
Got stuck.
I wasn't driving up.
I'm on the bandwagon. YOLO. If I'm baller enough to drive a Benz down those steps, I'm getting down them steps. I contend he just wasn't going fast enough. If you're going to jack your car by going down steps, I mean, you just got to put the pedal to the metal, big cat. Like
Maybe
this guy.
The problem is he was driving a Benz and he should have been driving an Audi.
Should have been driving an Audi. Or one of those big, badass baller trucks like Tyler has.
Hey.
Yeah, put you a little 3-inch lift on that. Some
pimp your ride.
Big Mickey Thompsons. You got no problem going down
Do
them
you
steps.
only have a 3-inch lift?
We still talking about my truck or my pants?
Your truck.
Actually, I don't have a lift yet.
Yet. But it will have a lift.
Maybe I might get a leveling kit.
Your truck could make it down. I'm on the bandwagon. I'd try it.
I'm on as well. Sorry, missed my cue there. It's my first time doing this bandwagon thing.
I contend you were putting deep thought into it.
Yeah.
It's a serious question and all.
I'm on this bandwagon as well, man. You got to, Bijani was all over it. Old man, that geezer just got to punch it in that situation. You can't freak out, get all stressed out, anxious. Oh my God, what have I done? I'm so embarrassed. No, you got to punch it, get the hell out of there, evaluate the damage to your ride later. You clearly are loaded anyway, so it'll be fine, but you got to punch it and get out of there.
This guy
can't
was
get stuck.
Definitely loaded.
I feel like he was not. He actually was not drunk at all.
Did they give him a test, you said?
Yeah, he was.
I'm not taking him at his word. You tried to drive down steps, sir.
I just had a little
gin.
gin.
No, police said he was not. He tested negative.
Mm-hmm.
No alcohol in his body at all.
Gummies.
And here's the thing, like, to me, not only do I want to do it, but I want to, like, do it in the smallest car possible because highest skill level.
Like a clown car?
I want a maximum skill level, and we're going down those steps, like, at like 8,000 RPM.
Lightning McQueen.
We're going hard down
If you're going down in 8,000 RPM in like a smart car, it's going to look like a soccer ball.
It's all right. We're getting down those steps. We ain't getting stuck.
No.
What was the movie where they have the big round bomb and it rolls down the steps? That was a Fast and Furious movie, right?
Was it?
There's a Fast and Furious where they're trying to stop the rolling bomb.
Was that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9, or 10, or 11?
Or something like that. The big ball is rolling. It's a giant bomb and to the water. Yeah, I totally want to drive down those steps.
I stopped watching Fast and the Furious after like 2.
Do you want to drive? Would you drive down those steps on like a moped?
Oh God, no.
Yeah.
Come on, that'd be fun.
I grew up riding dirt bikes, so.
Well,
I'm experienced.
Yeah. It'll be great.
All right, so we got a full bandwagon.
Hey!
All right, number 2. You know how we all have that one family member?
Mm-hmm.
Well, a Connecticut family soda business got scammed out of $100,000.
Uncle.
Why? Well, there's that one family member.
It's always the uncle.
So this Connecticut family soda business called Hosmer Mountain Bottling is talking about how they got swindled. And they run this local soda business that serves drinks, distributes to Connecticut and Massachusetts. And Andrew Potvin one of the guys who owns the business, said the red flag was when the girl that helps with my finances told me there was a check drawn for $49,550. He's like, what is that for? Then there was another one for the exact same amount. And he had no idea why. Then they found the note from his brother Bill. The note from my brother saying he sent a check to verify employment for Publishers Clearinghouse. The brother said he was told he won $5.5 million clearinghouse, and they needed to verify his employment because he's clearly too stupid to know that if you win, it doesn't matter if you have a job. So he sent in a check, and he was told to write void on the check. Well, void became Viola Smith, and Viola Smith went on and cashed those checks.
But why for that amount?
Couldn't tell you. And they actually
don't have to write an amount on a voided check.
No, he didn't have it. That's the amount they put in.
Oh my Lord.
And they actually sent him a check for $5.5 million. I mean, it was fake, but they sent it.
Oh, I was like, what?
And another brother, Chuck, said, I know Bill's kind of gullible, but to send a signed company check is just beyond belief. Why would you sign a check that you wrote void on?
Yeah.
Because dumbass.
Viola.
And, we all have that one person that you know is the village idiot in your family.
Yeah.
But if you let the village idiot have access to the company checkbook, it's your damn fault. Are you on or off the bandwagon?
On the bandwagon. Guaranteed. Because everybody knows who that person is in the fam. I know who that person is. And
you're not going to say their name.
I would shoot myself.
Well, on the flip end of that, I am also on the wagon. I know who the family member is for me that you are talking about.
And you're not going to mention
I had to call that family ago. Not sure we've talked since then. That's okay. I'm happier. But, yeah, man, just pieces of you-know-what. Slimeball human beings, terrible people.
Or just Dumases.
Go drive off a very tall bridge, man. Just get the hell out.
Go drive down those steps.
It's Dumas.
But European?
It's, man, it is amazing to me that adults are that frickin' stupid. Publishers Clearinghouse is the number one company for which fraud is committed. People pretend to be from Publishers Clearinghouse to scam you. Number one scam. And it's been going on for like 30 years. At what point, you've read enough articles of people being scammed that you don't get scammed?
Does Publishers Clearinghouse still exist?
It does.
Because I don't see mailers. I don't see commercials for it anymore. You don't know what it is.
I was going to jump in a little while ago. I have no idea what this thing is y'all keep referencing.
Publishers Clearinghouse does their sweepstakes every year.
You know, he didn't do it
Remember
anymore.
they used to do the video of them showing up at the house, the gigantic check?
Oh, the big check delivery to people's homes.
Yeah.
I vaguely remember this when I was a little kid.
You would recognize the logo, like if you saw it. You'd be like,
okay,
oh, yeah.
Okay, I didn't, I'm not, I was little, but I do remember that now.
It's like a black circle with a golden home, peak of the roof.
I don't have that. Y'all are old, man.
Yeah, we are. I said, Ed McMahon and, you don't remember the Green Ed? Johnny Carson show?
Oh, I got Johnny, yeah.
Ed was the guy that sat next to Johnny for a lot of years.
Learn something new every day.
Okay.
The Drive's all about educating and entertaining. We tell you all the time, family.
Still smarter than Jalen Green.
I can't say anything because I don't get half of the references that PC makes. So it's all good.
Which is amazing to me because you're not that much younger than I am.
Oh, but I'm younger.
Barely.
As I always say.
You want to know what I learned during this show today?
Old soul. What?
He's never seen History of the World Part 1.
I've never seen History of the World Part 1.
Because it was made in the 70s.
What?
Yeah,
you have bad parents. You have bad parents.
That's like a different,
He's also never seen Spaceballs.
I've never seen Spaceballs.
Dude, what the hell?
And I never will either, because as much as I do love comedies, I'm serious about my Star Wars, and I don't need these nerds making fun of it.
Oh, it's hysterical. It is absolutely one of the funniest movies.
Yeah, I'd like to see them make fun of a Sith Lord to their face. Idiots.
You're such a
Dude,
dork.
Rick Moranis is so great. Rick Moranis is so great.
Is that the Honey, I Shrunk the Kids guy?
It is.
I haven't seen it either, but because Rick Moranis is
He's
coming
Dark
back to make
Helmet.
number 2, I might actually watch number 2 because I like Rick Moranis.
He should have stuck to shrinking his family,
I mean,
man.
how have you never seen Spaceballs?
Because it's BS.
He's not just the shrink in his family. He's the Keymaster.
I don't care, man. The Force is real. It's all around us, and they make fun of it.
He's the Keymaster.
I wouldn't even be able to laugh at it because it's
there.
The Galactic Empire is not a laughing matter.
You
yes,
like dumb
but
stuff, you would laugh.
The Druish princess alone is a laughing matter.
The what princess now?
The Druish princess.
Drew. Like
And
Drew Doherty.
Yes. And yes, the reason for Jewish rhyming with something absolutely on point. There is a hilarious joke in it.
Nope, not going to watch it.
Oh, dude, you're missing out.
You're like Chris. Chris was like,
hey,
Chris has never seen Happy Gilmore, and Chris will not. He refuses to watch Happy Gilmore for whatever reason.
See, that was one of the 5 or 6 things I was referencing with Santiago lately that's really kind of changing my view of old Chris. Topher.
I didn't mean for you to crap on Topher again.
Oh,
now, you saw Blazing Saddles.
Yeah, like 30 years ago.
You've seen Blazing Saddles.
Yeah.
All right, so same director. They're all Mel Brooks films.
Mel Brooks, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Still not going to watch
You're just a movie and song dork.
You've seen Young Frankenstein?
Nope. What year was that one made?
I'm so
42?
glad you're here.
Is that one made back in the 30s?
No, it was not.
This is the kind of crap that I take on a nightly basis.
Well, you just hold your
You
horses
haven't
right
seen
there,
every
Bijani.
movie and song and show ever produced?
I'll defend
How
PC
have you
here.
not seen these like classic comedies?
Bijani, some of the cultural references you missed, brother. I'm in that back room.
Hey, nobody
behind
asked
y'all
your
like-
opinion, ass. Final segment coming up next. Come up with your damn best bets. Stay there.
Texans on the new look offense.
Expect, a lot of points, a lot of fun plays like we've always done, and it's not always going to be perfect. So let's get that out of our mind. But the goal is to be great.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713, call Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by John Moore Services. I tend to be
studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, final segment of the day. Area 45 in for The Drive. Knuckleheads will be back tomorrow. T-Mill's going to be here as well. All will be
Clint won't.
Clint won't? Oh, he's still chilling, huh?
Of course, bro.
All right, cool, yeah. If you're going to take one, why not take two?
It'll be old Luke in with Ron the Show Hughley.
Luke Morrow, good people.
Jorge on the text line wants to know, do y'all know the population of Iran? Sorry, Patrick was asking a lot of questions y'all didn't know, so I thought I'd ask one too.
I actually knew the answer to that question. And I know why he asked that question, because there was a video going around on social. Did you see the video?
Ted
Cruz and Knucklehead from...
Old Teddy got stumped.
I forget the guy that was doing the interview.
I don't know.
Tucker Carlson.
Who?
Tucker Carlson.
Yeah. That guy. Tucker Carlson. Yeah, he was getting on Ted Cruz. He was like, you don't know anything about Iran. Yet you want to go to war with them and bomb them. What are we doing? Of course the population's 90 million.
Watching two people who used to be closely aligned that try to club each other over the head like baby seals was highly entertaining.
I love social media. Up in a couple of minutes, we'll get to Tyler's Best Bets NBA Finals Edition. Tyler usually makes people a lot of money. Well, I know at least he makes a lot of money. Whether you people follow him or not, I don't know. That's on you. You should. I'm going to start tailing Tyler's bets, and I don't know when exactly, but I'm going to start doing it whenever I decide to pull my head out of my collective. You know what?
Posterior.
Yes.
I like that out of you. Let's
Gotta
ride, baby.
So speaking of Tyler and the best bets, T-Mill, how did you do on your best bets yesterday?
Finally. And I will first say, Bijani, kind words. Thank you, my friend, and I think most of that's true. I do win a lot of money over the course of most years. Lately, it has been rough. Worst stretch of wagering on sports I've ever gone through, and definitely since we started doing Best Bets right here on The Drive. But last night...
Hot streak incoming.
Last night was the beginning of what Patrick Creighton just said, hopefully. Because we went 4 for 5 last night. That is an 80% success rate. Put a lot of green in the pocket on a hump day yesterday.
All Astro stuff, I'm guessing?
Some of it was, yeah. A lot of it was. Yeah, I had like a Tuve prop. I had a Jeremy Pena prop. I had the Astros winning that game. So, yeah, they were involved.
Well, more on Altuve. Astros Future just put this out earlier today. Altuve's last 24 games, .355 batting average, quick radio math, slugging percentage, 36. OPS. Yeah, pretty good. 4 doubles, 8 dingers, 20 ribs, 2 stolen bases, a 188 weighted runs created.
That's pretty high. For those of you keeping track at home, we know you are.
Astros are 18-6 in those 24 games that Altuve's been really badass. And during that same stretch, you could say the same thing about Jeremy Pena. You could say the same thing about
Cameron Aloysius Smith III.
Cameron Aloysius Smith III. Yainer Diaz, not that hot, but pretty good during that stretch. Jake Myers, same. Mauricio Dubon, close. He's doing good things. And then tonight, Colton Gordon. Pretty much during that stretch, Colton Gordon has been doing really good things on the mound. Astros have won 5 of his last 6 starts. Coming off of a season-high 6 innings pitched against the Twins. I think he struck out 7 guys that game. If you've got the over on Colton Gordon's strikeouts tonight, which I would presume is set at 5.5, I would take it. I think 5.5 is probably just a really good number.
I'm seeing 4.5, my friend.
I would take the over.
And the odds aren't even bad. It's at -125, so I'm going to lock that one in. I like that, too.
Colton Gordon struck out at least 4 guys in 5 of his last 6 starts. So, there you go. Don't follow my best bets. If Tyler has it, follow him. Don't follow me. I'll lose you money for sure. There ain't no question about that. But, dude, 24 runs on 35 hits the last 2 games against the A's. Finished the job, man. Job. It hasn't mattered who the Astros are pitching. The bats have just been there. At some point, they're going to cool off. I don't know if this fella, Jacob Lopez, is worth a darn tonight, who's throwing for the A's. The ERA doesn't say much, which I think is in around 4.5 for him coming into tonight's game.
4.8.
Astros have just been playing some really good baseball no matter who it's against, taking advantage, though, of a lighter portion of the schedule before it gets a little tougher. You get teams like the Cubs and the Phillies and the Guardians and the Dodgers, just around the bend. But I just read you some of the statisticals. Like 7 of 8, Astros have won 12 of their last 16. They got a 5.5 game lead in the division. Second best mark now officially in the AL. They can beef that up tonight if the Yankees continue to suck. What have they lost, like 6 in a row?
6 in a row.
And so you create a game-and-a-half separation.
They went 30 innings without scoring.
I got a message for those Yankee turds.
30 innings without scoring. So that was 2 straight shutouts, and then they only scored
3 straight shutouts.
Was it 3?
Yes.
And then they only scored 2 runs last night, I think, on 3 hits.
2 solo homers.
But the Stros are only 4 games behind the Detroit Tigers in the American League for the best
meows.
part. So that'll be that's going to be a fun watch over the course of the next week and a half. Like in a short amount of time, where I think it's now been 23 days, the Astros have had bested the M's by 9.5 games? I believe it is. No, 9 games.
They went from being like 5.5 up.
Yeah, something like that. So whatever that is, 9-10 games. Pretty dang cool, man.
It's because they're ass.
Who, the M's?
The coffee sippers.
Yeah.
The homeless ass have their lineup out, but the Houston Astros do not have a lineup out yet that I've seen.
It should be coming up shortly. They're usually good for that about 3.5 hours before the game. We're right around that mark right now. So, chances are it'll change somewhat. It's rare you get to see the same lineup on back-to-back days. But I feel really good about what the Astros are doing right now. I am very much a history buff when it comes to trends and statistics, and so that piece that we went over a little bit with Bob Nightingale in the interview today, and we went through the whole thing last night, I think, on the show. I'm all about it, man. History is history, and we're almost at the halfway point of the season. Astros are in the upper third of the league in many of the most important statistical categories, and if you're doing that, chances are you're going to be one of the very few teams there at the end of the season and into the postseason. Believe it or not, Dana Brown, so far so good, man. He was right. He's not off his rocker. This is a World Series contending team yet again.
So a couple of interesting things. You might remember about a month ago in the AL West, the Astros had a +4 run differential, and they were the only team in the division that had a plus run differential.
Yeah, beefed up a little bit.
All right, Astros run differential currently is +54. That is 4th best in the American League. Their 263 runs allowed are 2nd fewest in the American League. And their offense, which had been just dead, well, they've now scored 317 runs, which would have them 4, 5, 6th. So they went from the very bottom of the league to 6th in runs scored. All this in the course of a month.
Yeah, and damn near half of them with 2 outs. That's just kind of what they do.
They're scoring 47% of their runs with 2 out, which is wild.
Clutch, baby. Clutch. Tyler coming in clutch with his best bets.
You know what's clutch? When you tail T-Mill and you win money.
Yeah, buddy.
That is clutch.
Give us the goods
Bonus
tonight.
Bucks.
That's right. Get them pens and pencils ready because we list them off quick as we approach the end of a Thursday edition right here of The Drive. I got 5 best bets after going 4 for 5 last night in the green, putting money in your pockets last night. Wanted to do it again tonight, and we're going to switch it up and go with this Game 6 of the NBA Finals between the Thunder and Pacers because, well, people, this could be the very last time we see some action for this season, so why not? Here are your 5 best bets. If you miss any of them, head to my Twitter at @TMillRealDeal. First, Pacers and points. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it'll be close. Pacers plus 7.5. I'm riding that one. Might be my favorite bet of the night. Next, I'm on the over in this game between the Thunder and Pacers, which is set at 222.5. I'm on that over. Next, Pacers in the first quarter. Tonight's first quarter of Game 6. I'm on the Pacers money line at plus 125. Then, got a couple player props. Finish this off. The Bald Mamba. Gig 'em. Alex Caruso. We have won money on this bet multiple times this year. Over 10.5 points for the Bald Mamba, otherwise known as Alex Caruso. And then finally, the MVP. That dude on the Thunder that likes to score the buckets, SGA. I'm on his under 33.5 points for SGA and the Thunder tonight. Those are your 5 best bets for Game 6. What do y'all think, boys?
I actually like 4 of your 5. I hate the last one.
Ooh.
I think the Pacers do cover, but I think they lose. I like the over. I like the Pacers coming out hot. The money line, taking the first quarter. Caruso, he scored like 20, 22, 2, and 8 points. So that 10.5 is a sweet spot, but I think he does go over that. I just think SGA, I think he scores like 40 tonight, and the Thunder end up winning a close one and winning the title.
See, I'm hoping for the Pacers to win. Pacers money line plus 180. That's a strong return. I like plus 185. And since I want them to win, just sprinkle a little bit on that. I like Pacers plus 6.5. I'm okay with the over on 222.5.
Follow me to the money.
I'm rooting for you, T-Mill. Rooting for you to have another big day.